But it cannot be denied that the mecha technology of the Great Apocalypse Empire is indeed ahead of the Galactic Empire. The mechas in red, blue, gold, white and black are extremely cool, especially the Apocalypse mecha in the center, which is as dazzling as a scorching sun, has become the object of envy and admiration of all mecha masters. Behind the mecha army is a 500,000 T5 level Dragon Knight psychic warship. The appearance is very similar to the starship on the technological side. The materials used are also various rare metals. The only difference is that the technological side uses an engine to drive, while the energy consumption of the psychic warship comes from the driver himself. It is somewhat similar to the sacred warship. The advantage is that the structure of psychic technology is simple, but its practicality is obviously not as good as that of the technology side. The war is about to start. Lichinian looked at the millions of troops behind him, full of confidence. He waved his hand directly. Apocalypse army, follow this prince to charge. Rumble and rumble accompanied his command, and the millions of troops shook together, and then turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. The Apocalypse army is indeed worthy of its reputation, and it is worthy of being the first elite of the Great Apocalypse. Looking at the magnificent lineup, Li Jiuqi couldn't help but admire. At the same time, the galactic fleet also burst out with terrifying power. The overwhelming laser cannons instantly swept out, completely blocking the entire world. But the next moment, countless mecha soldiers spread out energy wings of different colors behind them, and their speed went up a level. They moved around in the dense laser rain and easily dodged it. Ha! You rubbish from the Galactic Empire. Is this all you can do? Quickly surrender to avoid physical pain. This is why we in Daki don't play with starships. The world's martial arts can only be broken by speed. Starships are too heavy. Idiot! Lichinian mocked wantonly, and then took the lead and rushed to the front of the army. The dazzling golden mecha shone brightly under the sunlight, like a sun god of war, magnificent and imposing. Die! A white lightsaber slashed across the sky. Lichinian slashed down with amazing sword power, fierce and domineering. Indeed, the speed of the mecha is not comparable to that of the warship. Haning nodded silently in agreement, and then ordered to activate the energy shield. Boom! The white sword light slammed into the shield fiercely, and the energy ripples generated by the explosion spread all around. And then, nothing happened. What? Looking at the undamaged energy shield, Lichinian was slightly startled, feeling a little unbelievable. He was wearing a G8 Apocalypse, and he practiced the Empire's top psychic magic. How could it be ineffective if he hit it with all his strength? Even if it was a T6 level energy shield, there should be some movement, right? No matter how fast the mecha is, it is useless if it can't break the defense. Haning shook his head regretfully, and then sent a message in the fleet channel. It has been tested. A large formation composed of 10,000 T5 class giant frigates can stand and let them chop for 30 years. You can do whatever you want next. I'm going to hang up. After saying that, Haning chose to log off. Ha! This is the first time I see my sister treat the war so perfunctorily. How weak are these guys? Haiyan laughed with gloating, although Haning always looks serious and cold. Only her sister knows that her sister is actually a funny person who just likes to pretend to be deep. Judging from her attitude of giving up, these guys are probably too weak for her to be cautious. Okay. Stop talking and start the counterattack. Vivian glared at Haiyan helplessly, and then gave an order. Understood. Attack. Buzz. 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 The next moment, the brand new T6 battleship Inglong battleship burst out with its terrifying power. Although only less than 800 ships have been in service, it is enough to deal with the situation today. After all, the attack method of this battleship is a full map range attack. 800 huge battleships shaped like winged golden dragons, with waves of energy reverberating around them. Layers of ripples rippled out, turning into a torrent, rushing towards the Apocalypse army that was flying around like flies. Lichinian was the first to bear the brunt of the energy wave. An inexplicable sign of danger rose, causing Lichinian to frown. He wanted to resist. Unfortunately, this kind of ripple was invisible and could not be touched at all. He had to turn on the mecha shield for defense. The gravitational field has been established. The aggregation coordinates are confirmed to be X3214, Y12334, Z3566. The gravitational flow device is activated. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. The next moment, The energy ripples changed from the original diffusion to the gathering in an instant. The dense gravitational waves hit the mecha shield, making a sharp sound. Li Qinian's face changed drastically, and he quickly pulled away to avoid it. But the next second, he felt his body stiffen. And then, he was pulled towards the center of the battlefield. Is this a gravitational field? He turned his head, and found that the 500,000 Apocalypse army was now covered by gravitational waves, and was being dragged towards the center. It was as if there was an invisible big hand, holding them tightly, unwilling to let them go. What is this? Damn! Why is there space gravity in the universe? Quick! Turn on the mecha engine power to the maximum, and escape from this area. No. The gravity is too strong. It's useless. The thrusters behind their mechas were running frantically. But it was still useless. And they continued to be pulled by the gravitational waves. On the other hand, the 500,000-man fleet of the Dragon Empire was not as fast as the mechas, but was too far away to avoid the disaster. Ah! Suddenly, a scream suddenly rang out. No! Save me! A mecha soldier was squeezed into a pile of scrap metal because the central gravity was too strong and he couldn't bear the pressure. The blood sprayed out like juice. Shocking. No! Help! Someone save me! I don't want to die! Seeing their companions being crushed to pieces before their eyes, the remaining mecha soldiers collapsed and screamed for help like crazy. But their requests for help were destined to be ignored. No! No! I am the Prince of Daki. I can't die. Move! Li Qinian screamed hysterically. But his voice was soon drowned out by the surging gravitational storm. In a flash, a huge, super-large iron ball mixed with 500,000 flesh and blood appeared in the center of the battlefield. The 500,000-man army was completely crushed into a pile of scrap metal. Oh! Now it will be convenient to recycle the materials. Alinda joked heartlessly. The commanders were immediately terrified. Such a disgusting thing. Let's hand it over to Commander Alinda to recycle it later. Second. Damn. She is really mean. Is this mother-in-law a little too young? Shenlong Empire. Imperial Palace. At this moment, all the civil and military officials in the court knelt on the ground in fear and prayed tremblingly. Soon, a group of tall and cold female officers walked into the hall, as if no one was around. The powerful aura shocked the whole audience, making everyone silent. The female officer walked to the center of the hall, and everyone stepped back to make way for her. However, they just glanced at her indifferently, and then lined up in a row, leaving a path in the middle. It seemed that they were welcoming someone to come. The next moment, a tall and thin figure walked in slowly from outside. He was dressed in military uniform and looked heroic. Behind him followed a beautiful woman with a dark aura. Welcome to the head of state. All the female officers saluted. Thank you for your hard work. Sujia nodded slightly, then stepped into the main hall and sat on the throne at the top. Raise your heads. Hearing his words, all the civil officials and military officers raised their heads carefully, but still lowered their eyes. Sujia looked down and asked indifferently, Where is your emperor? Your Excellency. His Majesty. No. Li Jiechi has just escaped through the special passage. An elderly man stood up and answered respectfully. Fina. At Sujia's command. Fina nodded and disappeared on the spot. After a while, a disheveled figure tumbled in from the door. Sir, help me. I was forced to do this. This matter has nothing to do with me. His face was full of tears and wailing, and there was no trace of the high and mighty look he had in the past. All the civil officials were dumbfounded. Is this still their emperor who is so arrogant, holds great power, and controls the entire empire? It's so embarrassing. Li Jiechi ignored everyone's strange looks and crawled at Sujia's feet. Bang, bang, bang. He banged his head 9 times in a row. Are you kneeling to mourn for me? Sujia glared at Li Jiechi coldly. The latter was startled and quickly changed from kneeling to lying. However, before he could speak, he felt a chill on his neck. He turned his head subconsciously and saw a long sword in front of him. His life would end in an instant if his skin was scratched lightly. Sir, spare me. Tell me in front of everyone. Who is the mastermind? It was the Emperor Li Shangzhong and the Crown Prince Li Qinian who ordered me. I was just a puppet. Sujia turned on the communicator and recorded the whole process. This was his gift to the child's mother. Li Jiechi confessed everything and then produced several pieces of evidence to prove his innocence. They were all recordings and videos of the secret conversation between the three people. The evidence is irrefutable, and Daki can't deny it even if it wants to. The reason why Su Jia went to such great lengths was to redress the injustice of his deceased cheap father-in-law. At the same time, he also gave an explanation to the Chinese people. It will be convenient for the Galaxy Empire to take over the management in the future. Okay. Considering that you have made meritorious contributions, I will let you live for a while. Su Jia snorted coldly. Li Jiechi hurriedly thanked him. Thank you for your magnanimity. He thought Su Jia was going to spare his life. But he didn't know that Su Jia simply wanted Qian Mengyao to kill the enemy with her own hands and get rid of the knot in her heart. Drag him away. Su Jia waved his hand. Soon, a soldier took him away. As for you, Su Jia looked at a group of trembling court officials, frowning slightly. His silence made everyone present feel like they were falling into the abyss. They were all very scared, worried that they would be purged by the other side. Lucia, investigate the evidence of these people's crimes. Those with minor crimes will be dismissed from their posts, and those with serious crimes will be executed in the autumn. Yes, my lord. When these words came out, some people were happy, and some were worried. When the Dragon Empire rebelled, many ministers were confused. They came to their senses only after the incident was over. But in order to survive, they had to choose to pretend to be deaf and dumb. Now these people can save their lives, which is already a blessing. 3 days later, Daki Empire, Imperial Palace. Li Xiangzhong looked at the war report in his hand with some disbelief. 500,000 troops. Just gone like that? My son. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, his face full of sorrow. I just don't know if he was sad for the 500,000 troops or his own son. Your Majesty, please accept my condolences. The Prime Minister had to jump out at this time to add drama to himself. But what attracted Li Xiangzhong's vicious eyes? Excuse me? You didn't die with your son. Of course you should. Come here. Give me the death penalty for the Prime Minister's son, and let him express his condolences. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, the Prime Minister's family suffered a devastating disaster. Your Majesty, that's not what I meant. With a thud, the Prime Minister's feet softened and he knelt down. Humph. Come on. Get the Prime Minister out. Your Majesty. Spare me. Spare me. The Prime Minister screamed miserably and was dragged out of the palace by 2 soldiers. I feel much better now. Li Xiangzhong sighed, as if he was relieved. The ministers below were silent at this moment, afraid to anger the violent king and cause themselves to be extinct. General Tansi, what do you think about this? After a long time, Li Xiangzhong suddenly spoke and asked the man sitting in the first seat on the right. He was wearing armor, with a fierce aura, a slender and strong figure, a handsome face, and a pair of sharp eyes like a blade, revealing an unconcealable killing decisiveness. General Tansi, Tianchen, the strongest in Daki, bar none, a 9th-level psychic warrior, equipped with the Empire's strongest mecha G9 Shinchi, can even split a T6 starship with one sword. Fortunately, he has no offspring, so he doesn't worry about angering the Dragon Beard. So he stepped forward. Your Majesty, the strength of the Galactic Empire is beyond expectations. I suggest joining forces with other empires to launch a joint resistance against the outsiders who invaded the Ultron galaxy. Tianchen's remarks can be said to have touched Li Xiangzhong's heart. A 500,000-man army, the other side said, to destroy it, and scare the Shillong Empire's 500,000 warships into surrendering collectively. With such a terrifying combat power, Daki has no possibility of resistance. The current plan is to intensify the contradictions and drag more people into the water. Okay. Right, Prime Minister. You immediately send someone to contact the other 8 countries and tell them that we are going to hold a Star Alliance conference. The left Prime Minister was dragged out just now, and the current right Prime Minister nodded tremblingly and said, Okay. Okay. Your Majesty, I will arrange it immediately. After doing all this, Li Xiangzhong couldn't wait to leave the court and walk directly to the depths of the harem. It's better not to have too many dreams at night. He couldn't wait to enjoy Liyurua. The emergence of the Galaxy Empire gave him great pressure, and he had a hunch. The other party's attack on the Dragon Empire was very likely related to Qian Mengyao. If something unexpected happened, and he didn't get to have her until his death, even if he went to hell, he couldn't swallow this breath. Anyway, The Dragon Empire couldn't be taken back. And he couldn't fulfill the agreement with Liurua. So, just use force. Since he couldn't get her heart, he would get her body directly. However, when he excitedly rushed to the harem, he found that the maids in the harem were all anxiously looking for something. Li Shangzhong's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Bang! He kicked open Liurua's boudoir. And sure enough, it was empty. What on earth is going on? Li Shangzhong was furious, smashed the table with a slap, and roared. The maids lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Only one maid answered with a stiff face. Your Majesty, the eldest princess, she ran away. Bullshit! The palace is heavily guarded. Even a fly can't fly out, let alone a living person. He has been coveting her body for so many years. How can he tolerate Liurua slipping away under his nose? Come on. Drag these slaves out and chop them up. Search the scope of the Imperial City. No. Search the entire Imperial Star and the surrounding planets and find the person alive or dead. Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty. The maids begged for mercy. But in the end, they could not escape the fate of being beheaded. Deep in the palace, in a desolate cold palace, Liurua quietly lay on the straw and video chatted with Qian Mingyao. Mother, how are you? Have you escaped? Qian Mingyao's soft voice came from the video. You can't escape. There are mecha soldiers and drones patrolling outside the palace all day long. Once the mother takes a step out of the palace gate, she will be discovered. Last time, I went out for a walk and was caught back. Don't think of this stupid method. What should I do? Hee hee. The most dangerous place is the safest. As for me, the mother, I was always the last to be found when I played hide and seek when I was a child. Liurua chuckled, revealing a charming smile. Okay. No more talking. I have to find a few more hiding places. You quickly ask my beloved son-in-law to save my mother. I'm hanging up. Beep beep beep. The screen went black instantly. Qian Mingyao's mouth twitched. Why didn't I realize that my mother was a funny person before? But fortunately, Liurua was safe for the time being, which made her feel a little relieved. In a blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Liurua kept changing her hiding place, thanks to Li Shangzhong, who executed a large number of maids and eunuchs. The harem was seriously short of manpower at the moment. Otherwise, it might really be discovered. Now, he has set his sights outside the palace, which makes Liurua play hide and seek like a fish in water. Gurgle. The stomach growled loudly. Liurua touched his flat belly inside. At this moment, a ghostly black shadow suddenly floated in from the wellhead. Who? Liurua asked vigilantly. Are you Qian Mingyao's mother? The black shadow turned into a human form. But it was not the man Liurua expected. Fina looked at the somewhat embarrassed woman, and her dark eyes glowed. Although Liurua was disheveled like a beggar at the moment, it was still difficult to hide her breathtakingly beautiful face. Another strong enemy. She secretly positioned him in her heart. Not only did she have a new fox in her family, but she also had a concubine who held the emperor hostage and controlled the princes. Now, she had to take care of another stunning widow who amazed her. Fina felt a little wrong when she thought about it. Obviously, she was the first one to be with the master. Who are you? Liurua frowned and asked after noticing her strange look. You don't need to care who I am. You just need to know that I am here to help you leave this hellhole, Fina said proudly, her tone full of confidence. Liurua narrowed her eyes slightly. Are you my son-in-law's man? Son-in-law? Fina's face suddenly looked a little strange. I guess so. No time for nonsense. The master is about to act. Let's go! After that, Fina stretched out her right hand to grab Liurua's left wrist, dragging her and disappearing into the shadows. Swish. The next second, Daki Palace, in a conference room. At the call of Li Shangzhong, the leaders of the 10 major empires of the Ultron Star Alliance gathered together. 8 holographic projections appeared one by one. Li Shangzhong sat at the main seat of the conference table, his face a little gloomy. Old Li, is there something special about the sudden Star Alliance meeting? Yes. If you have anything to say, please hurry up. We are very busy, everyone urged, with a somewhat impatient tone. Heh. It seems that you are not well informed. Lord Li is here to ask us for help. Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded. A heroic empress sneered and sarcastically said. Hearing this, everyone in the hall raised their lips with a subtle hint of amusement. So you're asking for help. Why didn't you say so earlier? My great sway likes to do good things. Yes. Loudly. My great Qian Empire will definitely do its best to help. You two don't have to fight. Our great Chu Empire is your strong backing. In an instant, all the empires stood up to express their support. They like asking for help the most. If you want to take advantage of the situation, just say it directly. We are all birds of a feather. Don't act so hypocritically. It makes me sick, Li Shangzhong said coldly. After this, the conference room fell into a strange silence. Everyone was waiting for his next words. The Dragon Empire collapsed. After a long while, Li Shangzhong slowly uttered these words. What? The Dragon Empire collapsed again and again? Ha! Is the feng shui of the Dragon Star region bad? They are really caught up in all kinds of bad things. It's so funny. In an instant, the whole conference room was filled with gloating. The territory they were in was quite far away from the Dragon Empire. There was also the Great Qi Empire in between. So they all had an attitude of watching the fire from the other side of the river, and eating melons, and watching the show. After all, the 10 major star alliances used to fight each other frequently. Seeing others being defeated, the sense of superiority in their hearts suddenly arose spontaneously. Not to mention how happy they were. Laugh. Keep laughing. After watching this video, if you can still laugh, I think you are awesome. Suddenly, Li Shangzhong angrily played the scene of the Galactic Empire instantly killing 500,000 Apocalypse army. The smiles on the faces of the people who were originally watching the show with a smile suddenly froze. What is the background of this Galactic Empire? This and that. This and that. Seeing that the time was right, Li Shangzhong also gave a general account of what happened. Of course, he only said that the Galactic Empire was an alien race that came to invade the Ultron galaxy. He did not make the secrets between him and the Dragon Empire public, only by making the Galaxy Empire look like a tyrannical alien race. The rest of the empires will be afraid and wary. And then, they will join forces to destroy it. Sure enough, someone soon couldn't sit still. The ruler of the Dacian Empire asked directly in a deep voice, oldly. How many troops do you need? Dacian is close to Daki. If Daki falls, they will be the next one. We need as many as we can. This force is not insignificant. I hope you don't bet your life on my ability to defend it. Li Shangzhong spoke indifferently, without concealing his threat. Except for the heroic empress and a white-haired old man who were calm and composed. The other king's brows flickered with a hint of solemnity. The two empires were located in the easternmost part of Ultron. Unless the other 7 kingdoms died, the war would never spread to them. If the 7 kingdoms could not defeat the other side, then they would have nothing to struggle for. In a word, if you can beat them, go and fight. If you can't, you will die together. If the sky falls, there are 7 kingdoms to support it. They just watched the show. Half an hour later, the kings of the 7 kingdoms, including Daki, formed an alliance and discussed the battle plan. Li Shangzhong finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the other 6 kingdoms were dragged into the water, they should be able to rest easy against the Galactic Empire. Just as the video conference was about to end, a guard hurriedly ran to the ear of the king of Dacian and whispered a few words, causing his pupils to shrink suddenly. Time is running out. Since no one has any questions, let's end this meeting. Wait! Li Shangzhong's voice stopped abruptly, and was suddenly interrupted. Huh? Everyone turned their heads in surprise, and looked at the Lord of Dacian in confusion. I just heard a piece of news. It is said that there is another hidden reason for the fall of the Shenlong Empire. Li Shangzhong, you are really good at diverting troubles to others, the Lord of Dacian said sarcastically. Hearing this, Li Shangzhong's face changed slightly. But he immediately regained his composure, and fought back coldly. Humph! What evidence do you have to accuse me of diverting troubles to others? Be careful, or I will sue you for defamation. The great emperor's eyes were deep, as he played a video for everyone to watch. In the video, it was the conspiracy of the Dragon Kingdom that Li Jieqi described with tears in his eyes. At the end of the video, there was a monologue by a handsome young man. Everyone, I am the current leader of the Galactic Empire. You can call me the head of state. Regarding the incident in the Dragon Empire, I believe everyone already knows the culprit. The former princess of the Dragon Kingdom has now joined the Galactic Empire. This visit is only to help her recover the empire and take revenge. I will not attack other empires. If someone fanned the flames and provoked conflicts between me and the empires, then, at this point, Sujia smiled coldly and made a gesture of wiping his neck, with obvious deterrence. Everyone. That's all I have to say. So learn from your mistakes. The video ends here. Li Shangsheng's face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. Old Li, you really make people look at you with new eyes. TSK. You took down the Shillong kingdom without making any noise. You are so noble. You are amazing. You actually attacked your own sister. Only the old king died. Otherwise you would have to see an orthopedic doctor. For a while, the kings of the 8 countries were all mocking. Li Shangsheng's face was ashen. The original plan was ruined because of a video. Damn the Galactic Empire. Damn the head of state. Damn. All of them. Okay. Go to bed. You've wasted most of my time. The heroic empress waved her hand and cut off the communication. Are you in such a hurry to leave? It seems that Tang Yao is ready to take action. I have to hurry up. Slip away. The leaders of all countries went offline and contacted the Galactic Empire as soon as possible. Of course, this is not to get close to them, but to buy starships. Li Shangsheng's video was a lucky coincidence, and it did a wave of free publicity for the Galactic Empire. They can do without such a terrifying warship, but they can't do without it. Once they fall behind, they will be beaten. What if other empires? Shadow. The bridge. Head of state. We have received a communication request from Tang. Do you want to connect? Rong Xiaoxiao asked respectfully. Tang? After a little thought, Su Jia agreed to the communication request. With the current strength of the Galactic Empire, it is indeed capable of swallowing the Ultron Galaxy. But the price to pay is a bit high, and it is easy to fight for several months like a side quest. It's not worth it. Su Jia has a lot of things to deal with now. First deal with Shenlong and Daki, and the remaining 8-star alliances can be dealt with slowly. Therefore, it is not suitable to make enemies with Tang now. The screen lit up, and a heroic and extraordinary empress appeared on the screen. Tang Yao greets the Marshal of the Galactic Empire. Tang Yao said with a fist. Lord Tang is too polite. What do you want from me? Su Jia smiled harmlessly and modestly. I wonder if the Marshal's starship is for sale. Su Jia smiled. I'm afraid Lord Tang will be disappointed. I can pay more. Deal. Su Jia received a series of communications, all of which were from people who wanted to buy starships. He naturally wouldn't complain about having too many resources. Moreover, with the T6 Tiangong industrial ship in hand, the speed of building starships is much faster than before. It is more than enough to supply the 10 major Star Alliance empires. Headmaster, why do you want to sell weapons to the enemy to strengthen the combat power? Rong Xiaoxiao was a little puzzled. Attacking the city is inferior. Attacking the heart is superior. Not all wars need to be resolved by force. You learn slowly. Su Jia shook his head and didn't explain. When people become strong, their hearts will swell. When they swell, they will have ambitions. For example, expanding territory. Hello. Commander of the Galactic Empire. Hello. Lord of Chu. Excuse me. Are your starships for sale? The price I offer is definitely higher than that of other empires. Is that so? I do have a batch of extra T5 class starships, and I'm just wondering who to sell them to. 100 billion star coins. I'll take them all. Lord Chu is straightforward. Then it's a deal. You can only sell to me. Don't worry. Only your Chu has this type of starship. A simple conversation is a super large order of hundreds of billions. These forces that have stood in the galaxy for tens of thousands of years are really rich. After hanging up the call, Su Jia connected with the third buyer. Headmaster Su. It's agreed that it's 110 billion star coins. You can't sell it to anyone else. Okay. Su Jia made an okay gesture and connected with the fourth buyer. It's agreed that you can't sell it to anyone else. Someone is a big shot. Apart from the cost, 8 calls directly made Su Jia earn nearly 900 billion. If I had known that it was so easy to make money from these people, why would I bother to recycle planets? I can harvest a wave every few years and save management fees. Su Jia felt that this was a brand new management model. To manage the star field by yourself, you need to contribute manpower and effort. If there is a natural disaster or man-made disaster, he will have to pay for it. It is better to let them govern themselves, and he will collect some protection fees regularly. He silently noted this matter and went back to discuss with Dacia to test the waters. Headmaster, is this really okay? Rong Xiaoxiao looked at Su Jia's phone calls one after another, and his face was suddenly full of black lines. All is fair in war. And I did promise to sell it to them exclusively. Just the type of starship is different. What's wrong? No, nothing. You are right. Rong Shishu's mouth twitched. You have a loud voice. You are right. However, using this method to make the enemy forces check and balance each other, and fight each other seems to be easier than fighting 1 against 8. Okay. Notify Vivian to attack the Great Qi Empire. Yes. Outside the Great Qi Empire star. Li Shangzhong, wearing a golden mecha, looked at the mighty fleet coming, and his heart trembled. The strong sense of oppression made him, the emperor who had been in a high position for a long time, tremble with fear. General Tansi, are you sure? He looked at the silent number 1 in the empire, looking for a sense of security from him. Your Majesty, I will do my best. Tianshan did not dare to guarantee it, so he could only use ambiguity to prevaricate. Now, Li Shangzhong was completely panicked. He was not even sure of the number 1 combat force in the empire. What should he do? Is it possible to wait for death? No. We must retreat quickly. General, hold on. I'll go back to find reinforcements. Li Shangzhong gritted his teeth and turned to run. He didn't even go back to the palace, and flew directly towards the distant starry sky. He was afraid of death. He was even more afraid that he would never see Liuru again. Tianshan glanced at the fleeing emperor, frowned deeply, then turned his head to look at the fleet getting closer and closer, and growled, Soldiers, behind us is our homeland. The emperor can escape, but we can't. Fight. Burn. Charge for your relatives and friends. Boom. Fierce war broke out on the battlefield. Countless people died every minute, with corpses all over the ground and blood flowing. The millions of mecha troops broke out with unprecedented terrifying combat power. Brave and crazy killing. For a moment, it actually blocked the Galactic Empire's steps. However, the gap between the two sides did not change at all, because Tianshan knew that the opponent's killer weapon had not yet been activated. Inside the shadow. Who is this person? Su Jia pointed to the screen. A man in a gorgeous platinum mecha, holding 2 lightsabers, and moving freely in the starship formation as if he was in an empty space. All drones and space fighters that approached him were chopped into pieces. He could even cut some T5 class warships in half with ease. His combat power is fierce. He is Tianshan, the only 9th level spiritual warrior in the Great Apocalypse Empire, and the owner of the G9 level Apocalypse Mecha. He is known as the first person in the Empire. No, to be precise, there are not many people in the Ultron galaxy who can be stronger than him. Liuru put down the chicken leg she was about to chew and wiped her greasy lips. Oh, that's pretty impressive. Unfortunately, I followed the wrong master. Su Jia shook his head with regret. Liuru hesitated and stopped talking. That? Just say whatever you want to say. Madam Li, I want to say, can you help me contact him? Maybe I can stop this battle. Liuru looked hopeful, although she couldn't stand Li Shangzhong's behavior. Daki was her hometown after all. He didn't want to see the soldiers of Daki sacrificed innocently because of Li Shangzhong's stupidity. Well, okay. Su Jia thought about it and felt that it was a pity for such a person to die. Why not give him a chance? Hold me tight. Su Jia suddenly stood up. Huh? Liuru was confused, and her pretty face flushed. Hold. Seeing her stuttering in fear, Su Jia couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. Let me do it. As he said, Su Jia was not feeling well in the cabin. Not only did he have to endure the temptation from his mother-in-law, but he also had to constantly observe the battlefield and avoid attacks. If it was normal, it would be no problem to do 2 things at the same time. But facing a young woman who was more charming than Qian Meiyao, Su Jia was a little overwhelmed. Well, how about you change your posture? Feeling the bursts of fragrance coming from the tip of his nose, Su Jia said with a dry cough. Change to what posture? Liuru looked up blankly, looking like she was asking for advice. Su Jia was stunned. He was really embarrassed to say this. It always felt more and more ambiguous. Fortunately, the speed of the divine mecha was very fast, and it soon caught up with Tianshan, who was killing people everywhere. At this moment, he was holding a sword in both hands. preparing to charge at the hundreds of warships surrounding him. Kill! Tianqian looked up to the sky and roared, his whole body bursting with brilliant light. The whole person was like a meteor, with the power of destroying everything, and suddenly crashed into the fleet. Bang! With a loud bang, the same white lightsaber blocked his attack. General Tianqian. Stop it. Li Yuru's voice came from the divine mecha. Tianqian was slightly stunned, but did not continue to attack. Your Highness. Princess. I'm sorry. I didn't hurt you. He took back the sword and asked with concern. Li Yuru blushed and moved her but. It's okay. The mecha is very hard. I'm fine. Hiss. Su Jie took a breath of cold air. Don't mess with me. It's easy to accidentally discharge the gun. Just now. He almost couldn't hold back. You? Feeling Su Jie's movement, Li Yuru's pretty face flushed. She rolled her eyes at Su Jie fiercely, not daring to move, and sat obediently on his lap. General Tianqian. The tyrant Li Shangzhong has fled. You don't have to be so persistent to clean up his ass. Give up resistance. I guarantee, as the eldest princess of Daki, that I will never let the Galaxy Empire harm the people of Daki. Li Yuru persuaded in a deep voice. Besides, you are only making a few thousand a month. Why are you playing with your life? This directly broke Tianqian's defense. He is from the Tianqian family, and has assisted the king of Daki for generations. Loyally. As a result, because of his loyalty, Li Shangzhong never thought of improving his treatment. And he has always been on a fixed salary. He is not even married yet. He is also a typical honest man. Your Highness. Princess. I just want to ask. Who will be in charge of Daki in the future? Tianqian was silent for a moment, and suddenly spoke. The children of the Tianqi family have spent their lives protecting Daki. This answer is very important to him. Su Jie was also speechless. The greater the ability, the greater the ambition. Right? This guy is almost printing the 4 words loyalty to the country on his forehead. In the future, Daki and the Shenlong Empire will be handed over to you to manage. Su Jie whispered in Li Yuru's ear. His warm breath sprayed on Li Yuru's ears, making her shrink her neck. Thank you. She looked at the dishonest son-in-law with gratitude, and thought to herself, 2 huge empires, given away as soon as they are said, are really a heavy betrothal gift. Meng Yao is really right about the girl. Su Jie didn't know that his habit of being a hands-off shopkeeper became a symbol of an excellent man in Li Yuru's eyes. After receiving a positive answer, Tianqian knelt on one knee in the direction of Li Yuru. I, Tianqian, am willing to go through fire and water for Her Royal Highness the Princess. And I will not refuse even if I die. Tianqian's loud and solemn voice spread throughout the battlefield, causing both sides of the battle to stop at the same time. Headmaster, what is the situation now? Vivian's questioning voice came from the headset. It's okay. The battle can be declared over. Xiaoju, Roy, you take your people to stay and guard the 2 empires, and the rest of you return to the city. Yes, Headmaster. As Su Jie finished speaking, 80,000 starships disappeared in unison. The convenience of having a return scroll saves a lot of time on the road. Let's go too. Su Jie informed his mother-in-law and quickly returned to the shadow. Otherwise, he was really worried that he would commit the mistake of betraying his teacher and destroying his ancestors. Daki Palace. At this moment, Li Yuru was changed into a luxurious purple-gold palace dress, sitting dignifiedly and elegantly on the dragon throne to listen to reports from all parties. During this period of time, the situation between Daki and the Dragon Empire has changed greatly, and it is no longer possible to explain it in a few words. Li Yuru patiently handled these trivial matters silently. Su Jie leaned lazily on the seat beside the dragon throne and dozed off. The slight snoring echoed in the empty hall, but none of the civil and military officials dared to breathe heavily. Even Li Yuru's voice became softer, for fear of waking up this powerful man. Xiaoju and Roy behind Su Jie were even more awed, standing in the corner with their eyebrows lowered and eyes lowered, like sculptures, motionless. After a long time, Li Yuru rubbed her aching shoulders, finally finished the work at hand, and announced the adjournment of the court. She stood up, walked slowly to the dragon throne, leaned over and shook someone who was sleeping soundly. Su Jie opened his eyes dazedly and stretched lazily. Hair finished? Not yet. The situation in Daki is much better than expected, and it is basically settled. But too many ministers died in the Shenlong Empire, and it will take a lot of time and energy to rebuild the team. Li Yorua looked at Su Jia with a smile. Without the posture of a leader of a country. This is why I don't want to be an emperor. It's too tiring. Su Jia sighed, his face full of melancholy. It's not difficult. Just get used to it. Li Yorua wanted to persuade. Daki and the Dragon Empire will be passed on to the next generation sooner or later. She originally planned to let Qian Mengyao take over. But now it seems that her good son-in-law is more suitable for this position. No. My journey is to the Sea of Stars. Not to sit in this pool and watch the sky. Su Jia waved his hand with a look of disgust. For ordinary people, the territories of the two empires are already unimaginably large. Tens of millions of planets. Billions of lives. How majestic and domineering it is to rule such a kingdom of God. But Su Jia is not rare. Just because he sees a wider world. Well, okay. Li Yorua sighed softly. Since her son-in-law insisted, she, as a mother-in-law, naturally couldn't force it. By the way, when will Mengyao come? It should be soon. She said she would come after she finished the T6 Tiangong industrial ship project. Su Jia shrugged helplessly. This was very Qian Mengyao. Scientific research was above everything. Especially after the obsession of restoring the country was resolved. This child, she is already a mother. But she still doesn't know the importance of things. Li Yorua was both angry and amused. So she had to tell him. Forget it. My daughter is strong enough. Let her do whatever she wants. I'll go see her when I'm done here. I built an interstellar wormhole. It only takes a few days to go back and forth. It's very convenient. Well, and thank you for everything you have done for Mengyao. You're welcome. Su Jia waved his hand. Even if there was no such thing as Qian Mengyao, the Ultron galaxy could not escape his palm. The scorching sun made the father and son on the execution platform sweat profusely. Father, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Li Jiaqi burst into tears. Shut up. Li Shanzhong trembled and roared. It made him want to die. Li Shanzhong, you didn't expect that you would have such a day. On the stage, Li Yorua looked at the two people tied to the pillars with a cold expression. And the hatred in her eyes could not be hidden. If the Dragon Empire was only broken by outsiders, she would feel indignant at most. But she couldn't tolerate that the culprit who caused all this was actually her closest brother in the world. Thinking of her husband's tragic final state, she clenched her fists, not even noticing the nails piercing her palms. Sister, can you let me go? I was just blinded by evil spirits and made a big mistake. I repent now. Please give me another chance. Li Shanzhong's tears were rippling, and he made his last dying struggle. He hoped to use blood and family affection to exchange for Li Yorua's mercy. You don't deserve to call me sister. I am not qualified to forgive you. A beast in human form. For my dead husband. Come on. Execute me. Li Yorua shouted. Yorua. Don't. Give me another chance. I swear. I was wrong. Really wrong. And. Spare me. It's all Li Shanzhong's fault. I was forced. I'm innocent. On the execution platform, the father and son of the Li family desperately begged for mercy. But unfortunately everyone watched coldly. And no one was willing to show sympathy. Puff. The executioner touched the blade with a mouthful of strong liquor, and cut off the lives of the two people with a knife. The head fell to the ground, and blood splattered. Li Yorua turned away without even looking at the corpse. The Li family's kingdom is over. Won't you stay a few more days? In front of the ship dock, Li Yorua looked at the man who was about to leave and spoke to keep him. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of loss, always feeling empty in her heart, and a little lonely. No need. Something happened in the North Territory. I have to go check it out. I'll be back when I'm done. Su Jia waved goodbye. Take care of yourself then. Remember to bring Mengyao back when you have time. Li Yorua took a deep breath and tried to suppress the inexplicable thoughts rising in her heart. She kept comforting herself. It should be because she missed Qianhe too much that she regarded him as a substitute for her husband. Yes. It must be like this. Li Yorua. Li Yorua. You can't make the same mistake as that bastard Li Shanzhong. Ah. Looking at the starship getting farther and farther away, she sighed. Your Majesty. Who is this? Tianchen, who was silently on guard behind him, finally couldn't hold back his doubts, and asked in a low voice. He is a being we can never touch. Recalling the scene of him taking advantage of her in the cockpit 2 days ago, Li Yorua smiled bitterly, and a touch of tenderness appeared in her eyes. Let's go. There are still many things waiting for us to deal with in the Empire. After saying this, Li Yorui turned around and walked away, unrestrained and unhesitating. Tianqian glanced at the starship that was getting farther and farther away, shook his head and followed. On the other side, north of the Jelvo Galaxy, Sanmu Galaxy, Sophia was leading more than 2,000 warships, moving forward in deep space. Before arriving at the mysterious galaxy, they had only reached the northern border of Jelvo, and they sensed an unusual atmosphere. What a terrifying breath of life! She stood on the deck, feeling the huge light fluctuations that filled the universe and the stars. Even at a long distance, she could still feel it clearly. It seems that there is an incredible guy there. The blonde girl on the side spoke. The one who spoke was the Tsar, who came out to take a walk. Two dishonest vines swiped towards Sophia's thighs at some point. The Tsar saw it and kicked it away. Be honest? The Tsar scolded. And the two vines shrank back a little, aggrieved. Sasha, why do you bring two burdens with you when you go out? Sophia was puzzled. Where did these two come from? Xiaohu said that there was something pulling them there, so they were brought along. The Xiaohu that Sasha was talking about was naturally the mutant creeper that was born a long time ago. When someone called its name, a root with legs ran towards Sasha happily. No one called you. Go play somewhere else. The rejected creeper was a little dissatisfied, but due to Sasha's power, it had to lie down beside her obediently. The original body of the creeper had been cut off by Sasha, leaving only the core rhizome. It was really because of the rare earth effect in the past few months that the creeper grew wildly, and its size was already unimaginable. It almost occupied the entire ecosystem. It was obviously unrealistic to bring the body out with it, but even at the risk of being chopped, the creeper insisted on going with it. Helplessly, Sasha had to take it with her. Lord Sophia. Look! This is the picture sent back by the scouts ahead. Suddenly, the adjutant exclaimed, his tone full of shock. Activating the projection stone, a series of pictures appeared immediately. In the picture, countless vines as strong as giant pythons, just like thousands of snakes coming to the court, spread wildly towards the Jelvo Galaxy. These vines are as thick as stars. If they encounter a planet along the way, these vines will take root on the planet as soon as possible. Then it frantically absorb the nutrients inside, and use this part of the nutrients to grow stronger vines, which spread at a faster speed and swept all the surrounding star fields. In the end, the entire star field and all the planets were connected together by these vines, forming a green web of life. Sophia, do you think there is a civilization built by plants in the universe? The Tsar was stunned. This scene simply overturned her cognition. Yes, Sophia affirmed. The universe is so big. How could there not be such a civilization? According to her understanding of plant civilization, there are at least tens of millions of them. But this behemoth that feeds on planets and covers the galaxy is obviously not one of those plant civilizations. I think we are in real trouble. Fear comes from the unknown. An unprecedented creature appeared, and the first thing she thought of was to destroy it. But such a huge vine, even if the starship bonded 24 hours a day, it would probably take hundreds of years to clean it up. Right? Stop moving forward first. Send drones in to explore. Sophia gave the order after pondering. Yes. Swish. Swish. At this moment, the two younger brothers of the creeper kept shaking their bodies. They were trembling with excitement. This feeling is like encountering a delicious prey. Sophia frowned and looked at Sasha. What are they saying? The Tsar was also confused. The only one who could understand the plants was Sasha herself. She had no choice but to regain consciousness and give up her body. This time, the time for going out for a walk was over. Meishi? As soon as Sasha returned, she spoke to the creeper in a coded language that only the two of them could understand. This was a strange ability that the two of them had developed after spending a long time together. Yoshi. Pantyhose. Yo. Sophia's face was full of black lines when she heard it. Is this really a language? Why does it feel a little weird? Sha. What did Ivy say? Sophia came up curiously. Xiaohu said the other party is looking for something. What? It doesn't know. Sha spread her hands and shrugged. Xiaohu means that we should get closer, and it wants to have a deeper communication with the other party. Sophia was full of black lines. I don't know if this so-called in-depth communication is serious, but considering that Ivy seems to have some connection with that mysterious existence. Sophia also followed his wishes and ordered the fleet to continue. Not long after, the group arrived at their destination. Looking ahead, the originally deep starry sky in front was now filled with countless vines. It was as if countless green dragons were lingering in the void. The yellow dwarf star, the sun in the star field, was wrapped in huge leaves of vines. The light penetrated through the gaps in the vines and shone all around. It was like a hazy lantern hanging in the green ocean. The scene was extremely magnificent and shocking, making people sigh at the insignificance of living things. Swish! When the spacecraft approached, vines suddenly stretched out and attacked this side. Damn it! Attack! Sophia ordered immediately. The dense laser artillery fire was fired in an instant and fell on the overwhelming vines. A burst of explosions resounded through the void, but it could not cause any damage to the endless vines. Swish! Swish! At this moment, the vines made a strange sound of compassion, as if to say, "You heard me, Sophia. Please let the fleet retreat first. I'll take you in." Sasha picked up the creeper and prepared to explore alone. "How can that be? I can't let you take risks alone." Sophia looked at the harmless girl in front of her with concern. "Well, actually, Sasha thinks that if I take the fleet, it will hinder me." Sasha poked her index fingers awkwardly and explained weakly. Puff. As soon as these words came out, Sophia seemed to be pierced through the chest by a sharp arrow, and 3 liters of blood spurted out. "Do you really want to hurt people like this?" But thinking about it carefully, it seems to be just as Shasha said. The huge fleet can hardly move in this environment, and Shasha is very strong and can handle dangers with ease. Then you should pay attention to safety. If there is any situation, remember to contact me immediately. Don't worry, I will protect myself. Shasha waved her hand, turned around, put on the mecha, and left the spaceship. 2 mutant vines quickly wrapped around Shasha's arms and rushed out together. The gap in the green sea of life is very small, but that is for the entire galaxy. The actual gap is as big as a first-tier city. What the hell? Yo! Halfway through, Sasha communicated with Ivy to confirm the direction of advance while dodging the small vines coming from all directions. These small vines seemed to have become spirits. They twisted their bodies like spirit snakes and attacked frantically, trying to catch Sasha. The 2 mutant vines on their arms saw this and directly wrapped Sasha with their bodies, turning her into a big green dumpling. Waka waka. Yo! Sasha was still a little puzzled as to why the 2 little brothers suddenly went crazy. As a result, as the 2 little guys turned into vine armor, the strange vines around them actually stopped attacking. "You mean, you won't be attacked this way?" Russell. The 2 little vines nodded quickly. Sasha was even more puzzled. Why? Because alien vines don't lie to alien vines. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Sophia paced back and forth on the deck, her face anxious and apprehensive. "It's been 3 days. Why haven't you come out yet? No matter what, you should send a message back to report your safety. Right?" The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became, and she immediately contacted Sujia. When Sujia arrived, Sasha had been out of contact for 7 days, but he was not too anxious. If he really encountered danger, Sujia could also use the resurrection pool to revive. It's just that the resources consumed to revive Sasha and others now are a bit exaggerated. At least 10 billion. Fortunately, he has no shortage of resources now. "What's going on? You're finally here." Sophia roughly explained the situation. The Sea of Life spreads very fast. In just 7 days, it has occupied nearly 1/20th of the starry sky in Jelvo. This is because all the resource stars in Jelvo have been recycled, and there is no nutrition to be taken. Otherwise, the spread of the Sea of Life would be even more exaggerated. When Sujia heard about this, his brows twisted into knots. This thing is quite powerful. The invasion speed is even faster than that of the Zerg. "Is Sasha safe?" Sophia asked worriedly. "Don't worry. Sasha is fine." Sujia shook his head and said, "This thing will not pose a threat to her." "Really?" Sophia asked in surprise. Sujia was actually not sure, because he found that the connection between him and Sasha was broken. At present, he could only sense that her life fluctuations were relatively stable, but it was impossible to summon her to his side. "I'll go in and take a look. You take people back to build a defense line with the Galaxy fleet first, and try to clear these vines and stop the spread of the Sea of Life." Sophia's face fell when she heard this. "You want to act alone too?" Why do I feel like the gourd baby saving his grandfather? Don't be such a bad-mouthed person. Sujia rolled his eyes at her unhappily. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly. And she finally agreed. Sujia put on the divine armor and sped along. The thrusters on his back started. And his speed increased sharply. Like an arrow from a bow. Not long after, he arrived at the periphery of the Sea of Life. Swish. Swish. The dense vines danced like silver snakes. Which reminded Sujia of some not-so-beautiful pictures. I don't know if the vines here are decent. I hope they are not gentlemen. After complaining, Sujia headed straight for the center of the Sea of Life. Puff. Swish. As he passed by, countless vines were cut off by him, and green juice filled the starry sky. But soon, the juice was reabsorbed and vines grew again. This cycle repeats. Interesting. Sujia frowned. These vines not only grow at an amazing speed, but also have an extremely strong recovery ability. He was ready for a protracted war. As he went deeper, the connection with Sasha gradually increased. Sujia knew that he should be not far from Sasha. On the other side, with the help of the two younger brothers, Sasha moved forward smoothly. But as he went deeper, the younger brother's disguise gradually failed. Occasionally, thicker and darker green vine tentacles began to attack Sasha, although she easily resolved them. This kind of attack was extremely annoying and simply tortured her mentality. Suddenly, after walking for an unknown period of time, a super purple stamen that was as big as 10 suns appeared in front of Sasha. The purple stamens bloomed with a faint light and exuded a strong fragrance. Even in the deep space of the universe, you can still clearly feel its fragrance. Swish. At this moment, the creeper began to tremble and frantically warned Sasha. Shiohu, you said let me run away quickly? Swish. The creeper kept shaking its branches to express its urgency. The next moment, the purple stamen suddenly split open, and two naked, seductive and sexy figures jumped out of it. Sasha's eyes lit up immediately. Well, they are really sisters. The pupils of the two gorgeous flower demons were replaced by dark green, and their naked bodies were shining with light green, without any organs or wrinkles on the surface. On their heads, purple vines were coiled all over. Beauty. With deadly danger. Ah! A terrifying roar suddenly sounded, and the two flower demons screamed to the sky. The next moment, they rushed towards Sasha at a speed as fast as teleportation, waving thorny vines with both hands. Sasha was shocked and had no time to react, and she was thrown out. Bang! Sasha's body was smashed into the huge vine, and then flew out from the other end of the vine, continuing to smash the second vine. It was not until the third root was smashed through that the force of the blow was contained. It hurts. Sasha rubbed her painful knuckles, and a burst of anger appeared on her face. Bad guy. You actually sneaked up on me. I'll beat you up. Come out. Kingdom of Sand. Buzz. Endless yellow sands suddenly appeared around Sasha. These yellow sands came in overwhelming numbers, covering the entire area in an instant, forming a huge sandstorm. Ah! The flower demon screamed again, making people shudder. The thorn dance came again. But this time, Sasha, who was prepared, broke free from the vines protecting her two little brothers. She took off the shattered mecha, and her body immediately turned into gravel. Two thorns swung and passed through her body directly. Elemental body, immune to some physical attacks. In a second, the hurt Sasha controlled the sandstorm and crashed directly into the flower demon. The sandstorm that tore everything apart continued to cut the bodies of the two flower demons. Green blood sprayed out, dyeing the wind and sand green. However, the two flower demons did not retreat, but fought more and more bravely. They seemed to have completely become immortal. No matter what shape Sasha cut them into, they would be reborn and then rush up again. Humph! Is it over yet? Sasha's eyes suddenly changed. The small account went offline, and the fierce and domineering Tsar logged into the account. People of Shurima, welcome your emperor. Sand soldiers, summon! The golden scepter appeared, and millions of sand soldiers swarmed in. The Tsar shouted coldly, destroy them for me. The army roared, sweeping past like a torrent, and in a blink of an eye, the two flower fairies were submerged. She hovered in the air, overlooking the battlefield, with a triumphant smile. But the next moment, the smile on the Tsar's face froze. Bang! Bang bang bang. The sand soldiers were defeated, and the two flower fairies actually fought against the endless sand soldiers with their immortal bodies. Not only that, the huge purple stamen split again. And this time, there were 8 flower fairies coming out. How is this possible? The Tsar's eyes widened in shock. 2 flower demons are so difficult to deal with. And 8 more will be in trouble. They will all be exhausted here. It seems that the battle cannot be ended without destroying this flower. The Tsar gritted his teeth and decided to crush the stamen first. Swish! The Tsar leaped into the void, holding up the Tsar's scepter, and a super sandstorm began to brew. However, at this moment, a thorn suddenly sprang out and wrapped around the Tsar's ankle. Pulled hard. In order not to be thrown away, the Tsar was forced to interrupt the spell, and had no choice but to turn into sand to avoid damage. She is a mage and can't stand this kind of torment. Ah! 10 flower demons screamed together, and the huge vines around them seemed to be summoned and began to wriggle rapidly. The vines, which were as huge as stars, swept through the pile of sand soldiers, like sweeping through thousands of troops. Billions of sand soldiers were harvested in an instant like cutting leeks. In the end, only Shasha was left to fight the enemy alone. She looked at the vines that almost occupied most of her vision, and her face changed slightly. Without giving her a chance to rest, the figures of 10 flower demons had appeared around the Tsar and surrounded her. 10 thorn dances were thrown at the same time, and the terrifying strong wind made people's scalps numb. At this moment, the Tsar could only maintain the desertification state to ensure that he was invincible. Once it was lifted, he would be strangled directly by the violent storm attacks of the 10 demons. The elemental power in her body was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the energy is exhausted, that is the moment of her death. Damn plant! Sasha cursed inwardly. But she could do nothing. Even if she wanted to run, she couldn't, so she could only fight back. In the distance, the creeper and 2 mutant vines were thrown out at the beginning of the battle. At this time, looking at the partners in trouble, they were also anxious to run around. Suddenly, the creeper noticed the huge purple stamen. An idea came to his mind, and he called the 2 little brothers to start plotting something. Rustle! 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 The branches moved, and soon the 3 vines hit it off and did it. The 2 little brothers quickly entangled together, weaving into a huge elastic net. The creeper stepped on it with its roots, tested the elasticity, and confirmed that it was correct. The 3 of them worked together to pull the elastic net to the limit. Little ones, I'm going! As he said that, the creeper suddenly let go. Whoosh! The huge inertia made the creeper fly and shoot towards the purple bud. Huh? Sensing that there was an object approaching, the flower demon's eyes immediately fell on the fast-flying creeper. But after just a glance, they retracted their eyes. Why? Only hit me and not them? The Tsar protested. Unfortunately, the protest was ineffective. He was beaten anyway. The purple stamen was very large, and the creeper bounced and landed perfectly in the flower core area. It didn't stop, stretched out its short rhizome, and ran quickly towards the center. But the purple flower was so big that the area of the flower core alone was comparable to a small sun. It would take a long time for the creeper to reach its destination at its speed. Damn! Are you bullying me because I have short legs? I won't run anymore. Parasitize me. The creeper suddenly gave up running and sat on the flower core. It took root in the flower stem. Then, it began to grow wildly and soon became hundreds of meters long. This was not the end, as it continued to extend outward. Finally, a small black dot appeared in the center of the huge stamen. It was equivalent to observing a stamen under a microscope and finding a tiny bit of bacteria in the surface cells. It was so small that it was barely audible. I suck. I suck. I suck. 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 The hard sucking of the creeper was almost like a mosquito bite to this giant. The blood sucked out was not as fast as the metabolism. When Suji arrived, 3 days had passed. After 3 days of hard work, the creeper finally grew from a bacterium to a large bacterium. The harm was not painful, and even the flower demon was too lazy to pay attention to it. Oh! Don't look at it if it's not proper. Don't look at it if it's not proper. Sujia saw the shape of the flower demon and covered his eyes awkwardly. Don't care about these details at this time, the Tsar said angrily. Help me quickly. I can't hold on any longer. You are so confident in asking for help. Tsar, you can't be so cruel. Before he finished speaking, the Tsar's consciousness disappeared and turned into Sasha. Oh my god. You bully my little cutie. I can tolerate it. But I can't tolerate it either. Naked woman. Give me your life. Being treated differently. The Tsar in Sasha's body was so angry that he jumped up and down. Ancient Ruailing Orchid Ultra Ancient Series. Combat Power, 15W. HP, 99 grids. Skills, Dance of Death. Super Speed Regeneration. Whiplash. Life Sacrifice. Sowing. Details. Special creatures derived from the growth of Rue Queen. With strong aggressiveness and desire to attack. They will actively look for suitable targets to sow. And use them as fertilizer to nourish the soil until the nutrients are completely absorbed. Through the sky-peeping divine eyes, Su Jia saw the opponent's information panel. To be honest, the combat power of 150,000 is a bit outrageous. You know, the combat power of those insect kings in Crimson is just over 10,000. After so many years of cultivation, only a dozen or so have been born. This shows how unreasonable the strength of these flower demons is. The key is that this thing is just a flower seed? After it grows up, won't it be even more amazing? Without time to think about it, Su Jia flashed to Sasha's side and protected her behind him. The immortal points the way. Shwa. The shadow of the immortal appeared and pointed out. Puff puff puff. 10 flower demons were caught off guard and were killed instantly. The bodies of the flower demons were detonated and blown to pieces. Su Jia saw it. These guys look scary with their attributes. But they are not actually very powerful. Master. Be careful. They will be resurrected. Su Jia turned his head to look after hearing Sasha's warning. Sure enough, the flower demon corpse that was originally detonated slowly reassembled and returned to its original appearance. What a perverted recovery ability. Su Jia was extremely shocked. They are not strong. But their recovery ability is amazing. With their large numbers, they can wear down the enemy. You stay away first. Let me deal with it. After Su Jia comforted Sasha, he immediately rushed towards the flower demons. I'll beat you into scum and see how you can revive. Boom! The terrifying energy gushed out from his arms. And a pair of giant hands that could hold up the sky condensed in an instant. The immortal touches the top of the head. Put your palms together and slap them hard. Ah! The flower demons roared to the sky, swung out their thorny whips, and rushed forward like wild beasts fearlessly. Bang! There was a loud noise, and dust flew everywhere. When the dust settled, the flower demons had been smashed into powder by the giant palm, leaving only scattered fragments scattered in the starry sky. Is this the end? Looking at the empty sea of stars, Su Jia muttered to himself. As a result, the next second, billions of dust began to gather, and then swelled wildly. In a blink of an eye, the number of flower demons, which were originally only 10, increased fivefold, reaching an astonishing 50. Su Jia's face was dark. He never thought that the other party could actually divide like a cell. He just felt his scalp tingling. If this vicious cycle continues, won't he die here? If I can't kill you physically, what about the spiritual level? Let's see if I can subdue you. He raised his right hand and slashed his index finger in the air. Suddenly, pale golden threads appeared around, densely entangled the flower demons and imprisoned them. Ah! The flower demon struggled hard and made a sharp cry that hurt people's eardrums. Unfortunately, this level of attack was like scratching an itch for Su Jia. He completely ignored the flower demon's screams and activated his mind. A pale golden transparent seed slowly took shape. This is a new skill derived from Su Jia's advancement, combining telekinesis and tentacle entanglement. Divine Seed. Plant a divine seed on the target. After the seed takes root, everything about it can be controlled by divine thoughts. And when the seed sprouts, it can give back a lot of mental power to the caster buzz. A pale golden light flashed, and the newly formed seed suddenly flew out and fell into the body of the flower demon closest to him. In an instant, the flower demon seemed to be struck by thunder, and its whole body twitched constantly. Soon, the flower demon stopped struggling, and its pupils gradually dimmed and turned into a dull expression like a puppet doll. But the next second, Su Jia felt that his seed was actually swallowed. The flower demon returned to its original crazy appearance again, and even its momentum became a little stronger. Fuck. Su Jia took a breath. The seed failed to take root? It even swallowed my seed as food? That doesn't make sense. It worked very well on the 2 archbishops of the Holy See before. He was puzzled and decided to go deep into the flower demon's body to find out what was going on. Ah! Ah! Feeling some kind of energy eroding its body, the flower demon roared angrily. Sujie ignored it and reached out to hold the flower demon's head. His mind penetrated crazily. Soon, he saw the situation inside the flower demon's body clearly. Originally, Sujie thought that the structure inside the flower demon's body would be very complicated. I didn't expect it to be so simple that it's unbelievable. The flower demon's spiritual power is perfectly integrated with its own cells. In simple terms, each cell has a trace of the soul of the original body. As long as one cell survives, the flower demon can be resurrected by absorbing external energy. Even the cells divide into countless individuals. It's a bit like the root division reproduction of plants. No wonder the flower demon can't be killed. The life force exposed to the space around them is the source of their rebirth. Sujie suddenly realized. Staying in the other party's spring and fighting with others is not looking for death. As long as the sea of life exists for one day, the flower demon will never die. Sujie also understood why his divine seed was ineffective. The other party sacrificed their intelligence and split and fused their spirit and cells. But the number was too large. The divine seed had no way to start. Master, why don't we retreat first? Shasha advised. Sujie shook his head. If you can't kill them, then don't kill them. Just tie them up. After he finished speaking, the flower demon seemed to have learned of his intentions. And one by one, they chose to self-destruct. Green juice gushed all over the sky, forming a green mist. This green mist, formed by countless flower demon cells, floated directly back into the huge purple stamens. Is this running away? Buzz? Well, it's obviously not that simple. The purple stamens exuded bursts of strange fragrance. And then, the flower core cracked. From it, a more charming purple woman walked out. The woman had a charming and attractive appearance, and her every frown and smile carried the charm that seduced men's desire. The key. Another one with nothing on. The purple flower demon looked at Sujie and Shasha coldly. Then she turned her head and glanced at the creeper that was sucking hard in the distance. Suddenly, a strong murderous aura emerged in her beautiful eyes. Human, at hashtag and humanity, invites percent and asterisk at death. Ancient Rui Linglon Young Super Ancient System. Combat Power, 19W. HP, 299 grids. Skills, Death Lotus Dance. Super Speed Regeneration. Life Sacrifice. Phantom Clone. Ghost Dreamland. Details, a special creature derived from the growth of Queen Rui, with strong aggressiveness and desire to attack. The purple flower demon crossed her arms and made a strange gesture. The next moment, her body instantly disappeared from the spot. The speed was so fast that it left a trail of phantoms. Like a ghost. Not good. Sujie's heart was alarmed, and he immediately spread his mind to cover the surroundings. Unfortunately, it was too late. Wow! The purple flower demon appeared in front of Sujie in an instant, twisting her slender waist slightly, and kicking sideways. Bang! Sujie flew out. Boom! He smashed a huge vine next to him, and fell to the dust in a mess. The purple flower demon chased him, and rushed towards him again. Swoosh! The sound of breaking wind was heard. Sujie turned over to avoid it, and slapped his palm, condensing a phantom of an immortal. The fists and palms intersected, and a terrifying shock wave exploded. Crack! Sujie's immortal shadow shattered. The flower demon's arm also exploded. The purple flower demon staggered back a few steps, and rushed again as soon as he stood firm. The exploded arm also recovered in an instant. The opponent did not have any gorgeous fighting skills, but simply crushed with super high attribute points. In addition to the opponent's infinite health bar and blue bar, Sujie had no way to deal with the opponent. Sujie was beaten so hard that he vomited blood repeatedly and was defeated. Although the purple flower demon was also injured, her wounds healed quickly, and she became more and more courageous as she fought. She seemed to be venting her anger on Sujie. Damn it. I really met my nemesis. Sujie cursed inwardly. Fighting on the opponent's home field, Sujie could not get any advantage. Just as he was about to temporarily withdraw and lead the large army to make a comeback, the purple flower demon suddenly stopped. She landed lightly on a vine and looked at the creeper at the core of the flower. Alien, die! Swish! The purple flower demon raised her leg and stomped hard, and her figure shot out and went straight to the creeper that was sucking happily. Sha. Stop her. Sujia's face changed, and he immediately ordered, Desert God Elephant. Sha shouted, summoning a huge yellow sand god elephant, blocking the purple flower demon's path. Get out of the way! The purple flower demon's eyes were full of contempt, and she punched the desert god elephant's chest. Bang! The huge force directly blasted the desert god elephant into ashes. I'm here. Don't think about hurting Shiwu. The kingdom of sand is coming. The golden scepter swayed with golden light, and the surroundings were instantly covered by a sandstorm, which made the flower demon lose its direction for a while. Kill! Her eyes were bloodshot, and her body released a monstrous murderous aura. Countless clones of the flower demon appeared in the sandstorm, densely packed, and there were hundreds of them. They rushed in a swarm in a certain direction, and soon broke through the sandstorm and rushed out. In just a dozen seconds, Sujia had a chance to breathe. He came directly behind Sha and took her to the creeper. At this moment, the creeper had absorbed enough nutrients, and its body was more than 1,000 times larger. The reason why the purple flower demon was so anxious to eradicate the creeper was obviously that it had sensed the danger. Swish! Swish! The creeper shook its body, making a rustling sound like leaves. What is it saying? Sujia looked at Sha. The little tiger is saying that there is a more terrifying existence being bred. Either run away quickly or send it deep into the body of the wailing orchid. It can compete with the other party for nutrients, thereby slowing down the other party's breeding speed. Fuck. There's something even more exciting? Sujia was shocked and pulled up the creeper by the roots, dragging his huge body straight to the center of the flower core. Sha also quickly summoned a large number of sand soldiers to help, and sent some to slow down the purple flower demon's pace. Sujia opened fire at full power, and it took less than 10 seconds to carry the creeper into the pistol. Boom! The petals trembled, and countless pollens filled the air. These pollens contained strange hallucinogenic effects. Sujia also held his breath and bit his tongue hard to stimulate the brain to stay awake. The purple flower demon became more and more anxious and summoned more flower demon clones to distract the sand soldiers. The main body rushed towards Sujia frantically, vowing to kill this invader. Swish! Swish! The creeper kept urging, as if the thing in the pistol was about to be conceived. Sujia did not dare to neglect it, and threw the creeper in his hand into the deepest part of the pistol. Then he turned around and killed the purple flower demon. Bang! The creeper fell to the ground and immediately inserted its roots into Rui Linglan's body. The tremendous energy entered its body, making it tremble excitedly, as if it was enjoying it extremely. Damn it. Don't even think about it. The purple flower demon was furious and rushed towards the creeper regardless of everything. Whoosh! Sujia took this opportunity to make a lightning move, pulling out the laser sword and slashing the opponent's neck. Puff! The purple flower demon's head fell off immediately. Green blood gushed out. However, her headless body did not stay for long, but continued to rush towards the creeper. Sujia frowned. This thing can't be stopped at all. Seeing that the purple flower demon had already rushed to the front, the creeper burst out with an unprecedented desire to survive. Swish! I don't know what it said. The purple flower demon's body actually paused slightly. A pair of sharp claws just stayed quietly in front of the roots of the creeper, only 0.00001 millimeters away. The creeper can be torn in half. Huh? What's going on? Sujia was stunned. Sha. What did this kid say just now? This? Sasha blinked her big watery eyes. Her pretty face flushed, not knowing how to translate. In our words, it should be courtship. Purchase. Courtship? Sujia spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn! Isn't this guy a plant? He's still courting. Courting for love. What's the point of being a licker at this time? Isn't it? Fuck. At this moment, Sujia's eyes suddenly widened, because he saw that the purple flower demon's claws actually retracted. He turned and touched the rough skin of the creeper in confusion. Pollination, sowing, reproduction, parasitism, she murmured in her mouth, her eyes a little confused. The creeper suddenly became excited and shook its body more vigorously. Rustle. 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 Sasha. What is this kid talking about again? Oh! Master. Don't ask. It's very embarrassing. Sasha covered her pretty face and said shyly. At this moment, Sujia called the dog licker in his heart. But flower demons and vine demons don't seem to belong to the same subject. right? Can cross-species communication succeed? No. It seems that between plants, this is called hybridization. It's not necessarily true. This scene fell into the eyes of the two little brothers hiding in the corner, and their admiration for the eldest brother suddenly increased. Wow. Brother. Did you see that? Big brother dares to pick up such a hot girl. So awesome. Watch carefully. Learn well. And try to find a companion this time. Okay. Sister-in-law. It was very quiet all around. Only the rustling sound of leaves rubbing against each other could be heard. In order to survive, the creeper had used up all his life's knowledge. Although Sujia didn't understand, he was shocked. Rustle. Rustle. Hearing the creeper's request, Sasha's face was full of weirdness. Master, Xiaohu told us to leave first. There is more than one orchid here. It has limited ability, and can only hold one girl at most. Sujia's mouth twitched fiercely. Little brother, you can't do this. Rustle. 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 Sujia didn't know what it was saying, but it should be very dirty. Let's go. Go back and make a long-term plan. If what Ivy said was true, then it would be more appropriate to leave now. Otherwise, a disastrous battle would surely await them. The ruiling orchid mentioned by the other party was not the purple flower demon. The flower demon was just a seedling, still in its infancy. The real ruiling orchid was the huge purple stamen in front of him. Just one flower was so difficult to deal with. Sujia couldn't imagine how many powerful beings were hidden in the entire sea of life. You ask Ivy to ask its girlfriend why these vines invaded Jelvo. Sujia suddenly thought that the Sea of Life had been in the Songmu galaxy for thousands of years without any movement. There must be a reason for this sudden riot. Once the reason is found, the right medicine can be prescribed. Okay. Meishi. Yo. After a coded exchange, the purple flower demon said stumblingly. I don't know, the queen didn't tell me. I am too weak. Not qualified to ask. Is this weak? Sujia looked strange, and felt that his worldview was refreshed again. The seedlings are so powerful. How strong should the queen be? Shasha. Let's go back and practice. Sujia said nothing, and pulled Shasha away. 30 years in the east. Don't bully the poor young. As soon as the teleportation scroll came out, the two went straight back to the base. After the two left, the purple flower demon came to the two mutant vines. He roughly pulled the two vines from the ground and threw them under the roots of the creeper. He looked like a jealous child. Swish. The creeper's vines danced rapidly. He hurried to comfort her. He dared not offend this tigress. If the relationship was broken, she would never see the sun the next day. The two younger brothers also hid behind her and shivered. They were afraid that the fish pond would be affected. But soon, the purple flower demon looked somewhere fiercely. The next moment, an unprecedented pressure suddenly descended, making them feel cold all over. The creeper's body stiffened, feeling that it was stared at by some terrifying beast. Any movement will kill them instantly. Shwa. The next second, they saw a purple light flashing quickly. Then, the purple light dissipated, revealing the mysterious woman inside. The woman's appearance could not be seen clearly, and she was shrouded in a cloud of mist. Greetings, Queen. Your Excellency. The purple flower demon trembled, crawled on the ground and cowed out continuously, trembling and panicking. Humph. Idiot. A cold voice came out of the woman's mouth, with strong murderous intent and anger. Then, the woman stretched out her hand and lightly tapped, and a trace of purple light shot out from her fingertips and entered the demon's body. Bang! The green juice burst, and the creeper's girlfriend exploded. The two little brothers were so frightened that they almost peed their pants. The body of the purple flower demon slowly turned into purple mist, and finally floated into the pistol, generating a purple flower seed. The seed fell to the ground, and expanded wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and turned into a small purple crystal seedling in the blink of an eye. The seedling bloomed with a brilliant purple glow. Then, the purple flower demon was born again. Thank you, Queen, for your grace. Get down and guard the passage for me. If anyone dares to intrude, kill them. I obey. Are you still not leaving? Seeing that the flower demon was unmoved, the queen spoke in a slightly cold tone. Yes. The flower demon was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. It just felt that if it continued to stay here, it might die without a burial place. Before leaving, she glanced at the creeper and finally sighed. It was a wrong choice after all. Brother, you seem to have been dumped. One of the younger brothers came out at an inopportune time. Shut up. The creeper glared fiercely. Do you really think he wants to pick up this girl? It's because he can't beat him. So he can only give in. It's better to leave. And you don't have to take responsibility if you leave. No. It seems that there is a more terrifying tigress staring at it now. My queen. Actually, those who trespass will be killed. Before the creeper had time to lick, the queen's cold rebuke had already come. Whoosh! The wind rang out. A flash of purple light cut through the void and disappeared in an instant. The purple light was so fast that it was almost impossible to see its trace. Poof! The roots of the creeper were cut in half. The huge body fell to the ground with a bang. The other two mutant vines didn't even have time to scream, and were cut into countless pieces in an instant. Blood gushed out. Broken branches and vines were scattered all over the ground. The mysterious queen looked at the distant starry sky. Her eyes were calm. Then she slowly disappeared from the spot, deep in the huge roiling orchid. After seeing the queen leave, the purple flower demon slowly placed the roots of 3 vines on 3 purple flower seeds. The roots instinctively penetrated into the flower seeds, and then quickly absorbed the power in the seeds. In the blink of an eye, the 3 seeds withered quickly, and correspondingly, 3 purple vines quickly grew. I don't know what kind of plant seeds these are, but the energy they contain is extremely terrifying. The 3 people gradually regained consciousness. Fuck. Boss. Are we dead? Why are we here? Humph. It must be that I am blessed by heaven. Learn from me. Just as the creeper was showing off, the 2 younger brothers suddenly covered their mouths with leaves, desperately shaking the branches towards the creeper, and flirting. They wanted to use this as a reminder. Boss. Stop talking. Look behind you. What's wrong with you? The creeper was surprised and turned his head. As a result, he met a pair of cold eyes. Ivy was completely stiff, standing there motionless like a stone sculpture. After a long while, he spoke with difficulty, laughing dryly. Hee. Xiaozi. Yes. Yes. It's you. Ah ha ha ha. A pretty face appeared in front of Ivy. Extremely indifferent. Ivy trembled all over. Damn. What you fear will come true. I shouldn't have pretended earlier. Well, Xiaozi, you seem to have become more beautiful again. He forced a smile to compliment. It's the queen's handiwork. The purple flower demon's voice was extremely indifferent, without any emotional fluctuations. What happened? Seeing that she was calm, Ivy asked hurriedly. For the other man, I was conceived early, and my origin was damaged. The queen repaired it. No. I want to ask, how did the 3 of us survive? To be precise, you are not resurrected, but can only be regarded as a grafting transplant. I am not sure if it will work. Facts have proved that although you are alive, there are some minor problems with your genes, but it is not a big problem. The flower demon explained expressionlessly. What does this mean? You will know when you transform in the future. Suddenly, the 3 of them had a bad premonition. Could it be? Hu-Han-san. Am out. A tender female voice sounded from the pistol. A small purple bud slowly emerged from the soil and gradually grew into a vine flower that was about 10 feet tall and purple all over. Purple leaves, purple flowers, purple stems. The next moment, a ball of purple light flashed out of thin air. Then, the purple vines changed quickly and soon turned into a gorgeous and lovely loli. Flawless appearance, exquisite figure, and attractive curves. Wow. Haha. I didn't expect that this king would have a day to transform. If the sky didn't give me a creeper, the eternal vine road would be like a long night. Wow. The laughter suddenly stopped. Wait. My voice. She reached down and touched. No. How could there be no voice? Ah. A loud roar suddenly rang out. It shocked the heavens and the earth. It's just a small problem. Don't make a fuss. The purple flower demon glanced at it calmly, as if she had expected it. Woo. I'm a male. I'm a male. Give me my thing back. Woo. Ivy was in tears. Heartbroken. He looked up at the flower demon with grief and indignation. His eyes red. The other little brothers looked at each other. Boss, you look pretty good like this. Well, it's okay. Just a few pounds of meat. It's gone if it's gone. The creeper sobbed twice and wiped away the tears. You know shit. She gritted her teeth. showing her cute little canine teeth, and stomped on the two seedlings. She tried to vent her anger in this way. Plants don't have male and female differences. But because you were grafted onto the Rulingland orchid seeds to be resurrected, your appearance will be more like the Rulingland. That is, the appearance of the queen. My kind, and I look very similar to the queen. After all, strictly speaking, the queen is our ancestor. You are no exception. It would have been fine if the purple flower demon hadn't explained. After the explanation, Ivy started crying again. Wow. It's fine if I become a woman. But why does my appearance belong to someone else? Wow. I don't want to live anymore. Stop making a fuss. Although we can't be husband and wife, we can be sisters and besties. I don't dislike you, the purple flower demon advised calmly. Wow. The more she comforted, the louder Ivy cried. Finally, she lay directly in the arms of the purple flower demon and burst into tears, feeling the other party's amazing background. Ivy suddenly felt that becoming a woman didn't seem so difficult to accept. At least she could go to the women's bathhouse openly in the future. On the other side, after returning to the base, Sujia went to Luoba Mountain as soon as possible. My attributes are not capped now. When my combat power is full, I will definitely go back to get my place back. Sujia found that the later the game is, the greater the demand for personal strength. Although the warship is good, there are always some places that will be restricted. But its own strength is not weak. Hu Han-san, am out. A tender female voice sounded from the flower core. The next moment, a ball of purple light flashed out of thin air. Then, the purple vines quickly changed, and soon turned into a gorgeous and lovely loli. Flawless appearance, exquisite figure, and attractive curves. Wow. I never thought that I would be able to transform one day. A small purple bud slowly emerged from the soil, and gradually grew into a vine flower that was about 10 feet tall and covered with emerald purple. Purple leaves, purple flowers, purple stems. If I hadn't been born with creepers, the Eternal Vine Road would be like a long night. Wow. Green Galaxy. Holy Church Headquarters. The pure white church is sacred and solemn. In front of a 12-winged angel statue, believers wearing white robes and crosses embroidered on their chests kneeled on the ground and prayed devoutly. Suddenly, the holy angel statue trembled slightly, and then a holy golden light shone on the entire church. All the devout believers were enveloped by the holy light. In an instant, all the believers were bathed in the supreme divine light. The eyes of the believers became fanatical and reverent at this moment. The next moment, the majestic power of faith poured into the statue. Buzz! Golden light flashed. Fine runes appeared on the surface of the statue. And then an illusory figure appeared in the church. His face was blurry, but his golden eyes were dazzling. I am the Lord of Light. Verstok, the God of the worlds. The deep voice spread throughout the city, making everyone excited. Long live the Lord of Light. Eternal light. May my Lord live forever. The believers prostrated themselves on the ground and worshipped crazily. But the Lord of Light looked past them and looked at the kind old man standing at the head. Pope, how is the power of faith being collected? Report to the great Lord of Light. The Pope bowed and said respectfully, I encountered a little trouble, and the plan to conquer the evil country has changed a little. But please believe that everything is under control. The Lord of Light frowned slightly, and His Majesty descended, causing everyone to kneel down on the ground involuntarily. Tell me, what happened? We were blocked by a force called the Galactic Empire. And finally, after listening, the Lord of Light narrowed his eyes. Do you have a portrait of that person? Yes, there is. After saying that, the Pope waved his hand and sent several portraits to the Lord of Light. That was the appearance of Su Jia and others. Not only Su Jia, but also Lilith and others were all on it. Ha! Good. So you are hiding here? The Lord of Light laughed, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body, and he seemed very excited. Capture this man at all costs. He is a sinner who is despised by the light, and must be judged by the holy light. Thinking of the scene in the dungeon, where he was teased and humiliated by these 5 guys, Verstok wanted to tear their tendons and skin them alive. Now that he has finally found his trace, he will not let him go easily. Although the Pope was puzzled by the hatred of the Lord of Light towards these people, he immediately agreed. I will obey the Lord's order. As soon as the voice fell, a dazzling light suddenly lit up on the top of the church. The light is eternal, and the church will last forever. The hymns echoed, and the praises were chanted. The shadow of the Lord of Light slowly disappeared. In the crowd below, two of the four cardinals, Carrier and Homies, looked at each other, and saw a touch of joy in each other's eyes. Now there is something interesting to watch. In the ascension pool, Sujia slowly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised an evil arc. Just now, through the divine seed, he saw the figure of Weststock again, from the perspective of Homies and Carrier. God really helps me. I was worried that the Holy See was too weak, and could not withstand the invasion of the Sea of Life. Now that Weststock is backing me up, what am I afraid of? He rubbed his hands, ready to do something big. Prime Minister, what are you so happy about? At some point, Lucia came over, looking at him with her big eyes flickering. Hey, your vacation ends early. I'll give you a task. Sujia grinned and told Lucia the plan without hesitation. Great. After hearing this, Lucia's face was full of excitement. Nicole, let's go! She couldn't wait to see the bloody slaughter of the Holy Sea's army. They had bullied their fleet so badly. It was time to collect the debt. Splash. Lucia jumped out of the water, stepped on the floor barefoot, picked up a set of clothes and put them on. Her hair was tied into a ponytail and thrown behind her head. She looked heroic, beautiful and wild. Wait for me, Commander. Nicole jumped out of the water from the other side, hurriedly picked up her clothes and quickly put them on, then trotted after him. After walking a few steps, she suddenly remembered something, stopped, turned around and bowed to Sujia. Goodbye, President. After that, she hurried away. Very polite. Sujia smiled and shook his head. He didn't pay much attention to this girl from the Snow Tribe. There were too many women around him, and he didn't have the energy. But it seems that this girl's planet was destroyed by the Son of God, who ranked fourth on the StarCraft list, and the few remaining tribesmen were thrown into the slave auction. This revenge is not easy to avenge. Thinking of this, a trace of distress appeared on his face. The Bingling Galaxy is at the northernmost of the Omega Nebula, and it is unknown how many light years away from Jelvo. Even if a space wormhole can be built, it will take decades to reach such a distant star field. Forget it. Why think so far? Let's deal with that damn Queen Zerue first. Sujia continued to take drugs. This time, the combat power is less than 1 million. And I will never come out. What I'm playing is the feeling of the King's return. Grand Galaxy. Border. Patriarch. We are about to arrive at the star field where the Holy See is located. On the T6 class Bitey flagship, Lorella looked at the order she had just received. Her face wrinkled, and she was a little puzzled. Feint attack and then retreat? Escape? What does that mean? Lorella was a little confused. She really couldn't understand which idiot came up with such a weird order. She was here to destroy the Holy See, not to go on vacation. The key point is, how could those proud winged people accept this kind of escape without fighting? Oh, it really gives me a hard time. Lorella sighed and rubbed her temples. Pass the order down. All the Radiances are not allowed to activate their weapon systems without my order. Chief, what does this mean? The deputy captain was a little surprised. Just go and pass the order if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Tell them that if they are unhappy, they can activate the ancestral precepts. You can choose a one-on-one fight or a group fight. I will accompany you to the end, Lorella said angrily. Deputy captain. Yes. Now the entire winged people's legs are weak when they hear the word ancestral precepts. There is no voice of resistance. On the other side, the kind-faced Pope looked at the four cardinals kindly. Everyone, this battle represents light and honor. For our faith. Who is willing to fight? The four archbishops looked at each other and kept silent tacitly. Come on. We are not going to deal with cats and dogs. 2.5 million troops were annihilated. Who dares to rush up and die? The Pope smiled slightly, and did not force it. It seems that your faith in light is more fragile than I thought. Facing the Pope's sarcasm, the four rolled their eyes. Bullshit faith. You are the dirtiest here. The Church used the so-called theology to brainwash the people, and overthrow the kingdom of Gran, causing so much killing. How many good people were wrongly killed? Now you are talking to us about the so-called light and faith? If believing in that thing is really useful, this world would have become a utopia long ago. By the way, the Queen of the Kingdom of Gran is still receiving the light baptism in your cellar. Right? The four people kept complaining in their hearts. But no one said a word. That? Just when Homies was about to refuse, the Pope spoke first. Okay. Bishop Homies is worthy of being a senior of the church. He can always stand up at critical moments. Then let Bishop Homies lead the army. Fuck. A war broke out at the border of the Purple Grand Galaxy. But the thunder was loud, but the rain was small. As soon as the Holy See's million-strong fleet came into contact with the tens of thousands of warships of Lorella, it crushed them all the way with an absolute crushing attitude. Homies, is this the galactic fleet that destroyed your and Curiel's 2.5 million troops? No more than that. Ha ha ha. It's so weak. I thought it was so awesome. But it turned out to be just this? Archbishop Lin laughed and sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Homie smiled with a fake smile, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Ha ha. Lin, I hope you can still smile so brightly in 2 days. According to the master's order, Homies forcefully dragged Lin in along before leaving. As for the reason, it was naturally to bring more traders to facilitate the subsequent plan against Wistic. Ha ha ha. I'll wait and see. Lin did not hide his contempt, and secretly ordered his men to increase firepower output and must catch up with the fleet and annihilate it within 24 hours. Unfortunately, fantasy is beautiful, but reality is very skinny. Lin didn't know that his freedom was leaving him little by little. After a day and night, the distance between the two sides still did not shorten, but became larger and larger. Lin's face changed, and he threw a cup in the bridge and got angry. Homies watched him lose his temper quietly. It's almost time. Soon, you will be like us, completely depraved, and then become a loyal dog of the master. Thinking of this, a hint of mockery appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he calmly slowed down the fleet. An invisible giant net has been woven, waiting for the prey to come. 3 days later, the Holy See army chased all the way, and under the guidance of Lorella, arrived near a meteorite belt on the northwest side of Jelvo. What is that? A paladin found that a large amount of green juice was floating in the surrounding space. There were also many broken plant remains. This star field was obviously a little bit wrong. Lin had already noticed something at this moment. It seemed that the other party had deliberately led them here. But what was the problem here? Did the other party have an ambush? Lin frowned slightly. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. Keep going. The light is not afraid of any conspiracy. Homies calmed down at this time and gave a cold order. Lin opened his mouth and wanted to dissuade him. But seeing Homies' resolute look, he could only shake his head. He had said the big words before. And if he showed his weakness at this time, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? Yes. Keep going. The holy light will protect us. That's right. The holy light is not afraid of any difficulties. And we swear to defend the dignity of the church to the death. The paladins roared, and the sound shook the world. Soon, millions of warships sailed into the depths of the meteorite belt. In the distance, the Second Legion led by Lucia was staring coldly at the picture taken by the drone. In the picture, the Holy See was stepping into the big pit they had dug. The Holy Fleet and the Sea of Life were separated by only a meteorite belt. Once the other party passed through the meteorite belt, behind them would be the huge surprise prepared by the Galactic Empire for them. Commander, the mutant vines around us can no longer be suppressed. We have to retreat immediately, Nicole reported hurriedly. Lucia frowned. Let the sisters hold on for another half an hour. If you observe from a distance at this moment, you can see this galaxy is surrounded by dense and huge vines. The fleet led by Lucia is struggling to suppress the trend of the vines spreading into the galaxy. At this moment, the Holy Fleet is blocked by the meteorite belt and cannot detect the outside situation at all. And it continues to advance into the meteorite belt. It's almost done. Notify Commander Lorella to retreat. With Lucia's order, the Second Legion, which was almost unable to hold on, took out the scroll to return to the city as soon as possible. White light flashed frequently, and 10,000 starships disappeared in an instant. Without the suppression of the galaxy fleet, those vines seemed to be wild horses that broke free and spread in an instant. Lorella received the order and ordered the fleet to retreat immediately. Go. Use the scroll back to the city immediately. Yes. Patriarch. Swish. White light flashed, and the mighty fleet disappeared out of thin air. The bridge of the sacred battleship. Ouch. Homie suddenly made a strange cry, attracting the attention of Lin and others. What's wrong with you? Lin asked. Homies rubbed his stomach. Well, I have to pee urgently. Go to the toilet. As he said, He ignored the expressions of everyone and hurried out of the bridge. Although Lennon was puzzled, he didn't think much and continued to command the troops to pass through the meteorite belt. Report to the bishop. The galactic fleet we locked on just now suddenly disappeared. The report from the monitoring room made Lennon's heart skip a beat. Do you think you are humorous? What kind of interstellar joke is this? How could such a large fleet disappear out of thin air? No, Bishop. We are really sure that they have disappeared. And according to our observations, a large amount of energy reaction has been detected behind the meteorite belt. Energy reaction? So what? Do you think our fleet will be afraid of this low-level energy reaction? Lin was full of impatience and was about to scold a few words. But suddenly the battleship shook, and the whole star field was buzzing. Boom! There was a violent roar. And then, the eyes suddenly went black. An extremely huge supergiant vine fell from the sky like a giant python, smashing heavily in the center of the Holy Fleet, and shredding hundreds of warships into pieces. Immediately afterwards, its body twisted and expanded wildly. And with one blow, thousands of warships turned into powder on the spot. Without even a scream, the shocking scene made everyone in the Holy Church stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Is there really such a heaven-defying plant in the world? Counterattack. Lennon stuttered for a long time before he gritted his teeth and shouted the most critical words. The others woke up. They formed a formation to summon the angel army. But at this moment, the Holy See fleet was in the meteorite belt, and it was impossible to perform in such a narrow environment full of obstacles. Quick! Retreat! Leave the asteroid belt! Lennon shouted again. Unfortunately, it was too late. The vines grew even faster than the fleet's retreat. Suddenly, the Holy See's fleet was torn apart by the vines like a kite. Did I overestimate the Holy See's strength? Sujia looked at the one-sided defeat of the Holy See through Homies' eyes, and couldn't help but sigh and complain. Master, we can ask the Lord of Light for help until all the troops of the Holy See are exhausted. By then, the Grand Galaxy will be in your pocket. Hee hee. Homies laughed like a villain, and Sujia told him to shut up. Generally, those who laugh like this will not have a good ending in the end. However, the other party's proposal is not bad. You go back and mobilize troops. Bring more people here, and relieve some pressure on the Galaxy fleet. Yes, I will do it right away. As he spoke, Homies had already escaped early, with the help of the power of urination. Originally, I thought Lennon would become a colleague of him and Curiel. Unexpectedly, the other party was so weak that the owner was too lazy to accept him as a dog. Since there is no use value, it can only be abandoned. Lennon, don't blame me for being cruel. It's you who are too weak. Don't blame others. Finally, taking a look at the chaotic meteorite belt, Homies quickly left here in a space fighter. Boom, boom, boom. The huge vines danced wildly, like a giant dragon rolling, destroying any obstacles along the way. Damn it. Retreat quickly. Lin was sweating on his forehead at the fleet command station, but he was still giving orders. When the Holy Fleet escaped from the asteroid belt, nearly half of the million-man fleet had been damaged. The remaining warships were also in tatters, and the pure white Holy Light shield looked dim. It's bad. Bishop, the star field we are in has been completely surrounded by mutant vines. I'm afraid we can't break through. It's over. We are trapped. On the deck, a paladin collapsed on the ground in despair. Lennon's face was extremely gloomy. Contact the Holy See and ask for support. Sorry, Bishop. These vines seem to have the special ability to block signals, and our communication crystal has failed. Lennon's face became uglier. Damn. Where is Homies? Why did that bastard take so long to go to the toilet? Lin cursed angrily. And then he remembered that he didn't seem to be the commander this time. He was just here to make up the numbers. So why did he become the commander inexplicably? As soon as this thought came up, a timid female voice suddenly sounded on the side. Lord, Bishop. Lin looked up and stared coldly at the nun in front of him. Fart if you want to fart. Lord Homies. It seems that he has escaped. Escaped? Lin was so angry that he trembled all over and almost vomited blood. That bastard. He actually abandoned us and ran away alone. He felt that he was deceived and roared angrily. Damn it. You are trying to trick me. Right? Obviously. Homies is the commander-in-chief. Why should he take the blame? Why? Don't let me go back, or I will fight to the death. Now the matter is settled. And the incompetent roar can't change anything. Form a formation immediately. I will find a way to communicate with Lord Angel Wistic. Lin forced himself to calm down and began to command. After all, he had been an archbishop for so many years. So he would not collapse because of such a thing. Soon, 500,000 T5 holy warships were quickly arranged into a formation. 58 winged angels were summoned, releasing magnificent holy light, condensing into holy light pillars, and rising into the sky. The next moment, a 10-winged seraph came into being. But compared with the 12-winged seraph that Curiel summoned with 1,000,000 fleets, this seraph seemed much weaker. Wow! As soon as the angel appeared, the sea of life that was about to engulf the entire galaxy surged, raising huge green waves and slapping the angel. Holy light judgment! The seraph roared loudly, holding the scepter in both hands, and a dazzling light burst out from his body. Then, endless beams of heavenly light burst out, instantly piercing through the giant vines around. The collision of two terrifying energies triggered an unparalleled energy tide, and the entire galaxy seemed to have encountered an earthquake and trembled violently. The breath of an angel? At the same time, deep in the Songmu galaxy, on a purple planet surrounded by a dozen huge orchids, a figure slowly opened his eyes with doubts. Then, he seemed to notice something, and a slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, the figure whispered, and his body gradually turned into an illusion and dissipated on the purple stars. After he left, the dozen girls waiting in the distance all breathed a sigh of relief. Among them, there was the mysterious woman who killed the creeper with ease. She was also the terrifying existence called the Queen by Xiaozi. However, such a powerful Queen Rui Linglan was only qualified to be a small guard in the deepest part of the Sea of Life. If Su Jia knew this, he would probably not choose to come out without 5 million combat power. Great Lord of Light, please have mercy on your loyal believers and grant salvation. Lin knelt excitedly on the deck of the battleship and prayed respectfully. Behind him were hundreds of nuns in pure white church robes chanting hymns of the church. Their faces were solemn and dignified, and their bodies exuded a clean glow. In the previous confrontation, the 10-winged angel temporarily repelled the spread of the mutant vines. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin used all his strength to start looking for external help. As countless powers of faith poured into the shadow of the angel, the shadow became more and more real, and, with the infusion of the power of faith, its color gradually changed from white to platinum. It bloomed with a soft platinum luster, and every feather was shining. He was noble, kind, loving, and mighty. He was the symbol of the temple and the embodiment of holiness. A beam of light descended from the temple billions of light years away and landed on the angel. The next moment, the angel slowly opened his eyes. Lin was overjoyed, knowing that he had successfully communicated, and he immediately prostrated himself and kowtowed. Great Lord of Light, please send down a miracle and save your devout believers. Hundreds of millions of paladins also knelt down at this moment, worshipping the throne angel. In their eyes flowed hot tears, hope, and worship. The throne angel looked at them, his eyes full of warmth and kindness. He spread his wings, looked down at everyone, and whispered, "Children, the great Lord of Light will grant you salvation and bless you." Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly stagnated, and then suddenly turned into light dust in the sky and dissipated. Great Lord? Why? Lin was stunned. All the nuns and paladins were stunned. They originally thought that Lord Wistic would come and save them from the sea of suffering, but they did not expect that he would die directly. When will it be the turn of the Birdman to run wild in my territory? As the light slowly dissipated, a cold but domineering voice suddenly came. Then, under the horrified eyes of everyone, a huge purple flower stamen across the sky broke through the layers of void and bloomed slowly. Its branches are enough to cover an area of billions of miles, and its huge size blocks the sight, making people feel small and humble. But what attracted people's attention even more was the throne made of thorns standing in the center of the huge purple stamen. A vague figure sat quietly in it. Then, everyone at the scene's vision went black, and they fell down in unison, and their breath was gone in an instant. Just a breath of air killed 500,000 holy sea fleets in a second. If he came in person, how terrible would it be? After confirming that there were no living things, the purple stamen and the woman on the throne slowly dissipated. The surrounding vines seemed to have run out of nutrients, and they dried up and turned into a pile of rotten ashes. What? You said that Archbishop Lin fought desperately with millions of troops to save you, and finally died in the cathedral? The Pope looked at homies below with disbelief, and couldn't help raising his voice. Your Holiness. That's right. Please write scriptures and engrave monuments for Lin's loyalty and praise his heroic deeds. Homies looked sad, and his tone was mournful. The Pope took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, what happened exactly? Homies looked sad and answered sadly, those mutant plants are too weird, and I don't know where the Galactic Empire found reinforcements. After a long story, the Pope finally understood the cause and effect. At this moment, the angel statue behind the two suddenly lit up with a brilliant light. The next moment, the shadow of Weststock appeared. My divine consciousness has been destroyed. At all costs, I will destroy the sinners who blaspheme the light. In an instant, homies trembled all over, and his head roared, as if struck by thunder. He felt a trace of extremely cold murderous intent locked on him, making him feel cold all over, and his hair stood on end. You temporarily become the container of my power. The shadow stared at homies coldly, and gave instructions forcefully. The next moment, homie's body flew out without any resistance and merged with the shadow of Weststock floating in the air. Sujia, who was far away in Jelvo, was lying on his back in the ascension pool, enjoying the water waves washing his body. Suddenly, his whole body stiffened for a moment. Then, his eyes widened suddenly, and he was shocked beyond belief. Fuck. This guy is sick. Who wants your power? You know, once the matter of the divine seed is exposed, the two traitors including Kirill will be finished. The worst thing is that once the matter is exposed, it is equivalent to exposing one of his trump cards. It will be even more difficult to plant traitors in the future. Sujia quickly stood up, holding his breath and concentrating, trying to hide the breath of the divine seed as much as possible. Goddess of luck, please don't be discovered. Strange. How come your spiritual power is so strong? In the church, Verstok suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the breath of the container he chose. But since this was just a trace of his divine consciousness, although he was puzzled, he was not too vigilant, and even slightly relieved. After all, a soul that can carry a trace of his divine consciousness must be a clergyman with extraordinary talent. Not long after, a golden cross mark slowly appeared between homie's eyebrows. Go, my devout believer. Take my glory and eliminate evil. As the oracle fell, Verstok's shadow gradually dimmed and disappeared. Homie stood there in a daze, his expression dull. The shadow of Wistik just now gave him an incomparably vast and terrifying spiritual power, which was so magnificent and vast that it was incredible. Your Holiness, please send me another fleet. This time, with the power of Lord Wistik, we will win this battle. He looked down at the Pope, his eyes full of determination. The Pope had a strange expression, thinking that in order to capture Jelvo, 3.5 million troops were invested. Even if the Holy See was rich, it would not be so wasteful. But this time, with Lord Wistik's endorsement, there should be no more problems, right? Your Holiness, do you want to disobey the oracle? Seeing the Pope's silence, homie's face suddenly darkened. Forget it. I will send you 50 auroras and 3 million troops to accompany you. This is the last reserve of the Holy See, and it must succeed. Thank you, Your Holiness. Homie's mouth curled up an imperceptible arc, bowed, and turned away. After he left for a long time, the old face of the Pope suddenly changed from the original kindness to a hideous distortion. Homies has some problems. This matter must be handled with caution. After that, he called Kirill and another cardinal. Laws, meet Your Holiness. No need to be polite. I have a task for you. Keep an eye on homies. I suspect he might betray the church. What? Rouse looked incredulous. Carol's eyes suddenly became sinister. Humph. I've long seen that this guy has ulterior motives. Your Majesty, rest assured, once he makes any unusual moves, I will definitely take him down immediately. Well, I feel relieved with your words. The Pope nodded in appreciation, then waved his hand and asked the two to leave. The two walked out of the church. On the way, Archbishop Rouse was still a little incredulous. Kyrell, why are you so sure that homies has a problem? Carrier showed a meaningful smile. Come to my room tonight, and we'll talk in detail. This is not a good idea. Royce hesitated when he saw Carrier's hot body, that even the loose church uniform could not suppress. This matter involves the future fate of the church. It is of great importance. As she said, Carrier did not forget to touch her soft golden hair, looking at her coquettish and charming appearance. Roll's eyes turned green. Then I'd rather obey than be respectful. Night fell. The moonlight was like a silver thread. Darkness enveloped the church star. While imagining the exciting scene of having a long conversation with Carrier by candlelight, Rolls walked quickly towards the other's bedroom. Creaky. Pushing the door open. A seductive fragrance drifted in, making him breathe fast and his eyes burn. Why don't you turn on the light? Although Laws was eager to do something, he still had to do his job on the surface and barely maintained a gentlemanly appearance. How can you turn on the light when doing something like this? Are you right, Brother Laws? A soft and coquettish voice came into his ears, and then a graceful body came up. The warm touch and fragrance made Laws almost unable to hold back and burst out. Yes, I'll listen to you tonight. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, a dagger had pierced his chest. Ugh! Ross screamed, looking up at the woman in his arms. His pupils contracted into needle-like shapes. At this moment, the dark cloud slowly drifted past, revealing the waning moon behind, and the faint moonlight sprinkled into the room. What caught his eye was a pair of cold and beautiful eyes full of murderous intent. Why? Kirill raised his index finger at him. Because I am also a traitor to the church. You fool. Before he finished speaking, the dagger was pulled out, and blood flowed. Ross was about to fight back violently, and a black shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Puff! The long knife entered his body, and went straight through his heart. Ross turned his head with difficulty, and saw a familiar yet unfamiliar figure staring at him indifferently. Ho! Miss! You are in the same group. Puff! As he spoke, blood gushed out of his mouth. Ha. Isn't this obvious? Holmes twisted his hand holding the long knife hard, directly shredding Law's heart into pieces. You didn't have to die, but the old Pope insisted on letting you get involved. Karel tidied up Law's messy hair and said regretfully, if you want to blame someone, blame the Pope. If he hadn't sent you here, there wouldn't be this trouble. Looking back at the slender and beautiful woman in front of him, Law's eyelids drooped unwillingly, and he took his last breath. By the way, won't we expose the master's plan? As he spoke, Kirill took out a bottle of red potion and dripped it on the body of Rouse. Soon, the body rotted and turned into a pile of dust and disappeared completely from this world. Homie shrugged. It's okay. Verstok is far away from us. Without the medium and the power of faith, he can't monitor me. But for safety reasons, the master and I have temporarily disconnected. If you want to contact the master, you can only rely on you next. I see. Kirill nodded slightly, and the two chose to remain silent at the same time. The next day, the sun was shining. The 3 million troops of the Holy See marched to the Jelbo galaxy. At the same time, Sujia also slowly stood up from the ascension pool. The terrifying pressure permeated the surroundings, making the air sticky and solidified. 1 million combat power should be enough for me to waste. The whisper echoed in the void, and Sujia's eyes gradually became sharper. In front of him, a group of witch pharmacists were shocked by this momentum, lowered their heads, and dared not say a word. It took 10 minutes for Sujia to control his breath. Liao blushed and put on Sujia's coat. You continue to transform the ascension pool and try to double the medicinal power. Okay, head of state. With the intervention of Westok, Sujia had to speed up the progress of improving his strength. So, he came up with a way to merge the potion with the ascension pool. Not to mention, the speed was indeed much faster. After mixing the potion into the ascension pool, it was less than a week, and the strength was soaring every moment. With remarkable results. Saying goodbye to Leah, Sujia went straight to the core laboratory. These 2 days, Linger and Elena and others were tortured, instantly soaring from 180,000 combat power to 1 million. The refreshing feeling of extreme sublimation is simply more exciting than anything else. They have to change 3 or 4 pairs of pants almost every day. Not to mention how tortured it is. Seeing Sujia coming, Linger immediately cast a resentful look. But unfortunately, Sujia directly chose to ignore it. He quietly came behind Qian Mingyao, who was concentrating on fiddling with some equipment, and gently hugged her waist and rubbed her lower abdomen. Qian Mingyao wrinkled her nose. feeling the familiar man's breath. And her face flushed slightly. Don't make trouble. I'm working. Sujia bit her earlobe gently, causing Qian Mingyao to tremble all over. When will you get off work? I have to get off work overtime tonight. Qian Mingyao's pretty face flushed, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. What a coincidence. I'm also working overtime tonight. Pft, pft, pft. So many people are watching. Aren't you ashamed? Qian Mingyao rolled her eyes at him, muttered softly, broke free from Sujia's arms, and continued to work at the workbench. I don't know whether to cry or laugh when I have a workaholic wife. I'm free tonight. How about? Charles twisted his slender waist and came closer, the fox ears on his head trembling, looking a little excited. Ahem. I'm going out soon. Next time. Next time. Sujia hurriedly interrupted, looking away, not daring to look him in the face. Charles heard the words, his white teeth grinding. Different treatment. Right? Do you know what it means to treat everyone equally? If you flirt with someone and then don't take responsibility, you will be punished by God. Sujia's mouth twitched, and he touched his nose awkwardly. I really have something to do, Charles groaned, glaring at Sujia coquettishly. But then, the angry expression gradually subsided, and a charming and seductive smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Come back early. I'll make you some soup. Sujia nodded blankly, but secretly sighed in his heart that women change their faces so quickly. Elena, this mission is a bit tricky. Give me back the glow. You are going to deal with the holy angels? Elena asked in surprise. The glow is only necessary to deal with the holy angels. And Elena guessed Sujia's purpose directly. Well, a guy named Vistok. Although it's just a projection, it's better to be careful. Sujia frowned. I need the light. Elena pondered for a moment. I want to go too. Your identity cannot be exposed yet. Sujia refused without hesitation. But, no buts. After a long silence, Elena compromised. Okay. Her identity could not be exposed. Once the real army of the holy angels was attracted, the galactic empire would be defeated. A week later, in the northwest region of the Jelvo galaxy, the war had begun. The fleet of the Holy See came prepared this time, and formed an angel formation early. 3 tall and majestic 12-winged seraphim, wielding the holy swords in their hands, cut through the thorns and killed the mutant vines. The originally huge green vines now looked like ordinary plants in front of the giant angel, and were extremely small. My Lord Bishop, why don't we attack the Galactic Empire directly, but instead turn to deal with these strange vines? On the T6 class Dawn battleship, the Knight Commander of Judgment, Rhodes, asked the Commander-in-Chief of this mission, Archbishop Homies. In confusion. Knight Commander Rhodes. I am now representing Lord Wistic. Questioning me is questioning Lord Wistic. Questioning Lord Wistic is questioning the Holy Church. Questioning the Holy Church is questioning the Goddess of Light. How dare you question the light? Are you trying to betray the Church? Homies looked at Rhodes coldly, his eyes filled with coldness. Rhodes panicked after being humiliated by the 3 compliments. He quickly knelt on one knee and apologized respectfully. I was wrong. Please forgive me, Lord Homies. Humph. Let's put this aside for now. Knight Commander Rhodes, I hope you know that our goal is not the Galactic Empire, but to deal with these plants that blaspheme the light. Hearing this, Rhodes became even more confused. Archbishop Homies, why is this? Hee hee. Homies smiled mysteriously. Don't you know? When Lord Wistic performed a miracle, he was smashed to pieces by the master behind these vines. What? There are such daring people. Rod's face was full of disbelief. Now, tell me, should we deal with the Galactic Empire first, or judge these plants that blaspheme the light first? Homies stared at Rhodes sinisterly, with a dangerous cold light flashing in the depths of his eyes. Rod did not dare to hesitate, and immediately patted his chest and knelt on one knee. Defend the light to the death. Not bad. Not bad. A teachable boy. The Church needs talents like Knight Rhodes. As soon as these words came out, the reverence on Rhodes' face became more intense. Tyrell, who was watching the show on the side, rolled his eyes speechlessly. This guy is so good at fooling people. It's a pity that he doesn't become the Pope. With Homies' full-throated nonsense, the Holy Church fleet's momentum suddenly soared. The speed of the 3 seraphim swinging the holy swords was many times faster than before, as if they were transformed into thunder. leading the Holy Church to strangle the vines crazily. In just 3 days, the Holy Church rushed into the outer periphery of the Sanmu galaxy. A huge monster suddenly came into view. The huge ruiling orchid occupied all the sights of the church. Brother, look! It seems to be the Birdman of the Holy Church. A childish lowly voice slowly sounded from the deep core of the ruiling orchid. Let's go and have a look. Maybe we can see a good show, Ivy said in a baby voice. Put his hands in his pockets, and waved his hand with an air of mastery. He took the other 2 little ones, and walked out with a step that didn't recognize 6 emotions. The purple flower demon always felt that such a scene was inexplicably inconsistent. They were obviously 3 little Lolita, but they gave people a sense of the funny feeling of a gangster boss. In order to avoid the 3 people getting into trouble, the flower demon had no choice but to pull them back. 3 thornless thorns wrapped around the ankles of the 3 little ones and forcibly dragged them back to the flower demon's arms. With such a big commotion, I have already informed the queen. It is easy for you to expose your identity if you go out. Stay here with your sister and don't go anywhere. The flower demon warned the 3 little ones seriously. The 3 little ones blinked and shook their heads in unison. No! You are not my mother. Why do you care so much? Ivy pouted and protested dissatisfiedly. The flower demon's mouth froze, and she hung him upside down, slowly stretching out a thorn whip covered with barbs in her hand. Eh! Ivy screamed in horror. No. Are you serious? If you don't listen, just beat me up. Pa! The flower demon raised the thorn whip and fell on the little Loli's buttocks, causing Ivy to scream and beg for mercy. No, baby. I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Snap! Woo woo woo. The flower demon was ruthless, and the thorn whip in her hand kept hitting the little girl's buttocks, causing the latter to scream miserably. The other 2 little girls were so scared that they dared not breathe. They were afraid that the other party would be unhappy and implicate them. Fortunately, the attack of the Holy See came quickly. After just a few slaps, the purple flower demon stopped the action in her hand. You stay here. If the queen finds you, no one can save you. After saying that, the flower demon's body slowly merged with the surrounding flesh wall. When she appeared again, she was already standing in the center of the huge pistol, treating into the life-restricted area. Die! The huge pistol opened slightly, and 10 green flower demons slowly bloomed from the pistol. Without saying a word, he attacked the 3 seraphim. Humph. A mere trick. Knight Commander Rhodes sneered and took over the control of one of the seraphim. Sword of Judgment. Cut! With Knight Commander Rhodes' angry shout, the holy sword in the seraphim's hand suddenly turned into millions, densely covering the entire void. The number was so large that it was difficult to count. Puff! The sword rain came, instantly piercing through the 10 green flower demons, directly cutting them into pieces. Seeing that the 10 flower demons she summoned couldn't even take a single move from the other party, there was not much ripple in the eyes of the purple flower demon. She just needed to delay for a while. When the queen arrived, this group of people would be completely destroyed here. However, at this moment, the purple flower demon's pupils suddenly shrank and her face changed drastically, as if she sensed that some extreme threat was approaching quickly. Not good. The purple flower demon cried out, but it was too late. Several light and shadows as fast as meteors, carrying a suffocating sense of terror and oppression, appeared in front of her in an instant. The light and shadows were too fast. So fast that the purple flower demon didn't even have a chance to dodge. However, the imagined damage did not appear. After the light and shadow hit the purple flower demon, it disappeared strangely. Instead, a handsome and flawless young man's face appeared. The man was dressed in white, with indifferent eyebrows and frost in his eyes. Where's the creeper? Why can't I feel the little tiger's breath? Tell me, did you kill him? Sasha grabbed the purple flower demon's shoulder and asked. No. She's fine now. The purple flower demon was panicked and frightened by the terrifying breath emitted by the 3 people. It's only been a short time, and it has been promoted to such a terrifying state? It's too exaggerated. Master, I feel 3 different breaths in the depths of the ruiling flower. But this? Fina's eyes moved slightly, and she looked up and looked at the depths of the giant ruiling flower. Strange. Why did it become a girl? It's good that she's not dead. Let's go and see. Su Jia didn't hear the second half of Fina's murmur. As long as Ivy and the 2 little brothers are alive, nothing will be a problem. even if he loses his arms and legs. The group of freaks in the laboratory will help him recover in a minute. Yes. Fina nodded, and immediately took Sujia and Shasha to the depths of the ruiling flower. The purple flower demon wanted to stop them, but when she thought of the gap between the two, she finally sighed and gave up. How did they do it? A week ago, they could only be suppressed by me. But how did they change their offense and defense? It's completely beyond common sense. The purple flower demon was secretly puzzled. However, she did not forget the business. The purple flower demon raised her head and looked at the battle on the other side of the sky. Come out, Thorn Guard. Accompanied by the purple flower demon's delicate rebuke, a huge body with a height of more than 300 meters suddenly emerged from the flower bud. Although the 10 green flower demons can be reborn infinitely, once they are killed too many times by the seraphim, their origin will still be damaged. By then, it will be very troublesome to grow into a seedling form like her. As a huge body wrapped in black thorns walked out of the flower bud, the purple flower demon tightened her face and remained silent. Go. Kill them. Yes. The Thorn Guard respectfully accepted the order and rushed into the battlefield. Shwa. Countless black seeds fell into the surrounding vines. The next moment, endless black thorns broke out of the vines and swept towards the seraphim. Shwa. 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 The sharp branches cut through the void, making a piercing whistling sound, covering the seraphim. Damn. Why is it endless? Rod's face was gloomy, and he controlled the angel to swing the holy sword in his hand to chop the thorns. However, this attack was obviously not as unstoppable as before. The holy sword cut through the thorns, and it actually made a ding-dong, metal clashing sound, and the speed suddenly slowed down. Let's go. 2. Kirill called out to homies and merged with another seraphim. Looking at the direction of the huge ruling one, homies could confirm that the figure that flashed by just now must be the master's figure. But why is the master here? No matter, since the master has no new instructions. Let's kill the enemy first. Homie's mind moved, and he also merged into another seraphim. Swish. 3 holy swords crossed in the void and chopped down the Thorn Guards. With the power of the purple flower demon alone, even with the endless power provided by the ruiling flower, it was impossible to compete with the 3 million troops of the Holy See. The next second, a purple figure shrouded in mist slowly descended on the battlefield. Greetings, Queen. The seraphim who were still fighting stopped and turned their heads to look. The figure walked out slowly, surrounded by thick mist. She was wearing a gorgeous long dress, with a beautiful face, exuding a noble and elegant aura, like a fairy from the sky, and people dared not blaspheme at all. Queen Ridlinglon pointed her finger, and countless purple petals fluttered and fell. Like snowflakes scattered softly, the petals gathered into a river, rushing towards the seraphim controlled by Rhodes. You are? Ivy? Looking at the cute little girl in front of him, Sujia's mouth twitched. Sasha's mouth opened into an O shape. She never thought that her good friend would become a little girl. At this time, Ivy had purple and green hair, a purple seedling on her head, and a princess dress made of pink and purple flowers. She looked cute and well-behaved, especially her figure, which was just like an exquisite doll from a fairy tale. Humph. Ivy hummed proudly. What? Do you have any objections? 2 little girls with smaller figures and looks very similar to Ivy took 2 steps back silently. It's over. It's over. Big brother is going to die again. Let's stay away to avoid being beaten. Looking at the 2 cowardly brothers, Ivy was furious. Just as he was about to scold them, his chubby face was held by a pair of warm little hands, and then kneaded hard. Hey, what are you doing? Ivy covered his chubby cheeks and shouted with grievance. Sorry. I can't help it. Sasha looked at Ivy with a smile, kneading hard, and said, You are fine like this. Why do you look unhappy? You big head ghost. I forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. It didn't want to talk about such a strange topic with a child. You guys go quickly. This place is scary. The 3 of us are safe here for the time being. Ivy waved her hand, urging Sujia and the others to leave. If the queen suddenly appeared, with their fighting power, they would be killed instantly. Sujia, Fina and Sasha looked at each other, all smiling indifferently. Just kidding. 3 million fighting forces. Are they still afraid of her? A mere little flower demon? Boom! At this moment, a violent muffled sound came, and the whole world trembled. Oh no! That guy is back. Ivy's pretty face changed suddenly. You guys go quickly. Don't worry about us. Won't you go with us? Sasha now has 3 more playmates, and is feeling very interested. No! Ivy shook her head and refused, saying in a serious tone. Although we are reborn through grafting, we are also controlled by the will of Queen Rue. Without her order, none of us can leave the Sea of Life. Queen Rue? Sujia frowned slightly. He had seen this name on the panel introduction of the Purple Flower Demon. This Queen Rue is the source of the Sea of Life, and the ancestor of all ruiling orchids. Could it be the woman who is fighting the Holy Sea outside? Sujia's eyes swept across the layers of barriers and looked at the mysterious woman who slapped the seraph to pieces. Don't joke. She's not Queen Rue. At most she's Queen Rue's, Ivy pondered the words. Maid. Yes. At most she's just a maid. This time Sujia was a little uneasy. No way. How strong is Queen Rue? Opening the sky-peeping divine eyes, Sujia looked at the mysterious woman inside and out, and his expression gradually stiffened. Ancient Queen Rue Linglon. Super Ancient System. Combat Power, 69W. HP, 1600 grids. Skills, Flower Dance. Flower God Domain. Infinite Regeneration. Cell Division. Sowing. Plant Evolution. Explanation. The huge body gives Queen Rue Linglon almost infinite energy and vitality. Unless the body's pistol is destroyed, she will be immortal. Details. A special creature derived from the growth of Queen Rue. The huge body. Sujia touched his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that the place we are in now is actually in the belly of her body? He looked confused. If that was the case, it would be too exaggerated. Yes. This huge Rue Linglon is the Queen's body. Ivy nodded, with a look of certainty. There are many mature Rue Linglon orchids like this in this Sea of Life. So awesome? Sujia and Sha looked at each other, expressing some doubt. Boom! At this moment, the battle outside has entered a white-hot stage. After Rhodes's Seraphim Phantom was dispersed, it was condensed again with the blessing of the million-strong fleet. Homies and Curiel did not dare to be arrogant at this time. The 3 of them joined forces to besiege Queen Rue Linglon. Sujia had estimated the combat power of the Seraphim. Under normal conditions, it is about 300,000. If it is blessed by the angel power of the temple and put on the holy battle armor, the combat power can soar to 450,000. He didn't know if this was the limit of the Seraphim. But even so, the 3 of them attacked Queen Rue Linglon at the same time. And at most, they could achieve a balance of combat power and check and balance each other. If the Holy See wants to win the final victory, it will probably be difficult if there is no other means. Besides, there are more than one queen like this here. It's so hard to win. Archbishop homies. If you don't take action, we will all die here today. If you don't move now, when will you move? Rhodes shouted loudly. His condition is the worst among the 3. There is always an illusion that he will be crushed to death by the woman opposite at any time. And this feeling is getting clearer and clearer. Good. Homies took a deep breath and raised his hands high. A surge of energy waves spread out from his body and instantly filled the surrounding space. Great Lord of Glory, Lord Wistic, your most devout believer homies, pray for you to bring down a miracle. Homies knelt on one knee, raised his hands, and prayed devoutly. The shadow of the seraph controlled by him also lowered his head with him. In an instant, a dazzling golden light broke through the dark sky and illuminated the entire sky. Boom! The heaven and earth seemed to tremble because of this golden light. Queen Rue Linglon did not choose to take advantage of the situation, but just stood coldly in the distance, watching homies pretending to be cool without saying a word. In the name of glory, drive away evil. Homies was bathed in holy light, like a true messenger of light. His voice echoed in the world, carrying a vast pressure, awakening everyone like a morning bell and evening drum. The cross mark on the forehead bloomed with dazzling brilliance, and homies raised his finger. A ray of milky white holy light shot out from the fingertips and went straight to Queen Rue Linglon. Swish! The speed of the holy light was extremely fast, almost approaching in the blink of an eye. Swish! Queen Rue Linglon waved her hand violently, trying to smash the holy light lightlessly. However, this time she miscalculated. The terrifying holy light went straight through Queen Rue Linglon's chest, piercing her entire body. Buzz! The power of the holy light continued to erode, swallowing up Queen Rue Linglon completely. How is it possible? The purple flower demon in the distance stared with wide eyes, looking at this scene in disbelief. That was her queen. She was an existence that could not be looked at directly, but only looked up to. But now, it was pierced by a ray of holy light. What kind of existence is this? The purple flower demon's heartbeat suddenly stopped, and her mind was blank. Then, in the next moment, the huge purple stamen began to tremble. The surrounding vines also shook. A rustling sound came. Then, a huge purple fruit broke out of the stamen. Voila! As the purple fruit fell off, a perfect body was revealed. Queen Ruilinglon was resurrected again. Immortality is immortality. Your Majesty. The purple flower demon excitedly greeted her. Queen Ruilinglon slowly opened her eyes. Her charming pupils flashed with a cold light, revealing endless murderous intent. You! Damn it! With one word, Queen Ruilinglon dodged and rushed towards Homie's. Humph! Ants! A majestic and cold voice came out of Homie's mouth. Obviously, his body had been occupied by Weststock at this time. Give me all your power. At his command, Kirill and Rhodes lost control of the Seraphim. The two angel shadows slowly dissipated, turning into endless light and merging into the Seraphim shadow of Homie's. Die! Homie shook his arms, and the wings of the Seraphim behind him suddenly spread out. But this time, it was not 12 wings. It was 16 wings. Buzz! The 16-winged angel shadow stood in the void, emitting dazzling light. It stretched out its wide wings, flapping them, while swooping down towards Queen Ruilinglon. Holy Sword. Radiant Judgment. The 16-winged Seraphim shadow roared, and the holy sword in its hand suddenly swelled. In an instant, a giant holy sword shadow about 10,000 feet long appeared out of thin air and slashed at Queen Ruilinglon fiercely. Boom boom. The huge energy waves spread out, stirring up a violent gust of wind. The queen's pupils shrank slightly, and she dared not resist the blow head-on. She felt a tremor from her soul. She dodged quickly sideways. The huge holy sword brushed past her body and slashed towards the body of the ruiling orchid behind her. Not good. Queen Ruilinglon's face changed drastically, and she stepped on the holy sword and chased after it. She didn't expect that the opponent's target of attack was actually her body. Hee hee. It's just an ancient flower demon. It's not like I haven't killed it before. I'll kill your body and see how you can revive. Homies had a grim smile on his face, and continued to chop down with a giant holy sword. Damn it. This sand is poisonous. Su Jie cursed inwardly. He was just watching the show. Why did he have to chop the stands? If this sword was chopped down, they would be doomed along with Queen Ruilinglon. It's true that when you sit at home, disaster comes from the sky. Fina, I leave it to you. Understood, Master. As the holy sword was about to fall, a peerless beauty in a black dress suddenly appeared and blocked the giant holy sword. Clang! Fina's exclusive weapon, the Dark Knight sword, collided with the holy sword, erupting with destructive aftermath. The terrifying energy ripples swept across the wilderness, tearing the surrounding vines into pieces wherever they went. The purple flower demon was the closest, and was blown away by the terrifying aftermath. Seeing this, Queen Ruilinglon reached out and held her. Puff! A large mouthful of blood spurted out, and the purple flower demon's face was as pale as gold paper, and her breath was extremely weak. She said with difficulty, "Thank you, Queen. It's okay." Queen Ruilinglon waved her hand. "Who is this person? Why is there an unidentified person in my body?" Faced with the Queen's questioning, the purple flower demon hesitated, feeling guilty and not knowing how to explain. After all, this matter is of great importance, and she doesn't want to see her girlfriend cremated on the spot after being discovered by the Queen. I don't care who she is. She helped us. Queen Ruilinglon saw the abnormality of her subordinates and did not blame them. At least, the two of them saved their lives. Friend, although you saved me once, I still want to remind you to leave as soon as possible. The king will not tolerate outsiders breaking into the life-forbidden area. Today I owe you a favor. Take your people and go. Queen Ruilinglon was quite reasonable, and didn't even bother to care about the previous small details. Thank you. Fina nodded indifferently, turned around and flew to the side. Neither chose to leave nor to take action. Just quietly be a spectator in the corner. The Queen frowned slightly. Since you are seeking death, it has nothing to do with me. It is hard to persuade a damned person with good words. The queen believed that she had done her best. It was the other party who did not listen to her advice. And it was not her fault that he died. Queen Rui Linglan retracted her gaze and stared at homies again. To be precise, she looked at the 16-winged archangel. I didn't expect there would be helpers. Which surprised me. Westock's tone was flat, as if everything was under control. Humph. Stupid birdman. You don't understand what kind of existence you have provoked. Queen Rui Linglan's eyes were full of sarcasm, and she began to silently wait for something to come. Ha ha ha. How do you know that I am also an existence that you can't provoke? Wistic seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed wildly, his laughter filled with arrogance. The holy angels have stood at the top of the universe for billions of years, ruling over billions of vast galaxies. An ancient flower demon from a barren land dared to claim that he was not afraid of the holy angels? Where did you come from? Don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Are you worthy of being compared with the great holy angels? Ha. We are just a group of birdmen. What is there to be proud of? Suddenly, Wistic's laughter stopped. An ethereal and distant voice suddenly came into his ears, exploding like thunder. Westock's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked around in doubt. This voice came from the void. It seemed to come from the sky. It seemed to come from the abyss of hell. No trace can be found. Inexplicably mysterious. This unknown strongman is the real threat. I have told you before that those who trespass into the restricted area of life will die. You don't take my words seriously at all. The cold and chilly words continued to come from the sky. Who? Get out. Westock was furious. The next moment, the mutant vines around trembled slightly and bent down one after another, as if they were panicked because of their king. Swoosh. A brilliant purple light suddenly appeared, piercing through the void, punching the giant angel at a speed that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. Bang! After a crisp sound, a crack suddenly appeared between the eyebrows of the 16-winged angel shadow. Crack! The crack became larger and larger, and the angel's whole body cracked instantly. It appeared. It appeared. Queen Rui. She is Queen Rui. Ivy pointed with her little hand, and shouted loudly in a crisp and tender voice. Sujia looked over and his pupils shrank immediately. Fuck. What a cool panel. Queen Rui. Ultra Ancient System. Combat Power, 299W. Health, 999,999 grids. Skills, Tide of Life. Withering Sorrow. Embrace of Death. Flower Sea Funeral. Details. The creator of the Sea of Life. The King of Flowers. She seems to be looking for something important. Note, the branch of Queen Rui has 30% of the ability of the main body. The panel information is very little, but it is so gorgeous that it is unbelievable. Nima. How many nines are there? And it's not even the main body. Sujia swallowed his saliva. This is simply a powerful existence, like a cheat. I can understand 1,000,000 health points. But isn't this combat power attribute a bit too exaggerated? Sujia knew very well that Queen Rui had the entire Sea of Life as a blood fountain, and her vitality was almost endless. It was understandable that she had more health bars, but it was very difficult to improve the combat power attribute. And the later the time, the more treasures consumed to improve it. Sujia almost used up half of the carrots on Carrot Mountain to barely reach 1,000,000 combat power. The opponent's 3,000,000 combat power was simply too outrageous. Wait! Carrot Mountain? Suddenly, Sujia reacted. I remember that Lilith's treasure planet had always been in a state of random transmission, until it was recently transferred out by Charles. Coincidentally, the Sea of Life also began to riot during this period. Could it be that Queen Rui is looking for the planet with dragon veins and dragon balls? Yes. If the turnip mountain can grow ordinary turnips into colorful fairy roots, then if the Rui Linglan is planted in the turnip mountain, Queen Rui will definitely be able to achieve a qualitative leap. Sujia's thoughts were flying, and various ideas flashed in his mind. On the other side, Westock finally realized that something was wrong. However, Queen Rui's speed was so fast that he didn't have time to react at all, and the phantom of the 16-winged angel was smashed by a punch. Homies' body was smashed back heavily. The huge impact force made him crash through more than a dozen vines. Even the 3,000,000 Vatican fleets behind him were blown away by the huge shock wave for dozens of kilometers. Queen Rui stood proudly in the void, like a noble empress looking down at the common people. King! Queen Rui Linglan and the purple banshee knelt down together and bowed their heads respectfully. Sujia couldn't see the specific appearance of Queen Rui, but he could vaguely see that the woman was wearing 2 purple crystal anklets on her ankles. The anklets were engraved with dense and exquisite runes, glowing with rich brilliance. A huge stream of life energy dissipated, turning into wisps of green clouds, surrounding the surroundings, forming a magnificent and dreamy scene. Except for the jade feet, other places were shrouded in some mysterious mist, hazy and unclear. Master, this is a tough idea. How about retreat? Fina felt the opponent's strength. The arrogant Dark Knight Demon Emperor actually retreated. It is conceivable how terrible the pressure Queen Rui brought to them was. Let's take a look. Isn't their Visticker blocking us? Su Jie smiled and showed a mouthful of white teeth. Visticker is the Lord of Light after all, and his strength is even higher than Queen Rui. It's just that now there is only a trace of divine thought, and the strength that can be exerted is only 1/10 of what it is. Let him go and test Queen Rui's bottom first. You? Visticker controlled Homies' body to stand up with difficulty, staring at Queen Rui with a gloomy face. He had never expected that there was an ancient flower demon king here. Oh! Not dead? Queen Rui glanced at Homies, exclaimed softly, and then a playful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. I'll give you a chance. If you have any tricks, use them quickly. Don't let some people down. Queen Rui's eyes were indifferent. She raised her delicate hands and gently stroked her hair. Her beautiful eyes swept over the ruiling orchid without a trace. In an instant, Su Jie felt a sense of shame for being seen through and appearing naked in front of the other party. Humph! Arrogant! Westdock shouted angrily. I want to see what qualifications you have to be arrogant in front of me. As the words fell, a burst of white light surged all over his body. You cooperate with me and take down this blasphemer. Yes, great Lord of Light. We are willing to sacrifice our lives and loyalty. Rhodes swore with fanatic eyes. The other paladins and nuns and priests also followed suit, looking at these stupid believers. Kiriel's face was strange, and she cursed in her heart. Shabby. Although she was disdainful of the methods of the church, she also knew the power of the church's brainwashing methods. With so much power of faith, even a dog can be deified into a real god. In order not to expose her identity as a traitor, she kept giving herself psychological hints and pretended to be a fanatical believer of Westdock. A huge amount of faith power turned into faint starlight and gathered towards Westdock. The angel formation condensed again. The shadow of the 16-winged archangel slowly appeared. The glorious messenger Westdock under the seat of the temple. Sacrifice the 15 billion believers here, and lead the power of the temple to descend on this starry sky. As soon as Westdock said this, an uproar immediately arose in the holy fleet. Sacrifice? Sacrifice who? Sacrifice us? Damn! In an instant, the power of faith showed a slight fluctuation. But it was just a fluctuation. Most people have completely lost their thinking under the brainwashing of the church for many years. The fanatical believers still recited the hymn devoutly. Devout believers, don't be afraid. You will return to the embrace of the temple and receive eternal blessings and protection. Wistik spread his arms, like a charlatan. Sure enough, with his comfort, the power of faith regained its calmness. It was even more surging than before. A hideous look appeared on Wistik's mouth. Master, what should I do? I don't want to be sacrificed. Kyrell was in a bad mood. She was not a brainless believer, and she didn't want to be a sacrifice. So she called Su Jie in her heart. Relax your mind and let me control your body. After getting the response, Kyrie breathed a sigh of relief and quickly relaxed her body, allowing Su Jie to take over. In an instant, Su Jie's consciousness appeared in Kiriel's body. It can be clearly seen that a thin platinum thread was spreading to an unknown direction, constantly extracting some energy from Kiriel's soul. As long as this thin thread is cut, the fate of being sacrificed should be avoided. But Su Jie suddenly had a bold idea. If I send the seed of divine thought to the existence behind to absorb, can I directly enslave the people behind the temple? This idea is obviously a bit whimsical. But once the idea arises, it is like opening the door of Pandora, and it cannot be shaken off. Try it. If it doesn't work, it will only lose a traitor, which will not affect anything. Do it as you say. A seed with colorful rays of light came into being. The moment it touched the platinum thin thread, the seed was slowly pulled, and no one knew where it led. In a pure white space, there stood a clean and magnificent palace, and the holy and majestic atmosphere filled the air. A looming illusory figure was suspended in the air, with eyes closed, as if sleeping. Suddenly, a seed quietly floated into the palace complex. The sleeping phantom suddenly opened her eyes, and a dazzling colorful light bloomed from her eyes. The seed, pulled by a thin line, quickly fell into the phantom's brow and merged directly into it. The phantom looked up at the distant other side, and a light of doubt flashed in his pupils. But soon, the doubtful look was gradually replaced by gentleness. The seed of the avenue? Haha. Become stronger quickly. I am looking forward to meeting you. Master. The murmur echoed in this world, and it could not be dispelled for a long time. The shadow slowly closed his eyes, and everything seemed to have never happened. At the same time, the outer battlefield of the Sangmu galaxy. As the seeds were taken away, Sujia's mind suddenly became uneasy. He felt that he seemed to have a connection with something in the dark, but it seemed that the distance was too far. This trace of connection was vague and almost undetectable. Sujia frowned. Did he fail? He was a little irritated, but this emotion did not last too long, and he quickly calmed down. Forget it. I didn't have much hope anyway. Sujia shook his head and tried to cut the thin line connecting Kirill. He found that the thin line had been retracted at some point. Master, I seem to be fine. Kirill cheered excitedly. Thank you, my master. I'm glad you're fine. Sujia left Kirill awkwardly. He didn't seem to do anything. In an instant, the 3 million warships of the Holy See and the 15 billion people on them were all sacrificed. Countless people died silently like this. They knelt on the ground, with their faces still showing the look of devout prayer before death, and their souls had already been devoured. Die, flower demon. The golden hair of Wistik moved without wind, and the 16-winged archangel was enveloped by a dazzling holy light. In the blink of an eye, he was upgraded from the original 16 wings to the 24-winged upper angel form. Wrapped in a gorgeous armor, holding a huge scepter, he stood at the highest point of the battlefield like a god. He waved the scepter, and countless golden lightsabers appeared out of thin air. Each lightsaber had the power to destroy the world and shot towards Queen Rui. Haha. This is a bit interesting. I haven't done it for many years, so I'll use you to warm up. Queen Rui chuckled. Beside her, countless vines were wriggling wildly, like a dragon turning over, rushing towards Westoker. Bang, bang, bang. Countless lightsabers bombarded the vines with terrifying power, but they could never break the vine defense. There are too many vines in the Sea of Life. Unless Westoker has the ability to destroy the entire Sangmu galaxy in one breath, he will definitely not be able to do anything to Queen Rui. Haha. You want to kill me with this little strength? Queen Rui smiled charmingly, and a pink thorn whip appeared in her hand. She stepped into the air. Her figure soared into the sky. Her wrist shook, and the long whip turned into a whip shadow all over the sky, sweeping towards the angel. Boom, boom, boom. A shocking battle broke out. The two top masters fought fiercely in the void, and various magics and holy lights ravaged the sky, setting off layers of energy waves. Fight! 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 Birdman! Come on! Birdman! Come on! The three Lolas hiding in the body of the ruiling orchid were crazy and made a fuss. Shasha! Come and cheer for the Birdman! Oh! Come on! Birdman! Ivy successfully led Shasha astray and started shouting nonsense. Sujia's face was full of black lines, but he did not stop it. He also hoped that the two would fight more fiercely. It would be best if both sides were injured so that he could reap the benefits. Why do we only cheer for the Birdman? Doesn't Queen Rui need it? Sasha asked in confusion. Stupid. Does such a cruel woman need us to cheer her up? Let's pray that the Birdman can hold on for a while longer. Ivy rolled her eyes at Sasha with her cute big eyes. Well, that's right. Sasha looked at the battlefield and it was true. After sacrificing 15 billion believers, Weststock had unprecedented strength. But unfortunately, Queen Rui was even more powerful. In just a few minutes, the battle fell into a stalemate. Damn it! Weststock gritted his teeth and cursed. He originally thought that after the sacrifice, his strength would definitely surge, and it would not be difficult to suppress Queen Rui in an instant, or even severely injure or even kill her. But who would have thought that Queen Rui's strength was as terrifying as an abyss? Bottomless. She didn't even use her skills, relying on the surrounding vines and her own strength to fight him back and forth. The other party even called it a warm-up. Seeing that the other party had a retreat in his heart, Sujia smiled evilly. Homies, cheer for this Lord of Light. Homie suddenly received an order in his mind. In an instant, he understood what the master meant. Although his body was occupied by Wistic, his soul could still move freely. After a little thought, he slowly said, Lord Wistic, if you really can't do it, let's escape first. No. Retreat first. No. Let's make a strategic transfer first. What do you think? What did you say? Hearing what Homie said, Verstok almost exploded on the spot. He was the Lord of Glory. And he actually asked him to admit defeat and run away? What a joke. I don't mean that. I just think you are at a disadvantage. You can't beat them even after sacrificing 150 believers. It seems that the opponent is obviously not easy to deal with. Let's go back and ask the Pope to send more believers. We will work next time. Homies quickly changed his words to explain. The result fell into Verstok's ears. And it became, sacrificing 1.5 million believers can't beat the opponent. How bad are you? If it doesn't work, go back and ask for help. Okay. If I don't show some real skills, you will think I am made of paper. Weisstock was angry and raised his scepter with both hands. I, the glorious messenger of the Holy Temple, offer 370 billion faith powers to the Holy Temple. I wish to use this power to grant God's grace. Buzz, as Weisstock shouted, a brilliant galaxy fell from the sky. Not only did it repel Queen Rui's attack, but it also instantly healed the damage that Weisstock had just suffered. And a cross formed by the stars in the sky formed behind him. His momentum suddenly changed at this moment. Sacred and solemn. Solemn and majestic. This is like a real angel. The one before was a birdman. Ivy looked like he was commenting on something, and I understood it very well. Come on, Birdman. Try not to get killed. Sasha clapped her hands and cheered, as if Weisstock was about to counterattack. TSK. So much faith power. You are really willing to give it up. The mocking voice of Queen Rui came, revealing indifference and coldness. But there was no fear or fear. It seemed that she didn't take the 370 billion faith power seriously at all. Humph. Stupid woman. You will pay a heavy price. Queen Rui shook her head and laughed. Usually, this is the line of the villain. I bet you won't survive 3 episodes. Let's end it. Weisstock sneered and pointed his scepter at Queen Rui. Holy judgment. Judgment. Boom. In the loud noise, endless light gathered. In the blink of an eye, a huge beam of light was formed, spanning the sky. The battle started again. Queen Rui was not as relaxed as before. The purple petals around her body were spinning rapidly to compete with it. Bang! 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 The sky and the earth trembled, and the wind and clouds poured back. The two terrifying existences collided violently, and every move and every style had the invincible momentum of breaking the sky and tearing the world apart. This is the battle between the strongest in the universe. Queen Rui Linglan and the purple flower demon have quietly retreated into the pistol. The aftermath of the horror was not something they could bear. This inevitably led to an encounter with Su Jia and the others. Queen Rui Linglan looked at the 3 little girls who looked like her in her childhood. Her eyes filled with confusion. What's going on? She questioned the purple flower demon. This, please forgive me. Queen. The purple flower demon quickly knelt on the ground, trembling, but didn't know how to explain. Don't panic. My wife. I'm going to take you away today. Let's see who dares to stop me. Ivy put her little hand in, stood in front of Queen Linglan with an air of old-fashionedness, and exuded a domineering aura. Queen Rui Linglan's mouth twitched slightly. She felt that her IQ had been insulted. Wife. You and her? What's the matter? In front of love, gender is not a problem at all, Ivy said righteously. And Queen Rui Linglan didn't know what to think. My queen. I will bear all the blame. Please let them go. The purple flower demon quickly jumped out to block the bullet for Ivy. Hee. They are really a pair of good sisters with true feelings. Queen Rui Linglan waved her hand and pointed to Fina beside Su Jia. I owe her a favor. So this matter is even. Hearing this, the purple flower demon immediately showed joy and hurriedly thanked the queen. But if you have the ability to leave this place, it's not too late to thank me later. Queen Rui Linglan reminded again. The flower demon's smile froze on her face. Yes. Queen Rui is outside. How can they leave? Don't be afraid. My wife. With my master here, the sky won't fall. Ivy comforted in a baby voice. Sujia's head was full of black lines. You think of me now? It won't fall. That's not necessarily true. Suddenly, a clear sneer came from behind the queen. Queen Rui appeared in everyone's sight without knowing when. Fuck! Ivy screamed, hid behind Sasha in a flash, and quietly poked his head out to watch. Why is this woman here? Where's Brother Birdman? Brother. The Birdman has been killed. The two younger brothers followed suit, hiding behind Fina and Sujia, and whispered a reminder. Oh my god! Why is this Birdman so rubbish? 3-second man? Everyone looked at the battlefield through layers of barriers. The 24-winged archangel had been torn into pieces by Queen Rui, and several pairs of broken wings were slowly dissipating. Homies and Kirill were nowhere to be found. Maybe they escaped. Or maybe they were wiped out. But Sujia could still sense the seeds of divine thoughts in the two people. This proved that the two should still be alive. And they were probably rescued by Westok. Master, be careful, Fina reminded in a deep voice. Step forward and slightly sideways, blocking Sujia. Sasha also frowned and carried the three little creepers behind her, looking at the terrifying woman walking over. An unprecedented pressure swept the whole place. Even Sujia couldn't help but clench his fists. The opponent's strength was a bit beyond common sense. If Sujia hadn't already had a way to deal with it, he would have run away with the Galactic Empire. After all, this incident was not a mandatory mission, so it didn't matter if he gave up. There was no need to risk his life and property. Queen Rui's eyes swept over and finally stopped at the creepers. Look! Why are you looking at me? No. Haven't you seen such a cute little Nanyang? You can't lose in a fight. Ivy straightened her back and spoke proudly. Leave the three of them here. You can go away. Queen Rui's tone was as calm as water, and no emotion could be heard. The purple flower demon wanted to beg for mercy, but was pressed to the ground by Queen Rui Linglan. Disobeying the king's will is a capital crime. Her warning made the flower demon quiet down. But there's nothing to say. Queen Rui Linglan shook her head at her, signaling her not to talk too much. The flower demon understood what the other party meant. If she angered the king, she would really have no chance at all. It is better to wait and see what happens. Queen Rui glanced at the master and servant and said indifferently, no need to pretend. Since they have inherited my bloodline, there is no reason for them to leave the tribe. A bastard is still a bastard. Right? Ivy jumped out and retorted immediately. I am not a bastard. You have the right to speak here? A cold light flashed in Queen Rui's eyes. With a killing look, Ivy's thin body was directly bounced away by her breath. There was a dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Ivy fell to the ground and groaned in pain. It hurt so much. Xiaohu, brother, Sasha, and the two kids were startled and rushed over to check the injuries. No. It's okay. Wipe the green blood from the corner of his mouth. Ivy stood up. Why don't you leave? If it weren't for the fact that you saved my subordinates, you would have died 7 or 8 times just by using my knife to kill people. My patience is limited. Get out of here. Queen Rui waved her sleeves, looking very impatient. Unless you stop the tide of life, we won't leave. Sujia, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Queen Rui's eyebrows frowned. It's rare to be kind, but you still meet a tough guy? You're looking for death. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Queen Rui's eyes, and she was ready to completely eradicate this group of ants. But the next second, Queen Rui, you don't want the thing you've been looking for to disappear again, do you? Queen Rui's whole body was shaking violently, and her eyes were instantly filled with red light. The next moment, the entire sea of life trembled violently. The huge vines rumbled like earth dragons, surging and undulating wildly. All the queens of Rui Linglan felt the monstrous evil spirit from their king, and they all crawled on the ground and trembled. Even the 3 little creepers had weak legs. Suppressed by the blood, they knelt down with a plop. Are you threatening me? Queen Rui's eyes were red. She hasn't been as angry as today for a long time. What do you think? Sujia stared at Queen Rui indifferently, without fear. Ha. Interesting. Interesting. Queen Rui suddenly smiled. Her voice changed from being cold and ethereal to becoming more and more sinister, icy and chilling, making people feel cold all over. Have you ever heard of an old saying? If you don't take the road to heaven, you will enter hell without a door? The terrifying momentum rose from Queen Rui, and the terrifying momentum set off gusts of wind. Fina and Sha both turned pale and stepped back unconsciously. Sujia's face did not change much. He knew very well that the other party was just threatening them. There is also an old saying in my hometown. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Queen Rui. You dare not kill me. Sujia opened his arms. Like a desperado who is going to die freely. Humph. No one can threaten me. I've given you a chance. If you don't cherish it, then go and die. Empress Rui's momentum surged again. The strong wind swept through, making it hard for people to open their eyes. At this time, Sujia also felt a little pressure. Cold sweat appeared on his back. But he still didn't choose to compromise. Sujia was gambling, betting that there were no bullets in her gun. In fact, he was right. After more than 3 minutes, Empress Rui's momentum had reached its peak. The terrifying pressure made everyone except Sujia lie on the ground. But she didn't make a move. If it weren't for Empress Rui's face being shrouded in the mist, Sujia and others would have found that her pretty face was already red. He cursed in his heart. Why won't this kid give in? I'm almost at my limit. Sujia saw that the time was almost right. So he gave the other party a way out. In fact, we can cooperate. Cooperation? Queen Rui's momentum suddenly fell, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they made it through. Sujia grinned, staring at Queen Rui quietly, without saying a word, as if to say, Aren't you going to kill me? Why don't you do it? Why? Don't you dare? Queen Rui's face didn't change. But in fact, she had already cut Sujia into pieces in her heart. Damn! I was actually controlled by this little bastard. Tell me, how do you cooperate? A lot of vines sprouted from under Queen Rui, and then slowly grew into a throne. She sat lazily on the throne. Noble and elegant, yet evil and charming. Tell me first, do you want the Dragon Ball? The entire dragon vein? Or the entire planet? The only thing Sujia could be sure of was that Queen Rui's target was Lilith's planet. As for what she really wanted to do, he could only ask her. But no matter what, Sujia won the first round of confrontation. The initiative was also firmly in his hands. The result of this negotiation should not be too bad. Hee. You really didn't lie to me. You even knew about the Dragon Ball. Queen Rui narrowed her eyes and looked at Sujia with a smile. Give me that planet, and I will let the Sea of Life withdraw from the Jelvo system. Sister, this is called threatening, not cooperation. Ivy couldn't help but interrupt. Shut up. Queen Rui glared at her, frightening her into silence. Then he said, I must get the ancient god star, and there is no possibility of giving up. Sujia shook his head and said, Sorry, I can't agree to this condition. I can just walk away, and you will never find the whereabouts of that planet. It turns out that Lilith's planet is called the ancient god star. I learned another new word. Sujia's expression was very serious. It seemed that he was negotiating. But in fact, he was trying to get Queen Rui to say something. There must be some secrets on the ancient god star that he doesn't know. Leave? You don't want the Jelvo galaxy anymore? No. I remember that Jelvo was ruled by a group of dinosaurs before. When did it change to humans? Where are the dinosaurs? Sujia shrugged. Natural selection. Civilization change. The law of the jungle. Survival of the fittest. 12 words directly explain the whole process of the fall of the evil country's civilization. So that's it. Queen Rui nodded slightly. She didn't care about it. She had lived too long and had seen too many civilizations rise and too many civilizations fall. In this cold universe, only the god of death is eternal. There is nothing to be surprised about. I believe you have seen the north of Jelvo. All the valuable planets in the entire galaxy have been transferred by me. So I can leave at any time. Your threats are invalid to me. Grand Galaxy. The main star of the Holy See. In the Holy Church. The Pope looked at the two wounded people with a gloomy face. 3 million fleets. Gone just like that? The Pope's voice was low. Homies looked regretful. Your Holiness. You have to go to Lord Wistic for this matter. He sacrificed all the fleets. As soon as he said this, the Pope immediately glanced at the angel statue behind him, and he became amiable in an instant, as if he was changing his face in Sichuan opera. Being able to be used by Lord Wistic. The sacrifice of these people is the supreme honor. He spoke softly, his tone full of compassion. Kirill below curled his lips. I've seen people licking, but I've never seen people who can lick so well. You are pretending to be so serious. Your Holiness, we suffered heavy losses this time, and almost exhausted all the troops of the church. The anti-Catholic organizations hiding in various star regions have begun to stir. If we don't stop them, I'm afraid. At this point, Kirill stopped and didn't say anything more. The Pope's wrinkled old face twitched slightly, then returned to normal, and said seriously, "What suggestions do you have? You can seek external aid, or ask for help from the Holy Church. Lord Wistic will definitely not ignore our lives." External aid? The Pope fell into deep thought. The holy angels are indeed powerful, but distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. The Pope even thought that Wistic was a huge pit. Even if he was given another 3 million troops, it would probably be like throwing meat buns at a dog. All in vain. Since the Holy Church was no longer reliable, the Pope had to look beyond the holy angels and try to find new allies. Kirill, go to the Savage Planet and help me find someone. The Savage Planet? Isn't that a dead zone? Why go so far? Kirill was stunned, a little confused. Just go if I tell you to go. Why are you talking nonsense? The Pope scolded. His eyes were deep and his tone was firm. Remember? Bring more gifts. Yes. I'll prepare it right away. Barbarian Star? What is that place? Sky Island Base. Ascension Pool. Sujia looked at the cold and aloof Empress beside him, who was shrouded in a hazy aura. Have you heard of it? No. Queen Rui responded coldly. Don't disturb me while I'm practicing. Get lost. TSK. You have a bad temper. Sujia shrugged. Queen Rui closed her eyes, not interested in communicating with him. Sujia was also happy to be idle, and he also closed his eyes and sat quietly in the pool, absorbing the boundless terrifying energy. At this moment, a golden dragon ball emitting colorful brilliance was slowly sinking and floating on the water surface, cooperating with the evolutionary effect of the ascension pool itself, and the large amount of magic potions put into it. Sujia and Queen Rui's combat power soared wildly. If Queen Rui hadn't told him how to use the Dragon Ball, he would never have been able to increase his combat power from 1 million to 1,700,000 in just 2 days. However, as the energy was gradually absorbed by the two, the light in the Dragon Ball gradually dimmed. On the third day, when Sujia's total attributes reached 2 million, the Dragon Ball completely lost energy and fell into the pool with a splash. Is this the end? He opened his eyes and looked at his attribute panel. Star Master, Sujia Race, Human Dao Seed Region, Jelbo Galaxy Group Health Bar, 50 grids 4-dimensional attribute value, 200W immortal power value, 180W active skills, Sky Peaking God Eyes, God Seed, Moon Shadow without trace, Elemental Puppet passive talents, Sword Intention, Elemental Heart, Dao Seed, Recruiter, Dragon Power Luck, 220. After Sujia looked at his attributes, he found that he had an extra passive talent. Dragon Power unlocks the health bar attribute, increases physical strength by 50%, and increases vitality by 50% including recovery speed, energy, vitality, endurance, etc. Oh my god. This is awesome. It can actually unlock the health bar. Sujia was pleasantly surprised. I thought the health bar was a special attribute only for natives. Now, the existence of the health bar directly gave him 50 more lives. Wow. Wait. Why are there 2 energy points? Sujia, who reacted, immediately noticed something strange under his body, and felt that the power of the wild was about to burst out. At this time, Queen Rui's icy voice came. The energy in the Dragon Ball has been exhausted, and it needs to be put back to the Dragon Vein to slowly recover. This training will come to an end for the time being. Ahem. Well, you go first. I want to soak for a while. Sujia smiled awkwardly and quickly suppressed the power of the wild. How embarrassing it would be if Queen Rui saw her dragon raising its head. Whatever you want. Splash. After saying that, Queen Rui stood up lightly, splashing water. Unfortunately, she was shrouded in some kind of rosy glow and couldn't see any benefits. Sujia shook his head and waved away the distracting thoughts in his mind. After confirming that the other party had left, he bent his body and slowly climbed out of the pool. But suddenly, Queen Rui's figure came back. What are you doing? Sujia was startled and quickly got back into the water. Queen Rui glanced at someone's bulging area, and her mouth slightly curved, but she still remained in an icy state. I forgot to remind you that dragons are naturally lustful. After absorbing the Dragon Ball, Your body will have some side effects. You should pay attention to control it. Damn. Why didn't you say so earlier? Humph. Sujia was about to curse, but suddenly found that the other party turned around and left. Hey! Wait. How did you solve the side effects? Queen Rui paused slightly, and a blush appeared on her face. She only left a sentence. This emperor is a plant. And left. Sujia's mind was full of black lines. What's going on? What's wrong with plants? Don't plants have physiological needs? It seems that they really don't. Except for creepers. To avoid embarrassment, Sujia returned to the bedroom quickly. It happened that it was late at night. Iron hunters often appear as prey. Sujia lay quietly on the bed, waiting for a hunter who would come to the room with a knife every night. Kacha! Speak of the devil, and the devil will come. The door was pushed open, and a graceful figure came quietly. The scarlet eyes looked particularly creepy under the moonlight, especially with the other party's evil smile. It was even more creepy. Charles held a fruit knife. His steps were light, as silent as a cat. Finally I caught you. She licked her scarlet lips, her eyes flashing with greed. Schwa. Clang. The fruit knife was thrown hard and stuck into the wall at the head of the bed, making a crisp sound of metal clashing. A cunning smile of conspiracy appeared on the corner of Charles's mouth, and he rushed over. Her tail stretched out like a venomous snake. Just when the prey was about to be caught, the prey moved. Sujia supported the bed with one hand, turned over suddenly, lifted the quilt, and covered the hunter. Charles struggled, trying to tear the quilt to escape, but the quilt contained a huge pulling force, and it held her tightly. What's wrong with you today? You are so proactive. Charles quickly recovered from the shock. Her eyes were charming. She laughed foolishly. But soon, she noticed that Sujia was a little strange today. He kept panting. His eyes were less casual than usual, and more domineering and fierce. What? Can't stand it? Charles smiled charmingly, stretched out his soft tongue, and licked his tender red lips. Although she was surprised, she didn't take it seriously. She also teased Sujia to the utmost, even putting her legs on the quilt, looking like she was ready to be picked. She obviously didn't realize that today's battle would far exceed her limit. Woman, you are playing with fire. Sizzle. The sound of clothes tearing rang out. Sujia's eyes became redder, and he pounced on Charles like a beast. 3 hours later, with the last low roar, everything fell silent. But soon, the battle started again. A fox begged for mercy in the room, but was ignored by someone. 2 days later, Sujia walked out of the room as a winner. Let's see if you dare to be so presumptuous in the future. Before leaving, he couldn't help but hum proudly. In the room, Xia Er had fallen into a coma. To be precise, this was the 6th time she had been unconscious in the past few days. Sujia hummed a little tune and came to the experimental base. He ran into Qian Mengyao, whose belly was slightly bulging, and immediately scratched his nose guiltily. Although in Qian Mengyu's opinion, it is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. But Sujia felt guilty for doing something wrong behind his wife's back. The more the other party does not fight or compete, the stronger this guilt is. As a result, he is particularly gentle to Qian Mengyao. Husband, you came at the right time. Take a look at the drawings of my newly designed T6 battleship. Qian Mengyao came forward with excitement. She was wearing a white work skirt today, and her snow-white and delicate skin was exposed to the air. She had a slender waist, straight and well-proportioned legs, and was full of youthful and lively atmosphere. Her pretty face was pink and white, but it already had some of the unique charm of mature women. I'm telling you, don't work so hard, and always pay attention to your health. Right? Sujia lovingly stroked Qian Mengyao's beautiful long hair. He knew that Qian Mengyao always liked to study mechanical technology, so he gave her absolute freedom. But working overtime day and night is not a solution. Well, I remember. Thank you for your concern, husband. Qian Mengyao smiled sweetly, her pretty face filled with happiness. I may have to go to the Dragon Empire in a few days. You can leave the work at hand to Elena and the others, and go with me to meet my mother-in-law, so that you can rest for a while. Dragon Empire? Qian Mengyao was stunned when she heard this. Well, it's time to visit mother. Also, go to the Ascension Pool and soak in it when you have nothing to do. Your current attributes are too poor, and you must improve your cultivation as soon as possible. Sujia said lightly. I know. Husband. Xian Mingyao agreed obediently. When did you become as nagging as mother? Did you? Su Jie touched his head, and didn't take it seriously. He had a warm time with Xian Mingyao in the laboratory, and studied the blueprints of her newly designed starship together, and then left reluctantly. After that, he went to Star Harbor City again. He took a look at his huge industrial empire. The steel behemoths that were comparable to planets stretched across the void. Countless starships transported various materials, and were arranged in a uniform pattern on the sea of stars. They were like towering mountains, giving people a sense of oppression and suffocation. The T6 class Tiangong industrial ship fleet has been basically updated and iterated. Su Jie nodded with satisfaction. After walking around, he realized, it seems that the people under him are too capable. And he seems to be very idle. Yes, after getting used to his head of state being a hands-off boss. Several top leaders of the administrative office, Tansi, Gong Lanqin, Dexia, and others have been forced to become independent, except for a small meeting every month to report on the work of the empire. Basically, they will not bother Su Jie, the head of state, since it's useless to ask. I won't waste time. Forget it. Let's go to Queen Rui's planet. Su Jie was very curious. Such a terrifying woman. Even her clone is so awesome. How can her real body be so awesome? He flew up directly from the Star Harbor City. It can be seen from a distance. In a green ocean filled with a strong breath of life. There is a huge fleet. 5 sky islands slowly rotate around the ancient god star. And outside, there are more than a dozen floating large starports. Then, there are more than a dozen star-level particle cannons. There is also a supergiant spirit formation composed of dense frigate fleets on the periphery. Finally, there is a group of galactic fleets that stretch as far as the eye can see. 3 layers of defense inside and outside. Layer upon layer of defense. Raise the defense coefficient here to an outrageous level. The key. Outside the fleet, there are also 18 superhuge stamens of the Linglon orchid. Add to that the Sea of Life barrier that almost no one can break through. Su Jie doesn't know who has the ability to sneak attack his hometown. Flying all the way, he arrived on a green planet. In a flash, Su Jie quietly came to the spiritual medicine field. Ivy also understood tacitly, whistling and pretending not to see anything. Just as Su Jie was about to reach out to pick one of the spiritual plants that looked like a sunflower, a pair of cold and soft little hands suddenly pressed on the back of his hand. Do you think that I dare not touch you because of the contract? A deep and pleasant magnetic voice resounded in his ears. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. Su Jie pulled his hand out awkwardly and responded with a smile. I'm just a little curious. Just take a look. Just take a look. As he spoke, he looked up. Queen Rui was standing next to the spiritual medicine field, staring at him with a cold face. Surprisingly, the other party did not cover her face this time. Her face was exquisite, but it revealed a distant aura that made it difficult for people to get close to her. But even so, she was still breathtakingly beautiful, especially her deep eyes, which were like 2 bright gems in the dark night. Dazzling. She stared at Su Jie quietly, with endless murderous intent in her eyes. What are you doing here? She asked, although her tone was flat, but it inexplicably carried a certain majesty and superiority. I was bored, so I came to visit you. Su Jie shrugged, his expression calm. Queen Rui frowned slightly, obviously not liking Su Jie's playful appearance. Give me a few of your spiritual herbs. You planted so many anyway. One person can't eat them all. I'll help you share some. Su Jie spoke again. Get lost. Queen Rui's eyes drooped slightly, her chest heaving violently with anger. TSK. Your temper is still so bad. You? Okay. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Bye. After saying that, Su Jie left without hesitation and disappeared from her sight in the blink of an eye. But when Queen Rui reacted, she found that there were several more small pits in the spiritual field. At least more than 10 rare spiritual plants were dug up. Damn. Empress Rui gnashed her teeth, furious. Finally, she glared at Ivy and her group. Who told you to bring this guy in? Hee hee. Ivy chuckled, with an innocent look on her face. Master, we can't stop you. Right? Boss, it's just a few spiritual herbs. For a flower fairy like you who has a pattern, style, connotation, and taste, there is no need to argue with the master. That makes you look too petty. Ivy looked flattering and started to fool people. Humph. This emperor will naturally not argue with that kind of villain. Queen Rui glared at Ivy and snorted. At the same time, she was in a much better mood because of the other party's licking dog remarks. Forget it. These elixirs were originally prepared to help you improve your strength. Now that things have come to this, let's just forget about it. Ivy. Queen Rui waved her hand and turned to walk into the palace deep in the valley. Ivy stood there in a daze. Fuck. What the hell did I do? The master robbed me of my opportunity. And just now, he even spoke for the damn master. Damn. This is not licking a dog. This is a wrong species. A big wrong species. It wanted to cry, but had no tears. And it was really regretful. If she had known that this would be the ending, she would never let Su Jie in. Woo. Woo. Wife. I need comfort. Ivy threw herself into the arms of the purple flower demon, using her majestic chest to comfort her wounded heart. The purple flower demon rolled her eyes and pushed her away with a red face. She couldn't be as shameless as Ivy. Su Jie returned to the base and happened to meet Erky and Xiaoqing running back from outside with excitement. Master! Look! We used the slaughterhouse to synthesize a piece of mythical beef. Erky waved her fist excitedly, her pretty face full of excitement. Beef is also mythical? Su Jie looked at Erky in surprise. A little surprised. Xiaoqing quickly took out a piece of meat emitting 5-color rays of light and full of cool special effects from the storage ring. Headmaster. Look! Universal Invincible Thunderbolt Beef contains extremely rich biological energy, which can enhance the organism positively after consumption, trigger life transition with a small probability, and promote to mythical bloodline. Introduction. Obtained by infinite synthesis of ordinary beef from the biotechnology building slaughterhouse. Hiss. This is too awesome. Looking at the ingredients in Xiaoqing's hand, Su Jie took a breath and his eyes lit up instantly. Of course. This is the result of our hard work for a week. Erchia said proudly. Ha ha ha. Well done. Su Jie patted her head with an admiring look. Then, he called Amanda immediately. It would be a waste to eat such amazing ingredients directly after the hands of the god of cooking. The biological energy in the universe's invincible thunderbolt awesome beef can be brought to the extreme. Headmaster, you are looking for me? Amanda came over and asked respectfully. I have a difficult task for you. Looking at the dozen spiritual herbs in Su Jie's hand emitting colorful rays of light, and the special effects of beef? Amanda's mouth opened directly into an O shape. Hee hee. These ingredients are left to you to deal with. Su Jie grinned, pointed at the pile of spiritual herbs, and instructed Amanda. Ah? Amanda was stunned. Don't talk nonsense. Do it quickly. But, such precious medicinal materials. What if I mess it up? Amanda's hands were shaking as she held the elixirs. She was afraid that if she was not careful, she would destroy these amazing natural treasures. It's okay. If it's messed up, just go find our good neighbor to steal. Ahem. No. Just borrow some. Su Jie waved his hand and said with a heroic look. After hearing Su Jie's words, Amanda felt her heart twitching even more. Yes. Head of state. I will do my best. She gritted her teeth and nodded heavily, with a determination to succeed or die. She followed Su Jie into her exclusive kitchen. Erkia and Xiaoqing followed curiously. They also wanted to see what kind of horrible delicacy the fried beef could be made into. It turned out that Amanda's cooking god's secondary profession was really good. The beef was divided into 3 parts, combined with more than a dozen spiritual herbs, and 3 dishes were made respectively. When the lid of the pot was opened, countless golden lights burst out from the pot. Dazzling. I don't know if it was an illusion. Su Jie seemed to hear the exclusive BGM of Chinese Cooking Master Boy. Gurgle. Erkia and Xiaoqing swallowed their saliva together. A fragrant smell filled the whole kitchen, making people salivate. Not only the kitchen, but also the entire Sky Island, and even the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. All had a fragrance. The huge vines around the galactic empire rolled up, as if they smelled something tempting and delicious. One after another, green vines stretched out from nothingness and moved rapidly towards the Sky Island. What is this? A cold female voice reached everyone's ears, and the figure of Queen Rui appeared at the door of the kitchen without knowing when. Her eyes were full of greed. Do you want to eat it? If you want to eat it, exchange it with the elixir. Looking at Queen Rui, who was staring at him eagerly, Su Jie rolled his eyes and showed a sly smile. Spiritual medicine? Queen Rui frowned and asked in confusion. Are these made with spiritual medicine? Her eyes were filled with suspicion. Yes. If you want to eat it, exchange it with spiritual medicine. Sujia nodded without hesitation, not worrying that Queen Rui would not agree. The attributes added by these 3 dishes are really too amazing. Beef stew with potatoes. After eating this kind of dish, the life form can obtain passive blood rebirth, 500 blood points, and all attributes increase by 500,000. Ketchup barbecue. After eating this kind of dish, the life form can obtain a 100% sublimation, and the blood awakens to SSS level. Boiled beef. Eating this type of dish can repair all damage and obtain a large amount of bioenergy, which is also effective for non-living organisms. Such an amazing effect is enough to drive all races crazy. Even Queen Rui, who has already stood at the top of a certain field in the universe, couldn't help but feel greedy. I want a portion of boiled beef. How many spiritual herbs do I need? Queen Rui took a deep breath and said with her heart pounding. Sujia smiled cunningly. Hee hee. Not many. 50 will do. 50? That's enough? You only took 14 spiritual herbs from me to make 3 portions of mythical food. With such a low cost, you actually took 50 from me? Queen Rui widened her eyes and stared at Sujia angrily. If you don't want to, forget it. Sujia curled his lips. No one forced you to do this. After that, Sujia put the 3 mythical dishes into the storage space. You wait for me. Queen Rui stamped her feet in exasperation, threatened fiercely, and then turned and left. As a result, 3 seconds later, 50 mythical spiritual medicines flew from outside the door and hit Sujia's face fiercely. Seeing this, everyone was speechless. It turned out that she asked the head of state to wait because she wanted to go back to collect herbs. Hee hee. Thank you for your patronage. Welcome to visit next time. Sujia shamelessly put away the spiritual medicine that was thrown on his face, and felt secretly happy. Please do this kind of humiliation more often. I can still bear it. As the golden boiled beef was taken out by Sujia again, the plate automatically floated to the door. Queen Rui didn't want to see Sujia's face again. She was afraid that she would rush in and strangle the stinky hooligan to death. She didn't even bother to show her face, and just took the things and left. Hee hee. Our neighbors are still good. They know we are in trouble, and take the initiative to send warmth. Sujia. Today, one of you and me must die. Queen Rui's angry roar came from a distance. But Sujia didn't care at all. Don't be so irritable. It's easy to get wrinkles. Compared to these, you should deal with the enemies outside first. Sujia's unreasonable words made the furious Queen Rui stun on the spot. Enemy? She immediately closed her eyes, and sensed the situation in the outer area through the vines of the Sea of Life. There are still guys who are not afraid of death, and dare to come to my territory to make trouble. Humph. A flash of cold light flashed, and Queen Rui disappeared quickly. Just when I was in a bad mood and had nowhere to vent, a group of punching bags were sent. These scums who dared to break into the forbidden area are really tired of living. After Queen Rui left, Urki looked at Sujia. Master, what forces have we offended this time? Aren't the surrounding galaxies almost settled? The people who came this time are related to your mother. Call Feihong and let's go to the theater together. Speaking of this, Sujia handed 50 spiritual herbs to Amanda for safekeeping. Xiaoqing, continue to make mythical meat ingredients. This time, prepare more and strive to have a share for everyone. How could Sujia, who had tasted the sweetness, miss this opportunity to improve his strength? Xiaoqing understood and saluted respectfully. Don't worry, President. I promise to complete the task. On the other side, the furious Queen Rui only took an instant's stick of time to cross thousands of light years and appear on the periphery of the Sea of Life. To be precise, she directly grew a branch on the periphery. Queen Rui used the vines as a conduit to transmit her energy to a certain place outside, and directly gave birth to a clone. Outside the Songmu galaxy, there were countless beetle-like behemoths at this moment. Zerg? After seeing the invaders, Queen Rui's eyes narrowed slightly. She could clearly perceive that the level of these bugs in front of her was extremely high. However, compared with her own life-restricted area, it was still far behind. Roar! As soon as Queen Rui appeared, a giant bug in the lead roared to the sky, waving 2 thick claws, and fiercely attacked. Firefly insects dared to compete with the sun and the moon. Leave it to you. Queen Rui snorted coldly, and behind her, There were more than a dozen queens of Rui Linglong standing. She gathered a rattan chair and lay lazily on it, crossed her legs, took out the boiled beef, and ate while watching the show. The queens who received the order waved their hands, and countless purple flower monsters gathered from all directions. The purple flower monsters' fighting method was also very simple. That is to continue to summon countless green flower monsters. Under the layers of nesting dolls, the advantage of the Zerg army in numbers that could not be seen at a glance was instantly wiped out. The giant beetle that rushed over with its fangs and claws was also stunned on the spot. What the hell? Wasn't there just one person just now? How did it become hundreds of millions of plant monsters in the blink of an eye? What the hell is this? Ouch! The giant beetle howled in fear and turned its head to flee into the distance. But no matter how fast it was, how could it compare to the speed of the purple flower demon summoning plants? In a moment, the giant beetle was torn into pieces by countless flower demons. At this time, a portal appeared beside Queen Rui. Su Jia walked out slowly with Erky and Fei Hong. See, I didn't lie to you. Is it the Zerg? Master, how did you know? Erky asked curiously. This has to mention our good friend, the Holy See. Su Jia didn't expect that the reinforcements that the Pope asked Kirill to bring to Savage Star not long ago were actually another Zerg. With Erky's Zerg core here, isn't this just giving him warmth? Scarlet? Why would you, the Death Sea, hook up with these flower demons? With the appearance of Scarlet and her daughter, the battle situation in front suddenly changed. A slender woman covered in black armor slowly walked out from the endless beetles. Lin Yuan, we in the Death Sea don't seem to need your demon abyss to point fingers at us. Right? Besides, aren't you also mixed up with the birdmen of the Holy Angel clan? Scarlet sneered, pointed at the fleet of the Holy See in the distance behind the Zerg, and retorted, it's just a deal. Lin Yuan was too lazy to explain. The Zerg's major branches have long been at loggerheads. The hatred accumulated over countless years cannot be resolved so easily. It's useless to talk too much. If you want to fight, then fight. Lin Yuan didn't want to waste any more words. He ejected two black blades from his hands. Ready to go. Boom boom boom. The Zerg tide surged like a tsunami. The distance between the two sides quickly closed. Heh. I don't know where this woman got so much food. They are all T5, T6 level giant armored insects. She is richer than before. TSK. Fei Hong was a little jealous and couldn't help but complain sourly. But when she thought about the results of the other party's hard work for so long, all of them would benefit her stupid daughter who was turning her elbow outward. Fei Hong's mood suddenly improved. After working so hard for so long, it was all in vain in the end. Before she becomes one of us, I'll beat her up first. After saying that, Fei Hong's figure burst out and turned into a dazzling white rainbow and rushed straight to Lin Yuan. After signing the contract with Su Jia, Fei Hong's combat power also rose, soaring to 2 million. You know, her mother's combat power at her peak was only more than 3 million. The crazy surge in strength made Fei Hong a little flattered, and she dared to conclude. At this stage, the other 8 Zerg queens are definitely not as fast as I am. After all, the current strength of the Zerg is no longer what it used to be. To cultivate the bugs from scratch, the resources consumed are astronomical. How can it be so easy to restore to the peak? Hey, since you can solve it yourself, I have no obligation to help. Queen Rui sat on the rattan chair and said while eating, it's up to you. In response, Su Jia also waved his hand indifferently. He took out a set of tables and chairs from the space ring, brought potatoes and beef stew, and imitated Queen Rui to eat melons and watch the show. Potatoes and beef stew, eating this kind of dish. The life form can obtain passive, dripping blood rebirth. Blood volume 500 grids. All attributes increase 500,000 this kind of food that can increase blood volume. Su Jia will never let it go. 500 health bars. How tough is this? With the effect of blood rebirth, it will be difficult for him to die in the future. As long as Su Jia is not dead, his apostles can be resurrected infinitely, and the galactic empire can rise quickly even if it is destroyed. The fragrance of 2 bowls of mythical delicacies filled the battlefield. The insects that were rushing madly suddenly stopped in place after smelling the smell, and looked up in that direction. Lin Yuan had no time to take care of these. At this moment, Fei Hong had already approached, and more than a dozen steel-like void tentacles behind her swung at her fiercely. Buzz! An invisible ripple spread. Bang! Lin Yuan was hit in the chest and flew out. Fei Hong followed closely, grabbed the opponent's neck, and threw her hard on the back of a giant armored insect. Under the powerful inertia, Lin Yuan knocked over countless insects. Finally, he landed on the spine of a huge T6 giant beetle, crushed it into pieces, and barely stopped. Puff! Lin Yuan spit out a mouthful of blood and stared at Fei Hong in disbelief. How can you be so strong? She felt as if her internal organs were shattered. The black armor on her chest was tattered, revealing a shocking fist mark that almost pierced her heart. A large area of snow-white skin was seeping out strands of scarlet liquid, and the whole person was shaky. Humph! Fei Hong snorted coldly. How can a firefly compete with the bright moon? The next moment, more than a dozen sharp spikes suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yuan, piercing her limbs without warning. Hiss! Lin Yuan took a breath of cold air in pain. The defense of the Ma Yuan lineage is second to none among the Zerg. As a result, her defensive armor was so vulnerable in front of the opponent. The surrounding giant armored insects felt that the queen's life was threatened, and immediately rushed towards Fei Hong without hesitation. Your queen is not my opponent, so don't come to die. Fei Hong waved her long sleeves, and hundreds of huge tentacles extended from the void, like a dense spider web covering countless insects. After a burst of crackling, the huge tentacles suddenly closed, strangling countless Zergs to death. Lin Yuan gritted her teeth and stood up with difficulty, preparing to escape from here, while the insects under her hands were dragging the other party. Facing such a terrifying enemy, she had no chance of winning. As a result, as soon as she turned around, she saw a purple-haired girl smiling at her. Auntie, since you are here, why don't you leave? Otherwise, it seems that we are too rude. Looking at the evil smile on the corner of the other party's mouth, Lin Yuan instantly understood something. Humph! I can't beat your mother. Can't I abuse you? A little girl? Lin Yuan shouted, took off the broken black armor on his body, and his fair and tender skin was immediately exposed to the air. Poof! Su Jia almost vomited the beef stewed with potatoes that he was eating halfway. My god, this girl actually went topless. Beer flowing. But the next moment, a layer of black shell suddenly covered her delicate body. The beautiful scenery flashed by. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pity. Su Jia shook his head with regret. Hee. Men. Empress Rui, who was also watching the show, sneered disdainfully. Hee. A woman who can't understand anything. Su Jia retorted unyieldingly. Chilla chla. There seemed to be an electric current colliding between the eyes of the two, bursting out strong sparks. The next moment, the two snorted at the same time and turned their heads away, not bothering to pay attention to each other. On the other side, roar! Lin Yuan roared, and her aura became more fierce and domineering. A layer of black crystal shield appeared on the surface of her skin. Every breath was like a bomb exploding, making a violent buzzing sound, which made people's eardrums vibrate. The next moment, Lin Yuan took a step forward, and the giant beetle under his feet was directly crushed, and the juice was sprinkled all over the starry sky. The whole person blasted towards Erky like a cannonball, facing the attacking ant. Erky shook her head regretfully. If you had come here a week earlier, maybe you wouldn't have been beaten so badly. A week ago, they were far from being as terrifying as they are now. It is very likely that she and Fei Hong will be pressed to the ground and rubbed. But now they... Boom! The two of them put their palms together, and the manic power surged. Lin Yuan only felt a huge reaction force coming from her arms, causing her body to fly backwards involuntarily. This feeling is like a 100-ton truck hitting you head-on. There is no power to resist. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Yuan's whole body is like a fired cannonball, dragging a long afterimage, piercing through one giant beast after another. It didn't stop until it pierced through the entire Zerg army and crashed into the deck of a battleship of the Holy See in the rear. Puff! After spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood, Lin Yuan's whole body went limp, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Ah! Did I use too much force? Will you hurt your aunt? Erkia frowned slightly. She didn't expect that her full-strength attack could cause such serious damage. The combat power increased by 2 million at once, which was indeed beyond control. She flashed to the front of the Holy See fleet, and everyone in the Holy See was silent and trembling with fear. The Zerg Queen they had just invited with a huge amount of resources was killed by this woman in just one move. It is estimated that they can't even use one move to deal with him. Dare not move. dare not move at all. Urkia just glanced at them coldly, and walked straight to Lin Yuan's body, reaching out and touching his chest. He found that although there was still a heartbeat, it was extremely weak. She made a prompt decision, picked up her aunt, and ran to find the master to clean up her, but, Master, it seems that you used too much force. What should we do now? My aunt is dying. Why don't you treat her? Urki blinked and looked at Sujia. I don't know how to heal. Hey, you, do you know how to heal? Sujia turned his head and looked at Queen Rui beside him. I am the Flower Demon King. No injuries or poisons in the world can harm me, Queen Rui said arrogantly, and then changed the subject. But why should I help you? You cannot help. Then I can only use those 50 spiritual herbs to treat it. Don't ask me why you can't eat such a heaven-defying delicacy, Sujia said with a smile. You? Queen Rui didn't expect that this bastard would threaten her with a mythical delicacy. Damn it! Since I met this man, I haven't had a good day. Humph. Take it. Queen Rui swallowed the last bite of beef, licked the soup in the bowl, and then threw a green pill, turned around and left angrily without looking back. Thank you, Sujia thanked with a smile, and then threw the pill into Lin Yuan's mouth. Healing is a piece of cake for Queen Rui, but it's troublesome for Sujia. Although he can also save the patient, the effect is obviously not as good as that of Queen Rui. The pill melted in her mouth, turning into a ball of emerald green liquid that flowed into her throat. The mighty life force flowed through Lin Yuan's body. In an instant, the wounds on her skin healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Yuan, who was in a coma, let out a strange groan. Her tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and she scanned the surroundings with a blurry vision. The first thing that caught Lin Yuan's eyes was a strange face. Huh? And he is awake? A surprised voice sounded. Lin Yuan raised her head and found that there were still two people around her. A purple-haired girl with a happy face, and a red face with an unhappy face. Why? Do you want to save me? Lin Yuan looked at them deeply, and sat up with difficulty, and asked in a hoarse voice. She knew the gap between her and the mother and daughter, and knew the possibility of desperate escape. So she simply faced the next outcome calmly. You are my aunt. Of course I have to save you. Urkia smiled playfully and answered in a relaxed tone. But, Urkia changed the subject, with a cunning arc on the corner of her mouth. Killing someone means paying for a life, and owing a debt means paying back the money. You now owe my master a life, so pay with your flesh. Ahem. Sujia was drinking afternoon tea after dinner, and suddenly heard this sentence, and almost spit it out. Lin Yuan heard this, and the expression on his face was instantly stunned. Meat. 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 Meat? You want to eat my flesh? Lin Yuan's head was buzzing, and he almost suspected that he was hallucinating. Puff. This time, Sujia couldn't hold it back and spit it out directly. On the side, Fei Hong covered her mouth and laughed secretly, looking gloating. What kind of comprehension is this? Eki rolled her eyes and muttered unhappily. Okay. The insects in the demon abyss are all stubborn and their brains are a little abnormal. If you don't believe me, ask her how the offspring of the creatures are born. Fei Hong quickly interrupted to explain. Give birth to offspring? Don't they all use insect nests? Husband, what is this? Qian Mengyao looked at the plate of grilled meat and tomato sauce that Sujia brought, which was emitting 5-color rainbow light, and her head was full of question marks. This is a good thing. I'll make one portion now. You'll know after you eat it. But, Qian Mengyao looked a little embarrassed. This delicacy was obviously expensive, and she was worried about wasting it. What about the others? Qian Mengyao meant something. There are so many women around Sujia, and there is also a pink fox with extremely strong possessiveness. It would be bad if it caused trouble for my husband. Don't worry. Fina and the others share the same attributes with me, and these foods have little effect on them. As for the others, Sujia ignored Charles, and it seemed that only Dacia was left. When the beef is ripe next time, let Amanda make another portion. Yeah. Qian Mengyao nodded slightly, and did not continue to dwell on this issue. Soon, a large bowl of fragrant ketchup barbecue was swallowed by her bit by bit. Good time. Qian Mengyao's eyes were moist and full of happiness. This is not just delicious. Ketchup barbecue, eating this kind of dish. The life form can obtain a 100% sublimation, and the blood awakens to SSS level as the medicinal food gradually merged into the body. Qian Mengyao was surprised to find that a warm current came from her lower abdomen. The little life in the belly seemed to feel this great energy and began to cheer. Husband, hurry up. Feel it. The baby is moving. Qian Mengyao was so excited that she grabbed Su Jia's palm and pressed it on her slightly bulging belly. Su Jia heard this and frowned. He is still a placenta now. How could he move? Although he said this, Su Jia still reached out and touched it, and felt the existence of the child. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a strong heartbeat came along his arm. Like a drum. Deafening. Huh? Su Jia was shocked. What's going on? The child's father. Is the child moving? Qian Mengyao couldn't help but cover her mouth, her beautiful eyes full of shock. That doesn't make sense. In less than a month. She's grown so fast? Su Jia muttered to himself. Could it be because of the barbecue? He then realized that after eating the mythical food, Qian Mengyao's body didn't seem to have the so-called blood evolution. Could it be? Thinking of a possibility, Su Jia's face turned black. Little bastard. This is a gift your father prepared for your mother. How dare you intercept it? I'll beat you up if you come out. Su Jia pretended to be angry and said viciously. But a faint ripple spread from Qian Mengyao's lower abdomen, as if she was afraid of Su Jia. Don't scare the child. Qian Mengyao gently patted his chest and gave him a shy look. Don't be afraid, baby. Your father won't dare to beat you because your mother is here. Buzzing. Another wave of waves swept through, but soon subsided. It seemed that the baby had fallen asleep under Qian Mengyao's comfort. Seeing this, Su Jia had to inform Shao Qing to speed up the production of mythical beef. Let Amanda make a mythical medicinal meal as soon as possible. Although Qian Mengyao's attributes were also 4 or 5,000, Su Jia now thought that she was simply too weak. Coupled with the unstable factor in her stomach, he was really worried that Qian Mengyao's body would not be able to bear it. Night. He hugged Qian Mengyao and whispered to her husband and wife. The only pity was that because of the addition of a little life, the beautiful world of two people was destroyed, causing Su Jia to be unable to do anything. This made him quite depressed. His eyes flashed with burning light. He took a deep breath and kissed the soft red lips in his arms. After a long time, the lips parted. Qian Mengyao pushed his shoulders with a blushing face. Husband, the baby is still young. You have to bear with it. It's not the only way. We can try other things. Su Jia's mouth curled up a sly smile. Other? What else? Qian Mengyao tilted her head. Her lack of knowledge made her as innocent as a child. There is no way. She had only experienced actual combat once. And the only time was when Su Jia was drunk and didn't know anything. The experience was not pleasant at all. Today, your husband will teach you the correct posture between husband and wife. Su Jia smiled evilly and threw a girl who didn't understand the world. Husband. Ah. You can't do that. The next morning, the sun was shining. On the bed, the lazy woman slowly opened her eyes. The memories of last night came flooding in, making her bury her head in the quilt. It was too shameful, but it was also very exciting. It was a wonderful experience she had never had before. I don't know what she thought of. Qian Mengyao's pretty face was full of red. Awake? A deep and magnetic male voice sounded. She looked up suddenly and bumped into a pair of deep and blurred eyes. Su Jia's eyes were full of tenderness, and he looked at her dotingly. Good morning, husband. Qian Mengyao greeted shyly and hurriedly got into the bed. At this moment, she wanted to find a crack to get in. Let's go. Come with me to the Ultron Galaxy and visit your mother by the way. Su Jia's current power is unprecedented, and the base camp has the protection of Queen Rui. It's time for civilization to move towards a wider sea of stars. Before that, we have to take down the 8 major star alliances of Ultron. And the grand galaxy where the Holy See is located can also be closed. Just let Vivian and the others test the performance of the new warship. Qian Mengyao nodded obediently, and the two dressed neatly and were about to get up. Qian Mengyao stumbled and fell towards Su Jia. Just as Su Jia turned around, she threw him into her arms. Feeling the strange pain from her lower body, she glared at the culprit. It's all your fault. Look at what you did. Ahem. Su Jia touched his nose awkwardly, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on his handsome face. How could I know that your body was so sensitive? You still say, is it not okay that I was wrong? Su Jia had no choice but to admit his weakness. Qian Mengyao hummed a few words. which was considered to be forgiving Su Jie. But she still glared at him. Suddenly, at this moment, a sudden system prompt sounded in Su Jie's mind. Ding! Pioneer Inwuru has lost vital signs. You are the only heir to the estate. The estate is being transferred. Please pay attention to receive it. Chief Master? Ding! Pioneer Inwuru has lost vital signs. You are the only heir to the estate. The estate is being transferred. Please pay attention to receive it. Chief Master? Su Jie was shocked. How could his fairy master die? What's wrong? Husband? Seeing Su Jie's uncertain face, Qian Mengyao asked in confusion. Su Jie frowned and shook his head. Nothing. I have something to deal with. You should recover first. We'll talk about going to Ultron in 2 days. What do you mean by recover? Hate it. Qian Mengyao punched Su Jie lightly and scolded him. But he still stayed in the boudoir obediently. On the other side, Queen Rui's purple planet. In the quiet valley, creepers and 2 little girls sit upright, like elementary school students waiting for a lecture. Queen Rui's noble and cold face is full of the helplessness and seriousness of a teacher facing a naughty child. Although you have my blood flowing in your body, the way you were born is different from other Rui Linglong monster kings. So if you want to grow, you must find another way. This book Rui Lian Xinju in my hand was created when I was at my peak, and it can allow all the spiritual flowers and plants in the world that have just begun to develop their intelligence to practice. Others want to learn but can't. But you are fine. Every day, you play and eat, and have no ambition at all. Queen Rui said earnestly, with a hint of helplessness in her voice. Ruilian Heart Sutra can enhance the aptitude of spiritual flowers and herbs, allowing them to cultivate and mature more quickly. Moreover, it can also improve the quality of spiritual flowers and herbs, and even break through the shackles and reach the same level of Flower King as her. If it weren't for the unique talents of these Lolita, she really wanted to slap them to death. Hearing this, the 3 Lolita immediately drooped their heads, looking like they had no desire to live. I can't do this question. I can't do it. The skills are too difficult. I can't understand it at all. Yes, beautiful master. Can you simplify the content? Make it more concise and clear. The 3 of them, one on each side, acted coquettishly around Queen Rui, completely forgetting the original terror of the queen. A few veins popped out on Queen Rui's forehead. Seeing that the other party was about to lose his temper, Ivy ran away. The other 2 followed immediately, just as Queen Rui pulled out the thorn whip and prepared to let them feel the kindness of the master. A strange space fluctuation caught her attention. Huh? Someone can trespass into my domain without my permission. Queen Rui's cold phoenix eyes flashed with murderous intent. The next second, she flashed under the starry sky. Coincidentally, at this moment, Su Jie also descended into the void. What's going on? Seeing this bastard, Queen Rui realized that this matter must be related to him, and hurriedly questioned. Nothing. Just a courier that needs to be signed for? Courier? What is it? My master's legacy. Queen Rui's mouth twitched slightly. Sending ashes thousands of miles away? I don't know the details. Su Jie shrugged his shoulders. He had never even seen his chief master. How could he know what was going on? Without giving the 2 a chance to chat, a space crack suddenly appeared in the space above the Sky Island base. The space crack was very small, indicating that Inwuru's legacy was not much. The next moment, under the gaze of the 2, a broken sword and a bag of packages fell out of the crack. Ding! The inheritance has been transferred. Gone? Why is my master so poor? He doesn't even have a main base. His life must be so miserable. Su Jie looked regretful. Just when she was about to take over the only 2 relics of her chief master and build a tomb to show respect, a ethereal and weak voice suddenly came from the broken sword. Disciple? Su Jie was stunned and a little bit unable to react. This voice was too gentle and delicate, as if it was soaked in warm water. Are you my disciple? The voice continued to come, with a hint of joy and excitement. Fuck. Is he dead? Su Jie was startled and retreated. Then Broken Sword seemed to have self-awareness and chased after him. Disciple, don't run. Master thinks he can still save him. Hey, stop. The voice was hurried and panicked, as if afraid that Su Jie would leave. The first move of the Moon Shadow. The immortal points the way. The Broken Sword arrived in an instant and stabbed Su Jie's butt. Oh my god. This move is so familiar. No. But? Sujia was shocked and turned around to fight back without thinking. What kind of insidious move is this? Attacking that kind of place. Immortal support? The immortal's palm appeared from behind Sujia and slapped broken sword. Clang! The broken sword and the immortal's palm collided, and fire burst out. But this collision did not cause any damage. But it sounded like the sound of metal intersecting, which was very pleasant. Neither side used their full strength. You are indeed the disciple of this fairy. That ethereal and weak voice sounded. Then Sujia saw a girl wearing a classical dress, with an elegant and refined temperament, and a rich fragrance all over her body walking out of the broken sword out of thin air. She had a slender figure, a slim waist, a full chest, and white skin as crystal as jade. Delicate facial features, beautiful eyebrows, almond eyes, a beautiful nose and cherry lips. Every frown and smile was filled with an ethereal temperament, just like a fairy descending to the earth. Beautiful and holy. No, she seemed to be a fairy. But, Soul? The Queen Ray, who was watching the show, frowned. She had existed since the ancient times long ago, and had seen many civilizations. It was not unheard of for a civilized race that was entirely composed of souls. He recognized Inruoro's current state at a glance. Huh? There's someone else? What a beautiful girl. Are you my apprentice's Taoist partner? Inruoro's beautiful eyes were shining, and she looked at the Queen Rui's delicate body hidden under the mist, and couldn't help but admire. Think too much. This emperor will not like this bastard no matter who he likes. Queen Rui snorted coldly and glanced at Sujia with contempt. TSK. I still don't like you. My wife is much prettier than you. Sujia retorted unyieldingly. But what he said was true. Putting aside the cold and beautiful temperament of Queen Rui, Xian Mingyao's appearance was the most stunning among all the female creatures he had seen. Not inferior to Queen Rui at all. Humph. You are so stubborn. Queen Rui looked down on him. As the demon queen of flowers, she was confident that she was not inferior to any of the same sex in terms of beauty. So he just thought that Sujia was just trying to save face. I think you have a good relationship. You could become Taoist couples. It will just help the Moon Shadow sect to expand. Inruoro was like a naive and foolish girl, trying to bring the two together. The two were silent, both speechless. How could they tell that they had a good relationship? No. My spirit is about to dissipate. I have to go back quickly. As if she remembered something, Inruoro was like a clumsy and impetuous girl, frantically looking for the broken sword. 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 Where is the sword? Oh! I found it. After looking around, she finally saw her broken sword in Sujia's hand. Then she turned into a wisp of green smoke and rushed into it. Oh! It was a close call. I almost thought I was going to see my great master. The two rolled their eyes, feeling a little tired of this strange girl. Is she really your master? Queen Rui asked suspiciously. What else? Sujia shrugged, expressing his helplessness. She seems very unreliable. Queen Rui commented. Sujia's mouth twitched. She is a little stupid, but she is still my master. So, master, how did you get into this? Ancient God Star. Under the Radish Mountain. At the Dragon Vein. Sujia brought a small stool and prepared to eat melon seeds while listening to the story. Empress Rui sat diagonally to his side, wearing a purple veil to cover her graceful figure, and was also staring at the broken sword with interest. It's a bit unlucky to say. Inruoro complained bitterly from the broken sword. My initial base was randomly placed in the Great Crack of the Universe, which is a space crack that is about to collapse. I was just practicing in the cave, and the surrounding space suddenly collapsed, almost burying me. If I hadn't run fast, I guess my soul would have been hard to escape. After I escaped, I inexplicably landed on a remote and desolate planet. Then, I was captured by a group of space pirates, who forced me to marry their boss as a concubine. How could I, a fairy who is the most beautiful and elegant sister of the Moon Shadow sect, marry a mortal man? But after my cultivation was reset to 0, I had to start all over again, and cultivation was extremely time-consuming. I was no match for them. Crack. Pooh. Sujia spit out the melon seed shell in his hand. Then what? Then I would rather die than surrender. And I used a secret method to escape. Inruoro in the broken sword continued indignantly. But what's even more unfortunate is that the surrounding galaxies were all occupied by this group of pirates. I have no cultivation and can't drive a spaceship. So I was finally captured and taken back. Why don't you ask me for help? Sujia was also impressed by this guy. Humph. Inruoro snorted proudly. How can a master ask his apprentice for help? I can't bring myself to do that. Ah. This damn stubbornness. Is face more important or life more important? Please figure it out. Sujia was speechless. I don't care. This fairy is the face of the Moon Shadow sect. I can die. But the face of the sect cannot be lost. Inruoro gritted her teeth and insisted on her principles, looking like she was ready to die and go to justice. Well, whatever you want. Sujia was too lazy to persuade her. Then, you were killed by those pirates? Queen Rui was so absorbed in listening that she urged the other party to continue the story. No. I encountered a passing golden dragon. The pirates seemed to have provoked the dragon clan, and were finally killed by the dragon's breath. This fairy has survived a great disaster, and there will be good fortune in the future. At this point, Inruoro was excited, as if she had met a savior. After the golden dragon helped me solve the problem, he learned about my situation and gave me a lot of spirit stones. As for the reason, at this point, Inruoro paused, and her face became strange. She whispered in a serious tone. It should be, or perhaps, it may be because he is greedy for this fairy's body. Although she is also a beauty, not everyone can be my Taoist partner. Hey, don't look at me like that. Inruoro touched her nose awkwardly and coughed dryly. I know you think I am making it up, but it is true. Sujia and Queen Rui looked at each other after hearing this. Could this be the legendary Pu Exine woman? Anyway, after I noticed her intention, I took the opportunity to slip away. By the way, that guy seems to be called something like Cuckoo. Ku what? Sujia suddenly spoke. Christina? Yes. That is Lydia. Hey, disciple. How did you know? Sujia couldn't remember how many times he was speechless today. This world is really small. This kind of heaven-defying probability can be triggered. I really don't know whether you are lucky or not. When Inruoro mentioned the golden dragon just now, the image of the childish dragon appeared in Sujia's mind involuntarily. Unexpectedly, it was really true. Wait a minute. I'll go ask first. After that, Sujia interrupted Inruoro's questioning and directly opened the chat window to find the only few friends. Sujia. Did you save my master? Christia. Your master? Who? Su. A silly fairy woman. Kuh. Oh. I remember. There seems to be such a guy. But I didn't know him at the time. I just happened to pass by and saved her. Seeing that she was a fairy, I thought she was from the same tribe as you. I wanted to find out about your background from her, and gave her a lot of crystal cores. But after getting the resources, this guy ran away overnight. He was so fast that I couldn't catch up with him. After all this time, it turns out that you are the master of this guy. Quick, pay me back. Sujia was speechless again. He decisively closed the dialogue box and blocked Christia's friends. It is impossible to pay back the money. Not in this life. Master, ask clearly. She just covets your body. If you meet that childish dragon in the future, run as fast as you can. Understand? Sujia warned earnestly. Ha! I knew it was like this. Luckily this fairy ran fast. I almost lost my integrity. Inruoro looked as if it was just like this. Praise my wit. Yeah. Sujia suddenly felt tired. Your integrity has already fallen to the ground. Don't show off. Sister. Really? Please? Okay. Just tell me how she died in the end. He urged impatiently. Hee hee. Later on, the master relied on the spirit stone given by Kiki Lily, and his cultivation level advanced by leaps and bounds. But I still encountered some powerful pioneers. Their worships were so powerful that I still couldn't beat them. So I could only continue to be hunted down. In the end, a man from the imperial family pierced my heart and my blood was scattered all over the starry sky. I thought I would die. But fortunately, I had set up an heir to the legacy before. My residual soul was judged as an item and was transferred along with the legacy. That's it. Meow. As he said that, Inruoro controlled the broken sword to circle around Sujia. Hee hee. Although I have lost my physical body, I finally got to see my precious disciple, which can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Goose goose goose. Sujia's mind was full of black lines. Why are you either being hunted down or on the way to being hunted down? Are you a congenital mocking holy body? Do you have hatred? Eh? Doesn't the disciple know the secrets of the immortal race? What is that? It's secrets of the immortals? What is that? Sujia was confused. He had never even seen the immortals. How could he know any secrets? Why do you think the immortals hide from the world and rarely see us in the universe? Inruoru asked back. Sujia frowned and thought for a moment. The answer was obvious. Isn't it because the immortals practiced in seclusion for too long? So they rarely show up? Also, they need to calm down and concentrate to comprehend the Tao and the laws of heaven and earth. So they all find a place where no one is to practice in seclusion. And it is almost impossible for ordinary people to meet them. These reasons are not sufficient. And they are all old news. Inruoru shook her head. The most direct reason why we immortals rarely show up in the outside world is that we have too many enemies. And we are easily hunted down once we show up. Why? Are you stupid? Inruoru rolled her eyes at him. We also need resources for cultivation. We also need to find natural treasures to refine magic tools and elixirs. And we also need to travel around the world. It is said that the immortals are invincible in the late stage. But since they are an invincible civilization, why do they hide? If you are so awesome, what is the point of all this cultivation if you don't show off in front of others? Isn't it a waste of such a precious opportunity to show off? So what you said are just excuses for the immortals to find for themselves. After Sujia heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. And he didn't know whether to say 1,000 MMPs in his heart. Good guy. The inherent thinking is harmful to people. But why is this? Queen Rui also interrupted curiously. Even an immortal like her has never seen a few immortals. No. To be precise, even the term immortals was not known until she met Sujia and Inruoru. For such a new civilization, it would be a lie to say that I am not curious. Since you asked sincerely, I will tell you mercifully. Humph. Of course, it's because we are too invincible. So we once became the target of joint suppression by other advanced civilizations. Although the immortal race can suppress the universe for hundreds of thousands of years if it produces an immortal emperor, it is not so easy to produce an immortal emperor. Since the death of the previous immortal emperor, the immortal race has been declining. All civilizations began to suppress the immortal geniuses who have not yet grown up. Gradually, we had to retreat to the mountains and forests. We were forced to live a godly life of idle clouds and wild cranes. How miserable it is. Sujia opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. There are too many points to complain about. I don't know where to start. Since the immortal race is invincible, why not destroy other civilizations first and dominate the universe alone? Do we have to wait for the immortal emperor to fall before we wake up? When I become that damn immortal emperor in the future, I will start with a superposition and use a move to destroy the universe. All of them should be shut down and restarted. For all civilizations, when their level exceeds that of a threat, they should be killed in the cradle to eliminate all hidden dangers. Well, perfect. Sujia imagined the scene of the future immortals sweeping the universe and being invincible. And his eyes could not help but narrow. Damn. Apprentice. You can still laugh. Do you know that your master was wandering around outside every day and ended up missing? You'd better be careful. Don't let other civilizations and pioneers know your identity as an immortal. Also, it's not that there are no people of the same race in the race channel, but there are traitors among the immortals. They are worried about being betrayed by their own people. So no one chats in the race channel. Don't be fooled. Although Inruoru was a bit stupid, she still cared for the only descendant of the Moon Shadow Immortal sect. I know. Sujia waved his hand impatiently. But he was thinking in his heart. I am no longer a fairy. I have been reborn and advanced to the SSSS level Great Tao Seed. But suddenly, he realized something was wrong. When chatting in the World Channel before, it seemed that he always had the suffix of the fairy. And he didn't choose to hide his name several times. Forget it. It doesn't matter. A group of rabble, if they have the guts, come and attack his base camp. He wants to see, how can a civilization that has reached the peak of the 4 major technological fields of magic, technology, biology, and cultivation crush all the races in the universe? The key is that there is Queen Rui in front. So he is not panicked. Not panicked at all. He wished that more big enemies, like Lin Yuan, would come to his house and get beaten. What is the origin of the imperial clan that killed you? Sujia put away his wild thoughts and asked Inruoru. Inruoru frowned slightly. I don't know the specific origin, but I heard about the Imperial clan in the sect's classics. The master has been practicing hard in the sect for many years, and rarely goes out. Is that so? Does the apprentice want to help the master get revenge? I have a small notebook here, which records all the races that have hunted down the master. Hee. Su Jia was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. As expected of the master, you have a vengeful character. I like it. Hungry. Your master. That is, my master's master, said so. When you go out, you have to earn your own face. If someone wants to step on you, you have to step back hard. Otherwise, they will think that we are easy to bully. Empress Rui also nodded in appreciation. Well, that's a wonderful thing to say. Right. Su Jia opened a booklet that floated out of Iin legacy package, which was densely filled with race names. When will this revenge be avenged? Isn't it too much? He counted carefully. A total of 108 races. And none of them was below S level. Outrageous. Master, when will the cycle of revenge end? It is better to learn to let go and be content with what happens. He silently put the small notebook back and made an amoeba gesture. Oh, my disciple doesn't help me. And I feel so miserable. Oh. Su Jia turned and walked away, as if he had made up his mind. Disciple, where are you going? Hey, don't go. I am counting on you now. Su Jia stopped and sighed. I will prepare a body for your resurrection. Yeah. Thank you, disciple. Su Jia continued to walk forward and came to the experimental base. An ordinary body would limit Iin future development. So he decided to customize a cyberpunk immortal cultivation mechanical body for her. Master, your body is weak, so you should ascend mechanically. Boss, you came at the right time. The cultivation of nano-worms is nearing completion. The subsequent splitting speed is enough to arm all galactic fleets within half a month. I need your divine armor and radiance to allow the nano-worms to split and replicate. In this way, the era of mechanical ascension for all members is about to come. As soon as Su Jia appeared, Wanqing rushed over excitedly. Oh, it's finished so quickly? Su Jia raised his eyebrows in surprise. He originally thought that it would take at least 2 or 3 weeks. Dr. Elena has made some optimizations and upgrades based on the original nano-core components. So the speed is much faster than the expected time. Is that so? Su Jia was worried about what material to use to mold the body for his chief master. Now that nanotechnology has been successfully researched, it will save him a lot of trouble. After all, an immortal nano-level steel body is much more powerful than an ordinary mechanical body. Come on. Take me to see it. He strode into the laboratory and saw a giant metal tank filled with a strange creature that looked like a black slime, which was constantly squirming. But if you observe it under a microscope, this slime is actually composed of countless tiny nano-robots. Each cell can be said to be an independent individual, capable of any combination and deformation. The structure of these nano-robots is extremely special. Not only are they too tiny and difficult to destroy, but they also have all kinds of incredible combat capabilities. For example, it can devour all kinds of metals and use the high density of metals to repair itself infinitely. Even if it is turned into ash, it can be recondensed and restored to its original state in an instant. The creatures in the microscopic world are not so easy to be destroyed in the macroscopic world. At this moment, Elena was typing some instructions at the control panel next to her. Her fingertips were so fast that a residual image appeared. The next second, as the command was issued, the slime in the metal tank squirmed and slowly kneaded into a lowly body. It was all white, which was a little stimulating. Stupid Elena. What are you doing? Where are the clothes of my experimental subject? Why don't you pinch them out together? Linger beside her blushed and protested loudly. The object of the nano-slime transformation was Linger herself. Currently, the nano-core components can only record a small amount of data. It takes up too much memory to pinch clothes. Let's save some fabric. Besides, there are no men in the laboratory. So why panic? As she said that, she slowly raised her head, ready to appreciate her research results. Then she saw Su Jia standing not far away. This was embarrassing. Pala. Under Elena's frantic manipulation, Linger's nano-model quickly dissipated like an ice cube melting. Cough. In order to avoid Linger's embarrassment, Sujia pretended to cough twice and pretended that he didn't see anything. How is the research on nanotechnology going? He went straight to the point. Everything is going well at the moment. Elena also pretended to be serious and began to explain how to use the nanocore. Soon, after she fiddled with it, the black nano slime separated a bunch of small slimes. The hatch opened, and the small slimes fell to the ground and directly attached to Sujia's whole body. Gurgle. The tiny nanoworms quickly transformed according to the preset settings. The next moment, a set of gorgeous space armor slowly took shape. From the appearance, this is the appearance of the G6 level Snapdragon armor. You can try to break them, Elena suggested. Okay. Sujia narrowed his eyes and shook his arms lightly. The terrifying air wave directly shattered the armor around his body, turning it into gray powder all over the sky. But the next second, countless powders seemed to have pressed the rewind button. Instantly gathered, and gathered again on Sujia's body surface, and finally pieced together into the shape of armor again. Not bad. Sujia nodded in approval. Is it only the function of infinite rebirth? Elena thought for a while. Of course it's more than that. This is the micro-nano control chip I developed. After wearing the chip, the nanoworm can simulate all known substances and forms through the instructions issued by brain waves. Linger, you will be the subject of the experiment. No way. It's me again? Linger suddenly felt angry. Scientific research requires sacrifice and dedication. Be good. Yelena smiled and comforted, taking out a nano chip and stuffing it into Linger's hand. Linger burst into tears, but she did not refuse. As she implanted the chip into a device on her wrist, the nanoparticles on Sujia began to move rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a black mist enveloped Linger. Then, Elena took out an anti-tank artillery from somewhere. Damn. You should be gentle, Linger cursed. But Elena did not give her too much time to react and directly pressed the trigger to fire. Bang! The missile roared out with a long tail flame, heading straight for Linger. Linger was so scared that she wanted to release thunder to resist. However, the reaction speed of the nanoparticles was faster than her own. After receiving the resistance signal from the brain wave, the black mist around Linger suddenly erupted, forming a vortex that wrapped the missile. Then, the dark vortex suddenly compressed, and the missiles that flew halfway were all disassembled into a pile of scrap metal. It fell to the ground with a clang. This is an emergency plan set in advance. There are different defense modes for different attacks. While explaining, Elena took out a laser gun. Without any hesitation, he pulled the trigger directly. The laser beam bombarded the black mist, and then strangely annihilated into nothingness. It can be seen from a microscopic perspective. The energy was wrapped by countless nanoworms in a very short time, and was directly swallowed up, without giving Linger a chance to rest. Elena took out the laser sword and chopped it down. The same. The energy in the laser was instantly devoured by the nanoworms. What if it's a pure physical attack? Sujia suddenly interrupted and asked. Do you try? Elena handed over a machete. Sujia raised his eyebrows, took the machete and swung it at Linger. Clang! A crisp collision sounded, and Sujia felt as if he was chopping on a steel plate. The black mist in front of him turned into a vibranium shield without knowing when. Just now I said that nanoparticles can evolve all substances by simulating molecular arrangement, as long as it is in the database. It can be simulated. Wow! Captain America's shield can be simulated. Amazing! Sujia exclaimed, and then punched the shield again. Clang! The huge force burst out, and the shield did not move at all. However, Linger behind the shield was directly shaken away. Ouch! Linger screamed in pain, covered her butt and fell to the ground, her cheeks red from the pain. I forgot to say that when the power exceeds a certain level, some damage will still be transmitted to the operator, Elena added awkwardly. Damn! Why didn't you say so earlier? Sujia looked at Linger's resentful eyes with some embarrassment. Ahem. It was an accident. Purely an accident. Humph. Linger grumbled and got up from the ground to continue testing. After a detailed demonstration, Sujia also had a general understanding of the application of nanocore technology. It can be said that even a dog, as long as it has a nanochip, can control countless nanoworms and have a combat power of about 50,000 to 100,000. How much strength can be exerted depends on personal talent and understanding ability. After all, the richer the imagination, the more forms the nanoworms can simulate. Actually, I have another idea. Yelena pondered for a moment, looked up and asked. The body is weak. And mechanical ascension. Have you heard of it? Sujia nodded. Of course. Transforming the body into a mechanical body can achieve an alternative immortality. Wrong. Oh! What's wrong? Yelena took back the chip on Linger's wrist, put it into a strange device, and said, while inputting instructions on the operating table, the mechanical ascension you mentioned is just the lowest level of mechanical ascension. Strictly speaking, it is a failed ascension. Losing the body means losing all senses. Even if you have endless life and powerful strength, you are just a walking corpse. And it can't be called life at all. Sujia heard this, and felt that it made sense. It also enlightened Sujia. If Inroro was really given a cyberpunk body, it would harm her. Because she'd lost her 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses. She would not only lose happiness, but also her self-awareness. For a flesh and blood person, it is simply an extreme torture. So? Then what you mean by mechanical ascension is? Elena smiled faintly. Didn't you see it just now? Just now? Sujia was stunned, turning his head to look at Linger, whose face was slightly red. He thought of the erotic scene he had just seen. Nanoparticles can simulate the flesh? Elena nodded. Yes. If you want, you can even create an active clone. As long as the gene chain is stable. Even if there is no soul, you can still regain wisdom. Regain the ability to make independent judgments. And even work, study, and live like a normal person. Damn. What I just saw was actually a real-life figurine of Linger. It's okay if you understand it that way. Enough. Stop talking. Or don't blame me for turning against you. Linger glared at Elena in shame and anger, and stomped away angrily. Elena shrugged and spread her hands, looking innocent. Let's get back to the point. Using nanoparticles to replace human cells can not only ensure the integrity of the body and senses, but also inherit the immortality of nanomachines. As long as there are enough resources, it is not a problem for all members to ascend mechanically. How about it? Do you have any ideas? After listening to Elena's plan, Sujia was somewhat tempted. The interstellar female soldiers of the Galaxy Fleet are generally Orlons, or some races that are not of high level. Their own strength is not as good as those top civilizations that have hundreds or thousands of attributes at birth. If all members ascend mechanically, their combat power will soar to more than 50,000. Although it is far from the level of competing with those top civilizations, it is enough to dominate the SS-level race. I have 2 questions. Sujia frowned. First, after the mechanical ascension, how to maintain the energy of nano-cells. Like ordinary humans, eat normally and digest food to obtain energy through the stomach bag. Elena continued as a matter of course. Of course, it would be more convenient to directly absorb crystal cores or metals. That's no problem. Sujia nodded, then frowned and asked, what effect will the mechanical body have when practicing magic or using magic potions? Also, can nanoparticles still improve their realm after replacing biological cells? Or will the combat power be fixed at a threshold? Hearing this question, Elena was silent for a while. After a long time, she frowned and replied, I haven't done such experiments, so I'm not sure, but from a theoretical analysis, although nanoparticles are substitutes, their performance is no different from that of biological cells. You can understand it as an additional passive skill of immortality and an active skill of controlling all cells in the body. After hearing Elena's explanation, Sujia understood it instantly. However, to be sure, he still had to find someone to test it. On the square, Sujia summoned the leaders of the major corps of the Galaxy Fleet. The significance of the full member ascension plan is too great, and it determines the future fate of the Galactic Empire. So it must be taken seriously. Headmaster, are you summoning us to prepare to send troops to the 8-Star Alliance and the Holy See? Vivian asked eagerly. These days, under the crazy explosion of the T6 level Tiangong industrial fleet, the scale of the 10 major galactic fleets has been upgraded from fleet to core level. Not only that, the original T5 class Yenyang battleships in the fleet have been replaced by T6 class Yinglong battleships. The T5 Jianlong has also been retired and replaced by the T6 class Songlong aircraft carrier. The rest are all filled by T6 class Xingtian destroyers. It can be said that except for the frigates and cruisers that are still at the T5 level, the overall level of the fleet has reached all members T6. The combat power is unprecedentedly strong. Even space fighters and interstellar armors have been developed and improved with the efforts of Elena, Charles and others, through the psychic armor technology of the Great Qi Empire. And a large number of new G7 Class 5-element armors have been developed and improved. The performance is more than 50 times that of the G6 level. All commanders are looking forward to the confrontation with the enemy. I called you here because there are other things to discuss. Sujia looked at Elena beside him and motioned her to explain. After Elena's brief and concise description, everyone was shocked by the plan of everyone's ascension. The initial excitement gradually turned into a solemnity. It is always difficult to accept new things. Not to mention the incredible thing of body transformation. Dean Elena, how strong can mechanical ascension make me? At this moment, a snow-white figure stood out. Admiral Nico Robin. I can't guarantee this for the time being, but at least 50,000 combat power is guaranteed. If it is equipped with a G7 level or higher nano-mimicry mecha, the combat power value will definitely exceed 70,000. As soon as this was said, the whole audience gasped. Oh my god! Is this fake? This is 70,000 combat power. Not 7,000. Lucia opened her mouth wide, her eyes full of disbelief. It's not that she wanted to question Elena's authority in the field of science, but this matter was too exaggerated. They have been practicing for so long, but their attribute values are just over 10,000. Even so, this is the result of their hard work day and night. And after work, they don't sleep. Now it's good. Someone told them that they only need to install a small chip to directly reach the terrifying combat power of 70,000. Who would believe this? What a fuss! They say it's mechanical ascension. Ascension is not just a word. Irina snorted coldly and raised her fair chin proudly. The power of science and technology is an existence that no civilization can underestimate. Remember, there are many technological civilizations more powerful than ours in this universe. Don't be proud and complacent. Dean Irina, I am willing to be the subject of the experiment. Just as Irina finished speaking, Nicole suddenly walked out of the team and stared at her firmly. Looking at the other party's resolute look, Irina raised her eyebrows in surprise. If the experiment fails, do you know what it means? Lucia also came out to persuade her deputy commander. Yes, Nicole, don't do anything stupid. We can find a criminal to do the experiment. If you want other soldiers to accept the Ascension plan, there must be someone who is important enough to take the lead in the Ascension road and set an example. Nicole shook her head. Some things are destined to be done by someone. It just so happens that I need this power. If I fail, it can only mean that I am unlucky. As she said this, she bowed deeply to Lucia and said sincerely, Thank you, Commander, for your care during this period of time. The Snow Tribe needs power. Please don't stop me. After that, she turned to Elena again. I agree to conduct the experiment. Please start. Dean. Seeing Nicole's firm look, Lucia sighed and silently returned to the team. It's not a life and death separation. Why make it so tragic? Sujia couldn't help but laugh and scold when he saw this. Even if it fails, the worst that can happen is to delete the account and start over. With a poly-resurrection pool, there is no need to worry about anything. Sujia is not unable to afford the resources to resurrect one person. Yeah. Hee. Nicole was a little slow to react and scratched her head awkwardly. Okay. Let's get started without further ado. Sujia looked at Elena and asked for her opinion. Elena nodded slightly when she heard it. She took out a huge syringe filled with black liquid and walked in front of Nicole, reminding her in a deep voice, the syringe is a little big. It may be a little painful. Just bear with it. It's okay. I'm not afraid of pain. Nicole waved her hand to show that she was fine. Soon, with a sizzle sound, the black liquid in the syringe was slowly injected into Nicole's body. In an instant, countless tiny nanoworms spread rapidly in Nicole's body. How do you feel? Elena asked. Nicole's cheeks were flushed. Her breathing was rapid, and her legs were weak. Obviously, she was in extreme pain. No problem. Although she gritted her teeth and said it was okay. Beads of sweat rolled down Nicole's forehead along her temples. Okay. Then start the second stage of gene replication and cell replacement. Elena nodded. She took out a tiny chip and implanted it into Nicole's neck. The next moment, Nicole's whole body trembled violently, and her eyes suddenly lit up red. A burst of electricity raged in her body. Hiss! Nicole took a breath of cold air, and her muscles were tense, almost bursting her clothes. But she restrained her reaction and gritted her teeth to endure. This process lasted for a full 10 minutes, which could be said to be a year. As wisps of blood-red mist dissipated from Nicole's body, the pain gradually eased, and she finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her whole body collapsed to the ground as if dehydrated, and sweat dripped all over. Elena operated the device expressionlessly, and a large amount of data flashed in front of her. Biological cell simulation degree 100%. Life signs are stable. Suitable for loading genes. Loading completed. Database connection opened. Connection successful. Loading successful. Testing completed. Gene combination normal. Loading program started. Loading successful. Gene combination begins to fuse. Beginning to fuse. Fusion completed. Testing particle cell recasting function. The next moment, a white lightsaber condensed from Elena's fingertips and slashed at Nicole. Such a thrilling scene made everyone around change color. And Lucia screamed. Wait a minute. Dean, Elena. Don't worry. You won't die. Elena spoke lightly, without stopping the attack. Crack. The lightsaber fell, and a crack immediately appeared on Nicole's chest. Blood gushed out, dyeing her originally white and tender skin blood red. Nicole. Seeing this scene, Lucia couldn't help screaming and was about to rush forward. But she had just taken half a step, and the blood on the ground instantly turned into red mist and gathered towards the wound. In just a blink of an eye, her wound was miraculously healed and restored to its original state. Nicole opened her eyes and looked at Elena and Lucia in front of her. She immediately grinned and showed her white teeth, and smiled brightly. Don't worry, everyone. I'm fine. It's really amazing. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Nicole with some curiosity. They had never heard of this ability. Nicole stretched out her left hand and turned it left and right. Countless tiny red particles continued to decompose and reconstruct, sometimes turning into lizard claws, sometimes turning into fish fins. Head of state, I seem to have gained a few new skills. Oh! Show me. Sujia heard this and opened his eyes to see the sky. Sure enough, Nicole's panel had a lot more things. Skills, life cell remodeling, cell control, supercomputing simulation, thinking calculation, data analysis, mimicry transformation, magic circuit correction, magic power conversion, chanting and breaking. Wow! More than a dozen skills in one go? Sujia was amazed. This is too exaggerated. It seems that the nanochip has given Nicole unprecedented computing power and the ability to control her own cells. In addition, the Snow Clan has a unique talent in magic, with the superposition of various buffs. Nicole broke through the shackles in one fell swoop and directly comprehended more than a dozen advanced skills. For example, that magic circuit correction, and the ability of chanting to break. Originally, releasing magic also required the construction of a magic circuit, but now with the assistance of the smart chip, this step can be directly omitted. Thus, the circuit can be perfectly constructed, and the terrifying effect of ignoring chanting and cooling can be ignored. This is simply a qualitative change. Not only that, Nicole's four-dimensional attributes have also reached an astonishing 78,000. Although it cannot be compared with monsters like Sujia, but compared with other civilizations, this is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. The experiment is not over yet. And now we need to test the growth of nanobiological cells. Elena interrupted the exclamation of Sujia and others, and took out an energy crystal core and handed it to Nicole. Try to absorb it. Okay. Nicole took the crystal core, took a deep breath, then closed her eyes and gently held the crystal core. Instantly, red mist rose from her palm and wrapped the crystal core. Sujia carefully observed it through his eyes. It was found that the tiny particles in the red mist, like ants moving, absorbed energy from the crystal core bit by bit, and then transported it to Nicole's body. But the strange thing is that during this process, every time the energy entered the body, it would inexplicably disappear. I don't know what swallowed it. Sujia turned his head to look at Elena, who happened to detect this phenomenon through the precision instrument in her hand, and cast a solemn look at Sujia. The two people's eyes met, and they both saw the meaning in each other's eyes. The energy in the crystal core cannot be absorbed. In other words, once you choose mechanical ascension, your own strength will be fixed at a certain level. It may even stop forever. Nicole seemed to realize the seriousness of the problem. and stopped absorbing the crystal core with a determined look. Headmaster, why don't you delete your account and start over? I think I can still save it. Hearing this, Elena shook her head and said seriously, No. You are important experimental data now. Let me finish the experiment first. Woo woo woo. Okay. Thinking that her combat power would stop here forever, Nicole's eyes gradually lost their luster. No. At this moment, Sujia suddenly raised his head. He stared at the girl in front of him, his eyes getting brighter and brighter. What's wrong? Yelena noticed that he was different and asked in confusion. Something is strange, Sujia said in a deep voice. According to the law of conservation of energy in the universe, the disappeared energy did not escape from Nicole's body. In other words, the energy in the crystal core still remains in her body. But we just didn't find it. Sujia did not feel any trace of energy dissipation in the air. In theory, even if Nicole could not continue to practice to improve her strength, this part of the energy would be excreted from the body, or absorbed by the body and stored as nutrients similar to fat. It would never disappear without a clue like now. As the saying goes, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. And things are far from that simple. Could it be a soul? Suddenly, a weak voice sounded behind everyone. What's wrong with you? Injured? Irina frowned as she looked at her best friend, who was limping over. I did go through a big battle and got some minor injuries. While speaking, Charles gave Sujia an intriguing smile. Ahem. Well, you better tell me your guess. At this moment, everyone followed Charles's line of sight and fell on Sujia, staring at him until his old face turned red. Okay then. Charles coughed, sorted out his thoughts and said, From the current situation, I think there are two possibilities for the current situation. One is what I just said. The energy did not disappear, but was transferred to the soul for some reason. The second possibility is that the energy of a crystal core is too scarce, resulting in no obvious changes. After listening to Charles's analysis, Elena nodded thoughtfully. These two possibilities cannot be ruled out. After that, she took out a large number of crystal cores for Nicole to absorb. However, surprisingly, as a large number of crystal cores were absorbed, the majestic energy seemed to evaporate out of thin air. But the good news is that through Sujia's observation of the God of Heaven, the cells in Nicole's body are very active. It is not useless. It is not transformed into soul power as Charles guessed. Nicole, try to attack me. Sujia suddenly spoke. Ah? This is not good. Nicole hesitated after hearing this. Just do it. As if you can hurt me. Sujia rolled his eyes. It hurts, Mr. Leader, Nicole muttered, and finally summoned a huge ice cone, attacking Sujia directly. Bang! Accompanied by a sharp roar. The ice cone shattered, but Sujia did not move at all. Seeing this, Nicole opened her mouth. Her face was dull. Is this the strength of the head of state? Too amazing. More than 70,000 attacks. But even the clothes were not broken. How is it? Elena asked Sujia. Elena's focus was different. She was concerned about Nicole's changes at this moment. I think I know the reason. Sujia showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. What is it? Elena hurriedly urged. It's blood. Sujia said confidently. Just now I used insight to observe and found that there is a hidden special power in Nicole's cells. This power is related to her bloodline. If I'm not mistaken, although nanocells can replace biological cells, blood is something that involves some metaphysics after all. Even if it has been restored 100%. There are still subtle differences. You mean? Nanocells are evolving Nicole's bloodline? Elena looked at Nicole in surprise. I'm not sure, but it's very likely to be the case. Sujia nodded slowly. I just don't know how much energy is needed to awaken. Nicole looked miserable. So, can I continue to grow? Elena patted Nicole's shoulder gently. Don't worry. As long as I continue to explore the field of nanotechnology, even if you can't practice, I can make you stronger. If someone else made such a promise, Nicole would definitely sneer. But she has personally experienced Elena's scientific research level. With her arrival, the Galactic Empire has been completely renewed. Various high-tech products have emerged in an endless stream. Today, Star Harbor City, under the transformation of Elena and Huanqing, has truly become a super-futuristic technological space city. And this explosive technological ascension has no momentum to stop at all. The other party said that he could help me. And he could definitely do it. Go to the Ascension Pool and try it. The energy of ordinary crystal cores is still too low. Sujia touched his chin and suggested. Okay. Knowing that her fate could be changed. Nicole didn't care about being depressed and rushed to the dormitory hot spring happily. You can also go down and prepare the soldiers mentally. Sujia looked at the commanders and gave orders. Whether the disadvantages of mechanical ascension can be eliminated or not. This cross-era strength improvement is beneficial to ordinary soldiers. Their qualifications and potential are destined to have a limited upper limit. Their combat power can be increased to several thousand at most in their lifetime. Instead of doing that, it is better to ascend directly. A lifetime of thousands of combat power, and a lifetime of tens of thousands of combat power. This simple choice question does not need to hesitate at all. Of course, Sujia did not force it. The opportunity has been given to them. Whether they can grasp it depends on their choice. In the Ascension Pool, Nicole felt a special energy in her body, clenched her fists, and her eyes gradually became firm. Her snow-white hair moved without wind, and her pupils were snow-white. The cells in her body seemed to be pulled by some inexplicable force, and began to wriggle and gather continuously, and finally formed an ice crystal mark at the center of her eyebrows. The terrifying cold air instantly filled the surroundings. Huh? Nicole exhaled a breath of white mist, opened her eyes, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. At this moment, every inch of her skin, every bone, and every cell contains extremely dangerous frost power. It's done! Char next to him couldn't help but shout with joy. Congratulations, Nicole. Irina also smiled with relief. Well, thank you. Thank you everyone. Nicole nodded heavily, clenched her fist, and then released it, feeling the extremely powerful force in her palm. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. I finally have the power to avenge my people. Nicole choked with sobs, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. TSK. It doesn't make sense. On the scene, only Sujia frowned, with a constipated expression on his face. What's wrong with you? Charles looked at Sujia, who was acting out of character, and asked curiously, Don't you think this girl's current form is a bit like an elemental apostle? Sujia pondered for a moment and said slowly. Hearing this, Elena and Charles looked at each other, and they both understood something from each other's eyes. Yes. At this time, Nicole's form has shown signs of approaching an apostle. The nanocells in her body have merged with her snow-clan bloodline, and all nanoparticles have turned into ice element particles. This is exactly the same as the elemental bodies of Sasha and Linger. It is also immune to all physical attacks and all attribute element attacks. And it has reached the pinnacle of ice magic. Except for the lack of exclusive artifacts and temples. It seems to be no different from an apostle. Artificial elemental apostle? Charles had a terrifying thought in his mind. If this thing can be mass-produced, wouldn't it be against the sky? Nicole didn't seem to realize her abnormality. When she turned around, she found that Elena and Charles were staring at her in amazement. Her pretty face turned red, and she said shyly, Why are you looking at me like this? You? Elena hesitated for a long time before asking carefully, Didn't you find that your body is different? Nicole shook her head blankly. Changed? I didn't find any changes. She looked confused and didn't understand what was going on. Elena and Charles looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. If the artificial apostle plan can be implemented perfectly, the Galactic Empire will truly enter the highest level of cosmic civilization and become a civilization standing at the top of the interstellar. Your idea is very dangerous. Sujia seemed to have guessed the two women's plan and suddenly spoke lightly. What do you mean? Elena and Charles were stunned. For the specific situation, you can ask Linger. After all, she came from that place. Sujia spoke lightly. That place? Elena and Charles both showed doubts. Sujia did not elaborate. Instead, he asked Elena, as a light elemental holy spirit, Don't you know that place? Elena was speechless. Since I can remember, I have been in the holy land of the Holy Angel clan. My previous memories seem to have been erased. So that's it. Sujia suddenly understood after hearing this. Then, Elena and Charles took the confused Nicole to find Linger and asked about the truth behind the apostle. Sujia returned to the Dragon Vein cave with the nanochip. As long as it is proved that the nanocells can continue to grow, Inroru's body will be settled. Disciple, you are finally back. As soon as he entered the Dragon Vein cave, a broken sword suddenly flew towards him. Immortal circled Sujia twice, as if looking for something. Why did you take so long? Queen Rui leaned lazily on the rattan chair, with a little complaint in her tone. After all, with Sujia's current means, it is easy to make a container to store divine thoughts. There is no reason to spend so much time. I encountered a little trouble, Sujia said casually. Let's start. Master, it may be a little painful. Just bear with it. But where is my body? Why can't I find it? Broken Sword circled Sujia a few more times, but still got nothing. Don't worry. How can I, your apprentice, find a random body for you to use? Today, let's let you experience what cyber cultivation is. After that, Sujia took out the needle and prepared to give Immortal an injection. But the problem is that Immortal didn't seem to have a place to give the needle at the moment. How to give acupuncture to a soul without a physical body? It seems that we need to change a method. Bang! The needle was smashed directly. The black nano-drug slowly condensed into a black and indescribable object under the wrapping of Sujia's mind power. Master, go ahead and attach your mind to it. Looking at the black and strange object in front of her, Immortal expressed resistance from the bottom of her heart. Disciple, it's actually good to stay in the sword. The body is not that important. Sujia smiled bitterly. Don't worry. It can be transformed into the shape you want it will. Okay then. Immortal hesitated for a long time, and finally gritted her teeth and agreed. As her soul flew out of the broken sword, it rushed straight into the body of the black slime. The next moment, Sujia implanted the nanochip into it. But the black slime vibrated violently, emitting brilliant light. As the light flowed, the slime grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a crystal-clear heart, floating in the air. As the heart beat, countless black particles began to slowly condense and gradually transformed into blood vessels and tendons. Then came the skeleton, internal organs, skin. When everything was completed, a living human body was suspended in the air. However, due to the limited number of nanoparticles, only the body was condensed. And as for fabrics and the like, they could be saved. Ah! A sharp explosion suddenly resounded throughout the Dragon Vein cave. Immediately afterwards, a powerful pressure swept across the world. In an instant, Sujia flew backwards and fell heavily out of the cave. Damn! So fierce? Cyber Immortal. So terrifying. He got up from the ground in a mess, wiped the blood from his nose, and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. It must be said that there are no ugly women in the cultivation of immortals. And this sentence is absolutely true. At this time, Immortal was shrouded in a hazy mist, and her delicate body was outlined. Graceful and graceful. A pair of emerald green eyes, even more brilliant and dazzling like crystal gems. She took a light step and landed in front of Queen Rui. Do you have a piece of clothing to borrow? Immortal lowered her head. Her face flushed, and spoke softly. Take it. Queen Rui handed over a green dress. Immortal smiled and thanked. The two had a good chat during Sujia's absence, and they had become friends who appreciated each other regardless of age. As for whose age was forgotten, it was unknown. They were all old monsters who had lived for endless years, so it was not certain who was older than the other. My body seems a little strange. After changing into the dress, Immortal suddenly frowned and said, although it looked no different from the previous body, it always felt that something was wrong. As if there was a sense of transparency that was natural and clear-minded. Strange? Empress Rui raised her eyebrows in surprise. You ask me, but I can't help you. I don't know much about human technological products. Then can you ask my apprentice for me? Why don't you ask yourself? When Immortal thought of her body being seen by Sujia, she felt a little embarrassed. In such a shameful situation, she couldn't bring herself to ask her own apprentice. Okay. It's just a naked body. What's the big deal? Empress Rui waved her hand and didn't take it seriously. As a plant, she couldn't empathize with Immortal at this moment. If she didn't think she looked better in clothes, she would always think it was more convenient to fight without clothes. Immortal was speechless for a moment, but she didn't know how to refute the other party. You can't use the human set of etiquette and morality to preach to a flower. That would be like playing the lute to a cow. Forget it. I'll ask myself. After saying that, She made up her mind, adjusted her mentality, and pretended to be calm and walked out. You said that your body is strange? Sujia touched his chin and looked at Immortal several times in a serious manner. I can't see anything. I have to do a full body check. Full body? Check? Traitor. You can't see enough. You still want to touch it. Immortal's pretty face flushed, and she glared angrily. You are a traitor to your master. You will die. Boom. Accompanied by a piercing loud noise. The entire ancient god star shook violently. The terrifying thunderclouds gathered crazily, and the top of the sky seemed to be torn into countless dark cracks. And the lightning flashed continuously. Immortal stood proudly in the void, facing the thunder. Crack. The next moment, a thick and dazzling purple lightning column fell from the sky and hit Immortal directly. Bang! Immortal raised his hand to block in front of him, and resisted the attack of the lightning column. Zzzz. As the thunder exploded, Immortal's body burst into brilliant light, and the powerful shock waves swept across the four directions, destroying all the nearby mountains and rivers. My god, that thunder just now must be comparable to a T5 cruiser's sky-splitting cannon. Right? That's 1,000,000 damage. In the distance, the boss of the creeper opened his mouth. Beside him, there were a crowd of spectators who came to watch the show. Even Lilith, Lorella, and others came here to join in the fun. So fierce? Sophia stared at the figure bathed in lightning with a ghostly expression. Catch the main gun of a warship with bare hands? The advantage of the warship is that it is powerful, but the charging and firing speed are too slow. In large-scale battles, it can burst out with extremely terrifying power, which is difficult for ordinary people to resist. But for someone like Su Jia, it can basically be declared scrapped. Who would take such a big move for no reason? Even when Queen Rui encountered such attacks, she would take the strategy of dodging if possible. But when they really saw Immortal crushing the main gun with bare hands, they were simply stunned. Don't be surprised. You will have such an experience in the future. Queen Rui hit Ivy hard with a club. Watch carefully and learn well. Beautiful master. Why do I have to be struck by lightning too? Ivy hugged Queen Rui's legs and acted coquettishly. I'm still so young. I don't want to be struck to death so early. Queen Rui shook off her dog claws in disdain. When life reaches a certain level, the will of the world will no longer allow it to grow smoothly. After that, every time it breaks through a stage, it will be targeted by a powerful thunder tribulation. Why? The creeper blinked his eyes. My strength is my own. Why should it care about me? As soon as this was said, the people around him turned their eyes to Queen Rui. They were also curious. They didn't swear randomly. So why should they be punished by heaven? It's too early for you to talk about this topic. Queen Rui waved her hand without explaining too much. Pretty master, please tell me first. You will lose your life if you finish half of your words. The creeper asked persistently. You damn girl. Are you cursing me? You can see that Queen Rui's forehead suddenly has several blue veins. Master, help me. Pretty master is going to hit me again. Ivy knew that he was being mean again, and quickly hid behind Sujia for protection. I'm sorry. I can't save you either. Because I, the master, can't beat her. Sujia shrugged to show that he could do nothing to help. Woo woo woo. Master, I was wrong. Humph. I'll deal with you when I get back. Empress Rui narrowed her eyes slightly, and did not continue to pursue the matter. She just looked at the beautiful figure who was going through the tribulation in the sky, as if she was lost in a long memory. After a long time, she slowly spoke. When 99% of the energy in the universe is concentrated on a certain person or an object, then his existence is the cancer of the universe. When the last bit of nutrients is also absorbed by the cancer, the universe will usher in the final destruction. To avoid this from happening, we need to kill the cancer before it grows up. And Immortal is growing into the cancer of the universe that has not yet grown up. Queen Rui spoke calmly, as if she was telling a common story. But Sujia felt his hair stand on end after hearing it. If is it possible to allow those who have the opportunity to become, or are already cancer of the universe, to go to other universes, and become tools that can feed back to the original universe? Even if they cannot feed back, they can divert the trouble to other worlds. How is this possible? Queen Rui thought Sujia's idea was a bit unrealistic. If there is, then the one who came up with this idea must be a genius. The next moment, Sujia, Lilith, Sophia and others fell silent. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with what I said? Queen Rui raised her eyebrows and showed a puzzled expression. Several pioneers from other universes looked at each other, hesitant to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. Queen Rui's eyes condensed coldly. You will shorten your life if you say half of the words. Ahem. Well, if I say that we are from other universes and come to this world to plunder resources, how will you answer? For a moment, the scene was silent. After a while, Queen Rui quietly moved away from the few people, as if they were carrying some germs. Hey, don't go. Let's talk more. Sujia quickly reached out to keep her, but was slapped away by Queen Rui. I refuse. Queen Rui was firm and had no room for maneuver. I regret signing a contract with you. She looked resentful. Once I have a dispute with you aliens, the punishment I will receive will be multiplied. For the sake of a mere ancient god star, I have to sacrifice my life. Queen Rui almost wanted to cry out loud because of her deep feelings. It's just a punishment from heaven. Not a big deal. Look, our master can do it easily. Sujia comforted. However, just as the voice fell, Inroruo's cry came from the sky. Ah! Disciple! Save me! Boom! A thick purple thunder like a dragon suddenly fell and hit Inroruo fiercely. Wow! She screamed in pain and was smashed into the ground. Dust flew and a big pit sank in the ground. Damn! My crow mouth! Sujia slapped himself in the mouth and immediately rushed towards the pit to rescue. I'll tell you. This is terrible. Even if I cancel the contract, the punishment from the sky will probably be much stronger. Don't talk about that. Help save people. Sujia ran back again, grabbed Queen Rui's arm, and rushed towards the calamity cloud. Wait! Don't go. Those who interfere with the punishment from the sky will receive double the damage. Queen Rui broke away from Sujia and hurriedly called for a stop. Double? Sujia was stunned and braked immediately. Good guy. Even a big guy like Inroruo, with a combat power of 40 million couldn't handle it. Wouldn't he be sending food if he went? Forget it. Master, although our time together is very short, please rest assured that we will meet again in 18 years. Take care. As he said that, he turned around and left without looking back. No. He turned around and ran, for fear of being contaminated by a trace of calamity and attracting punishment from the sky. Inroruo. I didn't post one picture yesterday, so I merged it into the previous chapter. Please flip forward and check it out. It's enough for my nace. Asshole disciple. Come back. Inroruo got up from the ground, jumping with anger. However, Sujia ran faster than a rabbit, and did not dare to look back, and was even unwilling to communicate with her. Seeing that he was about to run away, an invisible suppression suddenly fell from the sky, imprisoning the surrounding space. Unfortunately, Sujia was just one step away from walking out of the imprisoned space. Bang! The next second, Sujia directly hit the barrier and was bounced back. No way. I am the son of heaven. With such a heaven-defying luck, it doesn't make sense to be so unlucky. Uh-huh. You can only wish you good luck. The voice of Queen Rui gloating came from outside the barrier. Damn. Why are you outside? Sujia was stunned. Wasn't this woman just behind him? Sorry. My legs are long. Queen Rui slowly lifted a little of her skirt, revealing a pair of slender and well-proportioned legs. Sujia. These legs are indeed long. Sujia was indignant. I don't accept it. You should worry about your situation first. Queen Rui snorted. The power of the robbery cloud is getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, the sky was covered with robbery clouds, and purple lightning was raging in the dark clouds, which was terrifying. Master, Brother Sujia, Mr. Leader, everyone hurried to the outside of the barrier and looked at him anxiously. Don't panic. It's just a small scene. Sujia smiled slightly. What do you think I should do so that I won't look so ugly when I'm struck by lightning? Everyone. Sujia touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Isn't it funny? Everyone. This topic was too serious and everyone was speechless for a while. Okay. I'm going to start showing off. Sujia cleared his throat. Remember to take a good-looking photo of my death. Before he finished speaking, he took a step forward. Boom! A terrifying wave of air spread, and Sujia's body turned into a phantom and disappeared on the spot. The next second, he appeared directly beside Inroruo, who had just climbed up from the ground. Master! You see how good your disciple is to you. I will die with you even if I die. Immortal's mouth twitched. If she hadn't seen his back as he fled madly without looking back, she might have believed it. Don't joke. This thunder tribulation is very serious. You hide behind me later. Sujia laughed. Don't worry. Master, your disciple won't let you bear the thunder punishment alone. Well, you stand in front. Sujia. He resisted the urge to curse. We are just being polite. Don't take it seriously. Hey. 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 I was just teasing you. Who made you leave so resolutely just now? Master. I am so sad. Immortal smiled brightly. But the smile did not reach her eyes. She knew very well that she would not be able to escape this disaster today. The last two young men of the Moon Shadow sect had to die here together. The bitterness in her heart spread. But she could only force a smile. Hee. I really don't see how you are sad. Sujia rolled his eyes. He did not continue to flirt, but directly changed into the divine armor. Because a new wave of heavenly punishment has been brewing and is about to fall. Huh? Immortal exhaled a breath of turbid air and looked at the sky calmly. Under the calamity cloud, Immortal was dressed in white, her long hair fluttering, and a sharp and heroic spirit between her eyebrows. She raised her hand and formed a sword formula. Sword! The broken sword flew from nowhere and floated slowly behind her. Disciple, have you practiced the sect secret book I gave you before? She asked suddenly. Well, except that I can't understand it. I think the skills are well written. Sujia said nonsense seriously. Well, today I will teach you the peerless martial arts of Yuing Shinzong. Immortal smiled and leaped towards the robbery cloud. Sujia blinked and followed. Watch out. I will only teach you once. After all, whether you can survive is still unknown. So I can only teach you once. The first move of Yuing Xiantong. The immortal guides the way. Immortal shouted. And the broken sword was in hand. A phantom of the immortal king slowly appeared behind her. Boom! Thunder exploded in the sky. A purple light flashed and cut through the sky. The huge purple lightning column, with the power of destroying the world, fell down like a mountain. Immortal's eyes turned cold. Her wrist shook, and the broken sword slashed out. The phantom of the immortal king behind her moved with it, and collided fiercely with the lightning. Bang! With a finger pointing, the sky collapsed and the earth split. The terrifying air waved toward the earth below into thousands of pieces, and dust flew everywhere. The crowd watching from a distance retreated, fearing that they would be affected. Seeing this, Sujia imitated Immortal's way of breathing and made movements. Then, he actually summoned an identical phantom of the immortal king, compared to the moon shadow without trace that Sujia had learned by himself before. The moon shadow immortal trace taught by Immortal was more than 10 times stronger. Whether it was the form, depth, or aura of the immortal shadow, they were incomparable. Yohu! The apprentice learned very quickly. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Immortal nodded with satisfaction. Although it is still lacking in maturity, it can be used barely. After that, she raised her hand again. Swish! Another shocking purple light descended. Second move. Immortal touching the top. Boom! The phantom slapped out with a palm, and collided violently with the purple lightning column, causing another earth-shaking. After finishing, Immortal calmly wiped the non-existent sweat on her forehead. Her body was slightly numb. It hurt so much. She whispered so that Sujia wouldn't hear. The third move. The immortal holding the zither. Buzz! The space was shaking, and the sound of the zither was ups and downs, melodious and lingering, as if the sound of the zither was lingering, making people intoxicated. However, wherever the sound of the zither reached, the purple light disappeared, and the calamity cloud shrank rapidly, as if they could dissipate at any time. Crack! The tightly closed sky suddenly broke a hole, and a tiny crack expanded instantly. It was like the wrath of heaven, wanting to destroy the world. The next moment, dark clouds surged, and a touch of scarlet thunder began to slowly breed. Is God angry? Sujia frowned. It should be. Immortal sighed. I was thinking of trying to see if I could disperse the calamity cloud. But it's a pity that we are just a little short. Master, let me help you. Sujia was eager to try. Since it's just a little short, then adding his strength will be enough? After all, we have more than 1 million combat power. Okay, let's try. Immortal agreed without hesitation. and then took Sujia into his arms and hugged him tightly. Hold tight. Master. Eh? What's this for? Today I'm teaching you a fusion technique. Follow me. Sujia did it obediently. Oh! The two of them gathered their energy at the same time, and the two phantoms of the Immortal King behind them began to overlap slowly. The phantom of the Immortal King, which was originally a little blurry, gradually became solid, and the whole body burst into a glittering golden light, as if a real Immortal King. The fourth move. Immortal King Ling Jioxia. The red thunder rushed down, like an agile spirit snake. The phantom of the Immortal King faced the challenge, and opened the sky with one punch. Bang! The violent explosion sounded throughout the sky. The phantom of the Immortal King was blown into powder. Inruoro and Sujia were both pale, and they spurted blood from their mouths, and fell straight to the ground. Master! Master! How are you? Sujia asked hurriedly. Inruoro shook her head, her face even paler. At the last moment, she used her body to block most of the attacks. Otherwise, Sujia would have been crippled if not dead. The heavenly punishment of Xianxian was not something Sujia could withstand. Cough cough. Inruoro coughed a few times and struggled to get up. It doesn't matter. Although I don't know why. I feel as if I will never get hurt. As he spoke, strands of red nanoparticles quickly reunited to repair Inruoro's body. Damn. How could I forget this thing? Sujia slapped his forehead and cursed himself for being stupid. Cyber immortals are immortal. As long as there is enough energy support, nanocells can infinitely divide and repair themselves. Even if there is only one cell left, it can still recover as before if given some time. As for energy, Tansi has transported all the hundreds of billions of star coins stored in the warehouse to the top of the Dragon Vein Cave. It can't be spent. It can't be spent at all. Master, do you know how awesome you are now? Sujia grinned. Ah? Inruoro was stunned. Sujia pointed at the red mist formed by the nanoparticles that gathered around him, and said with a smile, nanotechnology, as long as there is enough energy, can allow you to be reborn infinitely. This, obviously, Inruoro, the fairy, did not understand the products of the technological side. Anyway, just go ahead and leave the rest to Shurchen. Although Inruoro was confused about the changes in her body, she believed that her apprentice would not harm her. Then I will go ahead? She clenched her fists, eager to try. Well, go ahead. Sujia nodded repeatedly. Whoosh. Inruoro turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky. Boom! The violent red lightning snake attacked again and struck Inruoro. Bang! Puff! This time, Inruoro vomited blood and fell straight into the ground, raising dust all over the sky. But a moment later, the red mist gathered. Inruoro was resurrected with full blood again, except that her clothes were a little torn. There was no other impact. It's really amazing. Her eyes flashed with brilliance, and she was eager to try. Ha! Apprentice, how did you do this? I always feel that it's a bit like the immortal skills of the demon sect, but the effect is too domineering. After suddenly discovering that she had opened the bloodlock, Inruoro was excited. Ha! Come on! Let me see how a mere heavenly punishment can stop me, she shouted, and soared into the sky again arrogantly, heading towards the robbery cloud. Fuck. Sujia couldn't help but swear. Even if you have the bloodlock, you can't be so reckless. Inruoro is not fighting against the thunder robbery now, but preparing to brutally slaughter the thunder robbery. Hee hee, ha ha ha, without the restrictions of the body. This fairy can finally use the forbidden technique as she pleases. Above the sky, I remembered Inruoro's unbridled and rampant laughter. Sujia covered his eyes helplessly. Is this some kind of strange switch turned on? Why did you suddenly become so crazy? The rumbling calamity cloud seemed to be angered by Inruoro's words, and the red lightning roared wildly, tearing the whole world apart. Originally, there was only one red thunder in the calamity, but at this moment, it suddenly increased 5 times. 5 red thunder dragons fell from the sky, roaring ferociously, making all the creatures on the ancient god star tremble involuntarily. Forbidden technique. The moon rises on the sea. In an instant, 1,000 layers of water curtains appeared around Inruoro. A bright moon rose slowly, and the bright light spread all over the world. The bright moon became brighter and brighter, and the dazzling light made Inruoro look like a god descending to the earth. Forbidden technique. The song of the rising tide in the blue sea. The melodious melody spread all over the world. And the weeping and complaining singing echoed. As if someone was singing softly. And seemed to be shouting. The immortal sound was clearing. And Inruoro's aura suddenly surged tenfold. The overwhelming pressure faintly shook the calamity clouds in the sky. You retreat first. Her pressure may directly crush you to death. Among the people watching the battle from a distance, Queen Rui suddenly exclaimed. The rest of the people were immediately scared out of their wits, and crawled back to escape. Good guy. The master is worthy of being the master. Even the master is so powerful. Ivy praised while running for his life. Now the entire ancient god star is not safe. This woman has completely started to go crazy. And quickly let the living things on the planet retreat. The voice of Queen Rui reached everyone's ears. And Lilith was immediately shocked. Woo! My carrot. When Lilith heard that the ancient god star was finished, she burst into tears instantly. I will go to gather the people to evacuate. You quickly send warships to pick them up. Lorella made a prompt decision and quickly contacted the winged fleet to prepare for evacuation. Too slow. Let me do it. At some point, a portal appeared in front of everyone. And Urkia, Fei Hong and Lin Yuan walked out slowly. With such a big commotion, it was hard for them not to notice. As soon as they came over, they heard the conversation of everyone. As soon as Urkia finished speaking, a large number of portals appeared all over the ancient god star. Countless blade ghost spiders swarmed out in groups, densely packed, and spread all around. The Zerg army quickly swept the planet, taking away all living things. Even humans who were using the toilet or sleeping were mercilessly taken away. You should leave here quickly. Urki opened a portal for everyone alone, and then rushed towards the direction of the Thunder Tribulation. At the same time, Inruoro's aura continued to rise. Forbidden technique. Qinglian 10,000 feet. A dazzling white light shot up into the sky. This white light contained a terrifying power to destroy the world, sweeping across the entire sky. Oh my god. This is the 9th forbidden technique. Right? Do you want to risk your life like this? Su Jia below was stunned, his face twitching violently. Although I had expected Inruoro to be strong, I couldn't help but be shocked after seeing it with my own eyes. In just a few breaths, he actually performed more than 9 forbidden techniques. This is simply unbelievable. Not finished yet? Su Jia took a deep breath. The next second, Inruoro raised both hands high. Yu Yin Xian Trace. Ultimate style. Yu Gang. In a split second, a bright moon suddenly appeared on the top of the sky. The moonlight poured down, illuminating the earth, making the darkness of the entire ancient god star disappear completely. Instead, there was a hazy silver glow. And along with this silver glow, there was a vast and unpredictable terrifying energy. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Su Jia almost peed himself. The 10 forbidden techniques were superimposed, and he saw the numbers on Inruoro's panel began to jump wildly. 49800394, 53212223, 58823094. Even Queen Rui, who was watching the battle outside the barrier, could not help but slowly retreat. She was a little worried. What if Inruoro was so crazy and didn't stop, and hit the ancient god star like this? I'm afraid that the entire ancient god star would be doomed. The 5 red thunder dragons above the 9 heavens rushed to the middle of the road, and suddenly felt this terrifying power, and chose to turn around and run away. Brother, you are a punishment from heaven. Do you have to be so cowardly? Watching the 5 thunder dragons fleeing in panic, Su Jia complained with a black face. But Inruoro was indeed a bit too much. Although the power of the heavenly punishment has increased exponentially due to the identities of these outsiders, there is no need for you to start with 10 forbidden techniques. Right? The power of the heavenly punishment has only increased several times. And your special combat power has increased dozens of times? As the number on Inruoro's panel stayed at 999999999, the whole world seemed to explode. Inruoro looked up at the sky, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Humph! You want to destroy my Yuyin Xianzong Taoist sect with just a heavenly punishment? Try this fairy's ultimate unique skill. Tien Yuan. Inruoro was extremely sublimated, with a surging aura, and her whole body was shining with infinite brilliance. Like a god. At the top of the sky, the bright moon was hanging high in the sky. Suddenly, the bright moon shone with millions of dazzling silver lights. This brilliance was like the Milky Way falling, shining on the earth, and shrouding the entire ancient god star in light. Boom! The Milky Way fell, as terrifying as the end of the world. The world was annihilated, and the originally invincible heavenly punishment cloud was smashed to pieces by a full moon. Puff! The sky was shattered. The calamity cloud collapsed, and the thunder was annihilated. The terrifying shock waves spread from the sky above the ancient god star, sweeping across the entire sea of life. The huge fleet of the Galactic Empire was the first to bear the brunt. It was like a storm sweeping, tossing the fleet to the east and west. The shockwave continued to spread, landing on the huge stamens of the orchids around. The entire sea of life was shaking, like a lake thrown into a boulder, raising huge waves. At the same time, as the thunder tribulation dissipated, the full moon also collapsed. The sky was bright, and the world was clear again. Immortal spurted blood to the sky, her face pale, from the peak to the decline. She was like a flame burning to the peak, and in the blink of an eye she became weak. Oh no, the backlash of the forbidden technique is coming. I am so sleepy. She fell from the sky softly, as if she had lost all her spiritual support. Her body was overloaded, and was now collapsing bit by bit. Cracks covered her body like broken porcelain. Disciple, catch me. At the critical moment, Queen Rui suddenly appeared in midair, and reached out to catch Immortal's body. Hey! Why is it you? Where is my disciple? What? Are you disgusted? Ahem. I don't mean that. Queen Rui rolled her eyes at her and then explained. The last blow just now was too powerful, and I don't know where your precious disciple was blown away. Is that so? Then take a nap first. I'm too sleepy. Hearing this, Immortal frowned slightly and muttered to herself, her voice getting smaller and smaller until she completely fainted. Looking at the sleeping beauty in her arms, Queen Rui had a complicated expression. The last move just now was extremely sublimated, and the power released was comparable to a supernova explosion. It was enough to destroy the Tsangmu galaxy spanning thousands of light years. If it weren't for the heavenly punishment barrier, Queen Rui's life-restricted area would have been in trouble. Such a terrifying blow. But it was intact afterwards. Is the power of technology really so terrifying? Queen Rui sighed faintly, and then carried Immortal, who was wrapped in nano-mist and gradually recovered from her injuries, into the Dragon Vein Cave, slowly placed next to the Dragon Ball, accepting the baptism of the Dragon Vein to accelerate recovery from injuries. Oh my god! This crazy woman. She didn't even ask if I could bear it, and was almost shocked to death by the aftermath. Sujie came from a distance, cursing, followed by Urkia and Shasha, who came after hearing the noise. At this time, his body was burnt black, his hair was disheveled, and he looked very embarrassed. But he was not injured, and the aftermath was blocked by the apostles who came. I'm leaving first. The ancient god star was severely damaged this time. Although the Dragon Vein was saved, it is estimated that it will be difficult to recover in a short time. Queen Rui glanced at everyone lightly, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the distant sky. Sujie also rubbed his eyebrows in distress. This time, Immortal's tribulation consumed a lot of resources in the Galactic Empire, and someone must pay for it. Urkia, after you prepare, go to the Holy See immediately and bring back all the valuables for me. As soon as these words came out, the three Zerg queens licked their scarlet lips subconsciously. I can eat again. Hee. Yes, master. Urkia responded obediently, then opened the portal and left directly. Fei Hong and Lin Yuan looked at Immortal, who was lying quietly beside the Dragon Ball, nodded respectfully to Sujie, and then stepped into the portal. After seeing Immortal's strength, the two Zerg queens put away their high and mighty frames and became very obedient. Thena, go and inform Vivian that the fleet will go directly to the Dragon Empire and set off immediately. Oh! Didn't the master say before that attacking the city is better than attacking the heart? And that he wanted to sell the starship to the 8-star alliances and let them kill each other? Ahem. My master is here. Why should I be afraid of him? Sujie coughed twice, and his back straightened up. It's different when someone supports you. Even he is a little inflated. Shasha, please take care of my master for me. I'll go see how Lilith and the others are doing. No problem. Master. After giving instructions, Sujie came to Lilith's island. Coincidentally, Sophia, Lorella and others were there. Are you all right? No. Thanks to Sister Urki's portal. Lilith smiled sweetly, revealing her white teeth. You came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. Lorella said with a serious expression. I plan to lead the winged people to the north. Sujia naturally understood the other party's intention. After all, subordinate races are different from slaves. The winged people have their own development and life. Sujia can just call them when he needs them. And they usually live independently without interfering with each other. Okay. I am also thinking about expanding outward. Even if Lorella didn't say it. Sujia was ready to send her and Sophia to develop freely outside in a while. Otherwise, the surrounding areas would be eaten up by the Galactic Empire, and their races would have no room for development. He didn't want a vassal group that just ate and waited for death. Then my Kagaya elves should also develop northward. At present, the strength of the Beta galaxy in the north is not strong, and even most of the indigenous forces have been eliminated by the pioneers. We will definitely be able to kill everyone when we get there. Sophia fantasized about her wonderful life in the future, and her eyes sparkled. With the support of the industrial empire of the Galactic Empire, the gorgeous lineup of all T6 ships is simply a dimensionality reduction attack for other pioneers in the budding stage. It's effortless to beat up children. What about the uncle and Lilith? Caleb hesitated for a moment, and finally shook his head. Forget it. The Pandaren don't like the battlefield. If there is no other way, no one wants to fight. I'd better stay here as a diplomatic ambassador for your various races. After Sujia and Caleb announced on the World Channel that they would accommodate creatures of all races and provide a safe living environment, Caleb's private chat window has never stopped. Hundreds of millions of messages have to be processed every day, not to mention how busy it is. However, the population problem of the small galaxy has also been successfully solved. The abandoned resource star recovered by the evil country is now back on track under the management of Caleb and Dashia. Rabbit doesn't like fighting either. I want to go back and grow radishes. Lilith raised her little hand and said in a baby voice, You are such a hard-working rabbit. Hee hee. The fleet left the Songmu galaxy in a mighty manner, heading east, west and north. As for the National Mechanical Ascension Plan, it is currently in trial operation. There are not so many nano-worms that can be put into the entire galactic fleet for the time being. It will take some time to officially start. After dealing with the problems of Lilith and others, Sujia returned to the laboratory. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Sujia saw Elena and others with serious faces surrounding Linger and discussing something. What's wrong with you? Sujia walked in surprise. Nothing. We are just discussing the feasibility of artificial apostles. Charles shrugged and said casually. Haven't you given up yet? Sujia shook his head helplessly. Apostles are extremely special creatures. The key is not how they were born, but their final destination. There are two types of apostles. One is the original apostles that existed at the beginning of the world. They are usually born in the Holy Land. The other is like Fina and Sasha, elemental creatures born under certain suitable conditions, and gradually transformed into apostles. Linger belongs to the former. She was opened by Sujia when he opened the myth box. She originally lived in the Holy Land, but was kicked down. And what kind of place is the so-called Holy Land? Linger herself can't explain it clearly. All he knew was that there was a mysterious existence behind the Holy Land who was in charge of all the elemental apostles and elemental holy spirits. Theoretically, when an apostle grows into a holy spirit, the Holy Spirit will continue to grow and reach its peak and then open the door to the Holy Land. As for whether he could come back after entering, Sujia didn't know. He was worried that the apostle he had cultivated with great difficulty would never come back in the end, and his work would be in vain. Isn't this just raising a daughter for someone else? He didn't want to be the big victim. We are not discussing this issue. Elena shook her head and continued. There must be an apostle to go to the so-called Holy Land to explore the bottom. We are discussing whether we can first cultivate such a peak Holy Spirit and let it go to the Holy Land to open the way for us. If the fate of our apostles is already determined, I would rather commit suicide now. As a Holy Spirit of the light element, if Elena grows to the end, she will sooner or later face the so-called Lord of the Holy Land. She will never succumb to the predetermined fate. If the final outcome is that all apostles will become slaves of the Holy Land, it is better to start playing badly and enjoy life earlier. Don't be so extreme, Linger comforted. Although life in the Holy Land is indeed boring, that adult seems to be easy to talk to and basically doesn't care about our lives. Then how did you get out of the Holy Land? Elena asked curiously. Linger scratched her head awkwardly, not knowing how to explain it. I don't know either. There are so many Holy Spirits of Thunder in the Holy Land. Why did they kick me down? Linger muttered, looking depressed. Why? Do you think you are wrong by following me? Sujia glanced at her with a malicious smile on his face. No. How could that be? The master is the best. Linger immediately put on a flattering smile and jumped onto Sujia's neck. Okay. You guys can study this slowly. I'm going out for a while. And I'll take Mingyao away first. Yo. Are you going out for a tryst alone? Xia Er's sour tone echoed in the room. I don't care. I'm going too. She hugged Sujia's arm and insisted on going with him. What? Have you recovered from your injury? Sujia easily pulled his hand out of the soft place and asked meaningfully. Of course I'm injured, hiss. Xia Er wanted to prove that she could recover quickly. But she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The pain made her hug Sujia's arm and dare not move again. The effect of the Dragon Ball was terrifying. After 2 days and 3 nights of fighting, Xia Er has not recovered yet. No. To be precise, being able to wake up now is already a manifestation of her strong physique. Okay. Then I'll give you a few days off first. And when you come back, I'll see how I'll repay you 100-fold. You are the only one who is stubborn. Sujia left with a look of disdain. On the shadow, Sujia carefully helped Qian Mingyao to the bridge. The seat that originally belonged to him as the commander has now been replaced with a softer sofa that can accommodate 2 people. My husband? I am not so fragile. I can walk by myself. Qian Mingyao's pretty face flushed, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at the other female soldiers in the bridge. It's better to be careful. Sujia grinned and helped Qian Mingyao sit on the sofa. It's all because of this little bastard in my stomach. Otherwise, your combat power can reach hundreds of thousands now. And I don't have to worry about it. Qian Mingyao touched her belly and smiled warmly after feeling the activity of the child inside. It's okay. Mine is the child's. All the same. Sujia smiled and pinched her nose. If you spoil the child like this now, he will be spoiled in the future. Qian Mingyao slapped his evil hand away and rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. I am happy. The 2 flirted and madly sprinkled dog food to the soldiers around them. Rong Xiaoxiao couldn't listen anymore. Took over the control console of the battleship driver and drove the battleship towards the wormhole leading to the Ultron galaxy. On the other side, Shenlong Empire. The palace? Your Majesty. Whether it is Daki or Shenlong Empire, the throne has always been passed down to men, not women. Now that the state affairs are stable, can we finalize the position of the crown prince, so as to appease the hearts of the 2 peoples? In the hall, an old man in gorgeous robes respectfully asked for instructions. When this was said, all the civil and military officials were shocked. This old man is so bold. The Galaxy Empire has only been gone for a few days, and he jumped out to seek death so soon? The scene of the other party's hundreds of warships killing the millions of Daki troops in seconds is still vivid in our minds. Who gave him the courage? It can't be Liang Jingru. Right? Who agrees with what the national teacher said just now? Who opposes? On the dragon throne, Li Yurwo was wearing a black phoenix robe, with a heroic look on his face, exuding a fierce aura, which made the minister silent. Your Majesty, we object. All the ministers knelt down in unison, trembling. You're kidding. In this day and age, which royal family's inheritance rights are passed down only to males and not females, in the face of absolute strength, any rules and old systems are illusory bubbles that will disappear in a flash. With the support of the Galactic Empire, Li Yurwo's majesty is unquestionable. Who dares to go against her will? Unless they are pedantic and stupid. They think that adhering to the ancestral system is the righteous act of a loyal minister. Humph. Seeing that no one among the ministers dared to stand up to support her, Li Yurwo sneered, her eyes deep. She looked around, and her indifferent voice spread throughout the hall. Master, look! It seems that no one supports you. Your Majesty, I think. The Imperial Master just opened his mouth. Li Yurwo waved his hand mercilessly and shouted, Come here! Drag the Imperial Master out and chop him off. Your Majesty, even if you chop me off, I will still advise you. Oh! What will you do if I don't agree? Are you planning to rebel and overthrow me? Li Yurwo's eyes were cold, staring at the Imperial Master indifferently. How dare I? But I think that the royal bloodline cannot be touched by outsiders. And only men can guarantee the orthodoxy of the royal bloodline. Old man, do you mean that this head of state is an outsider? A plain and familiar voice suddenly came from a distance, causing Li Yorwu to turn his head and look. Greetings to the head of the Galactic Empire. With the appearance of Su Jia and Qian Mengyao, all the ministers were stunned. And then they bowed and knelt, with an extremely sincere attitude, even more respectful than kneeling to their own emperor. They directly put their faces on the ground. Only the national teacher still stubbornly straightened his back, staring at Su Jia and his party unwillingly. However, whether it was the officials or Su Jia and others at the scene, they all ignored the old national teacher. Yaoer. Mother. The moment she saw her daughter whom she had been thinking about day and night, the majesty on Li Yorwu's face was immediately replaced by kindness, and she excitedly greeted her. Mother. Yaoer misses you. Qian Mengyao smiled obediently, threw herself into her mother's arms, and rubbed her fragrant neck. Humph. You lie without thinking. I think mother is not as good as the pile of iron lumps you are fiddling with. Li Yorwu glared at Qian Mengyao with dissatisfaction and said sourly. Hee. Mother. Don't be angry. Yaoer is back. Qian Mengyao stuck out her tongue, hugged Li Yorwu's neck tightly, and rubbed it coquettishly. Okay. I know you are strong, and mother can't control you. Li Yorwu poked Qian Mengyao's forehead unhappily, then stretched out her hand and gently placed it on her belly. Let mother see how big our little grandson is grown. After saying that, he put his ear close to Qian Mengyao's belly and listened carefully. Mother. Qian Mengyao called out coquettishly, with a hint of shyness on her face. Your little grandson is still just a placenta. Ha. I seem to hear the little guy moving. Li Yorwu was very excited and listened again. Qian Mengyao also rolled her eyes speechlessly. Hallucination? It must be hallucination. The warm interaction between the mother and daughter was like a storm in the eyes of the surrounding civil and military officials. The princess is pregnant? My God. How come she is pregnant so soon? Good. The next true dragon emperor is about to be born in my Shenlong Empire. Ha. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Our Shenlong Empire finally has a new successor. The civil and military officials were delighted and gave their blessings. I'm sorry. Your true dragon emperor may not be able to inherit the dragon empire. After all, this head of state's galaxy empire also needs an heir. Just as everyone was rejoicing, Su Jia's chilly voice rang out. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. The minister who just flattered was directly wet with cold sweat on his back. Damn it. The flattery went too far. Paw. The man slapped himself more than a dozen times. I deserve to die. I spoke too quickly and forgot the hierarchy. I hope the head of state will forgive me. Humph. Considering that you are in a good mood today, I will not argue with you. But I hope it won't happen again next time. Su Jia put his hands behind his back and looked at the civil and military officials in the hall. Although his words were very polite, they revealed a hint of dominance and arrogance. It was as if he was telling everyone that there were some bottom lines that they could not touch. Yes. Thank you, Marshal, for your magnanimity. The minister immediately nodded and bowed when Su Jia looked at him, with cold sweat on his forehead. Yes. Su Jia restrained his momentum and said lightly, Go. Drag this old man out and kill him. Understood. I will do it right away. Zheng. The man was obviously a weak civil official, but under Su Jia's coercion, he directly drew the sword from the waist of a military general next to him. He carried the great sword in one hand and grabbed the back of the imperial master's neck with the other hand, and walked out of the hall. You, what are you going to do? I am the imperial master. How dare you be rude to me? The imperial master was panicked and struggled desperately. Shut up. Everyone knows that you are the enlightenment mentor of the little prince, and you want to support him to take the throne and seize the imperial power. Your calculations can be heard by the next galaxy. Do you really think everyone is a fool? Hurry up. Kill you to make up for your mistakes. The man shouted coldly and pulled the back of the imperial master's neck hard, almost suffocating him. Ah! Help! Your Majesty. I am loyal to the Empire and have no intention of treason. Ah! The shrill and ear-piercing wailing echoed outside the hall for a long time, but no one paid any attention. Back garden. Tell me, what are you doing here this time? Li Yorwu knew that a busy man like Su Jia would not come here for no reason. If it wasn't for something important, he would never come here to see her. Nothing. I'm just worried that some guys will do something desperate, so I'll stay here for a few days to make sure everything is safe. Su Jia sat on a stone bench, sipping tea leisurely, and said. Hearing this, Li Yoru's beautiful eyes turned and asked tentatively. Some guys? Do something desperate? What you said? Could it be? After a while, you may have to move to another galaxy to live. And then you will cooperate with the galaxy fleet to reclaim the planet. Su Jia did not directly answer Li Yoru's question, but changed the subject directly. What does reclaiming the planet mean? You will know when the time comes. I hate the riddle man. Li Yoru pouted her red lips and pretended to be angry. Without outsiders, she did not have the airs of an emperor at all, but instead had some childish temper. Mother, husband, look, the orange tree I planted when I was a child is still there. You should try it. It's delicious. Qian Mengyao took the oranges she had just picked and handed them to the two to taste. Her appearance made Li Yorua switch from a little girl to a loving mother again. Li Yorua took a bite. Hiss. So sour. You girl. It's not cooked yet. How can it be delicious? She immediately put on a mask of pain, gritting hoarsely from the sourness. Sour? It tastes just right for me. You idiot. You are a pregnant woman now. Of course you can't taste sour. Li Yorua sighed helplessly. Su Jia also smiled and shook his head. This kind of warm family scene made him miss it very much. It seems that after coming to this world, he rarely thinks of the scenes of getting along with his relatives. But here, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. In this way, he stayed with the mother and daughter in the palace. Every day, he listened to Qian Mengyao telling interesting stories about her childhood. Life was quite comfortable. Then, on the other side of the Ultron galaxy, war broke out and the air was filled with smoke. The galactic fleet was divided into 8 groups, flattening one empire after another with a crushing attitude. Your Majesty, the spy has sent an urgent report. General Tianqian rushed into the forbidden area of the harem, and the guards could not stop him. Speak. Li Yorua frowned and put down a cup of tea, signaling General Tianqian to report. If it was not a matter related to the survival of the empire, Tianqian would never trespass into the harem. Tianqian looked at the prince consort, who was affectionate with the princess and seemed very hesitant. If you have something to say it quickly. There are no outsiders here. Li Yorua frowned, feeling unhappy. Seeing this, Tianqian dared not hesitate any longer and hurriedly reported in a low voice. Your Majesty, our spies hidden in other empires have sent news that the 8 empires were all wiped out this morning. Bang! As soon as Tianqian finished speaking, the glass cup in Li Yorua's hand fell and shattered. What did you say? Li Yorua's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, and she stood up from the chair. Who did it? Tianqian glanced at Su Jia and said nothing. Li Yorua immediately understood, but her heart was in turmoil. Has the Galactic Empire become so powerful? It actually destroyed 8 empires at the same time. A country that has stood for thousands of years is gone just like that. Okay. I know. You can go down. I'll take my leave. Wait. Your Majesty, do you have any other instructions? Recall all troops to cooperate with the Galaxy Fleet's large-scale transfer project. Large-scale transfer? Tianqian was stunned for a moment, then reacted and his face changed drastically. Your Majesty, are you serious? I never joke. Li Yorua nodded slightly, his eyes firm and without any fluctuations. Tianqian opened his mouth and finally sighed. As you wish. He had also heard about the alien races being able to take over planets. But this means that the 2 great empires of Daki and Shenlong are completely dependent on the Galaxy Empire. It has become a vassal state under the territory of the Galaxy Empire. Tianqian also felt powerless about this. In the face of absolute strength, Daki and Shenlong Empire had no choice. After Tianqian left, Li Yorua sat back in her seat with some resentment and questioned. Is this the purpose of your visit this time? Su Jia shrugged his shoulders and stated his position without comment. Such a big thing. Why didn't you discuss it with me earlier? It's not a big deal. It can be easily solved. Su Jia curled his lips with an expression of indifference. Li Yorua was silent, feeling chest tightness and shortness of breath. Isn't this a big deal? Don't be so excited. Look, it can be solved in minutes. Li Yorua held her forehead speechlessly. Well, it was indeed solved in minutes. She was speechless to refute. At the same time, the Holy See's main star, in the Holy Church, The Pope looked at Kirill and homies with horror. Archbishop Kirill. What do you want to do? The Pope trembled with fear. Without the majesty of the past. What? Of course. Get rid of some unnecessary guys. Kirill smiled coldly and grabbed the Pope's neck. Ahem. Kirill. You are crazy. You are betraying the goddess of light. The Holy Church. And the Angel Clan. Betrayal? Ha ha ha. Kirill suddenly laughed up to the sky. As if he heard the best joke in the world. So what? With my master's protection. Who dares to come and seek death? After saying that, Kirill showed a hideous smile and twisted the Pope's neck directly. Buzz. As soon as the Pope died, the holy angel statue behind him suddenly burst into brilliant light. This is the last resort of the Church. Once the Pope dies, this angel statue that has condensed the power of faith for countless years will burst out with destructive power. At that time, the entire galaxy will suffer a devastating blow and perish together with the invading enemy. Homies, it's your turn, Kirill shouted coldly, and his figure quickly floated away. Homies stayed where he was, crossing his hands to make a seal. In an instant, holy light shone everywhere. As the former vessel of Wistic, Homies was stained with a lot of the breath of the Lord of Light. Boom! On the top of the church, the holy angel statue suddenly opened its eyes. A pair of golden wings spread out. Then, the angel statue soared into the sky, and a majestic angel shadow appeared in the sky. But the next second, after the angel shadow sensed Wistic's breath, it immediately stopped and returned to calm. Done. Homies clapped his hands, looking relaxed and comfortable. Just when he thought everything was settled, the statue lit up white light again. What's going on? Homies was confused, not knowing what went wrong. Boom! The next moment, the angel statue collapsed. Countless light particles burst out in all directions, instantly submerging the church and annihilating Homies. Shwa! When the light particles dispersed, a man in a white robe appeared in the ruins of the church. The man in the white robe slowly raised his head, and a grim smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What an ancient flower demon! You dared to abuse me so badly. I will make you wish you were dead. The man's voice was cold and full of murderous intent. Homies? Kirill, who noticed the movement, thought to himself that it was bad and rushed to the scene immediately. Unexpectedly, Homies' figure was not seen, but an existence that he never expected to come was seen. No. No. You are? Lord Wistic. Kirill's pupils shrank suddenly, and he exclaimed in shock. He. Woman. I remember you. Take me to the Sea of Vines. Wistic grinned, his face full of teasing. How did you come to this galaxy? Kirill took a breath and cried out. It's just a trick of grafting flowers and trees. Wistic looked indifferent, looking at Kirill like a high god looking down at an ant. Grafting flowers and trees? Kirill was stunned, and couldn't help frowning and thinking. Soon, he thought of something. That Homies. Kirill widened his eyes, looking unbelievable. Yes, it is his honor as a believer to be able to rise from the container and become the incarnation of the original. You should be happy for his return to the temple. Waystock smiled and looked at Kirill, his eyes full of mercy and compassion. However, Kirill could not feel any warmth at all. In fact, he felt a little creepy and cold all over. Waystock's consciousness has completely occupied Homies' body. In other words, Homies' consciousness has been destroyed, leaving only an empty shell for Waystock to use. What is bright about this evil and cruel method? Huh? Where is the Pope? Why can't I see him? Waystock glanced at the empty hall and asked in confusion. Kirill was stunned. He couldn't tell Waystock that your loyal licker had just been killed by her. Right? Wistic was too lazy to ask more questions when he saw that the old Pope was missing. He was just a dispensable dog anyway. He wouldn't care too much if he died. Forget it. Go and gather all the fleets and set off immediately. I will personally destroy those heretics. Yes. Kirill remained expressionless, but she began to call for her master in her heart. This time, it was the clone of the Lord of Light. Although his strength was not even 20% of his, it was enough to crush them at present. However, her call did not receive any response. Just 2 words. Do as you say. What do you mean? We are not going to escape? Even with the support of Queen Roy. It won't work this time. Kirill was anxious, but she could only worry. That, Lord Wistic, the Vatican's current fleet is too small, and may not be able to complete your order. After a long silence, Kirill finally decided to delay for a while. Wistik raised his eyebrows and said in a cold tone, "How many fleets can be provided now?" "Less than 300,000. Kirill answered cautiously. "Less than 300,000? Wistik's face twitched. "What's the use of this fleet? He usually goes out for a walk with 1,000,000 fleets escorting him. It's embarrassing to talk about a fleet of 300,000. Remote areas are troublesome. They can't even get a broken warship together." Kirill opened his mouth slightly, with black lines on his forehead. "It's because you sacrificed the 3,000,000 fleet before. Otherwise, how could we be so poor? Forget it. Since we can't get a fleet together, I'll go by myself." Waystock waved his hand and said casually, "You don't have to follow me. I'm enough by myself." Kirill was delighted to hear that and said hurriedly, "Then take care." "Humph." Waystock snorted coldly, and a white magic circle appeared under his feet, teleporting away directly. Finally gone. Kirill breathed a sigh of relief. She was almost scared to death just now. Fortunately, she didn't have to go with her to this muddy water. "I hope the master is okay." Kirill sighed and returned to the church to pack up and prepare to run away. The appearance of Wistik disrupted her plan. But fortunately, she escaped unscathed. "I have to go." After learning that Wistik had occupied Homie's body and personally came here, Sujia had no choice but to set off to return to the Galactic Empire. What hatred or grudge? Why must he keep staring at us? In this case, he doesn't mind completely getting rid of Wistik. "Are you leaving so soon?" Liuru was a little reluctant. The family of three had been happy these days, and she was really reluctant to let Sujia and Qian Mingyao leave. "Sometimes, I think, if such a life could continue for a lifetime, it would be great. It's a pity that being born in the tomb of an emperor. Many things are beyond your control. Don't worry, Mother. We will come to see you when we are free." Qian Mingyao held her mother's hand and promised seriously. Liuru believed what others said, but her own daughter probably plunged into the laboratory as soon as she returned, forgetting who her mother was. Okay. Your mother is not so fragile. Go back quickly." Finally, at Liuru's urging, Sujia and Qian Mingyao embarked on the journey back to the Galactic Empire. Flower Demon King, come out to accept the judgment of light. At the edge of the Sea of Life, Weststock stood in the void, surrounded by terrifying power. He punched out, and a golden fist mark instantly crossed a long distance and hit the vines in front of him. The powerful destructive force directly blasted a channel in the green ocean. Weststock rushed into the Sea of Life first, and his shout just now echoed in the Sea of Life, until it reached the purple planet where Queen Rui was. "Damn! Beautiful master! A clown is provoking you." Ivy jumped up after hearing this, and started to add fuel to the fire. "That's right. Where did this clown come from? And dared to run wild in our great master's territory? It's me. I definitely can't stand it. Master, can you bear it?" The two little brothers also said in a baby voice, their tender faces full of determination. How could their master be bullied by foreign enemies? Queen Rui looked calm, as if she didn't take this matter seriously at all. Hee. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Practice honestly for me. If I find you lazy when I come back. Queen Rui glanced at them with a smile, and the two cute babies were immediately silent. "Birdman, why are you here again? Isn't the previous lesson enough?" Queen Rui, wearing a long dress, stood elegantly and calmly on the highest peak of a vine, looking at Weststock. She has a slender figure, fair skin, delicate and beautiful facial features, and the temperament she exudes is even more cold and aloof, like a red lotus in the prosperous age. "Humph. Ignorant heretic. Today let me tell you what true power is." Weststock snorted coldly and raised his hand to wave at Queen Rui. OM. The dazzling holy light turned into a streak and swept towards her. "TSK. You don't know what you mean? The kingdom of flowers." Queen Rui shouted softly, and the vines around her swayed wildly, and a rich fragrance filled the air. In an instant, countless stamens bloomed from the vines, forming a dense rain of flowers. Bang, bang, bang. Endless petals flew, covering the sky, and collided with the holy light. Boom! The loud noise was deafening. The holy light was wrapped by layers of petals, and finally annihilated in the air. "You actually blocked my attack." Weststock's pupil shrank when he saw this. He remembered that this flower demon didn't seem so powerful before. It's only been half a month. And the opponent has become so powerful? Humph. Birdmen are birdmen. So arrogant. Queen Rui sneered disdainfully. She might not have been a match in the past. But with the strengthening of the Dragon Ball, and the restoration of the mythical medicinal food, Queen Rui's strength has reached about 30% to 40% of her peak period. While before, she might not even have reached half of her peak. Wistik could not understand her breakthrough speed. Oh! It seems I am not late. Just then, a male voice with a teasing tone came from a distance. A tall and slender figure walked out slowly, followed by a slender figure in a white coat with flying silver hair. Sensing this breath, Wistik's expression suddenly changed. It's you? The Holy Lady of Light, who escaped that year. Wistik recognized the visitor, who was the Holy Lady of the Holy Temple whom he had hunted many years ago. At the same time, she was also the natural enemy of the Holy Angel clan, the Holy Spirit of the Light Element. You are also a Holy Lady? Sujia looked at Elena in surprise. It happened a long time ago. Let's not talk about it. Elena waved her hand indifferently. Hearing this, Sujia did not ask any more questions. But he could guess roughly. Elena once said that she had no previous memories. She had been in the Holy Land of the Holy Angels since she could remember. If Sujia guessed correctly, she was probably forced to become a so-called saint after being brainwashed. Later, she found out the truth and escaped from the Holy Land. She was hunted by the Holy Angels and fled all the way to the Jelvo Galaxy. Well, after searching for a long time, I found it without any effort. Elena, I didn't expect you to hide in this garbage galaxy and live a miserable life. This time, let's see where you can escape. Westok laughed in anger, his eyes full of excitement. He didn't expect that the person he had been tracking for many years without any trace would come to him by chance. God really helped me. However, he didn't seem to understand the current situation. If there was no 100% chance of winning, how could Elena appear in front of him so openly? TSK. What an arrogant idiot. Sujia shook his head and sighed. Is it really okay for me to show up like this? Elena looked at the man beside her, who looked fearless, and was puzzled. When did this guy become so arrogant? If the Holy Angels are serious, even if all the members of the Galactic Empire ascend mechanically, they will not be enough to fight. What gave him such confidence? Don't worry. My master will protect me if the sky falls. A punch with 999999999 power. How can a mere angel block it? Sujia shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. Hearing his words, Elena frowned slightly and didn't say much. She didn't know if 999999999 could beat the Holy Angels with one punch. But she could definitely protect herself. Since she had this trump card, there was no need to say more. Just do it. Waystock. I suffered a lot because of you. Today, it's time to end things between you and me. Irina's expression was cold, and her aura suddenly burst out. Buzz. An unprecedented light element gathered behind her. The holy white light wings appeared behind her, and circles of light waves rippled. Irina flapped her wings, like a meteor cutting through the night sky, and went straight to Waystock. Waystock's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively urged the holy light to try to resist. But the next second, the light elements around him seemed to be indifferent, as if they had rebelled. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. Not good. Waystock was shocked. He was so excited about finding the saint that he forgot that the light elemental Holy Spirit was the natural enemy of the Holy Angels. Sword of Light. Cut! Bang! A dazzling long sword of light element shone in the sky, carrying a tremendous pressure and slashing down, pointing directly at Waystock's heart. Shield of Faith. Waystock gritted his teeth and had to sacrifice the precious power of faith to condense a heavy shield to resist Elena's fatal sword. Swish. The shield was broken, but Waystock also managed to avoid the sword. Boom! The lightsaber barely passed by it and hit the huge vines behind it. Suddenly, the vines broke into several pieces. Oh my god! You can chop people, but don't look at my vines. Seeing this, Queen Rui's face darkened slightly. Sorry. I was a little excited and couldn't control it. Irina apologized and continued to kill Waystock without looking back. The scene after that was almost just a simple beating of the little friend, in front of the Holy Spirit of the light element. Waystock's strength was suppressed. The whole process was either being beaten or on the way to being beaten. Just a moment. The light faded. Westok was covered with wounds, lying in a pool of blood, motionless. The Lord of Light, who ruled billions of galaxies, died tragically in the corner of this universe. Elena? Wait for me. Don't run away if you have the guts. Oh! No! It seems that he is not dead yet. A shadow floated out of the bloody body. Westok stared at the three people present with resentment, as if he wanted to tear them into pieces with his eyes. Swish! A flash of light and shadow. Elena teleported to Westok's side, slapped him with a palm, and annihilated his remaining soul. Seeing that Elena had easily solved the enemy, Sujia was silent for a moment, and finally sighed. This guy is too weak. Since everything is fine, I'll leave first. After watching the excitement, Queen Rui returned to the purple planet to continue educating her three useless apprentices. Elena also stopped the combat state, restrained her light, walked to Sujia's side, and said lightly, "Let's go. Take me back to the laboratory. You don't seem to care at all." Sujia tilted his head, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "What's there to care about? It's destined to be a life and death situation. Why think so much?" Elena said, as a matter of course. Hearing this, Sujia looked at her deeply, and after a long while, he said leisurely, "Yeah, just do it. But you better prepare early. The angel army will arrive soon. And it's definitely not the angels of light, but high-level angels of other elements." "Oh, other elements?" "Well, although they are not as strong as the angels of light among the same angels, their combat power is definitely not low, at least at the level of Queen Rui Linglon." "Is that so?" Sujia thought for a while. "If they are at the level of Queen Rui Linglon, their combat power is only about 500,000 or 600,000. Even if the number is huge, there is no numerical advantage in front of the real top power. A map cannon cleared them all. Well, it's not a big problem. This wave is stable. Time flies, and it passes in a flash. 3 months have passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, the momentum of the Galactic Empire was fierce. When Sujia no longer restrained himself and developed freely, the entire Omega Nebula was swept by a bloody storm. Galaxy after galaxy fell. Endless Zerg natural disasters ravaged major galaxies. Millions of T6-class warships roamed the interstellar space, sweeping away all resistance like a rotten wood. At the same time, other pioneers, after going through the initial poverty stage, also began to exert their strength. They sharpened their knives and launched an invasion against the natives. The flames of war were spreading, and the collisions between civilizations were erupting all the time. The entire universe seemed to have entered a new era. And the chaos came, and the smoke of war was everywhere. The war between pioneers also started at this moment. Boom! Endless dust particles are still spreading, one after another. Big stars were stepped on by him. The stars that separated him by endless light years seemed to be close at hand as he walked. He was like a ball of blazing flame, brilliant and dazzling. The eternally silent universe was also jumping like a fireball. Countless Zergs were biting the stars. The cosmic catastrophe, countless lives, turned into ashes in this battle. The huge battleship could not withstand this sword. A shocking sword mark split the battleship into two. The battleship exploded and disintegrated instantly. The huge figure was still walking. The flaming holy sword was like a stream of light raging in the universe, terrifying and surging. Galactic Empire. Sujia. He murmured in a deep voice and stepped towards the distant Galactic Empire, the main star of the Galactic Empire. Sujia received news from the front line that the Holy Angels are coming. Westok himself is incompetent, and he actually asked for foreign aid? TSK. It's really lame. Sujia shrugged, not caring at all. The giant shadow was reflected on the holographic screen in front of him. Fire element? It was an ancient holy sword of fire. Countless dust particles were constantly absorbed by him. This guy is interesting. Sujia touched his chin, thinking. Boom! Suddenly, the huge figure spread its wings from behind. The wings flew wildly, like a raging flame. Inruoro, who had recovered, also came forward and looked at the fire giant. "Master, what do you think?" Sujia smiled and didn't take it seriously. "I don't even care about the punishment from heaven. So this birdman is nothing." A faint fairy aura enveloped Inruoro. Under the sky, she rolled up her sleeves. "Master, what are you going to do?" Sujia was stunned and asked. Kill this guy and let these birdmen know that our Yunxian Zong is not easy to mess with. Immortal pointed at the fire giant. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? You should rest. Sujia frowned. He didn't know how powerful this fire giant was. There was no need to show his trump card right away. Master, it's just the beginning. You just stay here to hold the fort. Really? Immortal sharpened her knife. Don't worry, disciple. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. With a punch of 999999999, I can beat up any angel. Immortal patted Sujia's shoulder and smiled. That's right. Just do it. Sujia smiled deeply. But this guy destroyed so many of your warships. Aren't you angry? The charming Queen Rui stepped out of the void. The hazy glow made Sujia look sideways. Don't let this guy come over. I don't want my life-restricted area to become a victim of the aftermath of the battlefield. Queen Rui rolled her eyes and sighed. Yeah. You think so too. Sujia smiled and looked at the holographic screen. That guy seems to be made of dust particles. He is probably coming for us. Immortal's eyebrows were raised. My dear disciple, I can kill him with just one finger. No hurry. No hurry. Wait until he gets closer. Closer? Irina also stepped out of the laboratory. She looked at the flame giant in the universe, which was constantly approaching. How about I go and kill him? In the past 3 months, Sujia's combat power has soared rapidly with the blessing of various natural treasures. As a result, Irina and others have also become stronger. It seems that she can teach the fire giant a lesson. No hurry. Leave this guy to me. Sujia touched his chin. Looking steady. Queen Rui, Elena, Charles, Ling, all looked at Sujia. You go? Queen Rui frowned slightly. Good disciple. Let him know how powerful we are. Immortal smiled. It is his honor to be killed by this leader. Immortal smiled and said, Hee hee. Your teacher likes your unruly look. Sujia was speechless. Okay. Go quickly. If you are late, this guy will come to your door. Elena urged. This guy's holy sword of fire seems to be quite powerful. Awesome? Queen Rui smiled and stared at Sujia. Sujia, take this holy flame sword. Snatch this head of state. And I'm thinking of turning him into a mechanical puppet. Mechanical puppet? The eyes of the women lit up. And they all stared at Sujia. This is a good idea. And there is a new research direction. Everyone, wait for my good news. Sujia smiled. And like an immortal, he stepped out of the base. In the lonely and dark universe, countless stars twinkled. A huge interstellar great wall made the main star as solid as a rock. On the Omega Nebula, the war continued. Some young pioneers, surrounded by the Zerg, let out a wail. There are pioneers who escaped, feeling uneasy and extremely uneasy. At the end of a distant galaxy, the fire giant Caswell, holding a holy sword of fire, stepped forward. The holy light, like a barrier, protected him. The flame surged, devouring a star that he stepped on. A fire fell from the sky, and all living things were destroyed. In front of the strong, the weak are like dust. In an instant, it was reduced to ashes. The ancient civilization wailed before destruction. Caswell had only one goal. Kill Sujia. Destroy the galactic empire. Bring back the natural enemy of the holy angels. The holy spirit of the light element. The former saint of the holy temple. Elena, to the holy land. He galloped in the universe. Just as Caswell arrived, he saw a figure standing in the universe. He stood with his hands behind his back, as if he had merged with the universe. Caswell paused, and countless dust particles, like chains, stretched out. In front of the holographic screen, Queen Rui lifted her hair in front of her forehead. Who gave him the courage? Didn't Weststock tell him our true combat power? Queen Rui was speechless. Is it Fish Liang? This fire giant actually came alone. This sword looks pretty good. Just in need of a weapon. Immortal shook her head slightly. But, for me, the grade is too low. If it can be transformed, it will be perfect. Immortal's words made Elena stun for a moment. I can help you transform it. But the premise is that Sujia takes back the flame holy sword. Queen Rui stared at the screen. It doesn't seem to be a difficult task for him at this moment. Immortal rolled her eyes and snorted. Of course. It's easy for the disciples taught by this fairy to kill him. Queen Rui immediately kept silent. In the universe, Caswell held the flame holy sword. The holy light was as violent as a hurricane. Every move he made had a powerful momentum. Are you Su Jia? The supreme commander of the Galactic Empire? Caswell asked coldly. Grandpa is here. Su Jia didn't care and sneered. I thought you would hide. But I didn't expect you to show up. Caswell was a little surprised. Su Jia smiled jokingly and said, I think your weapon is good. Big guy. If you offer the holy sword with both hands, kneel down and call me Grandpa. I will spare your life. After the voice fell, Caswell was completely angry. He shouted, Holy angel! How can you blaspheme? Die! Heretic! Boom! Caswell was furious. His wings spread, and flames gushed out. He was like a pillar of fire, rushing toward Su Jia with a roar. The violent breath was surging. Boom! The universe trembled. Countless dust particles gushed out. The stars shook. Caswell, holding the flaming holy sword, slashed at Su Jia. No one can defeat my sword. The holographic light screen came with Caswell's voice. Ah! Who can't brag? Xia Air was numb. This guy was looking for death. This guy has come to kill. Why doesn't the master move? Linger asked anxiously. No one responded. Boom! The flaming holy sword seemed to pass through countless stars and penetrated. Queen Rui and Immortal were staring. No one spoke. Clang! Just when the holy sword penetrated, Su Jia slowly stretched out 2 fingers. Then, like a flash of lightning, he clamped the holy flame sword. Fog! The girls were stunned. This is possible? My apprentice brother. This finger is very clever. Immortal couldn't help but praise. This holy flame sword was clamped by him in an instant. Elena was also stunned. Linger and others were also shocked. They knew that Su Jia had become very strong now, but they didn't expect that he was so strong. Queen Rui frowned slightly. This guy. Has he really received the true teachings of the immortals? The sword that destroyed the stars was clamped in an instant. Who can bear this? Caswell shouted wildly, and hurriedly drew his sword. However, that sword seemed to be embedded in the cosmic stone. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. Do you really want to pull it out? Su Jia smiled, which made Caswell even angrier. Su Jia was mocking himself. Hateful. Caswell, using all his strength, suddenly pulled it out. Suddenly, when Su Jia let go, Caswell rolled away directly. He looked extremely embarrassed. Go away. Su Jia smiled indifferently. How could Caswell leave just like that? He waved the flaming holy sword, and the sound was like ice. Heretic. This is where you will die. Noisy. Su Jia stepped forward and punched Caswell. Boom. Caswell was blown away. But he quickly jumped up, like a ghost, and rushed toward Su Jia. Come again? Su Jia frowned. He was really not afraid of death. Caswell stirred up endless dust and infinite flames. With a loud bang, the stars exploded. Su Jia was angry. Such a good resource star. Just gone. How many star coins will we lose? Su Jia stepped forward and knocked him away again. Dragon Empire. Palace. Hiss. All the ministers gasped. The head of the Galactic Empire is really powerful. This fire giant can't be resisted. Damn. He actually wanted to challenge the head of the world. This guy is finished. The ministers whispered, all shocked by the scene. Li Yuru was also shocked. When did our son-in-law become so perverted? Everyone stared. No one dared to say a word. This was a terrible battle. Boom! Caswell was blown away again. His holy flame sword was also taken away by Su Jia. Caswell's wings trembled wildly, and he rushed toward Su Jia. Give me back my sword. Su Jia sneered, and the holy flame sword pierced Caswell. Not good. Caswell hurriedly stopped. He hurriedly retreated. Damn! Caswell hated Su Jia. Su Jia, do you know what kind of existence you offended? I don't want to know. Su Jia shook his head, his voice cold. Damn it. Give me back my sword. Caswell yelled again. However, Su Jia swung his sword directly. Caswell released endless flames. Boom! The flames rushed and were about to swallow Su Jia. Not good. In front of the holographic screen, Xia Air and Linger were worried. Seeing their worried looks, Immortal smiled. Don't worry. The only seedling of my sect is not so weak. Empress Rui felt the same way. Immortal was a terrifying existence, who withstood the punishment of heaven. Elena sighed softly, and was also worried about Su Jia. The Dragon Empire. Can the head of state stop it? Nonsense. The head of state is invincible. This guy also wants to defeat the leader? He is doomed to die. The ministers looked at each other and whispered. Liuru was also shocked. Boom! The universe shook. Sujia's flaming holy sword split Caswell's flames and cut off one of his wings. Ah! Caswell screamed, although he quickly grew a small wing. But the severe pain made him sweat. Sujia! Caswell shouted angrily and rushed towards Sujia. Even if it was just one wing, he would take down Sujia. However, he still overestimated himself. Boom! Under the terrifying pressure, all dust particles disappeared. Sujia raised the holy flame sword and slashed wildly. Puff! Holy blood spurted out, and Caswell was pierced by the sword. His figure fell sharply. Bang! He fell on a star. The earth collapsed, and the stars broke apart. Endless magma gushed out. Caswell was enveloped by the magma, as if alive. Sujia shook his head and slashed with another sword. Good disciple. In front of the holographic screen, Inruru was very happy. Her disciple was more than enough to deal with this fire giant. Queen Rui's face changed slightly, and a thought flashed through her mind. Didn't you say that you wanted to refine this fire giant? Looking at this posture, it doesn't seem like it. Xia Er, Ling, Elena and other girls also looked over. Boom! Sujia swung the holy sword and instantly pierced through Caswell. Ah! Caswell screamed and his body collapsed. The power of the sword cut him off from top to bottom. Endless flames gushed out. Caswell died completely. However, a remnant of Caswell's soul floated in the universe. Sujia. You wait. Fog. Dare to threaten me? Sujia sneered, raised his hand, and chopped off the remnant's soul. Ah! Caswell screamed and turned into ashes. Pa! Sujia clapped his hands and turned back to the base. Is that the end? The ministers of the Dragon Empire were all surprised. The head of state killed the fire giant so quickly. This is not enough. The ministers murmured in their hearts, but no one dared to say it. Liyuru's heart trembled suddenly. The main star of the galactic empire. Sujia handed the holy sword of flame to Elena. You study it. Elena nodded in response, then picked up the holy sword of flame and returned to the laboratory. Inruru patted Sujia on the shoulder. My apprentice brother. You did a good job. Queen Ruid looked astonished. It's gone so soon? This fire giant is so vulnerable. After solving Caswell, Sujia was not idle. The galactic empire is still expanding. In that vast and dark universe, about thousands of huge warships were docked under the dark starry sky. Damn it. Caswell actually died at the hands of Sujia. We must destroy the galactic empire. It would not be too much to capture Sujia alive and cut him into pieces. On the huge, behemoth-like central battleship, there were several giant shadows. Full of hatred, thousands of giant warships were speeding towards the galactic empire. In front of the warships was a huge magic fortress. The killing of Caswell made all the holy angels indignant. The killing of the fire giant. Who could bear this? Go straight to the capital of the galactic empire. A frost giant shouted angrily. A terrifying frost giant sword, like a destruction, slashed straight over. In an instant, the stars shattered. The lonely and dark universe seemed to be cut open, revealing a shocking crack. Some civilizations were frozen by frost, and countless creatures shattered in midair. Boom! Countless stars flashed, and the huge magic cannon on the warship was also bombarding the stars in front. Like a supernova explosion, it set off an endless day. Endless brilliance devoured one star after another. The white beam of light formed by the magic cannon seemed to rush straight into the depths of the universe. In an instant, the darkness seemed to be swallowed up, and the holy brilliance destroyed everything. The countless creatures on the stars were also swallowed up by this brilliance and turned into nothingness. Some cosmic civilizations became cannon fodder. Countless creatures were turned into ashes. The terrifying scene shook everything like a crushing blow. The holy angels came again. On the bridge, the several giant shadows were extremely powerful. I want to take down Sujia. The frost giant was about to step into the air and leave, but he was stopped by a giant shadow. Sujia is strong. It won't be too late to kill him when we reach the main star of the galactic empire. That makes sense. The frost giant paused and stopped. The expressions of the other giant shadows changed slightly. Is this okay? You just came back after persuading me? The giant shadows were annoyed. Galactic Empire. the capital of the main star. In the holographic light screen, thousands of magic warships were heading towards the Galactic Empire. Immortal looked at the giant shadows on the bridge. Good disciple. Leave these guys to me. Immortal rolled up his sleeves, looking like he wanted to fight. Sujia shook his head. Master, you should stay here. What are you doing here? Immortal rolled her eyes, looking angry. Humph. Disciple, are you afraid that your master can't beat them? That's not the case. They are just a few minions. There is no need for you to fight. Bullshit. Immortal looked like she didn't believe you. Queen Rui played with her charming hair. In fact, your master can handle these guys with just one punch. Yes, disciple. Master will be back soon. Immortal didn't care about Sujia. She had a lot of strength but nowhere to vent. And she was really uncomfortable. The key is that these ants came to provoke them again and again. Do they really think our sect is easy to bully? No. Let the galaxy fleet practice first. Before Sujia finished speaking, Immortal paused and asked, is the magic of these guys very powerful? Elena thought for a moment and said, not bad. Disciple, it's time to let them know how powerful we are. Immortal pulled Sujia up and was about to leave. Ling, Xia Air and others were also stunned. Queen Rui sighed softly. These holy angels are finished. Queen Rui had a feeling that these guys may die miserably. Immortal punched him with a power of 9999999. Who can resist the 10 forbidden techniques? Cyber Immortal. So terrifying. Seeing that Sujia was still reluctantly being dragged by Immortal, Queen Rui shouted from behind. Hurry up and kill them. I don't want the life-restricted area to become a sacrifice. Soon, Immortal dragged Sujia to the interstellar Great Wall. On the Great Wall formed by countless stars, one after another of the prohibitions loomed. The general guarding the Great Wall saw Sujia and hurried over. Headmaster, why are you here? He already knew that the holy angels were attacking. Headmaster, do you want to send warships to stop them? No need. Without waiting for Sujia to answer, Immortal shouted domineeringly. The general was stunned. Sujia smiled helplessly. This master is really unique. It seems that if she is not allowed to vent today, it will probably not end well. The two of them walked into the air, and there was no need for any warships. One step, and they crossed endless light years. On the magic warship, the frost giant shouted in a deep voice. Destroy all these heretics. The Galactic Empire will be destroyed by us. The holy angel shouted in a deep voice. Passing along the way, countless lives turned into ashes. The planet collapsed, and dust particles floated in the universe. The frost giant suddenly looked into the distance. Surprisingly, there are two people walking in the air in the universe. This is? The frost giant's pupils shrank sharply. It's Sujia. A holy angel recognized the person and shouted in a deep voice. Damn it. He dared to show up alone. Is he here to die? A holy angel asked coldly. The heaven and earth shook. Sujia and Immortal stepped over countless stars and stopped. Who is that woman? A giant shadow saw the woman next to Sujia and asked. Whoever she is, take her down. The frost giant shouted. Boom! Frost giant Katana, holding the frost holy sword. Endless ice elements permeated his body. He was so huge that he blew up a star with 1 foot. Immortal looked at the thousands of warships and several giant shadows. Disciple, are they them? Immortal pointed at the giants and asked. Yes, they are. Sujia smiled and said. Okay, leave the rest to me. Immortal rolled up her sleeves and asked Sujia to leave. She stepped forward. The frost covered the area around Katana. He stared at Sujia with a burning gaze. Commander of the Galactic Empire, you actually let a woman fight? Frost giant Katana shouted angrily. After the voice fell, Immortal joked, where did this rubbish come from? How dare you act wild in front of me? Immortal punched him. Frost giant Katana smiled up to the sky. Sujia, you let a woman come forward? You are such a coward. Sujia smiled bitterly and shook his head. Hopefully this guy will laugh again later. Immortal has already hit him. On the bridge, the other holy angels looked indifferent. Sujia must be scared. So, he asked a woman to come over, then beat him to death. A holy angel couldn't help shouting. Suddenly, Immortal punched him. Bang! The frost giant Katana, who withstood the punch, laughed in a deep voice. Your punch is too weak. Really? Immortal smiled coldly. The next moment, the frost giant's face suddenly changed. In an instant, his huge body was like an ice crystal shattered. No! The frost giant katana showed an unbelievable look. The eyes were full of fear. Boom! Without any warning, the frost giant katana was smashed to pieces by a single punch. Fool! On the bridge, the holy angels' faces turned black, and they were terrified. Damn! I'd never seen such a powerful punch. Frost giant katana was smashed to pieces by her punch? And she was a woman? Just such a light punch. This is fucking hell. These holy angels watched the frost giant katana being smashed to pieces in an instant. Immortal pulled out his residual soul. The frost holy sword floated in the universe, and was put away together. Disciple, this frost holy sword is for you. Sujia took it and thanked him. Those holy angels were filled with hatred. The next moment, Immortal began to refine the frost giant katana in front of everyone. How could these holy angels bear such humiliation? Fire! Fire! Turn the magic power conversion device to maximum power. A holy angel couldn't help but shout loudly. Boom! A white beam of light surged out from the warship. This is a magic cannon attack. One shell shattered a star. The white beam of light went straight to Immortal. TSK. I'm not afraid of heavenly punishment. So why should I be afraid of your shell? Immortal pointed with her hand, and a burst of light flashed at her fingertips. The white beam of light was blocked in an instant. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, the white beam of light that was supposed to shoot forward actually shrank back. Holographic light curtain. Queen Ray, Elena, and others were all confused. What skill is this? Queen Ray was stunned for a moment, wondering what was going on. The magic shells that were shot out could also go back? This was incredible. Elena was also extremely surprised. Linger asked softly, what will happen if this magic shell is retracted? All the women looked at the light curtain. What else can it be? Isn't it just like that? Charles asked softly, which was equivalent to saying nothing. Elena said in a deep voice, the furnace of the magic fortress will be reversed in a very short time, and the positive and negative energies will be entangled with each other. Thus, Queen Roy looked at the light curtain and was numb. Boom! In the astonished eyes of all the holy angels, the magic cannon was poked back by Immortal with one finger. Master, what is this move called? It looks like something. Sujia laughed. Immortal snorted. Do you need me to tell you? Don't you see who I am? Boom! As Immortal finished speaking, the retracted magic cannon exploded instantly. The terrifying magic power raged wildly, overturning a large area of magic warships around. Boom! A large area of warships exploded and shattered, becoming cosmic dust. The angel army was terrified. Damn! Too cruel. Just one finger's in, and the T7 level magic warship was blasted to pieces? In front of the holographic light curtain, Queen Ray, Elena, and others were all speechless. Awesome. Linger couldn't help but praise. This is really powerful. I've never seen such a perverted guy. Xiaoyer couldn't help but complain. So terrible. Who can stop it? The life-restricted area is saved. Queen Rui sighed lightly. This Immortal is really powerful. Extremely powerful. In front of the magic warship, Immortal hooked her finger. Come here quickly. Immortal looked impatient. Sujia was numb. Master, we have to be reserved. Be more reserved. Oh, Immortal said. Okay. She took a step forward. You trespassed into the galaxy empire of my apprentice's home. Which means you don't take me seriously. Don't take this immortal seriously. Don't take Yin Xianzong seriously. And don't take this immortal sect seriously. That's courting death. Several holy angels were stunned. What kind of logic is this? Moon-hidden immortal trace? What the hell is that? They looked at each other, all speechless. Among the holy angels, the wind demon giant stepped forward. Humph. The frost giant katana was just restrained by her. I'll take her down. The wind demon giant shouted in a deep voice. With an arrogant look, the other angels behind him breathed a sigh of relief. There was actually a stubborn kid who went up and got a return. Okay. Let's continue watching the show. Boom. The wind demon giant rushed over at once. His 12 pairs of wind wings set off an endless cosmic storm. The storm was like a mad storm, sweeping away. There were stars blocking the way, and they were torn into ashes by the storm. The wind demon giant's voice was as cold as ice. Today, I will kill all of you. Heretics. The sacred name cannot be insulted. Awesome. Sujia silently gave this madman 23 thumbs up. Then, Inruoro stepped forward. The fairy sound was faint, like the sound of heaven. Inruoro waved her hand, and a bright light slashed out like a streak of silk. The wind demon giant's face changed drastically, and it was too late to dodge. Puff! Blood flashed, and the wind demon giant's body was directly cut in half. There was still an unbelievable expression on his face, as if he couldn't believe that he was defeated so easily, unable to withstand a single blow. Inruoro said lightly, as if she had done something insignificant. Right here. How dare you call it a cosmic storm? Inruoro said with disdain. Boom! Inruoro lightly slapped it. No! The wind demon giant screamed, and was soon crushed into powder by the terrifying immortal power. The other angels were already sweating on their backs. Good disciples. Watch how the master beats them up. As soon as the voice fell, Inruoro stepped on it. She landed on a warship casually. The angels on it suddenly changed their expressions, and felt as if they were dead. It's over. A massacre without suspense was staged at this moment. In front of the holographic screen, the girls opened their mouths wide in astonishment. This is a group fight. No. This is a beating. Although these holy angels used all their strength, and the 10th level forbidden spells of various attributes appeared frequently. But in front of Inruoro, they could only be beaten. One punch after another. These holy angels were beaten without any resistance. Master is mighty. Sujia couldn't help shouting. Inruoro laughed, and smashed a magic warship with another punch. Boom! The magic warships were like pieces of paper in front of Inruoro. The holy angels were all numb. This is too outrageous. Don't bully angels like this. Whoever wants to fight heretics can go. They won't go. What a pity. It's too late to run now. Inruoro flashed and blocked the front of thousands of T7 magic warships. The powerful aura made them breathless. These angels are on the verge of collapse. Go! A holy angel shouted angrily. Then, most of the angels stood still, motionless. The proud angels were really scared at this moment. Do you think you can survive by surrendering? These words woke up the angels. Yes. Now they can only fight to the death. Everyone, go together. I don't know who shouted. And the remaining angels woke up as if from a dream. And they all used their strongest moves to attack Inruoro. However, all this was in vain. Sujia and Inruoro, the master and disciple, blew up many holy angels in succession under the endless starry sky. The angel army was indignant. How could a holy angel do this? Kill! A space giant shot out the angel's holy sword. Endless time, like an instant of eternity, stopped at this moment. The space giant was like the god of death holding a sickle, approaching step by step. Heretics, accept the judgment of time. Under the vast universe, everything stopped at this moment. The terrible holy sword, like the master of space, suppressed everything. However, Sujia and Inruoro seemed to have heard nothing and continued to chat. Disciple, this guy seems to have imprisoned time. Endless space runes floated in the universe. The holy light was like countless dust particles, flashing with brilliance. The crazy multiplying gas cloud was paused and stopped rotating. Everywhere it passed, countless stars stopped. Billions of lives. Some were frightened. Some were uneasy. Everything, like a painting, was frozen at this moment. Who can stop it? No one can reach it. The holy angel stood in the void. Endless waves were set off around him. Only he was not restricted by this space. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Time and space judgment. Death. The terrifying giant sword surged down. Sujia saw this and sneered in a deep voice, not caring at all. Boom! Inruoro punched out and hit the arrogant giant angel. She did not forget to turn back and tell Sujia, Disciple, I will teach you a trick. Watch out. As he said that, the punch, with endless brilliance, covered the sky and the sun. The face of the space giant Carlos suddenly changed. This woman was not afraid of his space magic. The angel's holy sword, the blazing light, surged instantly. It was like cutting through space and imprisoning time. The holy angel cannot be insulted. Heretic. Die! Carlos' voice was like ice. And the sword intent of the holy sword was also extremely cold and surging. Boom! A terrifying light burst out instantly. I am Carlos, the space giant, and I will destroy you heretics. Carlos shouted angrily, as if he was singing the last swan song for the angel army. Boom! In an instant, the terrible power swept over. Immortal's punch had already come. Boom! With one punch, it seemed to imprison the space giant Carlos. The endless fist foreshattered the holy light. The armor on Carlos' body was shattered by this punch. Puff! In the universe, Carlos vomited blood. The holy armor was shattered. And the holy sword was also shattered. Carlos was blown away. He fell in a pool of blood. Behind Carlos, one angel worship after another was shattered and exploded. The magic was breaking. And all the angels on the worship screamed. They seemed to be hit by the universe and were everywhere. They were floating in the universe. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the distance. And a huge hand suddenly stretched out from the black hole. He climbed on the edge of the black hole. Hiss! Who is this? Reinforcements? That giant figure just appeared in the void. Sujia had already stepped forward. He stepped down, and the endless holy light was instantly shattered. The black hole was collapsing. The giant who climbed out was swallowed by the broken black hole and dissipated. In front of the holographic light screen, Elena, Queen Ray, Linger and other women were all stunned. This master and disciple are too cruel. After a long time, Queen Ray took a deep breath and sighed. Immortal punched a holy angel to pieces. The holy light slowly dissipated in the universe. The holy angel was furious. However, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. And it was powerless to block this attack. The angel army looked at each other. And they all saw fear in each other's eyes. My life is over? Boom! A holy angel stepped forward. He spread his angel wings. And swallowed up, like a destroyer of heaven and earth. The angel's holy sword cut through this lonely and dark universe. A terrifying breath made the angel army excited. A paladin shouted in a deep voice. Fire! Fire! Boom! In the terrifying explosion, the magic shells seemed to have cut through the daylight of the universe. And swept away in an instant. Sujia sneered and just stretched out his hand to flick it lightly. Boom! The magic shells that were enough to destroy the stars hit back in an instant. Then, the magic shells exploded. Boom! The warship was blown up. Who dares not to be afraid of the angel creatures? In the lonely universe, the creatures who looked up from the stars to the sky, all were terrified by this power. Some creatures ran to the top of the mountain and stared at the battlefield in the sky. Some creatures fled to the air raid shelter, hugging their wives and children. In a panic, the Galactic Empire, the Great Wall of Stars. Someone applied to go to the battle, but was stopped. If the president doesn't let us go, we'll just stay here. Her voice was soft, staring ahead. Okay. Lucia nodded helplessly. In front of the holographic screen, the president Sujia was powerful and majestic. The president is still so handsome. Manny whispered softly. The president is so strong that no one can match him. Elinda's eyes were red, and her face was full of longing. They all looked at the battlefield in the holographic screen. Wow! This is the president's master? Too scary. Right? This is really a 9999999 punch. On the Great Wall of Stars, several beautiful figures were in surprise. Queen Rui frowned slightly. It seems that these holy angels will have to die here. Elena smiled gently. Who said not? Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying shadow stood in the air. It was as if it released all the endless brilliance, covering the sky of the universe. White light pillars were formed above countless stars. The huge angel figures stood in the void. Sujia and Immortal stared at the giant angel figure. He was twice as big as these holy angels. His eyes stared at Sujia and Immortal. White light pillars kept coming towards him. Holy light seemed to swallow up the world. The terrible scene swept across the endless sky. Queen Rui and other women were all surprised. A hint of coldness flashed in Elena's beautiful eyes. It's the power of faith. Endless power of faith converged towards the giant angel like a flood. The archangel shouted in a deep voice. I am Raphael, the Lord of Destruction. Heretic. Die! His angel wings spread out, as if destroying the sky and the sea of stars. The terrifying power swallowed up everything in an instant. Wherever it passed, countless stars were destroyed. Suddenly, a Pegasus appeared under his crotch. He rode on the Pegasus, holding a spear of destruction. Looking majestic, the holy light surged, and the destructive aura swept across the endless land. The power of the spear shook the universe. Countless creatures were all in panic and trembling. Immortal raised her eyebrows slightly, and couldn't help but chuckled. Birdman. That's enough. It's still not too late to escape now. Hiss. The destroyer Raphael's face suddenly changed. His eyes widened with anger. This guy. How could he be so arrogant? Heretic. You know nothing about faith. Die. Raphael rushed out with the spear of destruction in his hand. The endless starlight was also obscured. The whole galaxy was shaking. Seeing this, Sujia smiled and said, Master, it's my turn now. Immortal snorted. That won't work. You are the only one in our sect. What if something goes wrong? Let this Raphael be given to me. No. Sujia flatly refused. Immortal pouted her lips pretending to be angry, as if she wanted to scare Sujia with this. But that look is a bit cute no matter how you look at it. Raphael the Destroyer was instantly furious when he saw this. These two guys didn't take me seriously at all. And they were still flirting here. Hateful. Raphael's destruction spear cut through the lonely universe. A deep crack appeared in this ancient universe. Raphael rode on Pegasus. And the killing intent surged. Suddenly, Sujia stepped forward. And an imperial power surged like a cosmic storm. The Pegasus under Raphael's crotch screamed to the sky, almost throwing him off the horse. Ah! Heretic. Die! Raphael shouted wildly, his voice cold. Endless breath of destruction surged out. The stars collapsed one after another. Civilization was destroyed. The stars became desolate. This is the horror of destruction. The spear of destruction, condensing the power of endless destruction, pierced through Sujia in an instant. Sujia was cold and didn't care. He stood with his hands behind his back, like the emperor of the universe, with a terrifying power. With a wave of his hand, the aura of destruction was shaken and dissipated. Raphael's breath suddenly choked. Could it be that he really couldn't stop it? Raphael's eyes flashed with surprise. He couldn't help but snort coldly, pretending to be strong. Sacrifice billions of faiths. The glory of the temple will descend on me. I will bring destruction. I will end it completely. Ah! The end of the world. Give me death. Boom! The spear of destruction penetrated. Immortal sighed behind Sujia. Disciple, you can't stop him. Let me do it. Sujia shook his head. That may not be the case. Some ancient creatures lurk in the depths of the universe. The holographic screen in front of him showed the figures of Sujia and Immortal. The holy angels rule over billions of galaxies. How powerful. But they are so abused by the head of this small galactic empire. How pitiful. An ancient creature stroked his beard and sighed. Beside him, there were also some ancient creatures staring. This Sujia is too powerful. An ancient creature sighed. Hee hee. Well, this group of arrogant birdmen finally hit the wall. Another ancient creature gloated over the misfortune. Boom! Just as the destroyer Raphael was fighting Sujia, an archangel covered in blood-red mist appeared quietly in the dark. Immortal raised her eyes and glanced at this guy. She sneered. You can't hide it? Immortal asked back, as if she had already seen through the details of this angel. The killing angel said nothing, and the war halberd popped out of his hand. Boom! The killing aura continued to surge, like countless blades, tearing and cutting everything around. In this blade, the dark universe collapsed and turned into endless nothingness. The killing aura was raging. Such terrible power made the universe tremble. However, under this killing, Immortal was not afraid. The immortal pointed the way. Immortal waved her jade hand lightly. And in an instant, a jade finger of an immortal suddenly fell from the void. The endless immortal power surged and rolled directly on the killing angel. Boom! The two collided. And in an instant, the blood-colored mist collapsed. The killing angel screamed, and his body flew thousands of meters away. Heretic. Dare to hurt me! But he was still shouting wildly, and threw the killing halberd with all his strength. Boom! The killing halberd passed over a star, like the sky crying, causing the star to be destroyed instantly. However, the killing halberd just fell in front of Immortal, and was slapped away by a slender jade hand. Immortal took a step forward, pinched the killing angel in the air with her jade hand, and crushed it in an instant. Ah! The killer screamed, turned into dust particles, floating in the universe. Such a scene frightened the holy angels on the warship. Another archangel fell. Who can block this blow? Damn it! Raphael, the destroyer, was furious and looked extremely angry. Even if the holy angels were rich, They would not squander like this. He shouted. I want you to die. Raphael rushed towards Immortal with a continuous shout. However, how could Sujia let him succeed? The power of the Emperor suddenly emerged. Sujia's body burst out with holy light. He was like the Lord of the universe. Every move made Raphael uneasy. Damn! Raphael couldn't hold on any longer. How could the holy angels fall to this point? If they couldn't even take down this guy, wouldn't it be a disgrace? Especially when they saw the Slayer being slaughtered. Raphael urged Pegasus to kill him. Immortal saw that Sujia hadn't dealt with Raphael yet. Disciple, why haven't you dealt with it yet? Your master has dealt with that red-haired birdman. Can you do it? Immortal shook his head and sighed. Hearing this, Sujia was numb. Compared to the Slayer, the destroyer Raphael was indeed extraordinary. The imperial power was mighty, and the universe roared. Sujia stood in the void, like a god descending from heaven. And every move he made was extraordinary. Raphael, the destroyer, raised the spear of destruction and pierced through. The will of destruction swept over and rushed straight to Sujia. A looming immortal king suddenly appeared behind Sujia. Wherever he passed, the will of destruction dissipated instantly. The Pegasus under Raphael's crotch cried sadly to the sky, as if in fear. His expression suddenly changed. What a terrible breath! Even he was taken by this breath and was flustered. Raphael shouted in a deep voice and sacrificed the spear of destruction again. Boom! Sujia took a step forward, and the powerful aura, like destruction, blasted towards Raphael. Kill! Suddenly, Raphael roared, swallowing up the destructive magic. Sujia pointed his finger, and billions of magic arrays collapsed in an instant. Raphael was shocked. How could this happen? Immortal smiled slightly. Not bad. Not bad. Apprentice. Good job. She was not idle either. Immortal waved her jade hand and destroyed a huge warship. On the warship, there was a paladin wailing, but he could not escape the imprisonment and was beaten into powder in an instant. Boom! The angel warship was destroyed in an instant. Immortal fell directly into the angel warship group, like a butterfly flying through flowers. A light palm destroyed the warships one by one. Some warships wanted to fire magic cannons. However, when the magic cannon rushed out, she slapped it back in midair. Boom! The powerful explosion and impact also caused the nearby warships to explode. Raphael was furious, and he wanted to take down Immortal. But he suddenly felt that Sujia was staring at him like a god of death. That terrible power was enough to destroy the endless sky. Boom! Sujia stepped forward, and his powerful aura directly overturned Raphael. Raphael shouted wildly. Ah! Damn heretic! Don't you? So much nonsense! Before he finished speaking, Sujia punched him. Boom! Endless fist power is enough to destroy the world. A star was pierced and destroyed, and turned into nothingness. Raphael was blown away. He fell to the edge of the collapsed black hole. Even so, he was still frightened. Come again! Sujia shouted coldly and punched him. How could Raphael block it? Puff! Angel blood spurted out. Raphael was completely crippled. Immortal clapped his hands and smiled. Disciple is invincible. None of the other holy angels dared to step forward. Raphael screamed. His body broke apart, turned into dust particles, and dissipated in the void. Sujia walked forward again. He stood with his hands behind his back. Extremely sacred. Boom! The holy light was dazzling. And wherever it passed, the angel ships were all torn apart and roared. Sujia also attacked the other holy angels. He pierced through a holy angel in one go. No! The holy angel screamed and his body broke apart. The ending was no longer in suspense. The thousands of angel warships were torn into pieces by the master and his apprentice like a dead tree or rotten wood. The creatures on the warships also disappeared. In front of the holographic light screen, Queen Roy breathed a sigh of relief. Her life-restricted area was saved. Elena also showed a hint of surprise. Linger clapped her hands and smiled. Very happy. Charles sighed in his heart. And the ancient creatures hidden in the dark also felt palpitations. This galactic empire is really powerful. And that woman, who seems to be Sujia's master, is so powerful that she suppressed the Holy Angel clan. Who can fight with such strength? These ancient creatures all stared into the distance. Sujia and Immortal looked at the ruins. After the battle with the Holy Angel clan, this universe is already devastated. No one can match such power. Inruoro stretched and said in a deep voice, "Disciple, things here are done. Master, I should go back and find a place to practice in seclusion." Inruoro looked like he was still unsatisfied. Sujia smiled lightly. "Okay, Master," Inruoro snorted, and then said, "If you encounter something, don't resist it. Just tell me. I know. Hey, disciple, I'm waiting for your good news." Sujia watched Inruoro return to the ancient god star. He looked into the distance. "It's a pity that the resource star here." He stepped into the air and crossed the light year in one step. On the way back to the galactic empire, suddenly, he felt that a nearby star was moving a little bit. The small galaxy where this star is located has nurtured an ancient civilization. However, this star has become extremely unstable. Sujia stopped and stared over. I saw that the star was spewing out flames of destruction. The stars vibrated, as if giving birth to living things. In that galaxy, the ancient civilization suffered the baptism of fire. For Sujia, the disillusionment of the universe's creatures had nothing to do with him. The universe is too vast. There are more than billions of creatures. The flames like meteorites surged. Some priests climbed to the top of the mountain, praying for the continuation of civilization. However, the meteorite-like flames destroyed the mountain. Some countries were engulfed by the flames and disappeared forever. Sujia stared at this star that was almost burning wildly. The deep red star spread like a crack. Sujia looked closely and faintly sensed a hint of something strange. There seemed to be living things wriggling in the star, absorbing the matter in the star. All of this was seen by Sujia. A gleam of light flashed in Sujia's eyes. Boom! Storms were constantly being overturned. The sunspots on the star were wriggling faster. This scene caused the planets around the star to erupt in terrible geomagnetic storms. What was even more terrible than this geomagnetic storm was the decline of civilizations on the planet. The ancient civilization was about to become nothingness. This was something that countless creatures on the planet could not stop. Countless creatures were attracted by this scene. They felt a panic and uneasiness. Civilization is being destroyed. The movement on the star is faster. Sujia suddenly felt a hot flame gushing out. This star seems to be gestating some kind of creature. Boom! Suddenly, in the endless universe, an ancient star beast that can cross the endless land showed her outline. The ancient star beast is really huge. What is this? The ancient star beast? Sujia was slightly startled. And he understood. This ancient star beast is too huge. The ancient star is like a chicken egg in front of her. Her whole body is covered with flames. Roar! The ancient star beast roared. The claws that are enough to destroy the planet instantly slammed into Sujia. Seeing this, Sujia suddenly burst out with the power of the immortal king. He retreated directly to avoid the attack of the starry sky ancient beast. The starry sky ancient beast roared and rushed towards Sujia again. Sujia understood that she was protecting the creatures nurtured in the star. It is said that the starry sky ancient beast was nurtured in this star. Sujia's mind moved, and he blocked the attack of the starry sky ancient beast. Roar! The roar continued, and the universe trembled. The starry sky ancient beast, staring at Sujia like a giant, burst out with a terrible attack. However, in Sujia's view, this attack was not powerful. He didn't care about the starry sky ancient beast. This starry sky ancient beast can be used to guard the gate of the galactic empire. Sujia planned to imprison the ancient star beast first. This ancient star beast was vast and boundless. A star was instantly blown up by her. This was the power of the ancient star beast. In her eyes, the huge planet was just like an ant. The explosion of the planet caused countless dust particles to scatter. The entire galaxy was affected by these terrible dust particles. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and other disasters followed one after another. Even the satellites outside the planet were crushed. Earthquakes that were enough to destroy the planet continued to shake. And as the polar glaciers melted, the land was swallowed up. Everything was in destruction. Someone wanted to escape from this planet. The next second, a meteorite destroyed them. Under the suppression of the starry sky ancient, a strange light flashed in Sujia's eyes. He couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "A mere ant dares to act wild in front of me?" A gleam of light flashed in Sujia's eyes. He showed a playful look. The starry sky ancient beast roared and rushed towards Sujia. Die! Sujia shouted coldly and punched the starry sky ancient beast. The battle with the starry sky ancient beast had already attracted the attention of many onlookers. The figure of the starry sky ancient beast suddenly appeared in the holographic light screen. This is the Starry Sky Ancient Beast. Can Sujie defeat the Starry Sky Ancient Beast alone? This Starry Sky Ancient Beast looks very powerful, even larger than the star level. It's not easy to take down the Ancient Star Beast. Some ancient creatures stared at it and trembled. The Ancient Star Beast is a very terrifying existence in the universe. Some ancient star beasts are born in this star. Its appearance will destroy planets and civilizations. However, if it is an ancient star beast like the one fighting Sujie, it will be even more terrifying. How powerful is this ancient star beast? The star was crushed by her huge body alone. And in the Galactic Empire, Queen Ray, Elena, was about to leave. The figure of the ancient star beast suddenly appeared on the holographic screen. What is this? The ancient star beast? Linger was shocked. The leader was fighting the ancient star beast. Everyone looked at the ancient star beast. The huge ancient star beast rushed towards Sujie. Sujie sneered and easily avoided it. The ancient star beast burst out with terrible power, as if it was covering the surroundings. It's endless. Go! Boom! Sujie punched the ancient beast in the air, pulling the shadow of the immortal king to hit the ancient beast. Boom! This punch was enough to explode the stars, and it directly blasted the ancient star beast away. The ancient star beast smashed some stars, but quickly adjusted its body shape and rushed over fearlessly. The ancient beast roared. But she, who was thick-skinned and thick-fleshed, was not panicked at all. As a result, Sujie used the holy sword he had just snatched and slashed it down without any martial ethics. The pupils of the Starry Sky Ancient Beast suddenly shrank. Why didn't this guy play by the rules? Puff! Sujie's sword directly injured the Starry Sky Ancient Beast. The huge wound. Blood flowed out of it, dyeing half of the Starry Sky red. The Starry Sky Ancient Beast felt the pain and pounced on Sujie even more angrily. Roar! Endless starlight dimmed. The ancient star beast was wrapped in a ball of flames. It was extremely angry and stared at Sujie. Boom! The stars trembled, and everything around seemed to be melted into the sea of fire. This flame, that was enough to burn everything, surged and slammed into Sujie. Sujie sneered. He stepped forward and stared at this ancient star beast. The ancient fire beast, born from the center of a star, will last forever like a flame. Sujie looked at this ancient fire beast. It seems that the movement in this star is probably also a fire beast that is about to be born. Sujie didn't care and stepped forward. The ancient fire beast roared, and the flames were raging like purgatory, wrapping Sujie. Sujie was like the master of the universe, not panicking at all. He took a step forward, and every step was as bright as the stars. The whole galaxy seemed to be roaring. The ancient fire beast stared at Sujie, roaring and rushing over. The huge body was vast. She was like a destroyer under the starry sky. The ancient fire beast roared angrily. The power of the flame rushed towards Sujie. Sujie pointed in the air, and the flame seemed to be blown away and disappeared. Then, Sujie stepped forward, and the terrifying starlight turned into a sword that destroyed the sky. Boom! The sword intent surged, as bright as starlight, exterminating everything in this lonely universe. This sword slashed wildly in an instant. Ah! The ancient star beast screamed, and its huge body seemed to be cut. This terrible sword was enough to destroy everything. Boom! The power of the sword killed the ancient star beast. The ancient star beast turned into countless dust particles and dissipated. Sujie stared at the star. He used his great magical power to cool the star instantly. A cold breath stopped the restless star from moving. The ancient fire beast hidden in the center of the star also fell into eternal sleep. Sujie smiled, then shrunk the star and wrapped it up. He picked up the star and left. The ancient civilization survived, but it also fell into the eternal night. Sujie returned to the base. Linger, Elena and other girls gathered around. Sujie handed the star ball to Elena. Elena looked at Sujie in surprise. What is this? Elena asked in surprise. She saw that it was a cooled star. Study the ancient fire beast in this star. Study? Elena was stunned for a moment. A little surprised. She didn't know why Sujie asked her to study, but she soon thought of something else. Could it be that you want me to take this ancient fire beast? Elena seemed to understand and asked Sujie. Sujie smiled. That's right. No one knows how many ancient star beasts there are in the universe. But if I can use these ancient star beasts for my own benefit, it will be extremely important for the expansion of the Galactic Empire, Sujie said in a deep voice. Linger asked in surprise. Why did the master kill the ancient fire beast? She was a little curious. If you don't kill her, how can you take this little guy away? Sujia planned to let Elena develop a potion that would make the ancient star beast surrender. In this way, he could form an army of ancient star beasts. Elena understood. Immediately, she took the star ball and left. She came to the laboratory and prepared to study it carefully. For the ancient fire beast, this star is like an eggshell that breathes life. This ancient fire beast will break out of its shell in the star. Sujia cooled the star, temporarily delaying the breaking out of the ancient fire beast, giving Elena sufficient research conditions. Sujia also asked Linger and Xiar to assist Elena. Linger and Xiar agreed and went to the laboratory. At this moment, the voice of the worlds will suddenly exploded throughout the universe. A desolate planet. 2 suns slowly rotate around the planet, scorching everything on the planet. More than a dozen spaceships slowly landed. Ding! Ancient ruins discovered. Haha. It's really a piece of cake to find it without any effort. No one would have thought that there is a treasure on this desolate planet. The pioneer on the spaceship was ecstatic, and the treasure belonged to him. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. Another pioneer landed on this planet. They also found ancient ruins. This is the treasure I found. Hearing this, the pioneer couldn't help but sneer. You found it? Call him and see if he agrees? Shameless. The pioneer was furious and rushed to kill instantly. The war was about to break out. Everywhere they passed was full of holes and devastation. This planet was almost blown up by them. The 2 pioneers were unwilling to give in. The loud noise of the fight between the 2 sides alarmed a large number of pioneers. But they did not get involved. They watched from afar, waiting for the battle between the 2 pioneers to end. When the time comes, they can reap the benefits. A species of various shapes stood in the void, staring at this desolate planet. Everyone wants to get the treasures on the planet. As the battle intensified, the planet continued to collapse. A pioneer shouted in a deep voice, "Stop fighting. This planet can't bear it." When the voice fell, a huge wave of flame suddenly erupted from the inside of the star. Everyone's face suddenly changed, and they hurriedly fled. Boom! A huge palm stretched out from the inside of the planet and grabbed the pioneers, who were fighting fiercely. Another person's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly fled elsewhere. Who knew that the ancient star beast directly opened its bloody mouth, suddenly jumped out from below, bit the pioneer, and swallowed it directly into its stomach. Fuck. So fierce? The appearance of the ancient star beast caused an uproar in the universe. Some pioneers were accidentally swallowed by the ancient star beast. Some pioneers formed an alliance to hunt the ancient star beasts, specifically looking for some lone ancient star beasts. After all, this is an anniversary event, and the final rewards are definitely very rich. Roar! In a vast nebula, an ancient star beast woke up. Its body was covered with countless dust particles. These dust particles made this ancient star beast extremely hard. With its awakening, it seemed to open Pandora's box. A terrifying aura spread in the nebula. Many stars were blocked by his huge body, making the stars dark forever. This ancient star beast roared to the sky. It seemed to be sending an angry cry to this group of invaders. Suddenly, several warships came towards the ancient star beast. This is the bounty hunter warship composed of pioneers. The roar vibrated and spread. The nebula vibrated, and many meteorites also lost their direction and ran back and forth. Quick! A starry sky ancient beast was found here. Go! On the warship, some bounty hunters all looked over. In the vast universe, a starry sky ancient beast stretched out its body, stretching for who knows how many miles, facing such a huge behemoth. Some bounty hunters were frightened. Stupid. How to hunt such a huge starry sky ancient beast? Although it is an anniversary event, it is not a money-making event. If you encounter a powerful ancient beast, you will only be swallowed. The starry sky ancient beast in front of you is too huge, and it is obviously not so easy to mess with. Don't be scared. We have such a powerful warship. We can definitely bombard the ancient star beast. A bounty hunter roared in a deep voice. Boom! Suddenly, a cannonball, like a pillar of light, pierced through it once. Boom! Wherever it passed, the stars were shattered. The power of the warship is extraordinary. Under the starry sky, the ancient star beast was hit by artillery fire. However, this little damage was like a mosquito bite in front of the terrifying beast. And it didn't hurt. But it obviously angered this big guy. The ancient star beast roared like thunder. Boom! A warship was blown up by its claws. Where it passed, it was devastating. And no one could stop it. A bounty hunter wanted to counterattack. The ancient star beast glared at him and frightened the bounty hunter out of his wits. This scene happened all over the universe. The pioneers, who were in the limelight, suffered an unprecedented blow. Galactic Empire. Immortal looked at the huge ancient star beast in the holographic light screen. There was a touch of surprise on his face. Disciple, this ancient star beast looks delicious. Sujia's face was full of black lines. How can this thing be delicious? The ancient star beasts have different shapes. Some look like lizards, and some look like lions and tigers. But they all have one common feature. That is the hideous skin like lava. No matter how you look at it, it makes you lose your appetite. Why can't you eat it? Immortal rolled her eyes and couldn't help but snorted. It can improve your appetite occasionally. Sujia was speechless. Let you say whatever you want. The ancient star beast roared. And the bounty hunters were all killed by it. The power of that claw turned the warships into nothingness, like destruction. The huge ancient beast walked in the nebula. Wherever it passed, the universe shook, and the sea of stars surged. The ancient star beast was still walking. No one knew where its end was. Sujia looked at the scene and didn't care. If these bounty hunters hunted some newly born ancient star beasts, they would have a chance. But they wanted to catch this complete ancient star beast. It's really greedy. The ancient star beast stretched for who knows how many miles. Even if it was thrown into the sea of life, those huge vines comparable to stars seemed a little small in front of such a magnitude. This guy is really too big. If you can catch it, you will definitely get a lot of bounty. That is, the points of the anniversary event. Killing or capturing the ancient beast can get a lot of bounty. The bounty can be exchanged for various rare treasures in the anniversary store. However, what's the use of giving more bounties? Even Sujia had to be cautious when he saw this giant beast. Others can forget about it. Sujia stared at the holographic screen. Immortal wanted to say something, but stopped talking. Roar! In the holographic screen, the ancient star beast seemed to be broadcast live. Countless pioneers in the Omega Nebula stared at the ancient star beast through various means. Suddenly, countless warships appeared in front of the ancient star beast. These warships all came towards the ancient star beast. There were some high-level races above S level on the warships, showing greedy looks. Take it, the leader shouted, and huge chains suddenly gushed out. Roar! The ancient star beast roared, trying to break free from these chains. But I don't know what kind of material these chains are made of. But they can't move. The ancient beast roared and roared. However, it was useless. In the vast universe, there were thousands of warships, and behind them were countless interstellar chains, dragging the ancient star beast. On the warship, everyone was excited and extremely happy. This big guy will definitely sell for a good price. Some pioneers showed greedy looks. It's just the beginning now. We still need to catch more ancient star beasts. These bounty hunters drank happily on the warship. The ancient star beast locked by the interstellar chains kept roaring and struggling. It was dragged and moved aimlessly. Sujia and Immortal saw the scene, but said nothing. Such a big show will definitely attract other ancient beasts. Sujia sneered and shook his head gently. But we can't underestimate other civilizations. These chains are good things and look quite strong. Immortal muttered thoughtfully. The master and the apprentice looked at each other, and both saw a meaningful smile in each other's eyes. Sujia is a good man, so he would never do anything like robbing. But because he is a good man, he was naturally very sad to see the poor ancient star beast being caught by the hateful pioneers. Therefore, Master, let's go and do some good deeds. The next moment, Immortal seemed to have thought of something, and showed her little tiger teeth happily. We don't want any reward after rescuing the ancient star beast. But those chained ancient star beasts obviously won't use them. And it's too dangerous to leave them to others. So let us keep them. Hearing this, Sujia nodded in approval, and couldn't help but sigh. It's still Master who knows my heart. Hee hee. Of course. Just like that. If someone who doesn't know them sees the scene, they will definitely feel very warm, and even smile like an auntie. But if someone who knows this master and apprentice sees the scene, they will definitely spit, and secretly curse, that it is really unlucky to meet this pair of black-hearted master and apprentice. The roar and roar of the ancient star beast came from the other side of the distant starry sky. It seemed to penetrate the space, making people feel a little scared. Those roars are certainly not sounds in the ordinary sense. But at least, the fellows of the ancient star beasts can receive similar signals. Although they have no wisdom. Even cats and dogs have whimpers for help. Not to mention the ancient star beast. Almost in the blink of an eye. The originally empty vacuum zone of the universe. Countless ancient star beasts attracted by the roar began to wander around. Seemingly aimless. But actually looking for companions calling for help. Just as the ancient star beasts were flying in the interstellar space. A space fighter as small as an ant suddenly flew towards this side. If it weren't for the terrifying fluctuations on the fighter that made the ancient star beasts extremely concerned, I'm afraid that the ancient star beasts wouldn't even take a second look at a fighter of that size. After all, although the ancient star beasts are powerful, they basically have little desire to attack. The anniversary event is essentially a reward for pioneers. If they don't get involved, there is no danger. So even if they saw this fighter and felt the power threatening them, but the group of ancient star beasts only took a look and continued to look for companions nearby who were asking for help. Sujia was speechless about this. The ancient star beasts were really too big. The nearby area in their eyes basically covered the size of a galaxy. They wanted to find the ancient star beast who was asking for help. But they didn't know when they would have to wait. This is why the pioneers dared to capture the ancient star beasts in such a high-profile manner. Therefore, Sujia thought of being a good person to the end and directly attacked one of the ancient star beasts. Instantly, the surrounding ancient beasts showed obvious hostility, accompanied by a roar. The space seemed to tremble. Countless ancient star beasts swam towards Sujia. Not long after, the fighter plane took the dozen ancient star beasts and found the pioneers, who were towing the ancient star beasts with thousands of warships. Soon, Sujia intercepted some information that made him laugh with the fighter plane. Oh my god! The time is wrong. How can the support of the ancient star beasts come so quickly? It is obvious. With the huge bodies of the ancient star beasts, they can be seen from a long distance. In addition, it is not just one or two ancient star beasts that came this time. That was a group of ancient star beasts coming to the rescue. This scene, just looking at it makes people feel weak in the knees. Then, the second and third intercepted messages were received by Sujia. Damn it! The previous information was false. No! That information should be correct. We have tried it before. There is a traitor. The corner of his mouth could not help but curl up. As a result, the next moment, Sujia's expression suddenly became a little confused. Just because, Imruirue typed quickly and said, "Surrender obediently." Suddenly, the information exchange in the universe stopped for a moment. Obviously, other space battleships can also intercept the signal. And this signal directly interrupted everyone's thoughts. The sudden strange signal source, with a sense of déjà vu as if, "Taijun, please come this way." And the traitor succeeds. It directly crashed everyone's brain. The next moment, countless pioneers noticed the interstellar fighter leading the way in front of the group of ancient void beasts rushing over. The pioneers cut off the connection port on their spacecraft that connected to the void chain. At the same time, they ran away at full speed. At the same time, they left a message of cursing and sent it to the interstellar fighter on Sujia's side. Beasts? Assholes? Fuck. Don't let us catch you. What do you want? The pioneers are powerful. But facing such a group of ancient star beasts, they are obviously powerless. After scaring away the pioneers, Sujia and Imruirue smiled at each other. We are just taking back our chains. But, apprentice, what if the chain accidentally ties up more than a dozen ancient star beasts? Then we can only take them home reluctantly. Sujia spread his hands in a helpless tone and shook his head. Seeing this, Imruirue couldn't hold it back after all, and laughed and patted his apprentice. You are so bad. Same here. The reason why Sujia took a fancy to the chain was very simple. The power of the ancient star beast was so strong. However, under the chain, it could not exert its full strength. It was like punching cotton. Therefore, Sujia had thought about whether to capture some ancient star beasts to enhance the power of the galactic empire. After all, if these ancient star beasts could be tamed, in the future, such a special army suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It is conceivable that those who were enemies of the galactic empire, how funny their expressions would be at that time. And today, discovering this chain is like a coincidence of fate. It provided more convenience for the master and apprentice to capture the ancient star beast. The next moment, The master and apprentice also walked out of the fighter plane directly. They did not walk out directly before, just because they were afraid of making too many enemies for the Galactic Empire. After all, even if their Galactic Empire is huge, they are also afraid that the tree will attract the wind and become the public enemy. Even if Su Jia has the courage to be an enemy of the entire universe, there is no need to cause trouble for himself for no reason. But the people who should disperse now have dispersed. Therefore, Su Jia and his master immortal also burst out with all their strength, and cooperate with the Void Chain to deal with the special attack of the Ancient Star Beast. Soon, the dozen or so Ancient Star Beasts were directly led by immortal like balloons. Su Jia has already thought of a way to tame this group of Ancient Star Beasts. This kind of creatures certainly don't have much wisdom, but that's only relative. Pigs, dogs, cows and sheep can all be tamed, not to mention the Ancient Star Beasts. It's just a matter of method and time. What's more, there's someone at home who has always wanted to taste the meat of the Ancient Star Beasts. Eat the disobedient ones directly. Keep the rest for taming. Thinking of this, Su Jia suddenly held his forehead. Why do I have a sense of being a big villain? On the way back, Su Jia's big show naturally attracted the attention of others, and those who were scared away at first could only be angry, but not say anything about Su Jia's tyranny. After all, the might of the Galactic Empire is there. But no one dared to challenge the Galactic Empire after what happened. It can be said that in this galaxy, the Galactic Empire is the absolute overlord. Su Jia looked at those pioneers, who were full of hostility, but dared not speak out. He knew it better than anyone else. At present, he had to find other ways to break the deadlock. If he continued to be so domineering, sooner or later, his Galactic Empire would become the target of public criticism. Although there are signs of this situation now. But it is precisely because of this that Su Jia is particularly concerned about this matter. Soon, he and immortal returned to the Galactic Empire. When people saw that they had brought back more than a dozen Ancient Star Beasts, some shouted to eat them. Some shouted to give them one as a war item. Su Jia smiled and agreed. But soon, Su Jia's expression became a little serious. Gather everyone now. I have something to announce. Su Jia's sudden seriousness not only made immortal put away her happy and lively expression. Even the others became serious. Soon, a plan that could make decisions for the entire universe began today. Standing in the center of the conference room, Su Jia tapped the table lightly and spoke in a slightly serious tone. Recently, our Galactic Empire has been feared and dreaded by too many people. This may be a good way and method, but the long-term prosperity of an empire has never been ruled by fear. Although all the races within us are happy, but in the eyes of others, it may not be the case. So today, I will make a secret plan that only a few of us know. That is, with war as the core. A secret mission named Candy and Whip. Looking at the doubtful eyes of the major commanders, Su Jia's expression was also a little serious. Our Galactic Empire has become the absolute overlord of the nearby galaxies. But at present, we have not had much energy to expand outward. Compared with those super civilizations at the cosmic level, we are still too inferior. But blatant expansion and aggression will only cause others to be disgusted and fight to the death. This is absolutely not possible. Although those pioneers are laughing on the surface. But once they encounter something, they will be relatively united. There is an old saying in my hometown called "Ants bite elephants to death." If all the pioneers really unite under our oppression, for our Galactic Empire, it will also be a very troublesome consequence. So today I decided to take away the cloning technology and artificial intelligence of our Galactic Empire, and temporarily leave the Galactic Empire with my master immortal, and wander in the universe with a new identity. Our mission is very simple. That is to launch a comprehensive attack on all civilized races. Force them to surrender to the Galactic Empire, which is known as the absolute overlord in the galaxy today. If they still refuse to obey, my master immortal and I will also take those stubborn civilizations and races into our pockets. When the forces developed by my master and I reach their peak, I will secretly start a decisive battle. The result of the final decisive battle is naturally that the new forces will be defeated and the Galactic Empire will win successfully. At that time, our Galactic Empire will have an absolutely positive attribute and exist as a savior. Receive that. Evil force. All races. Linger and others heard this and expressed their doubts. Master, why are you so anxious to start such an important decision? And you only took away the cloning technology and artificial intelligence. Is it really okay? I feel that you and Master immortal are not allowed to appear in this plan. Otherwise it will fail. Hearing this, Sujia also laughed confidently. Don't worry. Some civilizations and races are weaker than you think. Some pioneers are also more rotten than you think. Since you are curious, then I will briefly talk about my offensive strategy. To deal with some technological civilizations. Under the suppression of the super brain. It is undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction attack. It can almost be said that it is easier for us to deal with technological civilizations than those barbaric civilizations. As for the cultivation civilization, this is why I brought cloning technology. There is another key branch of cloning technology. That is the gene sequence. You may not know. Even the so-called immortal king bloodline. And the manufacture of those exercises and elixirs. They can all be analyzed by artificial intelligence and mass-produced. Elixirs and exercises. These are not big problems. Only one artificial intelligence is enough. As for the warriors, I have already designed a more brilliant idea. When attacking the Shioshian civilization, clone a few gene warriors to obtain some ordinary blood of the Shioshian civilization. Then start to use gene programming technology to mass-produce gene warriors. Then use this batch of gene warriors with ordinary blood to capture those monks with so-called advanced blood and ancient blood. Then program those bloods and write them into the bodies of the clones. Use the advanced elixirs and advanced exercises in the assembly line for rapid cultivation. Under such rotation, a so-called evil legion that is feared by the world will soon appear. At that time, weak civilizations will either choose to be swallowed up, or they can only find ways to rely on more powerful empires or forces. If my plan of candy and whip can be perfectly executed, at that time, our galactic empire will not only be able to enjoy a good reputation, but also be able to spread its power without scruples. And the bad reputation will be completely absorbed by the so-called evil army. When Sujia spoke out all his ideas, it directly aroused the sighs and praises of the women. Such a plan is too shocking. It is also true. If the galactic empire expands too much in its current state, it will only cause the fear of some more powerful forces and hostility from other related forces. So, the head of state really didn't want to flee because he wanted to be a hands-off boss? Someone suddenly said something below. How could it be? After leaving the meeting, Sujia wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Really? Those guys actually thought of him like that. It was really abominable. Obviously, he was doing this for the good of the galactic empire. For their own good. After all, only when you are strong, you will not be bullied. Don't you understand that peace and truth can only exist under the protection of cannons? Or to put it more nobly, he is also for the peace of the entire universe. Yes, that's right. It's for the nuclear peace of the universe. Immortal, who followed Sujia out, poked Sujia's lung with her elbow, looking like she was trying to hold back a laugh. Saying nothing, but it seemed like she had said everything. Sujia was really helpless now. Forget it. After his great achievements, these women with long hair and short vision will know what righteousness is. What's more, Sujia personally thinks, although he did some capitalist things in the early stage, but now, the people under his protection are living a stable and happy life? It's better than those planetary civilizations that are in danger of extinction. Right? I don't know when they will be destroyed. And I don't know when they will suddenly lose the qualification to survive. Didn't you see the civilizations that were easily destroyed by the ancient beasts of the starry sky before? But if those civilizations join the forces of his men, will this happen again? The answer is obviously no. Because he would send out a fleet to eliminate this unstable factor as soon as possible. To use the similar words of a great man in his hometown. It's just a small universe. But it has so many languages. So many currencies. It's just to get from one planet to another. You have to learn all kinds of things again. Even measuring an object has several different ways of saying it. This is not allowed. This is wrong. Sujia does not intend to be like some other overlords. Just a simple colonization. That kind of war is a real invasion. Yes. He doesn't want to invade. He wants to unify. Unify the entire universe. Of course. To put it more simply, when he was doing things before, some ancient gods dared to watch his excitement like a child. This made Sujia feel insulted. Wait until the day when he truly becomes the overlord of the universe. Even the ancient gods in the legend must be obedient. Be respectful to him. It would be best to find a beautiful ancient god sister to be his attendant. Cough cough. I digressed. But it is undeniable that his goal is ambitious. It is also arrogant. At present, his goal is only a universe. And he just wants a beautiful ancient god to be his attendant. But how many universes are there? How many powerful, mysterious and beautiful races are there? Therefore, his goal is also very small. Just when Sujia was distracted by these thoughts, Inroro suddenly walked in front of him with a smile, with his hands behind his back, and said with a lively smile, "Don't worry, apprentice. The master will support you no matter what you do. Unconditional support." Looking at this guy who is obviously his master, but behaves more like his daughter, Sujia suddenly smiled helplessly. This is why he chose to carry out this plan, and only brought the other party with him. Power is one of the important reasons. But at the same time, willingness to support him unconditionally is also one of the important reasons. And there is more than one person like his master Inroro. But because of this, Sujia also knows it. Sometimes, when your power and strength reach a certain level, you have to improve and move forward. Do you want to stick to your own opinions? Do you want to close the country? The strength of oneself and power will inevitably attract more exaggerated enemies. Doesn't he work hard now, waiting for more powerful enemies to appear? Swallow him up. Occupy those women who are willing to give everything for him? Although he usually plays with those women, he doesn't even treat them as human beings when he asks them to work. But Sujia couldn't deny one thing. He wanted to protect those people. Of course, Sujia would never say this idea to anyone in his life. It was too embarrassing. Soon, Sujia and Inroro secretly took away the gene cloning nanotechnology and the super brain technology that the Galactic Empire had not yet made public. Except for the group of people at the previous meeting. He had already decided on the first batch of targets at the meeting. A remote Zhongwu planet, where the people seemed to be practicing the immortal arts derived from spiritual power. Now it seems that the Warring States period has passed and entered a peaceful era led by the 5 major empires of fire, water, earth, thunder, and wind. However, the pioneers on that planet seem to have been killed by the natives. It was a very innocent civilization. This was why Sujia took a fancy to them. In short, this was Sujia's goal. He planned to develop step by step and try not to attract attention in the early stage. Although with the strength of Sujia and Inroro, even if they were discovered by some people, they could kill them to silence them, or hide their identities and retreat calmly. But the plan would be completely destroyed, because it would definitely attract the attention of some unexpected forces early. In the previous battles, there were many mysterious and powerful beings who were watching the Omega Nebula. After all, Sujia was thinking that when he was completely exposed, he would start to push forward. Thinking about it, in the end, Sujia and Inroro picked an ordinary T5 starship in their imagination and set off directly. In fact, the speed of time in the universe is different. You live on a planet for hundreds of years, and once you leave this planet, maybe only a few days have passed outside. In addition, the spacecraft that exceeds the speed of light now. It is easy to play with the time and history of some low-level civilizations. Of course, this is useless for slightly more advanced civilizations. In other words, any planet that controls the speed of light cannot play with their time, let alone exceed the speed of light. And now, who is a pioneer without the ability to conquer the stars? Therefore, it is really not easy for Sujia to find a Zhongwu civilization suitable for early development. And it is really very lucky. It took about half a day to travel. Sujia and Inroro finally arrived at this planet, which was only 1/10 the size of his hometown blue star. But don't look at this planet's small size. It has everything. And more importantly, the race overlord of this planet is also human. Sujia briefly chatted with Inroro. Finally, it was reached. First use nano-cloning technology to create a group of demon warriors ready to attack this planet at any time. And he, with a new identity, sneaked into this planet first, to see if there are any talents or puppets that can be discovered, and proceeded steadily. This is a human planet that uses spiritual power to guide the cultivation method of immortal arts. The reason for this is that the pioneer who died unfortunately played a trick of an alien with his imaginative mind and brought the so-called immortal arts to the natives. Then she was sealed by the twin she gave birth to. And the Warring States period of the human era was opened as history. When Sujia entered this planet, he used real-time communication. Let Inroro use the Star Destroyer to exceed the speed of light, and trace the time of the original 5 empires back to the end of the Warring States period today. It was the early days of the establishment of the 5 empires. Among them, the historical process was also changed. The original history was that the 2 founders of the Fire Empire were fed up with the wars. They decided to put aside their grudges and unite to jointly create an empire without disputes. However, this time, due to the intervention of Su Jia and his apprentice, some changes occurred. Although Su Jia came to this planet at the end of the Warring States period and the beginning of the establishment of the empire, but in this world history, it was not because the 2 founders of the Fire Empire were fed up with the wars and disputes that they joined hands to establish the empire. It was because of the demon invasion that lasted for 10 years that these families in the Warring States period had no choice but to unite and choose to keep each other warm. Su Jia did not interfere in the history of this period. In order to avoid exposing his identity, Su Jia used the power of technology to give himself a cold and elegant lady appearance. The reason for this was naturally that he was thinking about the future when this planet was incorporated into the Galactic Empire. What if the person who was incorporated suddenly found out that he met him today? Wouldn't everything be exposed? He had been trying to make the people who knew these things his confidants. So wouldn't the meaning of concealing them be in vain? As for why he appeared as a woman, to be honest, Su Jia didn't have the habit of cross-dressing. Well, this was all to cover up. Yes, it was all for better hiding. A silly smile flashed across his face, looking at the perfect figure and exquisite appearance he had fabricated. At least he almost fell. At the end of the Warring States period, many powerful families felt unparalleled pressure in the face of the demons that would descend from the sky from time to time. Therefore, they chose to unite. As a result, the hatred between many families was also weakened. However, there are still many families with estrangements because of blood feuds. The Blood Demon family, a race that got its family name with its blood-red eyes as a prominent representative, is a feud with the Mujian family. This day is also an opportunity. The hideous-looking visitors from the sky, the demon, descended again, and this time, the landing location is exactly the buffer area between the Blood Demon family and the Mujian family. Under normal circumstances, the 2 families with feuds would definitely unite for a short time to fight against the demons. But what a coincidence! Just as the 2 families were fighting to the death, even the current family head, Blood Demon family head Hong Yi and Mujian family head Mu Zhu started a bloody battle. Before, Blood Demon family head Hong Yi's younger brother died because of Mujian family head Mu Zhu's younger brother. At this moment, the 2 families were obviously already bloodthirsty. Even if the demons came, the 2 families still had no intention of stopping. Hong Yi, stop! If you continue, we will only perish together. How is it possible? I must avenge my brother today. In an instant, the world of medium martial arts exploded with the Dharma world that only appeared in the world of high martial arts. The huge spiritual giant constructed by the spirit body rose from the ground, slapped away the surrounding demons with one palm, and also slapped the herdsman with one palm. The latter also roared in anger, and all the spiritual plants seemed to respond to the herdsman. In an instant, vines rolled up one by one, and a powerful giant constructed entirely of wood rushed towards the group of demons regardless of everything. Let the Blood Demon Patriarch Hong Yi attack him. He will save everyone, including the people of the Blood Demon clan. This scene immediately stunned the Blood Demon Patriarch Hong Yi, who was overwhelmed by hatred. Then he looked at the Blood Demon clan, who had been unable to bear the crazy attack from him, but still chose to fight against the Demon clan regardless of anything, saving even the enemy. Such a scene also calmed down the Blood Demon clan leader. He did not say anything nice, but he drew his sword and killed the Demon clan silently. If the 2 were at their peak combat power, perhaps the 5th stage Demon clan that attacked this time would not be a problem for them at all. But now, the 2 are not only on their deathbed, but also at the end of their strength. Soon, even if the 2 can use the power comparable to the Dharma heaven and earth, still under the fearless attack of the Demon clan, they seem desperate and powerless. One by one, the Blood Demon clan and the Mujian clan were slaughtered in front of the 2. The heads of the 2 beloveds also began to be exhausted under these waves of attacks. The Dharma world of the 2 began to collapse. Finally, the large family that originally had 2,000 or 3,000 people was reduced to only a few hundred people under waves of attacks. The people of the 2 families could only turn their backs to their enemies, who were their sworn enemies. They formed a circle and faced the seemingly endless demons. Among them, the head of the Blood Demon clan, Hong Yi, and the head of the Mujian clan, Muju, stood back to back, as if they had returned to their childhood. That period of mutual understanding. Hong Yi, can you still fight? What a joke. I can still kill. For some reason, the two seemed to have let go of their hatred at this moment. Perhaps it was because people were about to die, and their mentality gradually relaxed. But because of this, the originally arrogant and stubborn Hong Yi's face fell, and he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Shepherd, if we were not enemies, it would be great. Hearing this, the shepherd also sighed softly. But soon, the shepherd's eyes turned cold, and he spoke in an extremely serious voice. Hong Yi, I'm sorry about your brother's matter. Let me repay you on behalf of my brother today. I will fight to the death to attack the north, and you can take advantage of the opportunity to escape. But what the shepherd didn't expect was that the head of the blood demon family, Hong Yi, roared directly. Do you think I'm the kind of person who is afraid of death? Obviously, the blood demon patriarch was not willing to live in disgrace. But because of this short delay, the demons have already blocked the original weak gap. It can be said that now even if the Mujian patriarch wanted to create an escape opportunity for the blood demon patriarch, it was impossible. But because of this, the blood demon patriarch suddenly laughed. Compared to running away, he would rather die in battle. But when the two people were fighting to their last breath, but there was an elegant figure falling from the sky. Her arrival was accompanied by a cool breath. As if winter had come, she shuttled between the demons, and every time she swung the rapier in her hand, she was full of grace. The two family heads were stunned by the scene before their eyes. Even in their heyday, if they did not use the Dharma realm, it would not be so easy to deal with this group of demons. But the girl who suddenly appeared in front of them easily did all this with her mortal body. The beautiful attack seemed as if the opponent was not fighting at all, but dancing. Maybe it was because there were powerful people coming to help. Or maybe the two family heads were already at the end of their strength. After a sigh of relief, their bodies naturally relaxed, and they also completely lost their fighting power. The two of them sat back to back on the ground, and the existence that looked like the Ice Queen took only an instant stick of time to completely kill the 5th stage demon team that was enough to destroy a super large ninja clan. The time was approaching evening, when the girl successfully eliminated all the demons. The sun had already set, but the disappearance of the sun set off the brilliance of the girl. At the moment when the moon rose, the girl came to the two heads of the family with a frost-covered rapier, looking at the ugly appearance of the two heads of the family sitting on the ground. The girl had no expression on her face and said the most gentle words in the coldest tone. Don't worry. You are safe. Empire period. It has been more than 10 years since the last appearance of the mysterious girl. Thanks to the existence of the girl, the Fire Empire was established. But because of the existence of the girl, the head of the blood demon family, Hong Yi, has not married yet. Even the younger brother of the head of the Mujian family, Mujian Shueju, has not married yet. Yes, this Shueju was obviously the most powerful existence on that day. At that time, when this Shueju stood at the forefront to resist the demons, he was almost surrounded and killed by the demons. But it was the frost-covered girl who fell from the sky and killed the demon who almost killed him with one sword. Since that moment, this Water Master, who was also designated as the second generation of the Fire Emperor, has no interest in other opposite sexes. These things, as the initiator, Sujia naturally knows everything. To be honest, he is a little embarrassed now, looking at Imuru, who was trying not to laugh. Sujia really wanted to bury his head in the ground. He thought he had hidden it perfectly. Unexpectedly, the fact that he had turned into a woman was finally discovered by his master. And this is not the most excessive. During the 10 years on this planet, when they were observing everything as observers, his master had been making fun of him. Finally, Sujia, who could no longer bear it, stretched his neck and shouted, I have tolerated you for a long time. What are you laughing at? Pucci. Sorry, dear disciple. I just remembered something happy. Glancing at his master with a suspicious look, Sujia asked doubtfully, What happy thing? Don't worry. You are safe. Pucci. Ha ha. I will fight you. After fighting with his master, Sujia looked at the Fire Empire again as an observer. In fact, the reason why he did that to the demons, that is, the clone warriors. Your Majesty, we are ready to fight to the death. Why did you run to the other side? There are also reasons for this, let alone the fact that the demons deployed at this stage have no independent consciousness at all. He has no psychological pressure to kill them. In fact, more importantly, his ultimate goal is to recapture this planet. Whether the creatures on this planet are joining him or joining the Galactic Empire, they will become his own people anyway. Therefore, when Sujia saw the two geniuses, he naturally couldn't help but go down to save them. Although, with his ability, he can use time reversal to select some outstanding geniuses at will when dealing with such low-level planets. But if these geniuses died too early, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Sujia still wants them to grow up a little bit. Now it is just preparation for a full-scale war with the entire universe. It is not yet the time of life and death. Therefore, he must gather some talents now. It is obviously impossible to accomplish anything by relying on those demons without independent consciousness. Still need to subdue some subordinates with some brains and strength. And now, the two people who were rescued by him are undoubtedly very suitable. Not only are their qualifications barely acceptable, but their brains are really good. As for those two guys, although their ideas are different, their main purpose is to peace. This is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for Sujia, because his war plan Candy and Whip is not only a total war, it is also liberation and unification. Sujia has even prepared the rhetoric for the time being. What does the peace of a mere planet mean? Follow me. We will liberate the entire universe. After all, Sujia, is not stupid. Expanding in an extreme way will definitely encounter great resistance. But if this is the reason, or in other words, Sujia, originally had this idea, and as long as it is implemented seriously, he may be able to gather unexpected friendly forces on the way. Of course, everything is for the final battle. The mastermind was killed. Then the Galactic Empire put aside past grudges, accepted everything and achieved unity and peace. However, Sujia didn't know. It was because of his thoughts today that he would bring disaster to the Galactic Empire and multiple universes in the future. Because, in the foreseeable future, with the slogan of liberating the entire universe, the Galactic Empire is also in the category of being liberated. And Sujia will inevitably be dumbfounded to find out in the future that he originally just wanted to create an absolute villain camp, and then try his best to collect all the planets and civilizations that do not belong to the Galactic Empire. Make himself a fat experience baby. However, this experience baby became an existence that the Galactic Empire looked up to. And the red spirit even spread to the second universe and the third universe. The Galactic Empire eventually became the experience baby of the new force. Of course, these are all later stories. At present, Sujia still doesn't understand what kind of disaster his pretentious slogan today will cause. Moreover, he hasn't even given a name to the new force he is planning to establish. By the way, Master, although only 1 day of cosmic time has passed, we have observed the creatures of this planet for 10 years after all. It's time to give our force a name. Right? Stupid. I thought about this a long time ago. Our force will be called the Super Invincible Thunderbolt Empire in the future. Cough cough cough. Sujia naturally couldn't use such a strange name. After a heated argument, the two of them also decided to name this new force 10,000 Races Hall. A slightly awkward name, but it fits Sujia's next goal very well. It doesn't matter what race or planet it is, as long as they are unified. They are all 10,000 races. As for whether the final result can really reach the exaggerated level of 10,000 races, Sujia doesn't know. But sooner or later there will be a day when it will be achieved. Although Sujia, doesn't want to destroy the history of other civilizations. But if it has gone through tens of thousands of years, everyone's history will naturally tell the idea that they have born today. Sujia, is the beginning of history. Time has come to the period of the 5 empires. Because of the blood demon Hongyi and Mujian, the Fire Empire naturally became the leader of the 5 empires. As the most powerful empire, the Fire Empire has no intention of starting a war. The head of the blood demon family, Hongyi, is also the existence above everyone else in the Fire Empire. Because of the War of Unification, he had countless disputes with the head of the Mujian family. Heard. You guys let me say it several times. Your idea is wrong. It's an escape. If we can't unify, after we die, the war will definitely break out. Hongye, believe in our descendants. Can you really bear to see someone lose their loved ones and home and become homeless? Obviously, to some extent, what the two said was not too wrong. Hongye wanted to unify in time, and the bloodshed today was to reduce bloodshed in the future. But his idea seemed very rational. But the 5 empires were far apart. Maybe one day in the future, sooner or later they will split and each become a king. But there is also an indisputable fact. This method will delay the occurrence of war to a certain extent. After all, division also takes time. The delay time may be hundreds of years, or it may be just a few years. The idea of Mu Jian, the head of the Mu Jian family, was actually not wrong. Although he was escaping, he was not wrong at all for not starting a war. Although the idea of leaving future things to future generations was a bit naive, it was also a kind of idealism. Both of their methods seemed to work. But they probably didn't know. There was a mastermind behind this world. This so-called mastermind was naturally not Su Jie. It was a special life form that could not be killed by the creatures on this planet, and was killed by the power of this planet. In fact, Su Jie also found this interesting thing. According to his original words, whether it is the woman sealed in this planet or the special black life form, they are actually inextricably linked to the pioneer who once came here. Or, they are part of her body. However, the pioneer died unexpectedly a long time ago. This plan that Su Jie couldn't help but sigh also failed. Let me briefly talk about the pioneer's plan. While other pioneers were developing their power, the pioneer who created the civilization of this planet was thinking about creating a combat clone. A simpler explanation. That is to use all the life forms on this planet to nourish her clone. When the clone matures, that is when the planet and all the creatures on it die. But one thing is indisputable. If this plan succeeds, when other pioneers have just reached the Stone Age, maybe this pioneer's combat clone will directly have the level of star blasting. This is close to the level of second-level civilization. It should be clear that his hometown Blue Star is only less than the first-level civilization. It is not capable of destroying a planet at all. But this pioneer is thinking that when others are still in the Stone Age, he has a fairy body clone that can explode stars. This kind of ambition, compared with Su Jie, it is even more than that. It can even be said that if the pioneer had not died unexpectedly in the early stage, it was hard to say who would win or lose when Su Jie met the other party. Of course, it is useless to say so much now. The other party is already dead. But it is precisely because of this that Su Jie is even more amazed. Nothing else. The female pioneer is not a fool. Before the other party died, she obviously anticipated the fact that she might die. Therefore, she used the blood of the battle clone and created 2 combat life forms that are directly mature at this stage to protect her battle clone. The reason for doing this is just because, before leaving, the pioneer realized that he might die. Therefore, this combat clone also contains the meaning of resurrection. But unfortunately, the 2 combat life forms responsible for protecting the combat clones gave birth to their own consciousness and fell in love with the humans of this planet. The result is just as the words mean. The 2 combat life forms betrayed and took advantage of the pioneer's combat clone when it was not yet mature. Took the opportunity to sneak attack and seal it. According to the situation at the time, Su Jie could imagine the frustrated expression of the pioneer. The other party made 1,000 plans, but failed to take this step into account. Fortunately, the pioneer had a backup plan before being sealed. That is, the special black life form that has been arranging everything on this planet until now. Although, whether it is the 2 betrayed fighting life forms or the black special life form that is hidden until now, in a sense, they are all her children. But after all, this was not born from the belly, but was created by a special blood sacrifice ceremony. But this still cannot change the fact that the black special life form has been waiting alone on this planet for 1,000 years, just to save his own mother. Sighed. How touching. Su Jie could tell at a glance that the black special life form was created too hastily. It could not be called a creature at all. But even the pioneer probably didn't expect it. She created a life form in desperation. She didn't even have time to look at her child. But for her, he struggled for 1,000 years. This loyalty, to be honest, made Su Jie have a strong liking for it. There was still plenty of time at the moment, and the few people Su Jie had taken a fancy to had not grown up completely. Therefore, Su Jie planned to wait and see. At the same time, Su Jie also planned to stop the pace of the demon invasion. He planned to see what would happen if there was no foreign invasion. To what extent would a civilization go? And how could that special black life form save its mother? If there are some special circumstances, Hisugia really doesn't mind helping that filial son. After all, no matter how much the creatures on this planet grow, their life level is there. Their qualifications and abilities are there. If they are not specially strengthened and treated, it will be difficult to continue to grow. And this? Hisugia wants to make the warrior selected by him on this planet stronger. It will cost a lot of resources. But if, with his help, the pioneer is resurrected, with the pioneer's qualifications and special abilities, not only can they be completely self-sufficient, but they can also feed back to him. Of course, under this premise, Sugia had to find a way to make the pioneer willing to be loyal to him after his successful resurrection. In this process, he had to grasp the degree. The time of the world passed again. The differences between Hong Yi and the herdsman became larger and larger. Although the world today is generally in a peaceful period, the sudden disappearance of the demons made countless people think that they had ushered in the dawn. But it was only relative. Some small countries are still at war, and the kind-hearted herdsman would mediate every time he found out. He even gave up the interests of the Fire Empire to stop the war between humans. Later, he even put the legend of that. The power of the immortal was divided into 9, and 8 of the 9 great beasts were sent out. After the Fire Empire sent out such strategic weapons, the Blood Demon clan leader Hong Yi finally lost his patience. He seemed to be able to see the fate of the Fire Empire after the death of their 2 strongest men. Sitting in the place with the richest resources in the world, it is easy to defend against the demons. In Hong Yi's view, the demons were not defeated at all. After all, they disappeared suddenly, and it is very likely that they will suddenly appear again. He has always known that other empires are eyeing the Fire Empire. Once the strength weakens, the whole world will surely attack it, seize resources and land. Therefore, the Blood Demon clan leader directly launched a reform, and held a voting meeting, so that the people of the Fire Empire, who had been suffering losses, could vote to choose a new emperor of the Fire Empire. However, the Blood Demon clan leader, Hong Yi, was self-righteous and thought that he would definitely be able to do it. Even if he couldn't, at most, he would take those who were willing to support him, temporarily leave the Fire Empire, and rebuild a new organization to sweep away all unfavorable factors for the Fire Empire. After all, for many years, he has been defending the Fire Empire against the demons in the outside world. Alone. Alone. And what about the herdsman? He obviously has too strong power, but he ignores the danger of the Fire Empire and helps others. This behavior of saving others when he couldn't even feed his own children made the Blood Demon clan leader, Hong Yi, confident. At least the people of the Fire Empire should stand by him. But after the vote, something happened that made the Blood Demon clan leader, Hong Yi, collapse. The Mujin clan leader, Muju, won successfully. But this was not the reason why the Blood Demon clan leader, Hong Yi, collapsed. The reason for his collapse and disappointment was that even the people of the Blood Demon clan did not agree with him. The votes were actually anonymous. In theory, Hong Yi didn't know whether the people of the Blood Demon clan supported him or not. But in fact, there was no one who chose to vote for the Blood Demon clan leader, Hong Yi. It was obvious. Hong Yi, the second founder and original shareholder of the Fire Empire, who thought he would devote himself to the Fire Empire, was not recognized by anyone. He was desperate and disappointed. He understood how difficult the Fire Empire would be in the future. He also understood how miserable the people of the Fire Empire would be at that time. But this group of people had abandoned him long ago. Even his most trusted clansmen chose to give up on him. Yes, let's think about the future later. Now is a happy moment. Who would do something dangerous for an uncertain future? Perhaps it was because he understood that the necessity of his existence in the Fire Empire had disappeared. The head of the Blood Demon clan, Hong Yi, left the Fire Empire alone in desolation. He went out to travel. The reason for choosing this was just to find someone. That frost woman who danced with swords under the moon and saved him. She was also the mysterious woman that he had not married yet, and had not forgotten to become stronger, and wanted to follow. Even now, the head of the Blood Demon clan, Hong Yi, did not dare to guarantee that he could defeat the other party 100%. Of course, the combat power displayed by Su Jia that day was not strong. But people would beautify the existence of the other party in their memories. Obviously, Su Jia only burst out with the supreme strength of the Admiral and the strength of the Emperor that day. However, Blood Demon Hong Ye's imagination strengthened him to the level of a super emperor. Even if Blood Demon Hong Ye didn't have the concept of immortals in his mind, he would have imagined that Su Jia that day to be at the level of the legendary immortal. And the reason why Demon Clan Hong Yi chose to go out and travel to find the mysterious woman was also because of his own selfishness. Admiration played a big role. But it was not all. The important thing was that Blood Demon Hong Yi wanted to get an answer from the person he had always admired. Am I wrong? The empire was established 20 years ago. In these years, Blood Demon Hong Yi can be said to have traveled all over the world. It took nearly 20 years, and Hong Yi did not find any trace of the mysterious woman anywhere. It was as if the other party was really a visitor from heaven, and just happened to pass by that day and save them. A group of weak people. To some extent, the man was right. And the Blood Demon Hong Yi also had a doubt and an idea for the first time. This nearly 20 years of travel made Hong Yi see too much of the despicable nature of humans. This also made him understand that when the shepherd, who was able to use absolute force to suppress all evil thoughts in the world died, the world will definitely enter the end of war. Countless people will die at that time. If the demons are still there, the common enemy of mankind is still there. Blood Demon Hong Yi may not have such concerns. After all, it is the life and death of all mankind. Even if humans still fight among themselves, they will at least restrain themselves. Nowadays, the sudden disappearance of the demons makes this possibility impossible. But the travels over the years have also given Hong Yi a lot of experience. On this day, Hong Yi set his sights on the sky. If all human beings set their sights on the starry sky, give up calculating against each other, and set their dreams and sights on the stars and the sea, develop together, work together, and no longer put resources and talents on internal consumption, even if the danger of the demons comes again, what is there to be afraid of? And is this peace in another sense? Unfortunately, the Blood Demon Hong Yi is destined not to see that scene. To achieve that step, it is definitely not something that can be accomplished in one generation. Therefore, this Hong Yi also changed his plan to another one. Become stronger, live longer. He intends to lead mankind to that step personally. But an accident happened on this day. By coincidence, Hong Yi strayed into a powerful relic. The artifact that appeared there was even so impressive that even the strongest people in the world today could be called the artifact. Therefore, when Hong Yi noticed the prophetic picture on the ancient stone tablet, the Blood Demon clan leader, Hong Yi, fell into madness. What kind of picture did Hong Yi see? Countless demons emerged from the strange flying ships, destroying one world after another. That kind of powerful force was so terrifying that even the Blood Demon, Hong Yi, one of the strongest people in the world today, was terrified. He was afraid. He was terrified. He knew that mankind's time was running out. Humans must never fall into internal friction again. Soon, Hong Yi got an answer from the stone tablet that could give people pictures in their minds. That is to raise his biological level to the immortal level. Open the legendary immortal eye. Collect 9 divine beasts. Merge them into the legendary world tree. Devour the power of the entire world. Produce the immortal fruit. And then swallow the fruit to successfully become a perfect immortal in the true sense. At that time, even if the demons invade again, Hong Yi will have the confidence to fight. And even if you can't beat them, isn't it easy to escape? It is conceivable that even a proud person like Hong Yi has thought of the possibility of running away. What kind of impact did the impact of the scene just now bring to him? But at least, there is a way out. Isn't it? Of course. After becoming an immortal, there are several additional conditions that Hong Yi is very excited about. His strength reaches a level that he dare not even think about at present, which is an additional condition. In addition to being able to completely escape the crisis of being destroyed by the demons, it can also allow him to leave this small world and go outside the world to see a wider world. At the same time, he can also activate an ability. Gather all people's consciousness into his body. Those people will also achieve true immortality to a certain extent, and enter the spiritual world, and enter the beautiful dream that can realize everything. Even the dead will be revived under his great power after becoming an immortal, and enter the beautiful dream. Such additional conditions made Hong Yi understand what true peace is. At that time, he can completely choose a savior like himself to explore the outside world together. At the same time, if anyone is tired, they can return to their own body and enter the beautiful dream that can realize everything. Moreover, Hong Yi also thought of one thing in his heart. If that person is dead. Maybe I will resurrect her in disguise. Of course, Hong Yi doesn't think that the Frost Woman will die so easily. But the sudden disappearance of the demons is too weird. So much so that Hong Yi, who has beautified the Frost Woman to the extreme in his memory, directly attributed the disappearance of the demons to the disappearance of the Frost Woman. Perhaps it was the cold-faced woman who sacrificed herself and eliminated the first batch of demons that came to invade this world. It is precisely because of this that Hong Yi was so excited after learning about this additional condition after becoming an immortal. Because it means that the woman I have been looking for more than 20 years in vain, I finally have the possibility of meeting her. At the same time, I can also accomplish the feat of truly saving the world. The crisis of the demon clan will come again in the future. Human internal friction. The dilemma of not being able to achieve true peace. And she whom I haven't seen for many years. As long as I become an immortal, everything will be fine. Obsession. Born today. The patriarch of the Blood Demon clan, Hong Yi, left this ancient ruins with a heavy heart and began to prepare his own plan. After a long time, when the patriarch Hong Yi had been gone for a long time, a black special life form with complex facial features and expressions drilled out from the ground looked behind the stone tablet and whispered in a heavy voice, "Why, do you want to help me like this?" The next moment, the figure that the Blood Demon clan chief Hong Yi, the Mujing clan chief Mu Zhu, and his brother Shui Zhu had been thinking about walked out from behind the stone tablet. It was a cold woman with white hair and a figure like frost. At this time, this cold woman also smiled proudly and said, "You will naturally know the reason in the future. Even if the black special life form is not human, it is also fascinated by the smile of this frosty woman." It was as if the iceberg melted and the flower bud bloomed. But soon, this black special life form gradually sank into the soil and said nothing more. He had no concept of lifespan, and being with a human would only add to his troubles. In addition, he was not qualified to talk about love now, and his mother was still waiting for him to save her. What's more, except for his mother, no one would love him. You came to me by yourself, so don't blame me for using you. That's it. You are not in the plan. Forget it. It seemed that he knew that his plan would bring misfortune to the people in the plan. This black special life form still couldn't make up his mind after all, and let the first person he met since childhood, who was kind to him and helped him revive his mother, take action against him. Watching the black special life form leave, Sujia also sighed. Since he appeared in this image for the first time, he can only appear in this image in the future. I really don't know how that hateful female ghost will laugh at me when I go back this time. But it doesn't matter. The plan has been launched. The Blood Demon clan leader seems to have begun to fantasize about becoming stronger. The demons have accumulated a lot these days. It feels like it's time to let them come out and move around. Of course, Sujia thinks he has to wait a little longer, because Sujia always feels that things will become interesting soon. Just because he saw the hard conditions for becoming an immortal in the original text of the stone tablet. And the Blood Demon clan leader meets half of the conditions. The other half of the conditions, but in the head of the Mujian family, who is now the emperor of the Fire Empire, the herdsman. There must be a bloody battle between the two. 30 years of the empire. The Fire Empire, under the leadership of Mujian, the head of the family, has become the leader of the 5 empires. Today, the era has been peaceful for more than 30 years. Of course, this is only a peaceful 30 years for the people of the 5 empires. As for those small countries, they are just not that sad. It can be said that one of the strongest people in the world today is the Fire Emperor Muju, who is lucky for everyone. The strongest in the world. Loved by everyone. He also married the most outstanding woman of the Sealed clan of this generation, and gave birth to a lovely daughter. Now, in a short time, his granddaughter will be born. It can be said that if these things are placed on anyone, it can be called a perfect life. But this herdsman always cares about someone in his heart. In the evening of this day, the head of the Kijian family, the herdsman, still came to the cliff on the top of the mountain, where he stood with his best friend in the past, staring blankly at the direction where the sun had already set. His mind was full of thoughts. Yes, he missed the best friend who was not a brother, but was better than a brother. He had been gone for many years. His philosophy may be right, but his philosophy will inevitably be accompanied by a lot of bloodshed. Therefore, they broke up. Separated. Now, they have been separated for too long. Sometimes, the herdsman was also thinking, should he let his best friend go? Just like before. He would be his strongest backer. Anything can be discussed. As long as he is willing to come back. It seems that the longing of the Fire Emperor has moved the heavens. Suddenly, a guard rushed over in a hurry, knelt on one knee, and reported anxiously, "Your Majesty, Lord Hongya." As soon as these words came out, the herdsman's originally lonely expression instantly showed expressions of surprise, happiness, relief, and excitement. Really? Is that guy finally willing to come back? I'll leave now. As a result, before the Emperor of Fire finished speaking, before the head of the Mujian family expressed all his happiness, the guard who came to report said in a sad voice, "Your Majesty, Lord Hongya, has launched a rebellion in the Fire Empire. Your Majesty, Lord Hongya has killed countless people. What should we do?" The guard responded to the smiling face of the herdsman, who had not yet reacted. And that suddenly became cold, mixed with such as disbelief, and slowly turned into a calm expression on the eve of solemnity and despair. The former hero became an executioner. The only two strong men in the world, who co-founded the Fire Empire, fought a decisive battle in the canyon. Afterwards, Hong Yi faked his death and escaped, but also obtained the soul energy of the herdsman. According to Su Jia's understanding of Hong Yi, that person probably thought that after using special means to obtain the soul energy of the herdsman, it would not take long for him to become the legendary immortal body, become the strongest in the world. But not only did Hong Yi not imagine it, it is estimated that even that Hong Yi did not expect it. The herdsman, after thinking that he had killed Hong Yi, 3 years later, he died of depression. Somewhere deep underground, Hong Yi fell into a long silence after looking at the message sent by his white man-made creature. Obviously, his original idea was that after obtaining unparalleled power, he jumped out immediately to give the herdsman a surprise. Then he pressed the other party to the ground and hammered him, tied up the herdsman, and let him watch how he brought new reforms to the world. However, with the death of the herdsman, his original plan has been declared dead, just as the herdsman regarded Hong Yi as a close friend. Isn't it the same for Hong Yi? But Hong Yi didn't feel sad for too long, because he knew, as long as he could become a real immortal, as long as he could complete his plan, everything can achieve a perfect ending. The people who died now are just for the rebirth in the future. Hong Yi, how can you waver at this time? 50 years of the Empire period. During this period, just as the blood demon Hong Yi expected, with the death of the two strongest men in the world soon ushered in a war. It was also the First World War, and the Fire Empire naturally became the public enemy of everyone. However, under the leadership of Mujian Muju and his younger brother Shueizhu, the Fire Empire fought 1 against 4, and still did not lose. If you ask who Shueizhu hated the most in his life, it would be the Blood Demon clan chief Hong Yi. But who did he recognize the most? It was not his brother Muju, but the Blood Demon clan chief Hong Yi. Yes, he fell in love with the same woman who disappeared out of thin air as Hong Yi. Like Hong Yi, he thought that the world should be unified to achieve true peace. But after all, the hatred between the two sides was too deep, and he killed his brother. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Otherwise, the two of them might have become a good party community. On this day, the war had reached its end. Shueizhu led his confidant, who was also his apprentice, to the Thunder Empire to negotiate a peace treaty. However, he encountered a coup d'état in the Thunder Empire. The two brothers Feng Lei took all the eagle cards of the Thunder Empire, and took the lead in solving the contemporary Thunder Emperor. Afterwards, the two brothers Feng Lei brought almost all the living forces of the Thunder Empire, and caught Shueizhu and his people in a trap. This was originally an incident that was not worth being recorded by Su Jia. But the appearance of the two artifacts finally made Su Jia unable to hold back, and he ended up. It was a dark and windy night. The Water Lord hid in a forest with his confidants. That is, several disciples. Hearing the search sounds not far away, the Water Lord had a solemn expression, knowing that he would definitely not survive, because those people would never give up until they killed him. However, his disciples, this group of young people, are the hope of the Fire Empire. A simple assessment was made, when the disciple that the Water Lord recognized the most said, "I will go to cover the retreat." After that, the Water Lord suddenly said in a deep voice, "Xing, you are the next emperor." As he spoke, Shueizhu also looked at the other disciples and entrusted them in a very serious tone. "You guys, you must assist Xing well. After that, Shueizhu rushed in the opposite direction without saying anything, determined to die, and was determined to lead all the enemies away. Speaking of which, it's really not okay to refuse to admit old age. If I were 20 years younger, no, 10 years younger, how could I be determined to fight to the death against an opponent of this level? Ha. A group of short-sighted beings. You seem to have forgotten the threat of the demons. What a pity. I thought I would be calm when I died. But I didn't expect that I would think of so many things I couldn't do. I couldn't help my brother get over his grief. I couldn't make the Fire Empire stronger. I couldn't unify the world. I couldn't find the reason why the demons disappeared. For some reason, in the end, the past suddenly appeared in Shueizhu's mind. The day when the Mujian and Blood Demon tribes were about to be defeated by the demons. The gorgeous figure that fell from the sky that day. The words, "Don't worry. You are safe," have trapped him for a long time. Is she dead? Died in a certain time. Just like that day. In the process of saving people? Or is it that elegant and noble existence? At this time, she has become an old woman like me? Has she never married? Or has she already raised a family? His mind was in a mess. Shueizhu quickly rushed out of the forest. But Shueizhu originally thought that when he rushed out, he would inevitably encounter a barrage of attacks, and the siege of the people of the Thunder Empire. But Shueizhu's eyes suddenly widened after seeing the scene in front of him. His mouth was also slightly open, and his expression was extremely incredible. You? Following Shueizhu's gaze, the two brothers Fenlei, who were originally a headache for Shueizhu. At this time, their chests were torn by sharp weapons, and they both fell to the ground, their lives unknown. There were also many trump cards of the Thunder Empire lying in a mess not far away. But this was not what shocked the Water Lord. What shocked the Water Lord was the figure he thought about day and night. The figure that occupied the most profound memory before his death. At this time, with white hair fluttering and a face like frost and snow, her thin sword was stuck on the ground beside her. And she was also curiously playing with the famous treasures of the Thunder Empire. Thousand-blade fan and infinite bottle. The Frost Woman seemed to have noticed someone peeping. Then she turned her eyes and looked at the Water Lord with a cold, but somewhat cute expression. Soon, the former saw that the Water Lord's expression was infatuated, but also a little bitter, and his tone was a little frustrated. So, you really didn't die. No wonder I couldn't find any trace of you after so many years of reincarnation. Speaking of this, he already felt a little self-deprecating. You really haven't changed at all. There are many meanings in one sentence. His appearance hasn't changed. His coldness and arrogance haven't changed. And he saved me again. Just like he did back then. Nothing has changed. If there is any change, that is, he is old. The Water Lord felt a little embarrassed and shy when he saw his beloved again. He had a completely different personality from the harsh Emperor in the past. The Emperor's domineering aura was not there at all at this moment. On the contrary, Shueizhu now has a more inexplicable inferiority complex. It's as if the beauty is reminiscing about the past. But he is already old. If he were younger, 40 years old, Shueizhu would definitely rush up to ask for love regardless of everything. But now, Shueizhu seemed to have something stuck in his throat and couldn't say a word. Su Jia naturally couldn't think too much about Shueizhu's strange appearance at this time. He came down this time just because he was simply curious about these two artifacts. It has to be said that these two things are no different from waste for him. But to be honest, the materials and techniques of making them are really worth learning. If it can be mass-produced, the army he will form in the future, I am afraid that the strength will increase by more than one level. Thinking of this, Su Jia naturally decided to take the two artifacts back to the starship to study what the materials are. Is it easy to obtain and make? Related questions. Before leaving, Su Jia also frowned slightly. He was thinking about whether to kill the witness? But soon, Su Jia shook his head secretly. He didn't intend to kill people to silence them. After all, he was going to appear in this image. The reason why he attacked those people of the Thunder Empire. It was just a simple self-defense counterattack. As for that old man, he didn't feel any hostility from him. And Su Jia didn't bother to attack an old man. It was the way he looked at him that made Su Jia feel awkward. And he always felt sorry for him. He seemed to have seen that affectionate look before. Hong Yi had gone crazy not long ago, and he made a clay sculpture of his current female body in the underground pit. It seems that the look he gave to the clay sculpture was the same as the look of this little old man. Right? Suddenly, Su Jie couldn't help but shudder. Then, after taking a deep look at the Water Lord, he finally sighed. At present, this guy's strength is considered to be one of the strongest in the world, or even in history. He will really conquer the civilization on this planet in the future. With his ability, this guy who seems to be called Shueju will definitely lead the demon team to fight for him. But because of this guy must die. Because only after this guy dies, he can use Hongya's plan to let Shueju resurrect. But because of this, Su Jie is still willing to say some soft words to those who are bound to die. In addition, Su Jie also understands this guy's thoughts on himself. Adhering to the idea of not playing with other people's feelings, Su Jie walked over slowly, in front of the old water master who was standing alone, trembling and seemed to be afraid of something. Su Jie spoke in a cold voice that matched this body. Don't worry. You are safe. Why did Su Jie say this? To be honest, even Su Jie himself didn't know. But he always felt that this sentence alone was enough to be worth thousands of words. In fact, it was just like Su Jie's inexplicable sixth sense. When the water master heard this sentence again after half a lifetime, his eyes suddenly became moist. After giving the other party a simple and most satisfactory answer, Su Jie wanted to leave. Then, through some instructions, the remaining warriors of the Thunder Empire rushed over to surround and kill the Water Lord. As a result, the Water Lord's next words made Su Jie feel completely unexpected. I have arranged all the affairs of the Fire Empire. Although I know that my next request will make you troubled and even confused. But, can you please allow me to repay your kindness in the remaining time? The Water Lord himself blushed when he heard these words. After all, his real purpose was not the so-called repayment. Even Su Jie knew it. But the Water Lord still said so. Looking at the old but still handsome and resolute appearance of the Water Lord, thinking about the fact that the other party is not married yet. To be honest, if he, Su Jie, was a woman, even if he didn't feel moved, he would have some feelings. Right? But he is a man. He just thought it was fun. Who knows if someone would fall in love with him? He obviously didn't say a second word to anyone before. Right? Is it because distance creates beauty? Because he is too mysterious? Others have the desire to explore the truth. But because of this, they fall in love with him in the long-term thoughts? No matter which one it is. Su Jie obviously can't accept it. He looked at the Water Lord seriously. Under the other party's expectant and timid expression, Su Jie's mouth twitched, and he spoke in a cold voice. The threat of the demon still exists. It's too dangerous for you to follow me. Su Jie almost said, I have been resisting the crisis of the demons. And you still want to talk to me about these things? And you are too weak. What do you want to do? But this sentence has another meaning in the ears of the Water Master. I have been resisting the invasion of the demons alone. Silently protecting the people of this world. Don't worry about me. You just need to live happily. And let me bear all the sufferings alone. Suddenly, the Water Master, who understood Su Jie's words as such a deep meaning, was even more moved. The original love was even more admired. Such an unknown hero. And he saved his life again and again. But no matter how Shueju misinterpreted Su Jie's meaning, he could not get rid of the meaning of the second half of the sentence, you are too weak. Su Jie did not say more. Although according to the original historical process, the second emperor of the Fire Empire seemed to die at the end of the First World War. But history changes. He, Su Jie, does not need to remain unchanged. What if this change will bring him a surprise in the future? Therefore, Su Jie left directly, and gave up the plan to kill Shueju. The latter, staring blankly at the frustrated woman who simply left. His infatuation and admiration reached a new level. Even the Water Lord muttered to himself. It turns out, the demons did not suddenly disappear. It turns out that when we enjoyed peace but did not cherish it, but instead launched a war, someone was carrying the burden for us. I don't know if it was a coincidence or fate. An idea called disgust suddenly came into being. It was not disgust with the Frost Woman, but disgust with the people in the world at present. Because she has paid so much for you to be alive, and for you not to be hurt by the demons. What was the result? The pathetic people were still fighting among themselves. Suddenly, Shueju made up his mind. He would not return to the Fire Empire. He had dedicated his whole life to the Fire Empire. And now, he planned to live for himself. For the person who had been silently giving. Since you have no backup, then let me be your backup. With this in mind, Shueju escaped by faking his death. and with a new identity. He hid in the world and began to invent new skills and abilities. The purpose was to find a way to resist the demons that had not appeared in this world for decades. Just because Shueizhu understood. If no one helps the Frost Woman, the demons will come again sooner or later. And when the demons appear in this world again, it means the death of the mysterious woman with a cold face but a warm heart. Therefore, Shueizhu decided today to rely on his excellent brain to develop new ideas. Sooner or later, he will kill this guy. Not to mention completely solving the problem of the demons. At least he has to share some pressure with the mysterious girl. However, Shueizhu also thinks, after all, the Fire Empire is the existence that cost him his whole life. Therefore, he really can't just ignore it. Therefore, Shueizhu found an excellent place near the border of the Fire Empire. Because he faked his death and escaped. He went to study incognito. The Water Lord naturally couldn't live in the open. Therefore, he planned to dig a pit deep underground and build a home. However, on this day, the Blood Demon clan Hongyi entered a blank period because of the implementation of the plan. Hongyi, who had also become an old man, was just killing time with a cold figure in his mind, discussing with several lively white life forms how to make qualified clay sculptures more perfect. The originally solid underground pit suddenly shook a little, as if it would collapse in the next moment. Before Hongyi could react, suddenly, a white-haired Shueizhu, who was also an old man, dug through the secret room and fell down. Then, Shueizhu saw the clay sculpture for the first time, and his eyes lit up. But soon, Shueizhu noticed the one who looked at him with strange eyes. Hongye, Sujie, who returned to the Star Destroyer early, ignored Inruoro, who always laughed at him. He quickly used the power of the super brain and began to observe everything happening on the planet. Then, he saw a strange scene. Hongye and Shueizhu were supposed to be mortal enemies. No one knew what happened between them. But at this moment, they were lying on the rocking chair together, drinking tea and talking about the truth. It seems to be, how can I make my female clay sculpture more perfect? Sujie? But as I continued to observe, Sujie also understood the cause and effect. If there were no harm from the demons, these two guys would probably die when they met. But because of the harm from the demons, and because Hongyi had already prepared countermeasures, this directly eliminated a lot of hostility from the Water Master. As for Hongyi, this guy has changed a long time ago. He didn't know when he started to use the theory of using everything he could. Even if the enemy who killed his brother was in front of him, Hongyi could still talk to him without changing his expression. The hope of absolute resurrection is part of the reason. More importantly, after listening to Hongyi's plan, the Water Lord actually agreed to help him. And after the two had an in-depth discussion, they decided to name this plan Death Eternal Life. Why did the Water Lord change so much from the original realist? He also became a nihilist like Hongyi, thinking of sacrificing the whole world, creating a true god, and taking revenge on the demons? The reason is also very simple. The Water Lord found that after he was generally determined to be dead, the World War I, which had reached its end and was even considered to have ended, continued and started again in the name of World War II. Moreover, the Fire Empire was still 1 against 4. This also made Shueizhu completely disappointed. The crisis of the demon clan is still there. But humans always want to destroy the most responsible Fire Empire. Therefore, the two who originally hated each other actually reached a certain consensus in this underground secret base. Even after Shueizhu got the information in the stone tablet from Hongye. Although he still didn't completely believe it, he still reached a cooperation with it. The reason is also very simple. Shueizhu's belief comes from the Frost Woman. That woman, at this moment, when humans are still in civil war, and alone in a battlefield they don't know, resist the demon clan. But what about humans? They are so vulgar. In addition, although some of Hongye's plans are unreliable, well, at least in the eyes of the Water Lord, they are very unreliable. For example, sacrificing all mankind. The Water Lord naturally cannot approve of such a thing. But there is one thing that the Water Lord approves of extremely. That is to collect 9 divine beasts. Therefore, the two people also began to cooperate with each other without trust. 50 years of the Empire. World War II officially broke out. But the newly appointed Xing burst out with amazing talents, fighting against the 4 ancient empires alone with the power of 1 country. Although he did not win, he also tied. Therefore, World War II had to end under the stalemate. The price was that the Fire Empire lost the title of the leader of the 5 empires. The other 4 empires were completely on par with the Fire Empire in every sense. Many small countries that were originally attached to the Fire Empire were also split and joined the other 4 empires. But in the Second World War, the most outstanding ones were actually a group of sword countries that took a different approach and specialized in martial arts. And the Frost country, which transformed from a small country to a medium-sized empire, and was called the center of the 5 empires. But it was also several years after the Second World War that the overlord of the Frost country tried to start the Third World War. Or, in other words, the Third World War had already begun and created many tragedies. Demon, come again! When the 5 empires learned of this information, they were shocked and stopped the war as soon as possible. Although they did not cooperate together, they also chose to block the demons first. But this is bitter. The country of Frost after being destroyed by the war. Other small countries are more or less. And the depth of participation in the war is not deep. The 5 empires are also profound. And at least there are living forces to fight the demons. Even the Empire of the Fire is a talented person. And there are 3 generals who have been named by the country of Frost. However, what about the country of Frost? Because the country that dissatisfied was always divided into war buffer areas by major empires. Therefore, the War of Dignity was launched. However, under the attack of the 5 empires, today, the Frost Kingdom can be said to have lost a generation of heroes. At present, the only one who can be called the Imperial Force is the overlord of the Frost Kingdom. But which of the other 5 empires does not have at least one hand of Imperial-level combat power? Therefore, when the invasion of the demons came again, the Frost Kingdom was extremely tragic. Countless people lost their homes and were displaced. The overlord of the Frost Kingdom even sacrificed a thriving young organization and wanted to exchange the assistance of the Fire Empire at the cost of that young organization that promoted peace. But the inheritor of the shadow of the Fire Empire betrayed the covenant. The reason is very simple. The Frost country did not bring the legendary immortal eyes that appeared in the young organization as required. In addition, the threat of the demons is even greater now, and the overlord of the Frost country has no spare energy to hunt down them immortal eyes. This matter is also considered to be dropped. On the other side, it is still in the underground base on the border of the Fire Empire. When Hong Yi and Shueizhu learned from the special white creatures that the world on the surface had once again invaded by the demons, the 2 who had already been old and decayed suddenly became a little restless. Shueizhu's face was so ugly that it couldn't be more ugly. Even a little hideous and terrifying. The demons have appeared again. Which means Hong Yi was just stunned. And didn't say much. Only occasionally, when he looked at the clay sculpture he carefully made, he was a little sad. This can also be seen. The idea of the Water Master is to merge the 9 beasts into a super combat weapon. Bring an absolute terrifying deterrent to reality. Such a weapon is enough to destroy a country with one shot. And all the emperors of the 5 empires are holders. At that time, it will inevitably form a situation where no one dares to start a war. Because once one side is provoked and chooses to die together, the pain will definitely delay the next war for countless years. This super weapon can become the absolute guardian of mankind when the demons come. In other words, the original plan of the Water Master was to get this super weapon. He would take the super weapon to support the Frost Woman. The Water Master thought very well. Since the Frost Woman was suspected of immortality, he would hand over the super weapon to her. Let her be the only master of the world and control the absolute control of the super weapon. After all, I don't know if it's because of love or other reasons. The Water Master always felt that if other people mastered such a terrifying weapon, their original intention would definitely change. But that woman would definitely not. But because of this, when the Water Master realized that the appearance of the demons might mean the death of the Frost Woman, he was desperate. Not only was he desperate because the woman he loved had died, he was even more desperate because the fundamental flaws in his plan had made him lose the original principle of the plan. On the contrary, Hong Ye's reaction was not that big. All of Shueizhu's plans were based on the 9 beasts and the woman. But he was not. All of his plans were based on himself. Once he could become the legendary immortal, he would take the whole world into his body and integrate it into all consciousness. At that time, he would be the absolute will of the world. Whether it was the life in the past or the future, he could revive it. Whether in the world of consciousness or in reality, he, Hong Yi, could do it. As for the demons and aliens, Hong Yi felt that once he became a real immortal, those would be nothing but ants. Therefore, even the woman he had always cared about in his heart was very likely dead. Hong Yi was only sad for a while, because there was still hope for everything. What's more, his current plan was already progressing steadily. The chips he gave were not the poor cards of the Water Lord. Of course, Hong Yi also noticed some of the little tricks of the Water Lord in his plan. But he didn't care, because Hong Yi was confident that he would be the winner in the end. 60 years of the Empire period. The upper limit of the Demon Clan's level has broken through to level 6. In other words, the strongest combat force of the Demon Clan has the legendary strength of half an immortal. It is a much more powerful existence than the Super Emperor. Although there is only one, it is enough to rival the entire world. For enemies of this level, perhaps only the legendary Blood Demon Ancestor and the world's strongest herdsman can rival this existence. However, when that existence just arrived, it encountered a blue Dharma world that had never appeared in the world and attacked the Demon King. That battle was earth-shattering. In the end, a mysterious strongman joined in. The surging water directly changed the map of a land area comparable to that of a superpower, destroying the terrain. No one can see the final winner, but it is estimated that the two who can use the Dharma realm and the mysterious strongman who uses the sea control technique won. No other reason. The 6th level Demon King did not appear again, but the two mysterious strongmen did not appear either. Among the many disputes, more people said that both sides died together. In this regard, people in the world have also praised the two unknown heroes for many years in memory of them. 61 years of the Empire period. The threat of the demons has not been reduced, and has even become more serious. The wars between countries have also been declared over, although some empires are still fighting internally. The main goal of the world's human beings is to stop the demons. However, in the next 3 years, the Fire Empire experienced earth-shaking twists and turns. First, a mysterious black-robed strongman invaded the Fire Empire, resulting in the death of the 4th generation of the Fire Emperor. Then, within 2 years, the Blood Demon Clan of the Fire Empire was wiped out. It can be said that the Fire Empire, which posed the greatest threat to the demons, suddenly lost its original suppression power. The demons invaded in large numbers. In addition to the 5 major empires, only the Frost Kingdom and the Sword Kingdom exist. Other small countries, including the country with the 7th beast, were also destroyed by the demons. The connection between all countries became extremely difficult. But it was precisely because of this difficulty that the Fire Empire caused such a civil strife. It shows how bad the meanness of human hearts is. There were also heroes who sacrificed. But it is precisely because of the comparison between the two sides. It shows how hateful those who are still creating internal friction among humans are. In the next few years, except for the appearance of only one level 6 monster, the monsters that appeared again were only level 5 Super Emperor strength. And the number is extremely rare, at least under the response of the surviving countries. Among them, the most eye-catching one is naturally an organization that only people who betrayed their country would join. Dawn. But this organization that only dangerous people would join, did not do anything bad. On the contrary, this organization called Dawn has been wandering in the battlefields of various countries against the demons in recent years, although it will charge corresponding commissions when helping in the battle. But it also helped the 5 empires and the Sword Kingdom solve a lot of troubles, especially the latter Sword Kingdom. It can be said that the reason why the current Sword Kingdom has not been destroyed, the main reason is that the Sword Kingdom always calculates the invasion of the demons. They don't say anything, don't think about resistance and fighting, and go directly to move the things in the treasury. Their purpose is naturally to wait for the things in the treasury to be given to the Dawn organization as a reward. If it is just like this, although the disaster of the demons is still miserable, but people seem to have the hope of persevering. But the same thing, the meanness of human nature is hard to figure out. The shadow of the Fire Empire feels that such an organization has such a powerful force, which will definitely be detrimental to the Empire. Therefore, a secret investigation was conducted. Soon, for some reason, or rather, because of the immortal eyes, the conflict broke out. It was unknown whether the Dawn organization had been planning this for a long time, or whether they were really angered by this conflict. The Dawn organization suddenly announced that if they wanted to be supported by the Dawn organization again, they had to hand over their respective beasts. In other words, the Dawn organization was far more arrogant than expected. They directly stated that if they did not hand over their beasts, the Dawn organization would not only not help them stop the demons again, but would instead take them away when the demons attacked. The sudden change in attitude of the Dawn organization was naturally because of the shadow of the Fire Empire. The reason. And the Dawn organization also claimed that the divine beast should not be controlled by the dirty and corrupt empire. The person who controls the divine beast should be the savior of the world. Obviously, the Dawn organization felt that compared with the 5 empires, they were the real saviors of mankind. But in any case, the Dawn organization was willing to support the Sword Kingdom. It really stopped supporting the other 5 empires. And the reason has been deliberately put on the Fire Empire by the Dawn organization. It is conceivable that because of this incident, the Fire Empire was in an embarrassing situation in terms of political stance. The empire period lasted 70 years. The Water Kingdom was destroyed. And the Wind Kingdom was destroyed. The 7 sacred beasts were lost. The Fire Empire was also attacked by the Dawn organization. The situation became increasingly critical. The original Dawn organization also suffered heavy losses because of fighting against the demons. Yes, that's right. Although the Dawn organization used a very tough attitude to order the major empires to hand over the sacred beasts. But we have to admit it, because the Fire Empire lost power. Currently, the people on the front line against the demons in the world are the Dawn organization, which is defined as villains by the major empires. Only because the Sword Kingdom, which is the weakest among the countries and should be destroyed, is still standing and strong. The demise of the Water Kingdom was due to a coup. A girl led her trusted subordinates to start a revolution. However, what a coincidence. The demons invaded. Although the girl succeeded in the coup, the Water Kingdom was at its weakest because of the coup. The demons invaded and destroyed the Water Kingdom in one fell swoop. And the Wind Kingdom? Of course, there was no such reason. This country was simply weak and was destroyed by the demons. But even so, there are still 5 empires standing in the world today. They are the 5 empires of fire, earth, thunder, frost, and sword. But only the first 4 can be called empires. The last one can be said to have been used up by the Dawn organization of the Frost Kingdom and became a vassal state for backup supplies. But despite this, the Sword Kingdom, which was originally full of pride, seems to be quite happy now. Sujia has been observing the changes in history over the years. In the previous history, the mysterious woman he pretended to be did not appear in this world. The demons did not invade. Then, according to the current timeline, the Child of Destiny should have grown up. However, what puzzled Sujia was the Child of Destiny, who was destined to appear in the timeline. In today's world, it seems that he does not deserve this title. Or, according to the original Destiny line, the Child of Destiny at this time should have been respected by everyone, and even became a hero of the Empire. But now, the Child of Destiny has not taken that path. The teachers and masters who helped him in the original world line had already died on the front line against the demons. You know, even if it was only a 4th level demon, they had half the combat power of the Emperor. This was not an enemy that ordinary admirals could deal with. The reason why humans have been able to hold on until now is that the Dawn organization has been assisting various empires. Secondly, it was also the heroes of the major empires who sacrificed their lives to build it. Because of this, the character of the Child of Destiny is extremely distorted compared to the original world line. In addition, the Fire Empire had to use a secret weapon to fight against the demons, which was the 9th beast sealed in the body of the Child of Destiny. And it was also the most powerful of the 9 beasts. Even now, the Child of Destiny is trapped in the seal. Whenever the demons invade, there will be a special sealing team to directly deploy the Child of Destiny. Let the Child of Destiny break the seal and become a ferocious beast to wreak havoc on the demon battlefield. Due to the behavior of humans sealing the beasts, the beasts will not be polite to humans, but they seem to have a better view of the overall situation. Therefore, every time its main attack target is the demons. Of course, it will not deliberately avoid humans. Later, when the demons lost most of their lives, and the 9th beast fell into a weak period due to the demons' attack, there will be a special sealing team to seal the 9th beast back into the body of the Child of Destiny. The process was extremely painful. In addition, because of strategic purposes, the actions of the Child of Destiny were also restricted. As you can imagine, the character of the Child of Destiny became extremely distorted. No one regarded him as a normal person. In other words, the current 5th generation Fire Emperor was also the Shadow's supporter behind the third-generation Fire Emperor. His methods were cruel, even if placed in the timeline of the original time and space. Most of the tragedies in this world are inextricably linked to this. It can be said that the Dawn organization, which gathers dangerous elements from various empires, is also because of that. Shadow. It became like that. Afterwards, the Dawn organization suddenly attacked the Fire Empire, trying to take away the Child of Destiny, who contained the ninth great beast in his body. According to the original plan, it would be difficult to succeed the fifth-generation Emperor of the Fire Empire, Shadow, no matter how unbearable, no matter how many excuses. But when it really came to the moment when he was enough to sacrifice, he was unambiguous. However, no one expected it. Even though the Child of Destiny knew that the price of being captured by the Dawn organization was likely to be death after the beast was extracted, but he still voluntarily broke through the protection of the Fire Empire and joined the Dawn organization. Empire 63 years. The Dawn organization attacked the Thunder Empire and successfully took away the last beast, the eighth beast. At this point, the Dawn organization disappeared completely. The situation of mankind became more difficult. The empires that could not defend themselves even with the beasts. Now, while losing the beasts, their defense lines have been destroyed by the Dawn organization. It is conceivable that the remaining empires have not been destroyed, which is already excellent enough. The 65th year of the empire. The remaining empires are the empires of Earth, Thunder, Fire and Sword. After many discussions, it was decided to meet in the Frost Kingdom. Yes, the Frost Kingdom, which was originally a war buffer zone for the 5 empires, is now the safest place in the world. As you can imagine, this is also a kind of sadness. But for some reason, only there, no demons approached. Therefore, after learning of this decision, several empires prepared for many years. Finally, they started planning in the 65th year of the empire. The cold wind was biting, and the smoke was everywhere. The pungent smell of blood came from the air. On this day, as if they had agreed, several empires sent all their forces and led the villagers to the Frost Kingdom. But for some reason, the demons also seemed to have agreed. Several giant monsters, as high as 10 meters, rarely went out to stop the actions of these empires. Protect the villagers. Cover. No. There are demon troops 1 kilometer away. We will cover them. Countless touching stories were born today. The strong protect the weak, which is against the instinct of living things, but has become commonplace today. The people of several empires ignored the request of the Frost Country and went directly to the Frost Country to station there. They thought very simply, the 9 great beasts are now all in the Frost Country. If they continue, they will just die slowly. In addition, the Dawn organization of the Frost Country had a good reputation before. The Empire and others can only bet on the conscience of the Frost Country. However, they bet right. As the people of the several empires approached the Frost Country, and the monster army was getting more and more numerous, intending to directly block the several empires, the closed Frost Country suddenly roared. Then, an energy aggregate the size of a city started from the Frost Country and marked the direction of the gathering of the monster army. The next moment, a huge explosion that was enough to rival the scope of some small countries spread directly. Monsters below level 4 had no chance of survival, and the legendary level 4 monsters with Super Emperor strength almost lost their combat effectiveness. And death was inevitable if they were not treated. It was obvious. The remaining empires made the right bet. The Frost Country finally took action. In fact, even if the major empires were not there, they would fight to the death today to see if the Dawn organization of the Frost Country still had good intentions towards humans. The Dawn organization would actually use the war beast synthesized by the 9-tailed beasts to cleanse the demons in the near future. The reason for this is that the current Dawn organization has not yet fully mastered this war beast. Soon, after the war beast covered the monsters with firepower, several major empires also successfully stationed near the Frost Country. And those close-range monster armies that were not suitable for attacking with powerful weapons were also wiped out by the masters dispatched by several major empires. That's it. Several major empires also built walls near the Frost Country within half a year and began to discuss cooperation with the internal leaders of the Frost Country. Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction. After all, the war weapons fused by the 9 beasts were undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction attack on the demons. In addition, the leaders of the Dawn organization of the Frost Country have strong perception abilities. Once too many demons gather, they will directly fire a cannonball. Therefore, the pressure on humans suddenly decreased. But it was also because the actual leader of the Frost Country had full control over the war beast. Everyone must obey the orders of the leader of the Dawn organization in Xuanji Country. There was no power struggle among humans in a short period of time. Just when everyone thought that things would change for the better, an accident finally happened. A mysterious man who claimed to be the patriarch of the Blood Demon clan, Hong Yi, raided the leader of the Dawn organization in the Frost Country, at a time when humans were thriving and seemed to have been born, as long as they worked together to drive the monster army out of the planet. He once again dragged the human situation into the abyss. Of course, in this man's eyes, his behavior did not seem to be evil. On the contrary, it is a great good. This person who claims to be the leader of the Blood Demon clan, Hong Yi. It is the backup plan of the real Hong Yi. Yes, that's right. Today, the fairy eyes owned by the leader of the Dawn organization of the Frost Country come from Hong Yi. However, the actions of the leader of the Dawn organization deviated from some of the plans of the real Hong Yi himself. According to Hong Yi's plan, having that pair of fairy eyes is enough to break the cycle of life and death and resurrect the deceased. However, the leader of the Dawn organization rejected this proposal. Instead, he followed the instructions from the Water Lord. He chose to collect the 9 great beasts, suppress the demons with absolute force, and achieve the true unification of mankind. Although this made the Water Lord's plan successful, obviously, it aroused the dissatisfaction of Hong Yi's backup plan. Therefore, there was today's surprise attack. Whether it was Hong Yi or the backup plan that Hong Yi had set up, they all believed that the true character of human beings is despicable. Even if the brilliance of human nature bursts out briefly, it is only temporary. No matter how heroic a person is, he will become dirty and filthy under the decay of time. Compared to that, it is better to sacrifice the entire world, create an absolutely powerful godlike figure, and revive the consciousness of all people, and let them live in a dreamlike world. In this way, no matter how despicable people are, they are the real protagonists in the fantasy world they live in. This will not hurt others. It will also bring true happiness to individuals. In addition, this world will also give birth to an absolute rookie-level strongman. Seek revenge on the demons. You can even go to another world and help the people of that world resist the incoming demons. Although this method is extreme, it is also a good method. At the cost of the sacrifice of the human race, create an absolute strongman. And whether it is the life that died in the past or the life that is not dead now, they can be resurrected in the consciousness space controlled by the absolute strongman, and live in an absolutely beautiful fantasy world. This is beautiful for quite a few people. But this is all nihilism after all. Naturally, there will be a counterattack from realism. Facing the leader of the Dawn organization, he was attacked by the mysterious Black-Robed Man. The leaders of several major empires rarely united together. They planned to stop the crazy plan of the Black-Robed Man. However, something happened that no one expected. When the mysterious Black-Robed Man successfully seized the pair of immortal eyes of the Dawn leader and mastered the terrifying war beast. But he did not choose to destroy everyone directly. Instead, he began to preach and told the core of his plan. People in high positions and with ideals are naturally unwilling to accept this nihilism. But what about the ordinary people who were displaced and lost their families in the war? They roared, struggled, and began to obstruct the high-ranking officials of the empire and those named as heroes of the empire. They fantasized about living in that nihilistic world. They fantasized about their deceased relatives returning again. Compared with the miserable real world, more people seem to yearn for the dream world. This result is something no one could have imagined. Even the mysterious man in black robes seemed to have not imagined that ordinary people would support him so much. But this also made the mysterious man in black robes more certain of his inner thoughts. Reality is already too tragic. What is lost can never be returned. Only in the spiritual world created by oneself, people will usher in true happiness and true absolute peace. The ending of the story is sad. After the child of destiny failed to successfully walk on the road of destiny, the original blockers and revolutionaries did not appear. Even now, the imperial people and the imperial heroes who are unwilling to accept the nihilism of the mysterious man in black robes. They didn't even need to be stopped by the mysterious black-robed man. The ordinary people and villagers they once protected had already begun to desperately stop them. Those villagers seemed to have become evil believers. They became fearless. It was because everyone seemed to know that even if they died, as long as the mysterious black-robed man became a god. They could also be revived in the spiritual world. The reason why people believed so much was naturally that the mysterious black-robed man used the power of infinite fantasy once. Let everyone enter the spiritual world for a day. Everyone also got the desired protagonist template, became the protagonist of the world. Therefore, when that fantasy day ended, many people went crazy. Many people began to escape from reality. Or, even some strong people began to escape from reality. After all, in this world invaded by monsters, no one will be happy. But as long as the mysterious man in black robe succeeds, everyone will be happy. Compared with the original world line, people are united to fight against the mysterious man in black robe. But now, people admire this man in black robe more. The plan went more smoothly than expected. The mysterious man successfully absorbed the war beast fused by the nine-headed beast and ascended to immortality. After becoming an immortal, the scene that everyone imagined, that immortal defeated the monster army in one fell swoop and led them into the spiritual world, did not happen. Instead, the immortal went crazy because his spirit could not bear such a great power. The massacre began. He was obviously a figure with a white robe and a Taoist style. But he killed everything he saw and found. Wailing and screaming occurred. Will people remember their previous crazy actions? Will people regret unconditionally believing in such a person to become an immortal? The gap between mortals and immortals is like sand and stars. No one can stop that person's massacre. This situation made Su Jia frown slightly. But he didn't say much. As the story and history continued, the descendant of the pioneer in a sense, that special black creature took action. He first found the leader of the dawn, who had lost his eyes, but still had some residual power of the immortal eye in his body. And he brought the immortal's other and used immortal eye to find the dawn leader. And used a backhand to control the dawn leader. Then, a spell that could completely revive the dead was used. And the real patriarch of the blood demon clan, Hong Yi, who had passed away for many years, has returned today. But things are still serious. That new immortal was incomplete and imperfect. He did not meet the requirements in every sense. Therefore, the black special creature and Hong Yi began to decide on the strategy of how to defeat each other. In fact, according to the original idea, as long as that person can perfectly execute the plan of eternal life after becoming immortal, then, he, Hong Yi, may not need to be revived. But it is obvious. That guy has lost the qualification. He can't control the huge power after becoming immortal. Soon, the black special creature brought the backup left by Hong Yi before. They were 9 divine beasts. And when they were captured, the black creature deliberately cut off a part of their power. Although they don't have a container body that merges the 9-headed beast together, it is enough for the patriarch of the blood demon clan, Hong Yi, to have a short-term immortal power. At the same time, the black special creature also brought someone that Hong Yi didn't expect. And this person is none other than the frost woman that he and the water master have always loved. When Hong Yi saw the frost woman transformed by Su Jia, his expression was obviously shocked. Not just for a while, but soon, Hong Yi seemed to think of something, muttering in his mouth. And his expression was a little serious. Is that the reincarnation technique that insults the dead? Seeing that Hong Yi's tone was getting colder and colder, the black special creature also waved his hand and rejected it. My lord is definitely not resurrected. But the Lord God has never died. Hong Yi suddenly looked at the black creature. This existence that represents his own will also asked with a slightly curious tone. God? Obviously, Hong Yi cares about the name of the frost woman. However, Su Jia naturally couldn't say anything more to Hong Yi, but maintained his cold personality and said in an elegant voice, I can help you defeat that counterfeit. And after you succeed, you need to help me fight against the demons forever. The reason why Su Jia said this in this identity is also for his own consideration. When he used the demons to invade this world, he thought of many things. The universe is so big, but most of them are weak civilizations. This obviously does not meet the recovery goal of the Galactic Empire. And Su Jia also thought it through. He needs a part of the power of this world. And Su Jia has already thought about the future plan. His original intention was not to kill, but to regain power. In the end, all this power was attributed to the Galactic Empire with legitimate reasons. And this is inseparable from some of the abilities of Hong Yi, the patriarch of the blood demon clan. That is, the ability to store the spiritual will of the dead. This ability is very rare. It can be said that it is not much different from his special observer ability like Su Jia. And this power naturally comes from the pioneer, who is still waiting for resurrection. As for the person who will cooperate with him in the end, it is unknown whether it is Hong Yi in front of him, or the pioneer who finally revives successfully. But Su Jie does not mind betting on two people. If the pioneer is revived successfully, then he will cooperate with the pioneer. But if the pioneer fails to resurrect, it will be Hong Yi in front of him who will succeed. Then, he does not mind cooperating with Hong Yi in front of him. And the purpose is naturally integrated with his own candy and whip plan. He is responsible for leading the demons to attack those worlds. At the same time, let Hong Yi in front of him collect the souls of those dead into that fantasy spiritual world. It can also be regarded as a kind of compensation for those who died in the war. And if this continues, whether it is Hong Yi in front of him or the future, it is very likely that the revived pioneers will become stronger with his help. And Su Jie came here just to talk about these things. Pull Hong Yi into the group, and let Hong Yi join as the Galactic Empire. The next moment, Su Jie also spoke directly as a Frost woman, describing herself as the supporter behind Su Jie, the actual ruler of the Galactic Empire. He is also the person who yearns for peace the most in this universe. And the things of the demons cannot be conveyed back to the Galactic Empire for some reasons. Therefore, his current mission is to ensure that some worlds survive the invasion of the demons. And the boundary of this survival is very broad. A planet, even if only one fire is left, counts. And after Hong Yi learned about the existence of the Galactic Empire from Su Jie, he also sighed. Sighed that there are living beings outside the world. Sighed that the living beings outside the world are so powerful. Sighed that the Frost woman in front of him actually wants to fight against the immortals with just a mortal body. And Hong Yi did not dare to underestimate the Frost woman in front of him. And even thought that the Frost woman in front of him really had the ability to fight against the immortals, with the qualifications of a mortal body. After all, Hong Yi and Shui Zhu had faced a level 5 monster before they really died. But the Frost woman in front of him was also called a woman above God by the black creature. She had been facing the demons alone for many years. It is conceivable that the strength of the reluctant woman must be strong. As for how strong she is, we will see it now. Afterwards, Su Jie also successfully cooperated with Hong Yi and took on the task of the Child of Destiny in the original world line. With Su Jie's strength, he could deal with a mere defective immortal body. If he didn't want to expose too much strength and cause some unnecessary risks of exposing his identity, Su Jie could even blow a breath to kill the opponent in seconds. That's why, for the stability of the next hegemony plan, Su Jie still cooperated with Hong Yi in an auxiliary manner. Difficulty. Killed the guy who successfully turned the tables with his son's body. Hong Yi also successfully got everything he wanted. In the dark sky, under the slaughter of the runaway immortal body. In today's world, it can be said that there are only 3 of them left. They are the special black life form. They are also the existence that Hong Yi calls his will. Hong Yi and Su Jie. Yes. In this earth-shattering battle, only 3 of them are left in this world. Hong Yi is also very complicated and emotional about this. At the same time, he is also a little afraid. He is afraid that there will be loopholes in his plan, and that the contents of the stone tablet are all false. He is afraid that everything he has created cannot be reversed. At the same time, he is also a little excited. Once the contents on the stone tablet are recorded correctly, once his plan succeeds, on this planet, all dead creatures will be promoted to the world of consciousness. At the same time, he will be resurrected and reborn. And he, Hong Yi, will also gain supreme power, become a true immortal. Then, with the object of his love in front of him, as a savior, he will go to another planet that has been invaded by the demons and protect others as a savior. Even Hong Yi thought about occasionally releasing the spirit of the tomb owner and rebuilding a physical body for him. He called him and the water master to drink and talk happily together. Thinking of this, Hong Yi was also quite emotional. He thought that the frost woman in front of him, that is, the strength of the god, would be very strong. But he really didn't expect it to be so strong. Not only can she be immune to the attacks of immortals, it can even cause harm to the immortal. Although it is not as strong as the strength achieved with the help of the black special creation. But it can reach the strength level of a rookie without any amplification. Hong Yi still has a lot of feelings. Even after this battle, Hong Yi has a better impression of this frost woman. The reason is also very simple. There are several waves. When he was about to fail, and was about to be killed by the defective immortal body, it was this frost woman who protected her at all costs. She was almost killed by the killer many times. But she still acted as a teammate who could be trusted behind her. It can be said, after experiencing many betrayals, it is actually very difficult for Hong Yi to trust others again. If the black creature was not a special creature, it was a manifestation of his will. He would not even believe the special black creature. But now, Hong Yi had the confidence to say that he finally had someone he could trust. And that person was the frost woman in front of him. She was also the one who saved him from danger many times. She was also the object of his admiration. He thought to himself that now, he just had to absorb all this power and become a real newcomer. He must ask the frost woman's full name. At the same time, he showed his love to her. The next moment, under the strange gaze of the frost woman, Hong Yi began to absorb the war beast formed by the fusion of the 9 divine beasts without knowing what to do. Obviously, the road to becoming an immortal has begun. At the same time, Su Jia also knew that the revival of the pioneer had come to a critical moment. To be honest, Hong Yi treated him very well. This made Su Jia hesitate. Should he stop the special black creature? But after much hesitation, Su Jia finally stopped thinking. He planned to have a simple exchange with the pioneer first, and then decide whether the other party was qualified to cooperate with him. Anyway, he had the ability and strength to kill the revived pioneer at any time. If the cooperation was not smooth, Su Jia would not suggest to kill the pioneer on the spot and let Hong Yi in front of him revive again. Then I can sell a favor to the other party again. Why not? More importantly, Su Jia didn't have many reasons to attack the black special creature at the moment. Soon, Hong Yi's black hair turned white after the fusion. A white robe was also draped over him. Looking at Hong Yi's new attitude, Su Jia immediately commented in his heart. Heroic and extraordinary. Domineering. At the same time, this guy's face was too red, and Hong Yi on this side was looking at Su Jia's complicated and tangled expression. He also noticed something wrong. But Hong Yi obviously didn't think in other directions, but was eager to try. Obviously, everything in front of him has come to an end, and Hong Yi can't help but confess. But Hong Yi is trying to suppress his inner thoughts. This domineering savior, who is also the destroyer of the world, now shows a little girl's attitude. A grown man with such an attitude makes Su Jia feel mixed. After all, he knows what will happen next. Then under Su Jia's gaze, while Hong Yi is hesitant to speak, the special black man-made creature directly penetrates the unguarded chest of Hong Yi. In an instant, Hong Yi's pupils widened. Obviously, he couldn't believe his will. That is, the black creature dared to betray him. However, the black creature may have been suppressed for too long, and suddenly laughed hoarsely. Why do you think you are the savior? Why do you think you can control the whole world? You said that the immortal is a pathetic chess piece? Hong Yi, you are not the same? But when the black special creature was going to say that Su Jia was on his side, a flash of anger flashed in Su Jia's eyes. At the same time, he drew his sword to interrupt. After all, Su Jia thought that if the pioneer did not cooperate, he would kill the pioneer and re-establish cooperation with Hong Yi. If this guy really blew up himself and his position, then his future plans would be difficult to carry out. Therefore, Su Jia also attacked the black creature directly as a frost woman. Obviously, she pretended to want to stop the black creature from attacking Hong Yi. Under Hong Yi's sad and painful gaze, the black creature was also stunned and punched Su Jia away. Obviously, the posture that Su Jia showed to Hong Yi now was the image of a weak woman who was seriously injured and had little fighting power left. But because of this, Hong Yi's expression became even sadder. He has been betrayed all his life. Betrayed by his tribe. Betrayed by his best friends. And even now, he is betrayed by his own will. Well, that black creature was not his will. But that's why everyone betrayed him. But in the end, this person who had been saving him from the beginning, in the end, he wanted to save himself. But obviously, Hong Yi also understood that the frost woman could not save him. He could clearly feel that his life energy was being transformed into other people. At the same time, he also understood that once he died completely, the woman he loved would also be killed. But he couldn't do anything. However, Hong Yi still uttered a few words with difficulty. Don't kill her, because I have done so much for you. Obviously, Hong Yi, who had long regarded dignity as more important than anything else, begged at this moment. His purpose was to make the black creature think of him. In view of the fact that he had completed the black creature's plan, he should spare the life of the frost woman. However, Hong Yi could not hear the black creature's promise. Nor could he see the fate of the object of his love. His consciousness was completely devoured. The next moment, the whole world changed, and Hong Yi's body began to twist and deform, and finally turned into a white ball of purity. I really don't know. You are going to play such a scene in the end. The black creature obviously had a good impression of Su Jie, looking at the pure white ball that represented his mother. Seeing that all his plans had been completed, the black creature was obviously in a good mood. And Su Jie just patted himself and stood up again. He didn't look seriously injured at all. Facing the teasing of the black creature, Su Jie also spoke lightly. That guy has been betrayed all his life. I left him one more or less. At least I haven't betrayed him yet. Hearing Su Jie's words, the black creature was also a little emotional. You look cold. But I didn't expect you to be such a gentle person. Actually, to be honest, there is another reason why the black creature treated Hong Yi so badly, which he was unwilling to say. That is, Hong Yi actually dared to admire this frost woman. Is the woman in front of him someone that guy deserves? In fact, according to the black creature's idea, he had to delay the timing of stabbing Hong Yi in the back a little bit. But seeing Hong Yi's look as if he was about to confess, Black Creation couldn't help but take action in advance. Thinking of this, Black Creation was still a little scared. Fortunately, his impulse did not lead to the failure of the plan. But isn't it better this way? He took a deep look at the icy frost woman standing coldly beside him. The black creature thought that after he met his mother, he must talk about how much this cool woman played a role in his plan. Obviously, the black creature wanted to introduce the iceberg woman to his mother. The three of them searched for another planet together, and then lived a shameless and ordinary life. However, when the pioneer was successfully revived, things took an unimaginable turn. There was almost no time for anyone to react. The pioneer attacked Su Jie directly the moment he regained consciousness. And the black special life form also hurriedly called for his mother, and wanted to stop his mother's behavior. But Su Jie knew. The pioneer in front of him must know everything that happened. The reason is very simple. Looking at the other party's cold eyes, Su Jie also sneered. Sure enough, I knew that someone as ambitious as you would never accept the favor. Just as Su Jie said, it proves that when the pioneer saw the situation in front of him, and his will creature treated the woman so friendly, she understood that her revival must be related to the frost woman in front of her. But so what? I am a pioneer. Should I bow to the low-level natives of this universe? And, in just a moment, the pioneer understood how great the kindness of the frost woman in front of him was. It was even so great that she could hardly repay it. But if that was the case, as long as the other party died, then wouldn't he not have to repay this kindness? This is why the pioneer attacked Su Jie as soon as he revived. Yes, that's right. The pioneer proudly thought that he was a noble leader of civilization. How could he recognize kindness like the natives of other planets? What's more, even if she did such a thing, could the other party still spread this unjust thing? Could the other party still kill her? After she killed a person in front of her, she planned to completely absorb this planet, use her unique ability to create a group of undead legions, and quickly expand her power. The pioneer could only say that the person who saved her was too weak. Otherwise, she really didn't mind pretending to surrender, and then betraying after she succeeded and became stronger. But since the other party was so weak, it would be fine to just turn against him, without any burden at all. But this made the black creature miserable. After seeing his mother's thoughts, its expression was really bitter and helpless. But it obviously still thought that its weight in his mother's heart should be quite large. Therefore, the black special creature directly blocked the pioneer and Su Jie, and shouted in a somewhat sad tone, "Mother, let her go. You don't know that she and I have paid a lot to revive you." But in the end, before the black creature finished speaking, the self-righteous and noble pioneer suddenly pulled out a long sword of ice from the space and nailed the black creature to the ground. At the same time, the pioneer also showed a very disgusted voice. "Who are you calling mother? You disgusting thing." Listening to the words of the pioneer, the black expression had already changed from the original nervous and anxious expression to surprise and stunned. This look made Su Jie quite emotional. I didn't expect that the existence who calculated everything would show such an expression. But now he is sure. This person is not someone he can cooperate with. But Hong Yi is quite suitable. Watching the black creature being directly absorbed by the pioneer, Su Jie also has the idea of mourning for the other party. He worked hard for so long for his creator. In the end, after the success, not only did he not get a single word of praise, but he was miserably eaten up. To be honest, Sujia found that he had never hated a person so much. Okay. Next, it's your turn. After completely absorbing the black creature, the woman turned her cold and arrogant eyes to look at Sujia. As the woman expected, Sujia did not show an expression of disbelief or fear. On the contrary, Sujia showed a thoughtful expression, then sighed and said, "It's in my plan. Those who don't know my strength and identity can cooperate. Those who know my identity and strength can either join the demon clan or die." Obviously, Sujia also chose the second death for this pioneer. The next moment, Sujia directly drew out the rapier in his hand. The same words. In order to ensure the safety of the plan, he did not intend to reveal his identity. But the strength can be simply revealed. After all, the universe is so vast. In addition, his current gender is a world away from his original identity. Even if others associate it, it is estimated that it will not be so coincidental. Then, under the cold and confident gaze of the pioneer, Guzi seemed to be Sujia in front of him. Just a weakling who was controlled by him. Sujia strode forward and slashed with a sword. Humph! A mere inferior creature actually wants to hurt me with such a cheap weapon. Then, the pioneer fired an air cannon directly into the air. As a result, Sujia did not even look at it, and casually used his long sword to pick up the air cannon, and it dissipated directly. This scene also directly changed the face of the pioneer. But soon, the pioneer continued to sneer. "You have some strength. But what's next?" To be honest, Sujia still admired the pioneer in front of him. She was really good at deceiving herself. Then the pioneer opened his 5 fingers directly towards Sujia, and a dry bone instantly stabbed at him. To be honest, this kind of rotten power can almost be said to be an unsolvable and fatal moment for creatures below the lord of the planet. But for someone like Sujia, you can't even say that this is a toothpick-like attack, because the toothpick can still hurt him. It was still a long sword. The bone spur was directly picked away. This time, the pioneer finally lost her composure. Her pupils widened and her expression was somewhat incredible. "Impossible. How can the weapon used by a mere inferior creature touch my bone spear and not decay?" But soon, the pioneer still did not take Sujia seriously, but showed a greedy look. Obviously, she took a fancy to the long sword in Sujia's hand. It must be said that this guy has a good eye. After all, even if it is Sujia's fake identity, the weapon in his hand will naturally not be bad. You can say, if the General Planet Master gets his long sword, he will also treasure it as a family heirloom. He was even reluctant to use it in battle. But the pioneer probably couldn't imagine why he could have such a divine weapon without being fought over by others. Unfortunately, Sujia would not give this guy any more chances. He was tired of it. Then, Sujia slashed with a sword, and a brilliant sword energy slashed towards the pioneer. At first, the pioneer didn't care at all. She didn't think that the attack of an inferior creature could hurt her. But soon, she felt the deep murderous intent contained in the sword energy. Suddenly, the opponent's face changed, and he directly tore open the space around him, trying to avoid it. But Sujia sneered, and then stomped his feet lightly. The entire space was frozen. "I'll give you a chance to tell your last words." To be honest, if Sujia hadn't been in a good mood today and had a plan to start a full-scale war, this pioneer would never have lived in his hands for so long. When the pioneer saw that Sujia just stamped his feet lightly, and the entire space was completely frozen, he realized how terrifying the existence in front of him was. The next moment, the man was a man who could bend and stretch. He immediately lowered his proud head and bowed his head. "I am willing to surrender. I am even willing to be your slave." Sujia finally understood why the other party was so ambitious. Why he would die again, and even needed to create a suppressing life form to help her revive. This guy is too tough when he should be tough. He is weak when he should be weak and worthless. It makes people feel that this guy in front of him will never be loyal. He must not be kept. Then, Sujia gently raised the long sword as a frost woman. Although the movement was light and slow, but he could not avoid it. All this seemed to pass through time. The long sword gently passed through the body of the pioneer from top to bottom. The next moment, bright red blood suddenly burst out. But Sujia did not really cut the pioneer in half directly. Hongyi is still inside, although he has some means of resurrection. But the resurrection means in Sujia's hand are not accurate. This is why Su Jie is interested in this planet. Although this planet is weak and backward, but it has rules that can truly revive the dead, if it is in his hands. Su Jie feels that his galactic empire will also usher in a great change. Then, Su Jie gently swung the bloody sword, and looked at the pioneer under his feet, who was hit by his sword, and completely ushered in the real death, with an indifferent face. It is really worthless to die. Even the death is pathetic. He didn't even have time to shout the last scream. Slowly squatting down, Su Jie watched the pioneer's body begin to shrink rapidly. The original huge biological image of 2 or 3 meters began to slowly collapse, until Hong Ye's life-threatening body emerged from it. It was obvious. The state that the pioneer was in before when he was with the rich woman was to wrap Hong Ye's body with a pile of flesh and blood, completing an alternative resurrection. Now, the pioneer's spiritual will was destroyed by him. Hong Ye's body and the will that was about to die also emerged from it, restoring its original appearance. But it was obvious. At this time, Hong Ye's body had been stripped of too much vitality by the pioneer. Now, lying flat on the ground, he didn't even have much strength to speak. Looking at the other party's lifeless eyes, Su Jie also sighed lightly. The pioneer's use of this power is really domineering. Resurrection. And now Hong Ye's eyes are completely blind. This also gave Su Jie a headache. Before Su Jie could say anything more, he saw Hong Ye lying on the ground with lifeless eyes, and spoke in a desperate voice. Is everything I did wrong? Originally, Su Jie's idea was to directly win over the other party to join the Galactic Empire in the identity of this Frost woman. After all, as another immortal on this planet. Now, the only immortal. Only he has the opportunity to master the world of the dead. Mastering the power of the world of the dead is a skill that Su Jie must acquire. He should also quickly join the Galactic Empire and become his legitimate subordinate. But now Su Jie doesn't want to do this. After a brief thought, Su Jie suddenly spoke softly. You did it very successfully. At least in my opinion, you did it very successfully. To be honest, this is the first time that Su Jie has said so much to Hong Ye as a Frost woman. After hearing Su Jie's voice as a Frost woman, the latter suddenly became excited. You? God. God? You are still alive? Obviously, Hong Ye thought that the Frost woman was dead at first. Sensing the existence of the creature beside him, Hong Ye only thought that it was either the pioneer who devoured it, or the special black creature that betrayed him. But Hong Ye really never expected that the person standing beside him in the end was actually the one he had always admired. Suddenly, his voice was a little choked, and his expression was full of grievances. He was betrayed by countless people he trusted. All his efforts became someone else's wedding dress in the end. And the dream he fought for was also shattered by others in the end. He had been betrayed and followed falsehood all his life. But at the end of this life, the one who saved his life at the beginning, she never betrayed him. And she even affirmed what he did when her life was about to end. How could Hong Ye hold back her tears? Men don't cry easily, but they just don't cry until they are sad. However, Su Jie chuckled and suddenly comforted her in a gentle voice. Why are you crying? You still need to save more people. You have a great responsibility. Su Jie didn't mind simply encouraging Hong Ye as a loved one. The other person's value was worth it. In addition, Hong Ye was indeed worthy of being affirmed and encouraged by others. As a result, after hearing Su Jie's words, the other person wanted to cry even more. But he also had to face the reality inside, saying in despair, It's irreversible. My death this time is the death of the soul. Not to mention that no one has the ability to revive now. Even if I have, I can't delay the life of a person with a broken soul. Obviously, Hong Ye is very clear about his current physical condition, eroded by the power of the immortal. After death, he can't even reach the Pure Land. It can be said to be a real death. There is absolutely no hope of resurrection. Of course, this is just the idea of a frog in the well like Hong Ye. Who is he, Su Jie? He is the real overlord of the galaxy. This is not a person that can be troubled by the power of a small planet master. But Su Jie's eyes rolled, and he suddenly thought of an interesting thing and a plan to cover up his black history. Then, Su Jie continued to speak softly in a cold and tender voice. At the same time, he gently stroked Hong Ye's head with his white palm now. I have deceived you all the time. I must apologize for you. As soon as these words came out, Hong Ye's reaction was a little frightened. Obviously, this man has been deceived too many times, and he also has some fear of the word deception. However, Su Jie ignored Hong Ye's reaction and continued to speak. I am actually a member of the demon clan. Don't think that I am different from those invading demons. In fact, those demons invaded at my behest. And don't you want to know who defeated the planet master who stole your body? After these words, Hong Yi was speechless. But Su Jie counted his plans and continued to speak. In the last time, I will tell you why we demons do this. I can tell you sincerely. This planet is the first planet attacked by our demon clan. The stone tablet you saw before has indeed been modified. I was also involved in it. Yes, that's right. In the video, the things about the demons invading and destroying other planets are all false. The first time we invaded, it was only on this planet. As for the reason, we demons actually took a fancy to the special world contained in this planet. That is what you call the Pure Land. It is also the place where people's souls arrive after death. It is also the special power of the dead that we have mastered by becoming the master of this planet again. Our original idea was to seize this planet and master the power of the Pure Land of this planet. Then we will officially start to invade the universe. But you can rest assured, even if there are many casualties, as long as we have the Pure Land, people can be reincarnated, even resurrected. The pain of war is only the end, but also a new life. The planets that are successfully conquered by our demons will usher in true equality and peace. And those who died in the war will also get a better second life according to their corresponding efforts. And our ultimate goal is to become the master of the universe. But not to rule, but to become a true maintainer of order. Therefore, in this universe, all empires and rulers are our enemies. Su Jie briefly explained his position and mission. Let me briefly summarize it. That is, everyone is the enemy of their demon clan. They will never show mercy in the war. But their original intention is good. It is not for the purpose of simple terror rule or other things. But after the occupation, the occupied planet will become a real utopian world. As for those who died painfully in the war, they will also receive corresponding compensation in the Pure Land. Even those who are dissatisfied can choose some planets to reincarnate. And it is possible to reincarnate with memories. Of course, you can also enter the fantasy world in the Pure Land. It is not a real reincarnation. But in the Pure Land, the demons provide spiritual power to build a virtual universe. Let the soul of the Pure Land get everything at once in this virtual universe. Experience the real and false world. Everything is possible. And everything is for the unity and peace of the universe. Hong Yi listened to Su Jie's words, and his empty eyes were somewhat focused. Obviously, Hong Yi surprisingly agreed with the behavior of the demons. But what does it matter? His life has come to an end. But soon, Hong Yi frowned suddenly. He just felt that his eyes seemed to be able to see something, and he seemed to have recovered some strength now. Suddenly, Hong Yi seemed to think of something and became a little timid, because he could now feel the soft white hand clearly pressed against his forehead. He wanted to resist, wanted to refuse, but Hong Yi couldn't do it. Now he didn't even have much strength left to speak. But Hong Yi shouted in his heart, "No! Stop! Why do you do this?" The reason why Hong Yi reacted so strongly. It was Su Jie, who was using his mental power to make up for Hong Ye's lost soul. It was also a kind of equivalent exchange. But in the normal sense, this was almost a life-for-life approach. That is, Su Jie was so powerful, so this loss was nothing to him. But Hong Yi didn't know. In Hong Ye's cognition, the person he loved was sacrificing himself to save him. This made Hong Yi, who had suffered countless betrayals, feel both moved and terrified. He was moved that the woman he loved would actually give her life for him. And it was a life that could never be recovered. He was naturally terrified, afraid of losing her. If such a person died, what was the meaning of his life? Su Jie naturally knew Hong Ye's thoughts. So he also said the meaning of Hong Ye's life in the future. Take the dream of our demon clan and help my compatriots fulfill this great ambition. Please. When Hong Yi woke up again, he suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he saw a vivid, lifelike corpse, which had lost all its life at this moment, but gently stroked his forehead with its palm. It was obvious. Su Jie directly fabricated a body and stayed here to accompany Hong Yi. And his original body was watching the show with his master In Ruoro on the Star Destroyer. This was also the best way Su Jie could imagine. What he left behind was just a body, and it was impossible for him to have a soul. Therefore, it just met Hong Ye's idea of death. After all, this was also a soul in exchange for a soul. Leaving behind a soul without an empty shell is also completely in line with this state of death. And he has used the identity of the Frost Woman to let Hong Yi help them. Su Jie is not afraid that Hong Yi will turn against him. After all, people like Hong Yi, or people of the Blood Demon clan, tend to go to extremes. This race only accepts death. And the Frost Woman saved him with her life, and left her wish for Hong Yi to fulfill. Su Jie is really not afraid of this guy turning against him. From the indoor monitor, watching Hong Yi, holding the body he made, wailing in pain. Su Jie also covered his face and smiled bitterly. It really feels a bit weird. However, Inruo, who was drinking milk tea, looked at Su Jie with some contempt. You have a bad taste, eh? Hearing his master's contemptuous words, Su Jie didn't feel anything. During this period, he had been ridiculed by his master several times for dressing up as a girl. I'm used to it. Let her be. Not long after, Su Jie noticed from the Star Destroyer that the planet in front of him suddenly collapsed rapidly. In the end, the original location of the planet disappeared. Only a handsome young man with white hair appeared. At the same time, the other party was holding a lifelike, seemingly alive, but soulless beautiful body in his arms. It is obvious. Hong Yi. Come to their 10,000 races hall and report. Hong Yi's attitude at the beginning was obviously not very good. This guy seems to have closed his heart. But Su Jie didn't care. He simply took Hong Yi to visit some things in their starship. For example, artificial intelligence, and the industrial assembly line creation machine of the Demon Clan. But Su Jie did have a good idea. Occasionally let Hong Yi release some people who want to fight in the Pure Land, and possess those modules that have no wisdom and only know how to kill. This will not only increase the combat effectiveness of the Demon Clan, but it will also allow the people in the Pure Land to come out and breathe. After all, we always live in an illusory world. So it is better to complete the great cause of unification and peace in reality. I just don't know what kind of expression will they have when they meet in the Pure Land. Anyway, no matter good or bad, Su Jie has decided that anyone who died in the war in the future will be recruited into the Pure Land. Hong Yi probably doesn't know. Now, Su Jie has 100% control over him. Even as long as he Su Jie wants, he can grab the power of the rules of the Pure Land at any time. But Su Jie didn't do it. After all, who wants to do such a hard job personally? In addition, Hong Yi, at present, although he doesn't have much good feelings for him, his loyalty has reached the sky. Su Jie really didn't expect that he would achieve such an effective result just by playing a cross-dressing game. He also got a very loyal subordinate. Although this subordinate may not listen to him very much, but in the general direction, this guy should not mess around. Soon, Su Jie planned to go to the next planet, and with this world to practice. On the next planet, Su Jie planned to go directly to a big wave. Don't think that some powerful forces in the universe now use some technological means such as interstellar battleships. But the forces of psychic power and cultivation are really not to be underestimated. It is possible that an old immortal will jump out from some corner. Those beings that can be called humanoid self-propelled nuclear bombs can not only travel through the universe with their mortal bodies, but they also have a very long lifespan. In various senses, this kind of race has many things worth learning from. In addition, if his current 10,000 races hull can really recover a world of immortal cultivation, then his combat power will get a qualitative leap. After all, it takes accumulated materials to build those interstellar battleships. But it is not difficult for immortal cultivators to mass produce in Su Jie's place. Because, as long as he gets a pure bloodline, he can combine cloning technology and artificial intelligence to mass produce a batch of legions. At least it is many times stronger than the current demons. To be honest, when Hong Yi saw this scene, he was a little surprised even though he was very indifferent. Obviously, for Hong Yi, who was so backward in planetary civilization, the things on this Star Destroyer were obviously something Hong Yi could not imagine at all. Soon, several people officially set sail. However, an interesting thing has happened so far. I don't know what Hong Yi was thinking. He actually summoned the Water Lord, and the body used was naturally cloned using cloning technology to clone a module that matched the original appearance of the Water Lord. At the same time, Hong Yi was also unrepentant and created another Will body. That is the special black creature. But what surprised Su Jie was that the special black creature created actually had the previous memory. It was just that the other party seemed to be subject to some kind of restriction by Hong Yi. To be honest, seeing these two people who had loved him again. Even though Sujia knew that these two guys loved the identity he pretended to be. But after seeing the two of them, Sujia really felt a little embarrassed. What made Sujia even more embarrassed was when Hongye took Shueizhu and the special black life form to visit the girl's body he left behind. He was really embarrassed and almost dug out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room house with his toes. The main reason for his embarrassment was that Inruru had been trying to hold back her laughter. During this period, Hongyi also summoned a lot of people. For example, the patriarch of the Mujian family, Muju, and his long-dead brother. Obviously, Hongyi had been trying to master the use of the Pure Land during this period. Time passed by little. Soon, Sujia also drove this interstellar battleship to a special plane. This is a big world between 2 giant super galaxies. Sujia called it the world of immortal cultivation. The reason for this is that the size of this planet is 100,000 times the size of the planet where Hongyi is. It is also 10,000 times the size of Sujia's home planet. You can imagine how huge is this world of cultivation. You can imagine how difficult it is to successfully occupy this planet. That is why Sujia wants to successfully occupy this world. At that time, it can also serve as the main base of his 10,000 races hall. It can reversely surround the universe where Sujia is. It can also occupy another universe. But let's be honest. Don't think that it is a world of cultivation. And that group of cultivators will only rely on their physical bodies to fight against interstellar battleships. Although cultivators do not follow the path of technology. But there can be many things similar to technology in the path of cultivation. For example, the immortal boat with temporary drive. And the formation. To some extent, it also corresponds to the hard work of the technology side and the energy cannon. To be honest, the strongest person in this world of immortal cultivation can probably compete with him. Sujia. Of course, he is only qualified to compete with himself. It is certain that he cannot beat him. And Sujia also has some ideas for attacking this world of immortal cultivation. In the confrontation on the technology side, there is a key point that the immortal cultivation side must pay attention to. Whoever obtains the other party's root information first will win. To put it simply, what does the world of immortal cultivation value most? Isn't it the bloodline of the great emperor and some inheritance of skills? In other words, if his super artificial intelligence brain is the first to read the relevant information about the bloodline of the emperor and the inheritance of the skills, and then conduct industrial assembly line production, the final winner will definitely be him. Sujia. But if some of his things are learned by the immortal emperor in the spiritual world, things might get very bad. Don't underestimate these pioneers. Because of their related abilities, these pioneers can perform long-distance precise space shuttle and time-space jump. But other indigenous creatures, if you want to travel in the universe, it is very risky. You may get lost. After all, the universe is so big that it is enough to trap an immortal emperor to death. But Sujia also knew, once he failed, this Xioshian world would master some of his technologies as a pioneer. Maybe it would start a real war. And it was not a war of unification like his own, but another war of full-scale invasion. After thinking about it, Sujia knew how to test this Xioshian world. Or how to attack this Xioshian world. Didn't he capture a group of ancient star beasts back to the Galactic Empire before? It just so happened that he now had some biological characteristics of ancient star beasts in his hands. Not to mention that he could perfectly replicate the ancient star beasts with cloning technology. But he could also create a similar species. Besides, isn't there a legend of the invasion of the chaos ancient beast in the Xioshian world? He just fulfilled their wish. The next moment, Sujia directly found Inruru and Hongyi to start planning the next action plan. They planned to use the replica of the Starry Sky ancient beast, which was also given a new name, to start threatening from the outside. At the same time, Sujia found a way to enter the Xioshian world and set up a portal. Then he started to make a batch of high-quality demon warriors. Then let Hongyi extract some people who want to vent from the Pure Land and possess the demon warriors to fight a full-scale war. Of course, the demon warrior Sujia, who was responsible for the attack, would never recognize the existence of scum like those who like to kill. This can be considered a war of unification and peace. Just kill the other side and let them return to their own Pure Land. There is no need to torture them. In the end, everyone will be a family. If things get too awkward now, wouldn't it be embarrassing to see each other in the future? Therefore, those people from the Pure Land who are in the bodies of demons must also follow the iron laws that Sujia got from his mother planet, or his motherland, and let these demon warriors abide by them. Then, Sujia waved his hand. All-out war with the Xiaoxian world. Xiaoxian world. On the surface, a happy, quiet and peaceful world. In fact, it is only a paradise for those senior monks. But it is not accurate to say so. The old generation of monks are facing the stage of exhaustion of lifespan. They have fallen into a state of madness. But everyone is barely suppressing the madness in their hearts, maintaining the order of heaven. The lifespan of the strong is as high as tens of millions of years. But it is also close to the limit of exhaustion. The lifespan of the weak is only tens of thousands of years. But they also occupy the majority of Taoism. This world is truly divided into classes. Even if you are a latecomer with outstanding talent, you can't go further, because the road of Taoism is already crowded with people. When Sujia led his forces to attack this world of immortal cultivation, at first, Sujia was even ready to fight the immortal emperor and the 8 immortal emperors at any time. The result? When Sujia first let the Chaos Ancient Beast transform from the Starry Sky Ancient Beast launch the first wave of attacks, something puzzling happened. The emperor and the 8 emperors were the first to go out. The result was that Sujia was dumbfounded. The emperor and the 8 emperors actually died directly. Of course, this group of people just faked their death to escape. But Sujia saw some clues. When I, an outsider, came to the Xiaoxian world, these cultivators, who helped the top of the Xiaoxian world, immediately started to make plans. Their purpose is self-evident. Find a way to break through the limit of lifespan. And a substitute. It turns out that there is a reason why the cultivators in the Xiaoxian world are so powerful, but have not left the Xiaoxian world. These people have reached such strength by relying on the source of the world. In other words, these people can only burst out with such strength when they are in the Xiaoxian world. If they leave, it would be good if their strength is not cut in half. Not to mention that the greater probability is actually death. Therefore, this emperor and the 8 emperors also began their own layout. And the arrival of Sujia, an outsider, made this layout come forward. It can even be said that this is also the opportunity for the layout to start. Xiaoxian Great World. At first, people thought that it was just some chaotic ancient beasts that strayed into the Xiaoxian world. So they didn't take it seriously. It was just that some saints, who lacked forged weapons, joined forces to eliminate this group of chaotic ancient beasts. No one thought that this was just the beginning of the disaster. Soon, a group of demons, who had long cultivated spiritual power, driving a ferry boat carved by a formation that the cultivators had never seen before, descended into the Xiaoxian Great World. Their power is generally not strong, but it is endless. The strength levels of the Xiaoxian world are as follows: Qi refining, body refining, alchemy, spiritual cultivation, 3 ways, immortals. Then, there are saints who are at the same level as the immortal king. Finally, they stand at the top of this world. 1 emperor and 8 emperors. However, just when the Xiaoxian world encountered the demons, who used the combat power of the spiritual realm as cannon fodder, the 9 top figures of the Xiaoxian world suddenly disappeared. That day, countless cultivators in the Xiaoxian world saw the 1 emperor and 8 emperors, as if they sensed something and soared into the sky. But they disappeared from that moment to this, as if they were directly swallowed by the evil demons outside the domain, and there was no news. Therefore, the subsequent invasion of the demons intensified the terrifying conjectures in the hearts of the cultivators. 1 emperor and 8 emperors fell. Of course, this conjecture is not mainstream. People are more thinking about the 9 people standing at the top of the world, probably stalked by some more terrifying existence. Therefore, countless cultivators thought that they must quickly improve their strength and form a team to rescue the 1 emperor and 8 emperors. In addition, the Xiaoxian world, which had originally dried up into a pool of dead water, after the arrival of this group of demons, the originally exhausted spiritual energy actually began to grow again. This made countless cultivators, who were about to die, suddenly ecstatic. For the arrival of the demons, they were actually a little grateful. In this regard, Sujia, who saw all this, also sneered and didn't care. Isn't it good that these people are grateful to him? Anyway, his ultimate goal is just to let everyone reach the other side of happiness. As for the current position of the emperor and the 8 emperors, at this moment, they are like parasites lying on the will of a planet, crazy to sever the connection with the will of the world, then get rid of the control and restrictions of the will of the world. In other words, even if the Emperor and the 8 Emperors escape directly. As long as he, Sujia, destroys the planet, then the Emperor and the 8 Emperors will fall. Even if they are lucky enough not to die, they will fall into a lower realm. Therefore, these 9 monks standing at the top of the world have been worrying about how to get rid of this restriction. Even if the world is destroyed, they can still be free and unrestrained without losing any strength. This idea of getting rid of the cage makes Sujia look down on these people. What you get? You always have to pay something. In the end, you get it, but you don't want to pay. This kind of people is what Sujia looks down on the most. Of course, he can also understand these 9 people a little. They don't have many years left in their lifespan. And being trapped in this world, their end can only be death. They can only find a way to get rid of the restrictions of this world and escape to other worlds. Perhaps to find a way to break through the limit of lifespan. But because he could understand, Sujia could not look down on the Emperor and the 8 Emperors. The reason was very simple. Although Sujia did not know what the 9 people were planning, he knew it. The Emperor and the 8 Emperors probably wanted to give up everyone and live freely. No comparison. No harm. Look at Hong Yi. Although that guy also did a lot of shameful things. But that guy never thought about his own happiness, but wanted everyone to be happy, and changed their positions. If Hong Yi was the Emperor and the 8 Emperors today, would Hong Yi deliberately watch those low-level cultivators die while hiding in the dark to plan? Sujia thought not. This time, Sujia also directly sent out the 5th-level demons as cannon fodder. The 5th-level demons in Hong Ye's world are the strongest under the immortals. In this world, they are naturally not inferior to the 3rd level, and are still the first under the immortals. In other words, Hong Yi at this time is also called the realm of immortals in the current world. But it can only be said that such a large world of immortal cultivation is stronger than the master of a small world. Because even Hong Yi, the world master who dominates a world, his immortal strength level can only be said to be below average in the current large world of immortal cultivation. Of course, if Sujia releases the 6th level demons, those demons are absolutely inferior immortal combat power. To sum up, in fact, when Sujia first thought about attacking this Xioshian world, he was ready to take action. But Sujia really didn't expect that the 9 top masters in this Xioshian world would choose to stand by and watch. Not only that, they seemed to be plotting something in secret. As expected, even he, Sujia, became a chess piece in the eyes of the 9 top masters. Thinking of this, Sujia sneered directly. Take me as a chess piece? Don't you even see if you are worthy of it? But when Sujia was thinking about how to pull the 9 top masters down, an accident, or an unexpected person, came into his sight. And the 2 were acquaintances. A space-time starship approached the immortal world that had been blocked by Sujia. In this regard, Sujia was quite troubled at first. This starship was not a combat-type interstellar battleship. But because of this, all the capabilities of this starship were focused on defense and navigation speed. It can be said that it is the most recognized safest starship in the universe. Without a doubt, his galactic empire, Sujia, has many such starships. Fortunately, Sujia still has the chain that the pioneers used to capture the ancient star beast in his hand. Although even so, the probability of capturing the space-time starship is less than 50%. But at least it is better than no probability at all. However, just when Sujia brought Hong Yi and his master Immortal with him, intending to capture the space-time starship to ensure that the news that the Xioshian world was under attack would not spread outside, the people inside surprised Sujia a little. The people who came to the Xioshian world this time were not others. It was the envoys, with the unique label of the Galactic Empire, who brought him. And the people driving this new space-time ship were also the agents of the Galactic Empire on the surface. Except that Sujia acted as a hands-off manager, Daxia and his assistant, Madame Yuying. Although Sujia and his master have not used their previous appearances yet, they are all the original genders of the users. Therefore, when the 2 little guys noticed that Sujia was coming with a large army, they were obviously hostile. But then, Sujia directly contacted the other party with a specific communicator. Sujia saw the 2 little guys in the space-time star world, and they jumped over from them with joy on their faces. This time, it also made Hong Yi, the only outsider, confused. However, Sujia did not wait for the 2 little guys to pounce. He just made a move. Hong Yi was directly sealed by him. Just in case, this guy will cause trouble after knowing the truth. You should take a rest. It is obvious that Su Jia cannot let Hongya know what relationship he has with the current ruler of the Galaxy Empire. And on this side, Daxia and Yuying didn't care about Su Jia at all, and suddenly attacked their companions, but came over with red faces. The former also spoke angrily. Hey! Linger and the others have been saying that you must be playing in other worlds recently. I maintained your tall and majestic image to refute them, but I was ridiculed a lot. So you are really playing here? I have heard that there are all kinds of cute beast girls in the world of cultivation. There are also delicious monsters and divine beasts. This time we came here to deal with the business. And we are preparing to bring some for the little foodies at home. Hearing this, Su Jia was also full of apology and touched the heads of the two little guys. Although many people around him have certain contracts with him, like Yuying's slave contract, Ru Hongya is unaware. But Su Jia can control the other party's life at any time and seize the restrictions of the other party's pure land. But it's still the same. Those are just unconventional means. If they don't betray, I still really treat these people as family. It's not impossible to trust them completely. If these people really have a rebellious heart, then the slave contract is still something else. It can always find a solution. A sigh of sigh. Looking at these, even if this contract was accepted, people who still showed their hearts. Instead, Su Yin said softly, Say, what do you do this time? Now here is dangerous. I have the obligation and responsibility to ensure your safety. As Su Yin said before, these people rushed away from the Galaxy Empire. Even if they were riding a time and space star ship, they still could not avoid trouble. There are people who are stronger than Su Shi in this world. But there are. And he holds the chain that can be caught by the ancient beasts that can be grasped in his hands. At present, the probability of arresting the time and space star ship is about to reach 50%. As you can imagine, it is impossible for Su Jia to say that he is not worried. After hearing this, the two little guys also laughed and told Su Jia what happened. It turned out to be the same thing. At present, the 9 peak masters in this Xiaoxian world want to get rid of the constraints of the world no matter what. Become a completely free person. But they are not pioneers. They are just the natives of this Xiaoxian world. Therefore, it is very difficult to teleport around the world like pioneers without being bound by various factors. Therefore, the 9 peak masters of Xiaoxian world thought of looking for pioneers to try to find a new way out. And the 9 peak masters of Xiaoxian world are just as Su Jia said before. If the 9 of them joined forces, they would be able to compete with Su Jia. Even if there was only the immortal emperor, they could fight with Su Jia for a while. They had both strength and prestige. This world of immortal cultivation naturally would not look down on those weak pioneers. Thus, they found the 2 rulers of the Galaxy Empire. After receiving this invitation, the Galaxy understood that this must be a big deal. In addition, Daxia and Yuying were probably going crazy because of the busy work and the oppression in the working environment. They found excuses to express their sincerity and came here in person. Well, it was a coincidence that I met him. Su Jia. After asking again and confirming that no more people from the Galaxy Empire would come here in the future, Su Jia also directly reiterated his simple plan. And the Xiaoxian world has become his goal. Therefore, Su Jia directly planned to let these 2 people go back. What a coincidence. Or it is better to say that the 9 peak masters finally thought of this. Maybe the reason why they are hiding behind as conspirators. They are unwilling to lend a helping hand to their hometown, but instead start to play chess. There are some things related to his Galaxy Empire. When the helmsman of the Galaxy Empire was stopped by Su Jia, the 9 peak masters finally couldn't sit still. When the demons invaded the Xiaoxian world, the 9 peak masters watched from the sidelines without panic. But at this time, they were obviously a little anxious. However, the 9 peak masters still had some brains. They seemed to understand that if they dared to invade the Xiaoxian world with their tribes, they must have understood how terrifying the peak masters of the Xiaoxian world were. But they still came to invade. The mastermind behind the scenes, Su Jia, must be very powerful. Therefore, the only one who came this time was the weakest emperor of the 9 peak masters. Sea King. The so-called Sea King is actually a huge whale. It seems to be a whale called sky-swallowing whale recorded by the Galactic Empire. When the other party turned into a human form and tried to rush over here, looking at the aggrieved, resentful and fearful expression on the other party's face, Su Jia also estimated that this guy was probably forced to come here by the other emperors and 7 kings. The moment the other party approached, his spiritual sense swept over, and his face suddenly changed. Su Jie also looked over with a smile. At the same time, he also made some resolutions. He even sealed Hong Yi, just to prevent Hong Yi from knowing his connection with the Galaxy Empire. But such a top-secret matter was seen by the so-called Sea King. Then, can that person's life still be saved? After all, only the dead are the best secret keepers. Besides, Hong Ye's current strength is more or less not enough to fight against the Xiaoxian world. Wouldn't it be better to add a general to Hong Ye's Pure Land to invade the Xiaoxian world? On the other hand, because Su Jie currently has no reason to hide his strength. After all, his current appearance when chatting with Daxia and Yuing was not his original appearance. If he tried to cover up his aura, it might arouse the suspicion of those two people. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Jie directly released his aura. At the same time, he also modified his appearance. As a result, all of this was seen by the Sea Emperor. And the other party was also extremely frightened in an instant. And was extremely terrified. The reason was also very simple. He instantly saw through Su Jie's strength. Although he didn't see through all of his strength. But he also understood in an instant that Su Jie's current strength, compared with it, was simply 19-1. He could kill him 9 times in 1 second. And the Sea Emperor also discovered an even more shocking fact. Isn't that man the Overlord who has been in the limelight recently? After all, the 9 peak strong men in their Xiaoxian world naturally collected a lot of information in order to cooperate. And Su Jie's appearance was naturally included in their collection. Su Jie saw that the Sea King probably recognized him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so frightened. And Su Jie more or less understood the Sea King's feelings. He guessed that they wanted to regard him as a savior at first. After all, his lifespan was about to end. He could only rely on him to find a solution. As a result, the original collaborator became the initiator of the current invasion of their Xiaoxian world. It is hard not for the Sea King to think that the reason why Su Jie chose to invade the Xiaoxian world was because of the invitation they sent out before. But it is too late to say anything now. With an inexplicable fear and the inevitable death of himself. The Sea King is crazy. Everyone wants to live. No one does not want to live. Moreover, he can be regarded as the one with the longest lifespan among the 9 peak strongmen. He can live much longer than others. But others are jealous of him and force him to accept this dangerous thing and this cruel truth. Originally, it was thought that the invaders this time, even if they had a little strength, were just like that. But when the Sea Emperor knew that the real mastermind behind the invasion was actually the real mastermind behind the Galactic Empire, the Sea Emperor was desperate. No one could survive. No one could survive. He knew how powerful the Galactic Empire was. However, how could Su Jie let this person who saw all the truth live? The next moment, Su Jie and Yin Ruoruo looked at each other and then attacked instantly. 2 people who were far more powerful than the Sea Emperor suppressed this person almost in an instant. There was no holding back. It was different from the previous play with the pioneer in the world of Red Knight. Now there were some of their own people around. When it's time to strike, strike. No room for negotiation. The Sea King could only let out a very terrified cry and scream before he died. And then, he was instantly destroyed. The fear and scream were naturally because he had never expected Su Jie and his master to be so powerful. The Sea King thought Su Jie would be very strong. But he really didn't expect him to be so powerful. However, the scream and cry mixed with fear. And it was finally transmitted back to the fairyland. This made the other emperors and 7 kings shudder. Even the remaining 8 old monsters, who didn't know how many years they had lived, could hear the absolute fear of that terrified scream. This also made the 8 of them think about it. What happened outside? Although they were curious, the remaining 8 legendary peak strongmen had no intention of going out. Even though the gap in strength between them and the weakest Sea Emperor was weaker, he was still an immortal emperor. In the end, he died in such an unclear way. That guy went out for a while. Didn't he die instantly after just going out? Now, the 8 strong men finally understood one thing. This time, the one who came was not a chess piece that could be manipulated by anyone, but a fierce dragon crossing the river. On the other side, after Su Jie killed the Sea Emperor with his team, he smiled and reached into the body of Hong Yi, whose senses were sealed. The next moment, Su Jie directly pulled the Sea Emperor's spirit out of the Pure Land. Seeing that the other party still had a horrified but frightened expression on his face, Su Jie also chuckled. Welcome to join the 10,000 Clans Hall. Then, without saying anything, Su Jie unilaterally forced a contract and forced the Sea Emperor to sign it. Although the Sea Emperor did not understand the specifics, he seemed to know something that made him ecstatic, although he was dead. But it seemed that he had gotten rid of the restrictions of the world in another way, and he was reborn in a very strange way. He even got rid of the upper limit of his lifespan. Therefore, the Sea King didn't care about the hegemonic treaty now, and he signed it ecstatically. Looking at the Sea King's appearance, Su Jia's originally smiling face slowly became serious. Under the slightly nervous gaze of the Sea King, Su Jia directly molded the Sea King's spirit into a ball. He planned to go back and mold a powerful body for the Sea King, or to build a body of any demon, and then use the Sea King's huge mental power to nourish it. Even if the other demon possessed by the Sea King is not as powerful as the Sea King before he was alive, but at least he is a fairy emperor level fighter. At the same time, Su Jia looked at the trembling Sea King whose soul was squeezed into an energy ball by him, and explained everything to him. The general meaning is that things related to the Galactic Empire must not be leaked. And Su Jia also made a patch. This Sea King must not tell anyone about such things. Even he, Su Jia, cannot mention this matter again. The contract is like this. Anyone who violates the contract, even in the current form, will die. But how could the Sea King, who has just gained true freedom, care about these things? Don't look at him being contracted by Su Jia now. But who is Su Jia? Today, the Galactic Empire is stirring up trouble in the Omega Nebula, suppressing one galaxy after another. He is the absolute overlord of the moment. What's wrong with submitting to such a person? Not only has the life limiter been broken, he can also travel between worlds at will, without having to worry about the destruction of the world and his death. And now, all he needs to do is to help the overlord of the Galactic Empire complete some tasks and long-cherished wishes, and he can gain true freedom. And just now, when he arrived in the Pure Land, he did not feel nothing. In the Pure Land, one can enter a world called a dream world. Although he had just entered that dream world not long ago, he was pulled out by Su Jia. But as the Sea King, he has completely understood the principles of the dream world. To be honest, even at the level of the Sea King, he cannot get anything he wants. But once he enters that dream world, he can get anything he wants. And the experience is almost the same as reality. This also reminds the Sea King of his wife, who died because of the exhaustion of lifespan, and the parents who did not have time to be filial, and the pain of his first-generation children, who he really poured his heart and soul into dying of old age in front of him. He could make up for all these in the dream world. More importantly, during the communication with him, Su Jia also said that as long as he, Su Jia, could conquer the world of cultivation, then his wife, who died due to the depletion of the beast source, or some close friends who died on the battlefield, they could all come to the Pure Land in the form of spiritual bodies. And at that time, the companions he met would no longer be fake, but real relatives and companions. At this moment, the Sea King realized something. He realized that he seemed to have given birth to something called responsibility. Originally, responsibility had been forgotten by him for countless years. But today, the Sea King seemed to understand the weight of responsibility again. The next moment, even the Sea King, who was an energy ball type and had no sense of majesty, still made a solemn promise. Today I serve you as my master. I have no second thoughts. Yes, even in the eyes of others. The tall and majestic immortal emperor. At this moment, he directly lowered his proud head, expressing his willingness to surrender and offer his loyalty. And the one to whom this Sea King wanted to offer his loyalty was not the Galactic Empire. It was just Su Jia. He only gave everything for Su Jia. Afterwards, Su Jia saw that the Sea King was so sensible, and he smiled lightly, and did not continue to intimidate him. I just didn't expect that the power of the rules of a small world, that is, the Pure Land world, it can actually surprise the absolute overlord of a large world of cultivation. It seems that it was a good decision for me to go to that small world for the first time and subdue Hong Yi as a subordinate. It can be said that I picked up a treasure. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Su Jia thinks he is, no matter how he has a leadership position, this Sea King is an immortal king after all. It is impossible for him to surrender as quickly as I surrendered, or he will not surrender at all. But now, just because of the temptation of the Pure Land world and the dream world of the Pure Land world, let this Sea King directly express his willingness to give everything he has. While being surprised, Su Jia also had some feelings. He didn't know whether to say some things or not. Sometimes, even he, Su Jia, would have an idea. What's wrong with the dream world? Yes. Compared to reality, isn't the dream world a better choice? There are no regrets. And it can even make up for all regrets. All wishes come true. And everything you want will be presented in a reasonable situation. The real feeling is almost no different from the reality. In some cases, you can completely regard the dream world as the real world. Of course, Su Jia naturally couldn't choose the dream world. The reason is very simple. If he is not strong, but just thinks like this, sooner or later, a stronger person will come to take away everything from Su Jia, including the key to the dream world. Then it is unclear whether Su Jia will still have the qualification to enter the dream world. Therefore, even if he has to protect the Pure Land and the dream world, Su Jia must continue to find ways to become stronger, until he becomes an absolutely unshakable overlord. Then consider whether he wants to enter the dream world to enjoy it. Afterwards, Su Jia also exchanged a few simple greetings with Daxia and Yuing, and drove them away directly. This time, it can only be said that he was lucky. And the Sea King came to the door himself. But what if all 9 strongmen came? Even if Su Jia's strength was enough to break the sky, he could not stop the 9 strongest men from escaping separately. At that time, all the witnesses knew that this was all Su Jia, the invasion plan made by the actual ruler of the Galactic Empire. Maybe something big would happen. Therefore, Su Jia simply drove the 2 guys away. At the same time, he began to think about the next war plan. As for Hong Yi, Su Jia also unsealed him casually. In this regard, Hong Yi's expression was extremely strange. Although he could not feel or see anything, but there was always a weird feeling. The source of that strange feeling was naturally the Sea King. But if Su Jia didn't say it, Hong Yi probably would never find out in his life that the Sea King came from the Pure Land. But it didn't matter. After returning to the spaceship, Su Jia directly collected the Sea King's body that he and Immortal had slapped into a pulp, the huge corpse. Using cloning technology, he began to mass-produce high-level demon warriors. In other words, it also directly skipped the 6th and 7th levels and directly reached the 8th level of demon warriors. Of course, this kind of demon warrior consumes a lot of resources. Su Jia only created 3 in one breath and used up all the essence of the flesh and blood of the Sea King's corpse. The remaining flesh and blood can only create a batch of level 6 and level 7 flesh and blood corpses. At the same time, Su Jia also had a headache. There was only this kind of body, but no corresponding spirit and soul. The spirit of the Sea King could control one. But what about the remaining 2 level 8 demon warriors? Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Su Jia suddenly snapped his fingers. Then, Hong Yi was called over. After that, when Hong Yi was a little confused, Su Jia directly brought out the spirits of the original Son of Destiny and Son of Destiny number 2. To be honest, these 2 orphans entered the dream world and enjoyed the real family affection. They seemed a little unwilling to be pulled out by him, Su Jia. But it was their business to be unwilling. Su Jia felt that it was necessary to make up for it a little. It is not a good thing to just sink in the dream world. Besides, their parents are alive and well in the Pure Land. Compared to the dream world, don't these 2 guys want to live with their parents' real spirits? It is obvious that these 2 people are more or less inexplicably resistant to seeing their biological parents. But this does not affect Su Jia's desire to hand over the remaining 2 level 8 demon warrior bodies to these 2 guys. The reason is also very simple. If it weren't for his own actions, these 2 guys would probably become the only 2 strongest people in that world. Of course, in addition to these 2 guys, there is another guy who is also quite suitable for the level 8 demon warrior body. That is Hong Yi's chess piece. The guy who has always been hiding his head. Su Jia only knew the guy's name not long ago. Blood Demon Yang Jian. A somewhat strange name. Or it is too strange. But the specific details do not need to be so entangled. But in short, Su Jia only gave this guy the body of a 7th level demon warrior in the end. It's not that he doesn't deserve it. But this guy doesn't want to fight again. He seems to really hate war. Now he is enjoying life with the girl he loves and his family. Sometimes Su Jia doesn't know what to say when some evil people get a happy ending. So what is the meaning of the miserable experiences of those kind people? However, this guy named Yang Jian is not a bad person to some extent. But only to some extent. He is the same type of person as Hong Yi. And should we say that Hong Yi is responsible for the fact that Yang Jian fell into such a situation? He has to take the blame. At present, The two guys from the Galaxy Empire have also been driven away by himself. Now, it is time to face up to the war plan of the Shioshian world. The death of the Sea King seems to have shaken the original conspiracy of the remaining 8 peak masters of the Shioshian world. But after seeing the final choice of those guys, Sujie could only laugh. These people really lived like dogs these years. Now they still can't see the situation clearly. They are still dreaming of a long and glorious future. He has learned some relevant information from the Sea King. The idea of these people is nothing more than to let more people die through war. The specific explanation is also very simple. The reason why the top masters of this Shioshian world cannot completely break away from the restrictions of the heavenly way of Shioshian world. In addition to the fact that they are not pioneers. It is also because these top masters have taken the Shioshian world, which has too much power. Don't think that each planet is dead. When some planets expand to a certain extent, the infancy of the ancient gods will be born. In some worlds, it is called the will of the world. Some are called the way of heaven. There are even some called seeds. Therefore, the world of Shioshian is so big that it has obviously given birth to one of its own. How could he allow these 9 peak masters to take away so much power and leave irresponsibly? In addition, these 9 peak masters, because their power comes from the way of heaven in this world, cannot harm the way of heaven in this world at all. Therefore, they made a compromise. Didn't the so-called demon tribe invade just in time? The 9 peak masters reached a deal with the way of heaven. Sacrifice all the creatures in the Shioshian world. And at the same time, try to wipe out many demons. When the situation is right, they will also act together to try to kill the mastermind behind the demons. That is, Sujie. And fill the pit of the Shioshian world. Obviously, the contract they reached with the Heavenly Tao is very simple. Isn't it because these 9 peak powerhouses took too much power from the Shioshian world that the Heavenly Tao is unwilling to let these 9 peak powerhouses leave? Therefore, as long as the power taken away is returned, the Heavenly Tao will naturally not have so many restrictions. This is some explanation given by the Sea Emperor to Sujie. But Sujie could only sneer and shake his head. How could it be that simple? And he guessed that the Heavenly Tao of the Shioshian Great World was very greedy. Maybe, on the surface, he signed in to establish a cooperation with the 9 peak powerhouses. But he didn't know how many various complex cooperations he had established with others behind the scenes. Even thinking in the direction of conspiracy theory. Maybe the Heavenly Tao of the Shioshian Great World finally made a secret contract with the strongest immortal emperor. That is, not only the demons and all the creatures in the Shioshian Great World must be sacrificed. At the same time, in the end, the other 8 of the 9 peak powerhouses except the immortal emperor must also be sacrificed together. If everything succeeds, Sujie even thought about hearing it. And he would probably break the contract in the end. Even the immortal emperor was swallowed together. Then at that time, this universe will give birth to another legendary ancient god. Yes, that's right. The ancient gods standing at the top of every universe are evolved from the will of these planets. The so-called heavenly way. It is also the object that Sujie has always been afraid of. Of course, now that Sujie has learned the truth, he will naturally not be too afraid of anything. It is true that these lives exist to a certain extent because of the existence of the planets. But when these planets wanted to become stock gods, they had already stood on the opposite side of all life forms. Because, if you want to give birth to a stock god, then this stock god will naturally take back all the species whose power has been lost. In other words, the birth of a stock god means that all life forms related to this stock god will be wiped out by this stock god. Just like before you get out of the restriction, no matter how far you run, when the planetary will is destroyed, even if you are far away in another universe, you will still die. In other words, if you open up something called hell, which is related to the pure land, in your own planetary will, as long as the planetary will is not destroyed, you will always have the possibility of resurrection. Even if there is no pure land, you also have a slight possibility of resurrection. It is obvious. Today, Hongyi has been cultivated by Sujie into a kind of ancient god to some extent. Of course, the strength of the ancient god Hongyi is too weak and very small. But to be honest, if Hongyi is not weak, Sujie may not be able to completely restrict the opponent so easily. Even if Hongyi really becomes an ancient god of the top power in the future, Sujie can deprive him of all his power at any time. This is why Sujie is so relieved. But Sujie also understood how ambitious that pioneer was. Although she was a woman, she was actually very ambitious. Other pioneers were still thinking about conquering the universe, and conquer it all directions. As a result, that female pioneer wanted to directly transform into an ancient god, and obtain the power of the rules of the boundary between life and death. It can only be said that Su Jie did not underestimate the other party from the beginning. The reason why the other party failed was probably related to her death. As for why the pioneer died, Su Jie did not know for the time being. But he did not want to know. It was probably that the pioneer was so bold that he left a backup plan for resurrection. And then he would provoke the ancient god in the future? This was Su Jie's rough guess. But Su Jie never thought of becoming that thing. There is no need. Rather than turning himself into an ancient god, Su Jie really prefers to let the ancient gods act as his thugs or subordinates. It is obvious that other people's idea is to join if you can't beat them. But Su Jie's idea is that if you are strong, then you can join me. No discussion. And on this side, Hong Yi was suddenly freed after being sealed by Su Jie, and only got a fight that just broke out. Hong Yi was too weak, and Su Jie made that decision to protect Hong Yi. At first, Hong Yi was still a little suspicious. But when he saw Su Jie suddenly took out countless blood and flesh essences of strong men, and cloned so many of them, they were all much stronger than him. And the strong men were in the future. Hong Yi was shocked, but also believed Su Jie's explanation. The reason was very simple. Originally, except for Su Jie and the strongest person named In Ruoro, the second echelon only had Hong Yi, a level 6 demon warrior. Of course, he had been classified as a demon warrior by Su Jie to some extent. But none of this mattered. The important thing was that he suddenly seemed to have become the weakest of the strong. The original weakest was the third strongest person below Su Jie and In Ruoro. The result? The suddenly extra batch of guns were all his old acquaintances. Not to mention, he didn't really know the 3 level 8 demon warriors who suddenly appeared. But Hong Yi could sense that 2 of the 3 demon warriors were probably the reincarnation of his and the herdsman's power. Secondly, he could accept these. Even if his chess piece in the Yang world was better than him, and became a level 7 demon warrior, Hong Yi could still accept it. But what Hong Yi couldn't accept the most was the bastard herdsman and the bastard Shueju also became level 7 demon warriors? To be honest, Hong Yi felt that he was lucky that his defense was not broken. But Hong Yi didn't go to Su Jie to argue, because Hong Yi had already discovered his advantage. Don't think these guys are better than him. That was only for outsiders. Because he, Hong Yi, was the real controller of the Pure Land. These guys, no matter how much stronger they were than himself, as long as he, Hong Yi, had a slight thought, the spirits of these people would be taken back to the Pure Land. Even if the physical body was stronger. What was the use? He could kill the driver of the physical body directly. But this still couldn't get rid of the herdsman's laughter, which broke Hong Yi's defense. But it was estimated that apart from the herdsman, no one else would dare to do this with Hong Yi. Right? At the same time, there were other level 7 warriors. I won't go into details one by one, because of the sudden increase in strength. Su Jie took the lead in letting these people adapt to the power in his body. After all, apart from the Sea Emperor, who had dropped a level in strength, the strength of the others before their death, not to mention the 7th level warriors and the 8th level warriors, they had not even reached the level of the 5th level demon warriors. Even if they were to go to war now, they would only waste the flesh and blood of the immortal emperor that they had worked so hard to obtain. In this regard, Su Jie also planned to rest for 10 days, and let the low-level demons invade for half a month. But during the rest time, Su Jie also accidentally heard about Hong Yi's great ambition. This guy, that guy, he actually thought about resurrecting the Frost Woman. Things came to this day. Originally, they were having a good time. Or Hong Yi and the herdsman were fighting for some unknown reason. Shueju sat there, his face somewhat serious, and suddenly spoke. Hongya, what do you think of that woman? Now you are using an ice coffin that can freeze time to preserve the body of that divine woman. Do you want to do something? Just after Shueju finished speaking, the black special creation, which had been depressed since being summoned by Su Jie, or now has a new name, the 6th level demon warrior named Black Shadow, spoke in a deep voice after a period of silence. I know you may not like me, but I am now Hongya's creation of will. Although the obsession of saving my mother has not completely disappeared, it is no longer my life creed. I plan to summon my mother after I become really strong, and not let her gain any power, and let her become an ordinary person so that I can repay her for giving birth to me. At the same time, I want to explain one thing. Hongye. Now as your body creation, I understand some of your thoughts very well. Do you really intend to achieve that impossible goal? You know, she is not dead in the ordinary sense. It is the real death after the soul is wiped out. Obviously. Except for the herdsman, who is a light bulb. The other three people all have admiration for the frost woman. After hearing this, Hongye stopped quarreling with the herdsman. But his expression suddenly became extremely serious and heavy when he spoke. I know everything. She is dead. Even the Lord Sujia, we are currently studying. It is an irreversible death. But you know, when I entered the world of Xiuxian, I heard about something. Or it can be said that it is a historical necessity and a limitation of the birth of life. In the world of Xiuxian, let alone living beings will gain wisdom and give birth to souls. Even a stone, a blade of grass, even a ball of fire. Under certain specific circumstances, it is possible to give birth to your own soul and derive your own wisdom. Although this is said, there is a saying of transference of affection. But I no longer expect to completely revive the person who has done me a favor. But her body is still there. To be honest, I can't watch this body decay, or even be damaged. All I want to do is keep it intact. Of course, I also have some selfish motives. Perhaps, in countless years, a new consciousness will be born on this body that I have preserved intact. Of course, I can no longer fall in love with anyone else, not even herself. However, I will cultivate the consciousness born from that body and corpse as my real daughter. As the goal, I will protect for my whole life and the reason for my life. Obviously, Hongye's meaning is very clear. The woman he loves is dead. But even so, he can't bear the fact that the body of the woman he loves, which is obviously intact, has to accept the fact of decay. And Hongye also gave birth to a kind of obsession. Let a new spiritual intelligence be born on the corpse of the woman he loves. At that time, he still won't continue his love, but intends to cultivate the corpse carefully, or to cultivate the spiritual intelligence born on the body carefully. Let the other person become a real person, live as that woman, in the name of that woman. And he, or the three of them, will be loyal protectors. To be honest, when Su Jia knew about this, he was really mixed up. It was just a joke, but it trapped the hearts of three people. To be honest, Su Jia laughed at too many things. Even the thing he didn't believe in the most was loyalty. But he was unwilling to laugh at love. Love is a great thing. In certain circumstances, love can even destroy everything. Didn't you see that Yang Jian almost destroyed the world because of the girl he loved? Of course, that guy didn't want to destroy the world because the girl he loved was killed by his best friend. That guy's thoughts are more advanced. But love is the reason for creating that kind of thought. Therefore, love is still very lethal. But Su Jia didn't want to stop it. Let these people do whatever they want. Anyway, as long as you are your master, don't talk nonsense. No one will know the truth. And Inruoro doesn't seem to take this matter as a joke anymore. That guy is a bit hateful. But he is just laughing at himself. She won't laugh at true love. As for how the three guys in Hong Yi put that idea into practice, Su Jia didn't understand. Let them do whatever they want. Just don't ruin your plan. But Su Jia suddenly had an idea. Lord, that guy always wanted to say that if a new Wu was born in that body, Hong Yi would be the other party's father. But Su Jia was actually a little unhappy. Although that was just a body created by a game. But in a true sense, he was obviously the other party's father. After all, he was the other party's real creator. But Hong Yi and the other three seemed to change their words later. They said they wanted to become protectors, similar to servants and other housekeeper professions. Su Jia suddenly had an idea. If consciousness was really born in that body, should he make up some memories and transfer them into that body? Don't transfer too much, so that the new consciousness brought out of that body will have some impression and familiarity with the three people. Then he recognized that body as his goddaughter as an old father. Thinking of this, Su Jia also laughed at himself. I really don't know when he became so sentimental and nosy. Maybe he already is someone he wants to protect. This incident is the reason why he changed from a cold-blooded capitalist to a flesh-and-blood person. Soon, after a few days of repair, Su Jia also cloned a batch of inferior flesh-and-blood essences with the essence of the Sea Emperor. But it can also mass-produce 6th-level demon warriors. In addition, the Pure Land can summon some militants. At Sujia's request, after not killing people, the demons launched a second invasion, which was much stronger than the first wave of invasion, and attacked the Xiaoxian world. The 6th level demon warriors can already be called the backbone of the Xiaoxian world. They can even be called the overlords of one side. Although there are still hundreds of saints and immortal kings in the Xiaoxian world, whose strength levels are not lower than those of the 7th level demon warriors. But they are unable to split themselves. The demons attacked in unison. If Sujia did not appear in person with his current strength, it would still be a bit difficult to fight against the entire Xiaoxian world, even if the remaining 8 peak masters did not enter the field. But now, with the addition of the Sea King and the 2 children of destiny, the situation has undergone a shocking reversal. The 8th level demon warriors are comparable to the peak realm of the immortal king and the saint. They are even comparable to the top powerhouses of this great world of cultivation, the legendary immortal king, although the terminal combat power is not too strong. After all, there are few 7th level demon warriors in the 10,000 races hall on Sujia's side. After all, compared to the great world of cultivation, there are at least hundreds of immortal kings and saints. Their high-end forces are still less. But no matter what, they have too many 6th level demon warriors here. Ha! In addition, the people in the great world of cultivation died, so there is no way to replenish them in a short time. But if a strong man died here, Sujia could create another demon body and let the spirit possess it. To be honest, the world of Xiaoxian still has the means to destroy the soul. But the premise is that he must be stronger than Sujia. After all, the Pure Land is controlled by Hong Yi on the surface. But in fact, it is controlled by Sujia, the top strong man, to destroy the soul controlled by his subordinates. The top strong man. That is very difficult. Therefore, in a sense, the demon warriors under Sujia have achieved true immortality. After all, they have unlimited resurrection times. And Sujia also found a strange phenomenon. At the beginning, the cultivators of the Xiaoxian world resisted fiercely. But as he continued to absorb the cultivators of the Xiaoxian world who were killed, especially some monsters and beasts, then Sujia found a strange scene. According to Sujia's original idea, those who were absorbed into the Pure Land would never, and could not participate in the war plan of the Xiaoxian world this time. After all, not everyone is that Sea King. However, Sujia also found that the Sea King seemed to be very motivated, which also confused Sujia. How could there be people who were so happy to kill their own family? As a result, Sujia found it. His original plan was not to let people from one world attack his own world. In other words, he would not let the souls of the Greeks in the Xiaoxian world enter the bodies of the demon warriors and invade his native world. This was also to avoid suspicion. The result was something Sujia never expected. Those Xiaoxian worlds, whether they were human, demon or monster, after they entered the Pure Land and enjoyed the dream world for countless years, they actually directly expressed their desire to fight for the freedom of reform and opening up. Sujia didn't know how long they had been in the dream world and what information they had received. After all, the flow of time in the dream world is different from that in reality. 1 year in the dream is 1 day in reality. But that's it. After entering the dream world and experiencing it, the creatures in the Xiaoxian world suddenly woke up and strongly expressed in the Pure Land that they must fight for liberation, seeing that all the personnel were willing to become traitors in their own world. Don't mention how wonderful Sujia's expression was at that time. But after all, this group of people is different from Hongya's group. The world's military power level of Hongya's group is too low. Even if they get a high-level body, they can't quickly master the combat power. But this group of people from the Xiaoxian Great World who were killed, although they were killed, but after all, they are familiar with some of the rules and usages of the Xiaoxian Great World. After a simple thought, Sujia reluctantly agreed to the request of this group of Xiaoxian Great World souls, and sent them into the war of Xiaoxian Great World. Then something even stranger happened. Ever since he began to send the group of cultivator souls from the Xiaoxian Great World to start the war as demon warriors, he found countless places where strange scenes appeared. Sujia actually saw that many people from the Xiaoxian Great World were queuing up to be killed. There was no intention to resist at all. At first, Sujia was still thinking about how many years it would take to obtain the Xiaoxian Great World. As a result, when Sujia simply understood why those people were queuing up to be killed, he suddenly found out. The ones who organized all this were actually the cultivators from the Xiaoxian Great World who joined the Pure Land. And the status of the cultivators, who were able to participate in the demon race war, was obviously not very bad. Some are the ancestors of a family. Some are the leaders of a force. And they seem to have obtained the benefits they dreamed of in the Pure Land. When they returned to their hometown as demon warriors again, they started brainwashing directly. It is not realistic to say brainwashing. After all, these so-called ancestors and leaders of the forces just told some facts about the Pure Land. As a result, after verifying the identities of their ancestors and leaders, the cultivators of the Xiaoxian world suddenly began to wait excitedly for killing. This is not the most outrageous thing for Su Jie. What he found most outrageous was when the war in the Xiaoxian world lasted for almost a year. On this day, Su Jie suddenly saw 9 peak masters coming on the clouds, and the one walking in front of the 9 peak masters was actually the Sea King. At first, Su Jie snorted coldly, thinking that the Sea King had betrayed him and brought the other 8 peak masters to surround and kill him. After all, if they really succeeded and destroyed the cloning technology of the base camp and the artificial super brain, this time, the demon war would naturally disappear. But Su Jie immediately sneered and said that these 9 people really overestimated their own abilities. Result: something happened that surprised Su Jie. After arriving, the 9 peak masters bowed their heads and kowtowed. After a brief exchange with them, Su Jie finally understood. It turned out that the Sea King had put aside past grudges and went directly to win over the remaining peak powerhouses. Whether it was the Immortal Emperor or the Immortal Emperor, they learned from the Sea King how beautiful the Pure Land world was, and that they could not only get a world where everything could be achieved, they could also completely break away from the restrictions of the planet's will. And they only needed to pay strength and a little price to gain freedom. Obviously, except for the Sea King, the 8 peak powerhouses seemed to be hesitant and struggling, although those people appeared to be submitting to him on the surface. But Su Jie still saw that the reason why these guys came today seemed to be with the intention of a decisive battle. Once there is any error in the situation and intelligence, these 8 guys will probably fight to the death. After all, in the war in the Xiaoxian world within a year, more and more people have turned against them. And the remaining 8 peak powerhouses don't have much time left. Their lifespans are almost exhausted. After listening to the explanation of the Sea Emperor and the demands of the 8 peak powerhouses, Su Jie also frowned. To be honest, the Sea Emperor thinks too well of himself. What joining his side can get a world where everything you want comes true? That's obviously a dream. Although to some extent, it is barely true. This is still reasonable. But the second condition of the Sea King is even more outrageous. Although if these people join him, they will indeed get rid of the restrictions of the planet's will. But they will also be restricted by him, Su Jie. And their strength will be directly reduced by 1 level. Therefore, Su Jie did not have the idea of deceiving. The main reason is that Su Jie has the confidence that even if these 8 peak powerhouses fight to the death, he is also sure that he can kill all of them. Therefore, Su Jie told the truth. You will not get any world by joining me. But there is a dream world in the Pure Land. In other words, it is a spiritual realm. You can experience everything in that spiritual realm, just like everything in reality. And the ratio of the flow of time in the dream world to the time in reality is 1 year to 1 day. At the same time, I have to say one more thing. If you join me here, although you will be free from the restrictions of the source of the world, but you will also be subject to my restrictions. Of course, if you want to travel or do something you like, I will naturally not stop you. But after all, with the existence of the dream world, I think any of your thoughts can be realized in the dream world. I wonder if you are willing to enter the Pure Land, or enter the Pure Land after being killed by me? Make a decision now. To be honest, I have no other benefits here except that I don't have the concept of life and death. After saying this, Su Jie was ready for battle. What Su Jie didn't expect was that the 8 peak masters became excited instantly after hearing Su Jie's last words. Why do they want to get rid of the restrictions of the source of the world? Isn't it because they are thinking that their lifespans are about to run out? But they can't leave the world of cultivation too far, and they are looking for other ways to prolong their lives. Which seems a bit crazy. What is Su Jie talking about here? In addition to life and death, there is no need to care about other things. And there is basically no way to do it. But aren't they worried about death that led to these things? Therefore, when Su Jie was a little dumbfounded, the 8 peak masters of the Xiaoxian world immediately expressed their submission. And they strongly requested Su Jie to quickly tell them how to enter the Pure Land. After all, they have seen that this Sea King, although his strength has declined, His face. He seems to be younger. Who knows how many years old? Just looking at his unstoppable joyful expression. The 8 peak masters can imagine how happy this Sea King is after losing the theory of life crisis. This undoubtedly made the 9 peak masters almost crazy with envy. Therefore, when the 8 top masters saw the scene of people willing to wait for death in the Xiaoxian world, they were naturally shocked. After a simple understanding of everything, the 8 top masters had doubts in the future. But the Xiaoxian world fell too quickly. They have no other choice. Fighting to the death. Judging from the current situation, they seem to have only one way to die. It is better to negotiate directly with the mastermind behind the demon clan. To study the truth of this matter. If everything is a deception, they can only make a final counterattack. What backhand? What chess piece? Nothing. The 8 top masters understood better than anyone that absolute strength was enough to ignore any conspiracy. And this made the 8 top masters find the only way out by chance. To be honest, Su Jia was a little confused now. He really didn't expect that the world of immortal cultivation, which was many times more powerful than Hongya's world, could be occupied so easily. Su Jia sighed with emotion and smiled again. If they were not enemies, then they would be friends and future subordinates. He, Su Jia, would naturally not be reserved. Please rest assured, everyone, you will understand how correct today's decision is in the future, and I will never treat anyone unfairly. He said some words that were somewhat distant, but Su Jia did not need to cultivate their favorability. Anyway, whether these people obeyed or resisted, the final result was that they were controlled by him. Of course, they were definitely controlled by Hongyi on the surface, but it didn't make any difference. Did it? And for this kind of strong man who surrendered freely, Su Jia actually wanted to use some slightly gentler means. But there was no way. If you want to enter the Pure Land, you can only die. After Su Jia said this condition and restriction, the 8 peak strongmen looked at each other, obviously a little entangled. The more ancient the existence, the more it cherishes its life. But then, after noticing the triumphant Sea Emperor, both the Immortal Emperor and the Immortal King gritted their teeth, nodded to each other, and suddenly became aware of their breath. And Hongyi suddenly exclaimed. It was obvious that in Hongya's Pure Land, there was an extra power that he could not control. And so, with Hongya's nod to Su Jia, the spirits of the 8 peak masters were directly released. And after coming out, the 8 peak masters all showed joy on their faces. Looking at their current state, the joyful emotions almost overflowed. It is obvious that they have felt that they are no longer restricted by the world of immortal cultivation, and they do not feel the urgency of the end of their life. The ending is obvious. The Sea King and the mysterious existence in front of them did not deceive them. As for why the 8 peak powerhouses did not see through Su Jia's identity, it is also very simple. After Yuing and the other 2 guys left, Su Jia naturally returned to his unfamiliar appearance. This is why the Sea King recognized Su Jia's identity as the real ruler of the Galactic Empire when he saw him. The reason why the remaining 8 more powerful people did not recognize him. At this time, after Su Jia completely subdued these 8 strong men, he also set his sights on their bodies. With gene cloning technology in hand, with such a strong body, combined with the black technology of the Galactic Empire, it is entirely possible to split these 8 powerful corpses into 21 8th level demon warriors and 3 9th level demon warriors. But the selection of people gave Su Jia a headache. After letting the 8 top strong men in the Xiaoxian world each occupy one of the places, there are too many places left. Seeing that Hongyi was almost anxious, he was almost out of his mind. The only thing missing was this guy, who didn't directly shout out that he wanted the bodies of the remaining 2 9th level demon warriors. And one of them came. In response, Su Jia also chuckled and comforted. Although the bodies of these demon warriors are very powerful, their qualifications are limited. It is also very difficult to improve their strength. It is far less potential than your current body. After saying this, Hongyi also showed a little disappointed expression. Then he nodded gently. Obviously, Hongyi still listened to the advice. But his unwilling expression still revealed that Hongyi was unwilling to be a weak person. It was also because of this. Su Jia also began to think about whether to make some plans. At present, the only reliable person he had was Hongyi. His master Imuru was naturally reliable, and even reliable to the point that he didn't know how many times more reliable than Hongyi. But to be honest, Su Jia didn't want his master to join this experiment, and this so-called experiment was naturally a plan to create a god. The god to be created was not a simple god. It was an ancient god who stood at the top of the universe and mastered the rules in the legend. Yes, that's right. Sujia planned to clean up the entire Xiaoxian world, kill all the creatures, and put them into the Pure Land. Collect all the flesh and blood to create new resources for demon warriors using gene cloning technology in the future. Everything was done. The remaining Xiaoxian world would naturally be useful to him. Sujia. And it is quite useful. It can even be said to be very useful. And this is also related to the reason why Sujia chose to wipe out all the living beings in the Xiaoxian world. The existence of the world will is based on the existence of the wisdom of all living beings in the entire world. If a world, all living beings are wiped out, wisdom wipes out life, then the world will, which is the so-called heavenly way, will become a baby in a certain sense. There is no independent consciousness at all, and it only has instincts. At that time, a world will can be said to be at the mercy of others. In fact, Hongyi at this time is also the world will to some extent. Of course, Hongyi's world will is considered to be a spirit. But because of this, Sujia was thinking, can world wills devour each other? And he, Sujia, is also a mutant of world will to some extent. Each world will has corresponding rules. But Hongyi's world will blurs life and death. And a pure land-like existence is born. As a result, the absolute controller of the Pure Land is not Hongyi, whose world will has become a spirit, but he, Sujia. Of course, part of the reason is that Hongyi swallowed the world will to some extent in the process of becoming the world will. And on the way of swallowing the world will, he, Sujia, left some tricks and seized the rules of the world will. So, can he let Hongyi devour it again? At the most critical moment of devouring, he once again seized the control of the rules of the Xiaoxian Great World. Then wait for similar things to happen again and again. When Hongyi becomes powerful enough to rival the ancient god, then at that time, will the ancient god be Hongyi? Or will he control the power of rules that only the ancient god can control? This is a difficult question to answer. But it is also a question that Sujia has to face at present. The ancient god. It can be said that it is the ceiling of a universe. It can also be said that, to a certain extent, the ancient god is part of the universe. For a universe to exist, it must have corresponding rules. Without the corresponding rule power, the system will no longer exist. Or the physical system will no longer exist. The conservation of energy will no longer exist. In other words, you are invincible in this universe. After taking you to another universe, the difference in the power system will make you lose the source of power instantly. Therefore, if you want to invade another universe, only one universe can do it. Or only the ancient gods can do it. Don't think that Sujia's current strength can fight with the ancient gods in the legend. Even if Sujia is strong enough to defeat the ancient gods. But as long as Sujia is not an ancient god for a day, then he, Sujia, cannot leave the current universe. Because once he leaves the current universe, all the power in his body will lose its source. Like a rootless duckweed, floating and fragile. That is why he, Sujia, has not thought about going to other universes to start a war for the time being. If he can, he, Sujia, will definitely be more willing to go to other universes to attack others. After he has fully developed in other universes, he will return to his main universe. At that time, it will not only be a dimensionality reduction attack, but he can also become the overlord of two universes without any pressure. After all, in a strange universe, no matter how he messes around, the Galactic Empire will not be implicated. But in this universe, if he messes around and is discovered, the Galactic Empire will definitely become the target of public criticism. The Galactic Empire that he cares about most will also fall into a dilemma because of his messing around. This is why Sujia has been a little timid since he secretly left the Galactic Empire. After all, even though Sujia is in the current universe, it can be said that as long as he wants to leave, no one can stop him. But the Galactic Empire can't run away. This is also the most troublesome thing for Sujia. But now there is a turning point. As long as he can meet a certain condition of becoming an ancient god, they can completely develop in other universes. When Sujia developed in other universes and returned, and now the universe and the Galactic Empire have united to sweep away everything, then he, Sujia, can be called the master of the universe. After a simple thought, Sujia did not talk to others. Instead, he flew directly into the world of cultivation. Now, countless people are looking for ways to make their death less painful. It seems that the originally peaceful world of cultivation is like purgatory. What makes people feel most horrified and weird is that everyone is not afraid of death. Instead, they yearn for it. That is, Sujia understands the reasons. But if someone who doesn't know sees this scene, they will probably be scared crazy or think they are an extremely evil force. Right? However, these people all think that they will get eternal life after entering the Pure Land. But there is no immortality in this world. Even in the Pure Land. Once he and Hong Yi are eliminated, then, the people in the Pure Land will not be spared. Fortunately, in Sujia's view, this matter is simply impossible. But there are always accidents. Putting eternal life and his own life in the hands of others is something Sujia absolutely cannot bear. This is why Sujia, even at his current strength, still wants to continue to become stronger, and even control the rules to become the master of the universe. Isn't the Galactic Empire just an attempt? It's too ridiculous to end up like that. It's just a failed experiment. To be honest, if it weren't for the power of the world will of the Shioshian world, Sujia originally didn't want to wipe out all the creatures in the Shioshian world. After all, there are people who don't want to enter the Pure Land. Yes, there are still resistances in the world today. Of course, that kind of resistance is weak and powerless. But Sujia can understand some of it, because once these people enter the Pure Land, there is no possibility of going further. It's not that there is no possibility, but it is indeed more difficult. After all, the world of immortal cultivation is related to the world. Now that so many strong people have died, the world of immortal cultivation has begun to relax the conditions for cultivation. Now even a pig can easily become strong quickly. This has led to some people having other thoughts. After all, even if those people understand the benefits of the Pure Land, and understand that they can get everything they want in the dream world. But in other words, if the real world is possible, who would be willing to enter the Pure Land and enjoy everything? Fake. After all, it is fake. Don't look at how happy the 9 powerful people standing at the top of this world of immortal cultivation are now. If it weren't for their lifespan being exhausted, maybe these 9 guys would really fight with him. Sujia. However, even the youngest Sea King, considering that he would lose the fight with Sujia, it is very likely that he would not be qualified to enter the Pure Land. They gave up the idea of fighting. This is actually a bit pathetic in Sujia's eyes. It is precisely because of their cowardly thoughts. Sujia never wanted to put these people in the Shioshian world in such an important position. Even the Immortal Emperor. In Sujia's heart, he is not as important as Hong Yi. This guy Hong Yi. It is difficult to evaluate a person. To say he is good is not to say that he is very good. After all, this guy has a lot of blood on his hands. But to say he is bad, it is hard to say how bad he is. This guy has been associated with the dream world since the beginning. It is also because even the dead will be recovered by the Pure Land and enter the dream world to enjoy everything. Hong Yi Kai Hui is willing to kill innocent people. As Sujia went deeper into the world of cultivation, he looked for the world's will and wanted to devour it. Hong Yi, who had nothing to do, also communicated with Sujia remotely, and led some people from his original world to drive a strategic interstellar battleship towards a very weak planet. The world of cultivation is already in his pocket. Therefore, while Sujia was looking for the will of the world, he also let those people go. At most, he just taught those people to block the information well. And now it is not the time to expose their strength. In addition, Sujia did not care too much about these things. And absorbing the will of the world is a relatively time-consuming job. He did not need to let those people wait in vain. I am Hong Yi, a civilized gravekeeper, but also a liberator. Hong Yi actually did not bring many people. Or he only brought 4 people and a corpse. It is obvious. They are Hong Yi himself. There are also the herdsman, the Black Shadow, and the Water Master. As for the corpse, it is the frost woman named Shinshang. And they did not run too far. The destination of this trip is a blue planet, according to Sujia's instructions. After approaching the planet, several people directly blocked it. You can enter but not leave. If the blockade is broken, an emergency notice will be sent back to their 10,000 races hall and request emergency support. After doing all this, Hong Yi also began to simply browse the current situation of the world. This is a world of low-level civilization, although humans have initially mastered thermal weapons. But the most powerful and lethal force is only the tank. Hong Yi, to be honest, also made up for the knowledge of technology during this period. Therefore, When Hong Yi noticed that the world's technological power was only at the tank level, he was really disappointed. He thought about finding a powerful world to conquer, but he didn't expect it to be so weak. Such a weak thing. But soon, Hong Yi discovered something interesting. This world seems to be not only on the technological side, it is also on the biological power system. And the reason is naturally that there are giants everywhere on a small island in this world. Hong Yi did not let others follow, but walked down the interstellar battleship directly and landed on the small island full of wonders. To be honest, when in outer space, Hong Yi also discovered that, except for this island, there are no giants in other parts of the world. No, it cannot be said that there are no giants. There is a country that seems to be an empire, which has several special giants. But they are very different from the giants on this island. The giants on this island do not seem to have any wisdom, and they only know how to eat. And they eat food not to replenish strength and digestion. Instead, they spit out blood and flesh polymers after eating. It can be said that Hong Yi can't see any other meaning except that this strange creature called a giant has a hobby of killing. In fact, the so-called giants are just giant humans about 10 meters tall. Hong Yi also learned about the existence of the giants from the super intelligent brain on the spaceship before. But compared with the giants here are very weak. After all, there are even gods in the universe. The reason why the giants in this world are very weak is that you only need to break the opponent's heart. The giant will die directly. It seems difficult. But in fact the giants in this world are only 10 meters tall. Can the tallest be 100 meters? But their defense is pitifully weak. The simplest wind attribute, cutting, can directly kill this kind of giant into pieces. With a little curiosity about new things. After all, this is the second world that Hong Yi came to after leaving his hometown. How could he not be curious? Soon, Hong Yi turned his hair from white to black, and restored his original domineering image. At the same time, he took out a set of clothes and cloaks that barely fit this world from the space technology storage space and put them on. He looked like a mysterious and powerful wanderer, wandering on this island that was extremely dangerous in the eyes of the natives. During this period, countless giants wanted to attack Hong Yi. But obviously, when they were less than 100 meters away from Hong Yi, they were directly bounced away by the powerful repulsion. Even death. The reason why Hong Yi did not choose to suppress by force, but chose this method is also very simple. One reason is personality. Another reason is that he wanted to have some fun and relax while Master Su Jia was doing his work. Abbreviation. Always ready to show off. This is why Hong Yi asked Shui Zhu and the others to wait up there. If those guys followed him, wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform alone? In this world, there is an organization called the Exploration Corps. And this organization also originated from the huge walled city on this small island. The only place with traces of human existence. It can be said that the only thing worth people's curiosity in this world is the island full of giants. And on the island, people built cities with high walls to defend against giants. What's even more ridiculous is that the people on this island don't think that there are still humans in the world outside. In their minds, it is impossible for humans to exist in the outside world. The horror of giants is deeply engraved in everyone's bones. But human courage and human resistance can never be extinguished. Therefore, the high-level people in the city surrounded by this huge wall established the Explorer Corps. I want to try to understand the dangerous world outside, which is full of giants. I want to try to see if there are any human beings alive outside. Are there other human cities? Or are there really only a small group of people like them left in the whole world? The unknown is the most terrifying. People hope that there must be human beings alive outside. At the same time, they are afraid to know the truth. If they know it, there will only be their truth in the whole world. And on this day, it is another day for the Explorer Corps to go out. To be honest, I don't know how many times similar things have happened. But no matter how they explored, no matter how many elite people they sent out, the final result was that more than half of them were killed or injured. And they returned in defeat. The giants were too powerful in the eyes of these humans. But even so, it still couldn't stop the humans' desire to explore. The desire to learn. The arrival of this day was also a man who had no name, but was simply called the captain by others. He led a team of 30 people, riding horses, and taking a simple ladder from the huge city wall, entered the dangerous and unknown mysterious area outside the city wall. And these 30 people were obviously elites. But even the elites were full of fear when facing this unknown outside world. There are even many elderly people who survived. Even if they have rich experience in going out, they cannot guarantee that they can return alive this time. Captain, you said we have to do this every year. What's the point? When have we found traces of people outside? But every time we have to kill and injure many people. The short young man, who was called the captain, was silent after hearing this. But soon, his expression became very serious. Do you think I want to die here? Do you want to bring you here to die? But I don't want my descendants to still live in that narrow city wall. Come on. Go back alive. With hope. Let's go! He threw out an explosive talisman. He blew several giants that wanted to surround him into pieces. Hongya's expression was already a little impatient at this time. If I had known earlier, I would have descended closer to that city. It's really annoying. This person was none other than Hongya, who came from afar. This journey of nearly an hour had worn out all of Hongya's patience. He had already felt disgusted with the unintelligent creatures called giants. And he also realized that without his power, or the power of the inferior soldiers in his world, facing the giants is obviously hopeless. Yes, the giants here are so weak that even the lower-ranking soldiers in Hongya's world can easily deal with them. But there is a problem. Right now, the strongest people in the world seem to be unable to reach the level of lower-ranking soldiers. Because this world has no spiritual power. Cannot become a soldier. Cannot become a lieutenant general, admiral, or emperor. Therefore, when facing the giants, they can only rely on poor physical skills. And Hongya, who has experienced many battles, understands better than anyone. If it is in that situation, the cost of killing the giants by physical skills is undoubtedly huge. All I can say is, fortunately, most of the giants in this world do not have their own wisdom. Meanwhile, Hongyi was just thinking whether he should use the Dharma realm while no one was paying attention, or just take off for a while. Suddenly, there was a shout of killing in front of him. This immediately aroused some interest in Hongyi. Looking around, Hongya's expression instantly became happy. The reason was simple. In the distance, there was a team of more than 20 people surrounding and killing several giants. Hongyi was naturally just watching everything with the mood of watching a child having fun. But soon, Hongya's original playful expression changed to a slightly appreciative expression. There was no other reason. Because he discovered the wisdom of human beings, which was really amazing. These guys actually developed a weapon called a flying rope. Although it doesn't have much killing power, it can improve people's mobility by many times. And when hunting giants, it could also slightly increase the chance of survival, relying on high-speed movement and accurate strikes. After years of practice, the hearts of many monsters were destroyed, and the giants died. But no matter how skilled a veteran is, there will be a day when he fails. Hongyi looked at the people of the Exploration Corps, and suddenly a senior pushed the junior away in order to save the junior. As a result, they met a face-to-face, and the ferocious giant directly grabbed the senior. He opened his bloody mouth. He wanted to stuff it into his mouth. Seeing this, Hongyi sneered instantly. No! His chance to take action has come. The next moment, Hongyi suddenly jumped up and rushed to the distance, which was more than 1,000 meters away. This 1,000 meters is obviously very far for ordinary people. At least it is far too late to save a person from the giant. But who is Hongyi? He can travel alone in the starry sky. The current distance of only 1,000 meters seems to Hongyi like a walk, and it can be reached in the blink of an eye. The next moment, under the exclamations and sad eyes of the people in the Exploration Corps, the senior warrior was about to be swallowed by the giant. A man wearing red armor and long smooth black hair rushed directly to the giant. The next moment, a black stick appeared in the palm of the right hand of the Marquis, and it flew towards the giant. Then, the frogs in the well of the Exploration Corps saw with horror. It was obviously just an inconspicuous black stick, but it became huge in the blink of an eye. Then, it hit the chest of the giant. At the same time as the heart was destroyed, the suddenly enlarged black stick also nailed the giant to the ground. Such a situation naturally caused the cheers and shock of the people in the Exploration Corps. The people who were originally in despair and were thinking about feeling sad for their companion's impending death were stunned to see the man in red armor. The disheveled man directly snatched the senior team member, who was almost eaten from the giant's hand. But at this moment, the short captain suddenly shouted, "Be careful behind." Hongyi threw the senior team member in his hand to the ground and sneered. Ridiculous. The next moment, Hongyi directly pinched the seal, stuffed his mouth with both hands, and slowly bulged. Then, in this low-level martial arts world, under the shocked gaze of the people, the overwhelming sea of fire spewed out from the mouth of the mysterious man. The giants who had been close together were turned into ashes under the attack of the flames. After doing all this, Hong Yi patted the non-existent dust on his body as if nothing had happened. Then he sneered. This level is not even a warm-up. But soon, Hong Yi suddenly fell into silence, because he noticed that some giants, who were not completely burned to ashes, were recovering in a very terrifying way. But Hong Yi obviously would not be afraid of anything. On the contrary, Hong Yi at this time was a little surprised. Without any fluctuations in spiritual power, it can recover at will. What a strange creature. It is so weak, but it has a recovery ability comparable to that of a herdsman. Obviously, Hong Yi's thoughts were far more than what appeared on the surface. He thought much more. For example, wasn't there a great lack of blood and flesh essence in their 10,000 races hall? After all, the blood and flesh of clone warriors were not obtained out of thin air. And weren't the giants in front of him the best material? The recovery speed of this kind of existence was so terrifying. Hong Yi even began to think about whether he should capture a few and bring them back. He would use them as blood and flesh extractors in the future. Anyway, these giants didn't have much wisdom, and they probably didn't know what pain was. Right? And he helped these originally hopeless giants find a way to contribute their lives. This moment made Hong Yi feel quite vain. The main reason was that Hong Yi felt that once he had helped the master of the 10,000 clans hall, then, with the other party's strong strength, his role would be even greater. And Hong Yi's idea was also very pure and simple. Although the master said it was impossible for the Frost Woman to be resurrected again, but it was only in theory that she would not be resurrected again. To be honest, Hong Yi still had some dignity. In other words, he was a little embarrassed. But Hong Yi felt that once he had made some military achievements. Then, he did not ask for anything. He only asked the master to take some time to help him resurrect the Frost Woman. There are some signs now. The world of immortal cultivation. They have successfully conquered it. Can the Frost Woman be resurrected? It depends on now. Even if it is an alternative life, it is better than lying there all the time, which makes him feel heartbroken. That is why Hong Yi suddenly decided to go out by himself. Killing time is one thing. At the same time, he also wants to take the opportunity to conquer some planets. After all, others don't have this ability. But he does. Even if a lot of deaths are caused on the way. But the Pure Land can solve all this perfectly. While thinking about these things absent-mindedly. At the same time, under the shocked gaze of the 30-man exploration team, Hong Yi killed the last giant nearby and used the wind escape spell to blast a big hole in the heart of the giant. The next moment, Hong Yi stood on the ground with an expressionless face. He seemed to pat the non-existent dust on his body easily. His domineering appearance and red armor, along with his flowing long hair, his standing posture alone gave people a strong feeling. Obviously, whether it was the previous immortal form, or the current human form, Hong Yi gave others the feeling of being domineering and unparalleled. The short soldier changed his face for a while, and after hesitating for a while, he jumped off his horse and approached Hong Yi. Then, under Hong Yi's interested gaze, the short captain seemed to be thinking about how to communicate with him. Then, the short captain knelt on one knee, clenched his palm into a fist, placed it on his heart, and spoke respectfully. "Thank you for saving me, sir." This scene stunned the team members on the side. The captain, who was usually domineering and cold, would actually show such an attitude. It was obvious. The short captain's usual dominance was all pretended. When facing the training of the team members, he had to be cold. Only in this way can the survival rate of others be improved. The reason why he showed a rebellious look to some nobles in the city wall was that he looked down on those Jura people who only knew how to eat and drink. But facing the man in front of him, the short captain had no reason to put on airs. After all, let's not talk about whether the other party was strong or not. The other party saved himself and others and avoided the death and injury of the remaining people. As a captain, he must not put on airs. Hong Yi just had a bad habit. He liked to be complimented. He liked to be respected. Although he never said these things, his heart always longed to be recognized. And from the beginning to the end. In a sense, it seems that the only one who truly agrees with him is the dead Frost Woman. That's why Hong Yi wants to revive the other party, even if it's just a show. And at this moment, Hong Yi also noticed the short captain, who showed such a respectful look to him. The shocked expressions of the team members in the distance. In an instant, Hong Yi probably thought of something and laughed happily. Not bad. Sensible little ghosts. In fact, There is a plan that has always been told by that adult. That is, Sujia told it. Their goal is not to destroy every planet they see, or even the planets, then meet in the Pure Land. The world he agreed to was because of the decision he made at the beginning, and the Shioshian world seemed to be because that adult, Sujia, wanted to swallow the world will. But the current world seemed to have no reason to be destroyed directly. Therefore, Hong Yi sighed a little and decided to wait and see which force is more in line with his appetite, more able to follow that adult. Then, Hong Yi will keep all the personnel of this force. It is also the first force of their demon clan to join the 10,000 clans Hall alive. At the same time, Hong Yi also held his chest and spoke with pride. Get up, kid. I need to know everything about this world. At first, when the team explored the city wall, they were so excited when they learned that there were still living humans outside. And the living people were so powerful. But Hong Ye's sudden words made them look at each other in confusion. How do you feel? This man is like an alien. The captain, who was short but handsome, did not dwell on the meaning of the words. Instead, he stood up and responded calmly. It's a long story. But you can go back to the city with us and communicate with my boss first. Hong Yi opened his blood-red eyes and took a deep look at the guy in front of him. Then, he nodded gently. Well, I'll go back with you. As soon as Hong Yi said this, the captain hesitated. Almost everyone in their team has a horse. When a person dies, the warhorse basically has no chance of survival. Therefore, the captain was thinking about one thing. Should they choose one person to lead this strong man? Or should they give up a warhorse and give it to this strong man? But no matter which one, the captain hesitated. This strong man is obviously the kind of arrogant person. He probably won't be happy to let others lead him. But what if they gave up a warhorse? But if this strong man couldn't ride it, wouldn't that make this strong man lose face? Everything this strong man knew was the truth of their exploration of this world. Therefore, there must be no mistakes. It's funny to say it. This strong man still wants to ask about the situation in their world. In fact, they don't know it all, but they want to ask this strong man about some situations. But none of this matters, because Hong Yi seemed to see the concerns of Captain Bai. Then he sneered, suddenly bit his finger, and began to seal. Come out. In an instant, a white mist rose. A huge fox with 9 tails, 100 meters tall, appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Hong Yi, you bastard. The next moment, the 9-tailed beast seemed to want to attack Hong Yi rudely. But the latter looked at the former calmly without saying a word. And just this harmful gaze made the 9-tailed beast pause in astonishment. Then, the 9-tailed beast pretended to be arrogant, retracted his hand, and spoke unwillingly. You are so shameless. You should know better than anyone what you did to us. And you don't even want me to show my power. But considering that you have achieved true peace, and let me enjoy everything I want in the dream world. Come up. I will take you with me. Hearing the words of the 9-tailed divine beast, Hong Yi also smiled suddenly. Sorry, my comrade of many years. After saying this, the 9-tailed divine beast looked at Hong Yi deeply. The 9-tailed divine beast did not deny this, although he was forced to do this. But that's it. Then, Hong Yi jumped directly onto the head of the 9-tailed divine beast. And Hong Yi also stood on the huge head of the 9-tailed divine beast, which was 100 meters long, and said with some doubt, Go! It was this word from Hong Yi that finally made the remaining 20 or so exploration corps react. To be honest, how could everyone present not be shocked? Such a huge beast suddenly appeared in front of them, and it seems to be a pet subdued by this mysterious strongman. More importantly, the other party can communicate and talk? But this makes the people of the Exploration Corps feel even more depressed. Obviously, they thought wrong. Their imagination is also very simple. After all, whether it is the Exploration Corps in front of them, or the people inside the wall, they don't understand the concept of the starry sky, or the concept of the universe. Therefore, they naturally regard Hong Yi as someone from another continent or a distant place. But it is obvious. When the 9-tailed beast appeared, the Exploration Corps naturally regarded the 9-tailed beast as a branch of the giant. At the same time, the shock in his heart was even more terrifying. This 9-tailed beast was almost as big as the legendary giant. Even the captain was shocked and muttered to himself. Are all these monsters out there? Are we only encountering the weakest kind? It was obvious that the captain had doubted his life. After all, he was the most powerful person in the city. The captain clearly noticed the graceful posture and flexible body structure of the nine-tailed beast. He knew better than anyone. Even if there were 10 of him under the attack of the nine-tailed beast, there would be absolutely no possibility of survival. Even escaping was slim. That is to say, Hong Yi could not hear the short captain's inner thoughts. Otherwise, Hong Yi would have sneered and added a finishing blow. Pathetic weakling. Let alone 10. The nine-tailed divine beast can beat you 10,000 times. Of course, no matter how arrogant Hong Yi was, he would not say such a thing. After all, the two sides were not enemies at the moment. And Hong Yi also noticed that the group of people looked at him as if they were looking at the savior. It was only this short captain who was worried after seeing the nine-tailed divine beast, which made Hong Yi a little concerned. After searching for many days, Su Jie finally found the world will of the Xiaoxian Great World. At this time, the world of immortal cultivation had almost been slaughtered. Therefore, after finding this alien body similar to a ball of light, Su Jie discovered that this thing had lost all its wisdom. However, when Su Jie felt the energy fluctuations coming from the other party's body that were stronger than that of the immortal emperor, he couldn't help but sigh. As an ancient god, in a sense, a juvenile body, the power of this thing seems to be justified. But it is also because of this. Before this kind of world will has not yet transformed into a true ancient god, it seems that there is no means of active attack. The reason is also obvious. This power is distributed to other races. That is, their child. However, when Su Jie approached, he was immediately bounced away by a huge energy wave. It is obvious. Although this world will does not have the ability to actively attack, but it has the ability to passively defend against attacks, commonly known as counterattack. It makes sense. If the world has always had the ability to actively attack, then the world of cultivation would have been refined by him alone. There would be no need to limit the lifespan of all the strong men in a roundabout way. But if this kind of thing has no ability to counterattack, those 9 strong men, maybe they have already swallowed the world will first. But no matter which one is difficult, it won't defeat Su Jie. But regarding the matter of refining the world will, Su Jie handed it over to his master In Ruoro directly. When In Ruoro was unhappy and complaining, Su Jie persuaded her and finally let her take over the task. At the same time, Su Jie also learned that Hong Yi had gone to other worlds by himself. That guy seemed to want to make merit quickly. The reason? Su Jie could probably guess some. But let him do it. When the world will is refined, the other party will still have to come back to continue swallowing the world will. Anyway, that guy is now an alternative ancient god. Continuing to evolve towards the direction of alternative ancient gods is also a way. Let the other party bear all the risks, and just take the benefits. Others are also sitting still because they have no ability to control the camera. After learning about this, Su Jie also chuckled. Anyway, the Xiaoxian world has been dealt with almost, and it is still in a blockade. Since Hong Yi has already run away and disappeared, Su Jie plans to lead this group of people to find the next world as their target. Just leave some people to accompany In Ruoro. After arranging the Beast King and the Spirit King, or in other words, except for the Immortal Emperor and the Sea King, all the other immortal kings were left by Su Jie in the Xiaoxian world to assist his master In Ruoro in swallowing the world will. Anyway, In Ruoro also has the means to contact him. At the same time, he also has some means to control the Pure Land heroic spirits. Therefore, he is not afraid of the 7 guys having bad intentions. After arranging everything properly, Su Jie also took the remaining people to drive the increasingly large interstellar battleship group to fly towards another planet and the famous world. This time, they harvested a lot of materials in the Xiaoxian world, and relying on some flying ferry ships, they also transformed into a number of interstellar battleships. This time, not in the Pure Land, but in real life. The demon warriors roughly estimated that there were about 100 million. It is a lot. After all, there are few planets that can support such a large number of troops. It is a little too little. Even if it is a barren planet, the population must be at least 1 billion. And this time, using the space-time wormhole to travel quickly, Su Jie also quickly found a galaxy that interested him. He took a quick look. War is also breaking out in this galaxy. This is also a galaxy cluster similar to the solar system. Similar to the war between Blue Star, Moon, and Mars. Their civilization has evolved a little abnormally. It's fine that they haven't invented interstellar battleships. Instead, they are inventing things like transforming mechas. However, the lunar civilization has the highest civilization level. Blue star civilization has the lowest civilization level. But there are many people. And there are also many people who dare to die. Mars is more average. It can't compare to any of the specialties of the other two planets. But it also has a balance, which can be said to be the top combat power. But at least it means these three civilizations, no matter which one, have the means to explore the entire galaxy cluster. When the demon warships approached, like a swarm of insects, it was obvious that the three civilizations immediately issued a notice of the highest alert. Sujia was not in a hurry to start the war. Anyone who was interested directly asked the super-intelligent brain to search for the conflicts between the three civilizations and other things. Soon, Sujia got a general idea. The overall history is that everyone was born on the blue planet at the beginning. But because of the exhaustion of energy, humans began to colonize outside the planet. In the end, Sujia also got an unexpected power division. The blue planet can be said to be a gathering place for all the poor people. The moon is the gathering place for all the dignitaries. As for Mars, it is a gathering place for some capitalists and rich people. In addition, it is a gathering place for them. But there are no exceptions. When the dignitaries on the moon tried to remotely control the blue star civilization to rule, it was okay at the beginning. But as time passed, Blue Star no longer recognized the rule of the moon. The same is true on Mars. Mars does not have the advanced civilization means of the moon. When they went to Mars, they even lost contact with the Blue Star and the moon for a long time because of the long journey. And only more than 50 years have passed. The civilization that could be called a whole suddenly split into three civilizations. Blue Star calls itself Blue Star people. The moon calls itself Moon people. Mars also calls itself Martian people. The current situation is that the moon is likely to want to regain the ruling power of Blue Star. In the 50 years of renewal and iteration, Blue Star has naturally also given birth to its own government. How could it admit to being ruled by others again? After all, in the eyes of the people of Blue Star, the moon is oppression. After all, when the environment of Blue Star was the worst, those people fled at the first time. How could it let such a group of cowards rule itself now? Not to mention Mars. This guy just wants to get a piece of the pie. This war has been going on for nearly 30 years. At the beginning, Blue Star was obviously the weakest among all the forces. Except for the large number of people. There was nothing else. But Blue Star still relied on piling up lives, constantly using various crude spacecraft to carry out suicide attacks. Successfully delayed the war. Although the male star is still the weakest at present, he can already stand at the negotiation table to talk. The moon is also because of the small number of people. It is not strong enough. Mars is even more like a fun person. Help whoever is weak. The purpose is also very simple. It is to get money and resources. In other words, if Blue Star had not had the help of Mars over the years, it has already been occupied successfully. In fact, the reason is that Mars's technical capabilities are not that high. There are very few fighter groups that can cross such a long distance and rush to the battlefield. Otherwise, Mars would probably think of ruling the moon and the blue planet together. But at present, Mars seems to have a new technological breakthrough. The plan to conduct a war of domination has begun. But the arrival of Sujia's demon interstellar battleship group disrupted everyone's plan. One docked at the huge sun. Not far away. A huge battleship group that is as big as 3 blue stars. Enough to cause everyone's fear. After Sujia understood the reasons in this regard, he also came up with a good way to play. Although the development of these three civilizations is somewhat distorted, they did not develop star-destroying weapons such as interstellar battleships, which have poor mobility but high power. Instead, they developed a highly maneuverable non-mechanical transformable mecha. To a certain extent, Sujia had to admit that this was the fastest way for the weak to become strong. And Sujia had to praise it. This idea is good. Even this group of people did a good job. It's just that the cost is a bit high. Of course, this is not a problem for Sujia. Maybe he can also consider whether to configure the module? After all, the module is more cannon fodder. But if so many materials can be collected, each demon clan cannon fodder can also have the ability to directly improve their strength to level 4. For Sujia, it is obviously a huge improvement. Yes, that's right. The transforming airplane robot invented by these three civilizations. The strength it possesses actually reached the level 4 of the demon clan. Of course, this is probably the upper limit. The highest level can reach level 5. which is about the same. Level 5 is only the level of mortals after all. Only when you reach level 6 can you have the ability to destroy the surface of the earth. Level 7 is a starburst. Another level. But in any case, Sujia thinks it can be used as a reference. At the same time, Sujia also intercepted some communication from the intelligent brain. The general summary is that the three civilizations intend to shake hands and make peace, temporarily form an alliance, and see what this foreign force wants to do. In other words, the battle between their three civilized planets is a battle between humans after all. We can't let the aliens take advantage. Hearing this, Sujia also chuckled. Then he directly ordered the super intelligence. Can you mass produce that kind of fighter group? After hearing Sujia's request, the intelligent brain immediately replied in a cold voice. Absolutely. According to the analysis of the intelligent brain, the materials currently stored in the manuscript can create hundreds of millions of transforming units. After learning this information, Sujia was dumbfounded and laughed. It was not that he thought this number was exaggerated. On the contrary, Sujia felt that it was a little less. That's right. Sujia didn't collect too many materials. But with the subsequent conversation of the intelligent brain, he also understood why they could only produce hundreds of millions of fighter units. So, the level of the fighter units mentioned by the superintelligence is all level 5. It can even produce a batch of level 6 fighter units. With Sujia's current materials, it is completely possible to do this. Don't forget, Sujia said before that level 6 is the level that can explode stars. That is, the leaders of the three civilizations don't know the current situation and Sujia's thoughts. Otherwise, they will definitely be shocked and can't close their mouths. Obviously, even if there are three civilizations, can they produce 10 million fighter groups together? And they are all about level 3. There are even some level 2 mixed in. But no matter what, Sujia has conquered 2 planets in succession. I won't say much about the first planet. The second planet is a world of immortal cultivation. That is not a big world that can be compared with 1 or 2 ordinary planets. Sujia also waved his hand and decided that in this invasion war, the demons would not be allowed to invade with flesh and blood. Since we can also make a fighter group, then everyone should play Transformers. Experience the charm of interstellar war. The next moment, the original clone army field suddenly changed its style and began to build combat transformable mechas with all its strength. Some are airplane-like transformations. Some are transformable motorcycles that need to be loaded on transport ships. But no matter which one, at least they can travel in the universe. Of course, the transformable mechas required for motorcycles and some cars can only travel in the universe when they are transformed. But on land, this kind of transforming motorcycle is obviously better than the plane. Its combat power is also more amazing. Of course, some people who like to play around have made some ancient dinosaur-type fighter groups. But no matter what kind it is, Sujia doesn't care for the time being, because he also plans to play with it before crossing, or before becoming a pioneer. Sujia still likes Transformers very much. This time it seems that he can fulfill his childhood wish. To be honest, Sujia is still a little looking forward to it, when a group of people finally blow up their spaceship. As a result, not only did the people inside not die, but it was even more terrifying to find that the performance of the driver was even stronger than the mecha. Thinking of this, Sujia couldn't hold it back. Should he restrict those people from fighting and coming back directly after losing their mechas for the fairness of the game? It is obvious. For the weak, it is a war about racial dignity. But for the strong, this is just a game for entertainment. This is the sadness of the world. Sujia naturally understood this. But he did not hypocritically deny his behavior. It's very simple. As long as he ruled the entire universe, this kind of thing will never happen again. Even this time gave Sujia some inspiration. Absolute peaceful coexistence is definitely impossible. After all, resources are limited. But if you want to plunder resources, or fight for resources, will he choose to create a battle game similar to the current mecha in the future? Not sitting in the mecha cabin to control it like now, but let the later generations use remote control to decide the victory of a war. No one will die. And you can also clearly see the level and gap of civilization on both sides. To determine the allocation of some resources with a war that will never shed blood. Wouldn't he have a pure land by then? He can also play the 6 reincarnations in his hometown. If you do evil in this life, then you will be reincarnated as a pig or dog in the next life. You have lived a miserable life in this life. So in the next life, you will be a rich man. When someone is really miserable, Sujia doesn't mind giving privileges to that kind of person. Make a journey with memories attached. And give that person wealth and honor. If the entire universe is ruled in this way of 6 reincarnations, then there is no need to worry even if there is a war in the future. As long as he becomes the master of the universe, the power of the Pure Land will cover the entire universe. At that time, both good and evil will get their due retribution. But if the former uses mecha to decide a war game, he will have to spend time and effort to find those evil people and wipe them out. Obviously, the 6 paths of reincarnation is the more correct decision. But the mecha warriors seem to be good too. After the intelligent brain breaks through the technical conditions of remote control, Sujia may be able to recruit some game masters to accompany him to conquer the next universe. After all, it is very difficult for the strong to become stronger. It is not difficult to find game masters. Of course, these are all later stories. These demon warriors now are enough for Sujia. If you want to expand, you can consider these expansion issues when invading the next universe. But when Sujia was deterring these 3 civilizations, a group of pioneer fleets also approached this side with some purpose. I'm telling you, I found a good galaxy this time. Not only are they weak, but they've also developed something really fun. You've all seen Transformers before, right? Yes, that's right. Something like that. I heard it from this guy. Their civilization level is no more than level 2, which is obviously a great deal for us. The pioneers of level 2 civilization. Everyone, pay attention. Our goal is not to destroy, but to occupy. The resources and technologies on those 3 civilizations are what we need. This is also the key to our entry into level 3 civilization. Mastering the ability to develop transformation units. When we start a war against other planets in the future, we won't destroy them directly, whether it is occupation or colonization. The benefits will definitely be greater than now. And the development will definitely be faster than now. I also cracked some technologies of the 3 civilizations this time. We communicated with Mars. They are willing to cooperate with us to jointly occupy the other 2 civilizations. In exchange, they have prepaid some means of the B-type unit. Now, we have almost 20 million second-level transforming robots. It is obvious that Sujia is not the only one who has set his sights on these 3 civilizations. As a 3-party force that has surpassed the first-level civilization, but is still a long way from the second-level civilization. Obviously, it is a favorite in the eyes of some weaker pioneers. Of course, it is not that weak in fact. But this is only based on the cooperation of these 3 planets. They can only be regarded as reaching the threshold of the second-level civilization. But it is obvious. If there were no powerful external enemies, these 3 forces of the same race, but different civilizations, that have fought for many years, are obviously impossible to cooperate. And even if they cooperate, they will definitely not be of one mind. And that group of pioneers soon discovered the forces that Sujia wanted to join. Suddenly, this group of pioneers became a little unhappy. It's bad. It seems that someone has discovered this place in advance. What should we do? Should we withdraw or negotiate? Withdraw and negotiate. The people who can look down on this kind of galaxy must be weak. Although we, a single pioneer, cannot take over this galaxy. But don't forget, we are the cooperation of 3 pioneers. If that group of people know what's good for us, it's fine. If they don't, let's take them down together. As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted the approval of other pioneers. However, at this moment, Sujia did not expect that he would be targeted by a group of pioneers of low-level civilization. Of course, he didn't expect them to target him. But Sujia still noticed this group of people. It is obvious that Sujia would not let the forces that discovered him leave alive. Either surrender or embrace death, and be absorbed by the Pure Land. But Sujia was not in a hurry at this time. The more people enter the field, the better. When the time is right, he will completely blockade this galaxy. There are actually many types of blockades. But just like the previous 2 worlds, whether it is the world of Hongyi or the world of Shoshian, the blockade used by Sujia is to blockade with some kind of space partition. And the so-called space blockade is to completely erase an area. At least that's what outsiders think. If there is no strength to match it, that is, if the opponent's strength is not at the level of the Galactic Empire, obviously, it is impossible to break this blockade. If you want to break it, you can only break it from the inside. And if you want to break it from the inside, you have to kill Sujie, the ability of the blocker. It's obvious. This kind of thing is basically impossible to happen. As for the technical blockade, it is similar to using a super-intelligent brain to block all related scientific and technological technologies on a planet. Whether it is the world where Honey is, or the world of cultivation. The super-intelligent brain obviously cannot achieve a technical blockade. After all, no technological power was used between the two. But for the 3 planets in this galaxy at the moment, the technical blockade of the super-intelligent brain can obviously come in handy. But Sujie did not do so. In a certain sentence, war is the best medicine to promote civilization. Therefore, Sujie does not intend to waste such an opportunity directly. After all, he thinks that the setting of this transforming mecha is quite interesting. And it can also increase the combat effectiveness of his demon clan. Directly wipe out the creative value of others. This is different from the original intention of Sujie to establish this force and fight all over the world. What he wants is to become stronger and stronger, instead of leaving no grass growing wherever he went. He did not become stronger in the end, but weakened himself in the war step by step. This is obviously the behavior of a tyrant. But Sujie did not think that he was a tyrant without prospects and blue vision. As for a wise ruler, that is not the case. Sujie still has some self-knowledge. He never claims to be a good person. But he will not become a bad person. He will kill those who should be killed. But those who are killed will still return to the Pure Land and have the opportunity to live again. This is also the reason why he is neither a tyrant nor a wise ruler. After waiting for a while, Sujie roughly estimated that no one should enter this galaxy. Therefore, he also directly ordered the super-intelligence to blockade the space of this galaxy. But just as Sujie finished it, he saw the pioneers driving the interstellar battleship and approaching him. Looking at the weak interstellar battleship, it can't even explode a star. But with an arrogant attitude, it swaggered towards him. Sujie also felt that this group of people should be naive. Should I use simple or stupid to describe this group of people? Fortunately, he didn't have any malicious intentions. Otherwise, with the swagger of these little guys, he only needs to attack first. The opponent will lose a lot of combat power. Then he fell into an unfavorable situation, and was eventually destroyed by himself and others. At least this kind of thing was not something that Sujie could do. And soon, something happened that made Sujie hold his forehead, and even almost laugh out loud. But the interstellar battleship suddenly took out something similar to a loudspeaker. Even in the vacuum zone of the universe, the sound source can be transmitted. And using this black technology, a speech that seemed like wisdom was issued. The guy in front. This galaxy has been targeted by us. If you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. It is obvious that the other party's speech and behavior are straightforward. Directly expressed hostility. But Sujie just smiled lightly. Sujie did not comment on their behavior. But if it were him, he would launch a sneak attack without saying anything. But this group of people still had some gentlemanly ways. After a simple thought, Sujie did not use such a low-level method to spread it back. Instead, he spread the information. What you want is the technology of combat mecha. Right? I think you have also obtained some mecha technology. Why don't we join this battle between galaxy civilizations as 2 forces of alien enemies, and decide the winner and become the absolute winner, and embezzle all the property of this galaxy? How about it? It's the same old saying. War is the catalyst for the development of civilization. In addition, this galaxy has been blocked by him. Others can't get in, and the people inside can't escape. Therefore, Sujie doesn't mind playing with him. And after learning the information sent back by Sujie, the pioneers laughed happily. They looked at each other, and naturally regarded Sujie as a weaker pioneer. As for why they thought so, the result was obvious. In their eyes, Sujie was a group of weak people who didn't even have the black technology that could transmit sound in the vacuum of the universe. They actually used information dissemination. To stay in such a backward era, in their view, is naturally not worth mentioning. Sujie obviously overestimated these pioneers. It was not the IQ of these pioneers that was overestimated, but the ability of these pioneers was overestimated. Because the reason why Sujie said that he wanted to use mechas to play this war game was also very simple. This Sujie's idea. It seems, the 3 forces in this galaxy are too weak. And any pioneers with some ability can probably directly steal or openly take away all the design drawings and design formulas of the mechas related to these three forces. Anyway, that's what Sujia did. That's why he said that everyone should use combat mechas to achieve this goal. But Sujia never expected it. These pioneers don't have such ability. However, these pioneers do have a lot of combat mechas. The reason is very simple. Even if these pioneers go to war with the forces of this galaxy head-on, the final result will only be a loss for both sides. And they will have a slight advantage in the end. But the results? Rewards and gains will not be much. Therefore, the pioneers established cooperation with the Mars-like forces in this galaxy with a stronger identity, and got the mecha battle blueprints from it. But it is obvious. The mecha blueprints obtained by this group of pioneers are not the latest ones. If even the weakest blue star civilization, the fighter groups in their hands have a 4th level combat power, similar to the mecha blueprints of the forces on the moon, which are level 5 combat power. Then, the mecha blueprints obtained by this group of pioneers are only level 3 at most. Not even as good as the weakest blue star forces. And Sujia is even more so. At this time, the mecha blueprints in his hand, under the deduction of the super intelligent brain, can already produce a 6th level combat group. Compared to the 6th level demon warriors, it is comparable to the immortal strength of Hong Yi. It has also reached the threshold of starburst. It is conceivable. When the pioneers tried to provoke, they seemed so overconfident. But not only did the pioneers not appreciate Sujia's kindness. Instead, they thought Sujia was a coward. The reason is very simple. Sujia invited them to this competition in the manner of a game. Obviously, he did not want to take risks alone. And even if the loser would not have any life-threatening thoughts. This also made the 3 pioneers sneer. Even one of them suddenly spoke to the other 2 pioneer companions beside him after his eyes changed. Should we take advantage of this guy not contacting the other 2 cities for cooperation and take the opportunity to kill him here? It is obvious. If the competition really starts, the 3 pioneers have established cooperation with Mars. Then Sujia will probably cooperate with the other 2 forces. Then Sujia will be in big trouble. But soon, there is still a sensible pioneer who speaks in a deep voice after a simple analysis. No. The reason why we can establish cooperation with Mars now is to ensure that our strength is stronger than any single force. If we want to start a war with that pioneer here, if our overall strength declines, the natives of Mars may not look up to us. In summary, after the discussion, several people could only reluctantly send a message to Sujia agreeing with Sujia's previous proposal. In this regard, Sujia, who had no idea that the 3 pioneers had just been on the verge of death, also readily agreed. Soon, Sujia did not cooperate with Lai Xingyi or a certain force on the moon as the 3 pioneers thought. Instead, he directly stationed in the universe and began to set up a space station. This scene directly stunned the 3 pioneers. Suddenly, a female pioneer could not help but sneer. Is that guy a one-track mind? Is he a fool? We are so strong that we have to cooperate with Mars. Though those natives who graduated don't have our ability to travel around the universe. They have the ability to almost reach the threshold of the 2nd level civilization. But that guy actually wants to build a space station without cooperating with anyone and become a force on his own? Is he stupid? If he does this, how can he get the blueprints for making his mecha? Obviously, Sujia would not answer the questions of these weaklings. The 3 pioneers also headed directly towards Mars, with a certain joyful mood. It is obvious. Sujia did not cooperate with the other 2 forces, which was what Zheng Zhong and the other 3 wanted. They had already made up their minds. Once they established deeper cooperation with Mars, they would first find a way to kill Sujia's forces. After all the unstable factors were eliminated, the remaining things would be quietly waiting for the 3 of them to divide. At this time, Sujia did not think that the 3 pioneers were going to play dirty. Of course, even if he knew, Sujia would not care. After all, only strength is everything. Federation 82. More than 30 years have passed since the space war. It has been more than 400 years since the colonization of the planet. Not to mention the wars over the years. The people are living in poverty, which can cause a sharp decline in population. When civilization enters a period of high development, it follows the elite training. After the current war, the shortage of people is getting worse and worse. The capital of Azure Star. Sir, we have received news that the Martian side suddenly unilaterally terminated the cooperation and unilaterally demanded our surrender. This news just came out, and it shocked all the senior officials of Azure Star. Someone knocked on the table in frustration. What's wrong with that guy? Didn't we cooperate to fight against the moon before? It means that Mars is too far away from our Azure Star. Even if we really surrender, can they control it? Anyway, this is a bad sign. It means that we, the Azure Star, will have to explore the technology of combat mechas alone from now on. A spy sent a secret report. Mars is suspected of cooperating with alien civilizations. A rough estimate shows that the alien civilization has reached level 2. When this was said, the whole audience was shocked. People couldn't understand why Mars suddenly chose to terminate the cooperation. It can only be said that people in this galaxy still have some martial ethics. They didn't say they would continue to cooperate while backstabbing. But this also made several senior executives of the Azure Star feel heavy in an instant. Because this also means that Mars has enough confidence, believing that even if a head-on battle breaks out, the other side has enough confidence to defeat the Azure Star and the Moon. This is not good news. The next moment, the Supreme Commander spoke calmly. There should be some spies on Mars. Now, the Moon should have received this news. Send out spies quickly. Communicate with the Moon and try to cooperate. As the weakest force, we can only find ways to seek help. As a result, the conversation here has not yet ended. One after another, heavy news was sent out again. The Patrol Command sent an image from the direction of the sun. It is suspected that there is a mysterious alien civilization stationed about 10 light-years away from the sun. According to calculations, the other party is most likely not a mysterious alien civilization that has established cooperation with Mars, but a common camp. As soon as these words came out, several senior executives fell into deep thought. The sudden change really shocked them again and again. It was no surprise. Their galaxy inexplicably became a hot commodity for others. Originally, humans thought that there were no other life forms in the entire universe except their blue planet, the Moon and Mars. As a result, 2 alien forces appeared today. One has established cooperation with Mars. The other stock market is still unclear about the enemy and friend. And according to the news sent by the Patrol Command Center, it has been clearly observed that the other party is building an air fortress and a space command station. A posture of going to war with the whole world is there. This also forced several high-level officials to take this matter seriously. However, just when the people on the Moon and the Azure Star were in a panic, while Mars and the 3 pioneers were still communicating in depth. At this time, Sujia waved his hand directly. He formed a 1,000-man mecha army and headed directly to the Azure Star. This news was soon known to the high-level officials of the Azure Star, but they couldn't make up their minds. Should they attack or receive? The reason is also very simple. The army of 1,000 people seems huge, but it seems not enough to invade a planet. If they start the war first, what if they come here to discuss cooperation? Then they will be finished? But what if they come to attack? Let that group of people go directly into the atmosphere of the Azure Star. If the war breaks out again, won't many civilians be killed or injured? But when the high-ranking officials of Azure Star were worrying about this matter, at this time, Sujia had already controlled the army of tens of millions of mechas to descend on Azure Star. It is obvious, with the short-sighted thinking of these natives, they could not imagine how fast the mechas in Sujia's hands were. And when the magnificent mecha army had arrived at the capital city of Azure Star, at the top of the sky, the high-ranking officials reacted. But Sujia did not attack immediately, but directly announced with the cold voice of the machine, "Submit. Otherwise, perish." Just like the idea of the 3 pioneers. There are also some differences. The 3 pioneers wanted to establish cooperation with Mars. But what Sujia wanted was to find a planet to occupy and make the other party surrender. Sujia thought about it and felt that it was right. His 10,000 races hull must have some vitality after all. Otherwise, it would be a bunch of dead people. What's the point? Therefore, this Azure Star is lucky to have this qualification. To be honest, just looking at the appearance of the mecha, you can't tell the difference in strength and level. But this is only compared to ordinary people. At the beginning, the group of senior executives of Azure Star saw the battle mechas of the 1,000-man mecha army led by Sujia. Although they looked good, they did not have delicate assembly parts. At first glance, it looks a bit rough, but it gives people a very flexible and weird feeling. But this makes the high-level people of the Azure Star underestimate Sujia's mecha. But perhaps it is also because the Azure Star has been at the most backward level in technology for many years. Therefore, Many scientific researchers are also in the high-level sequence. And this group of scientific researchers were also shocked and stunned at the first time. Among them, there was also a respected old man who murmured, "Is this a combat mecha of a higher civilization?" The next moment, the old man suddenly became terrified. He waved his hands and shouted frantically at the leaders of the Azure Star. "Order not to attack. We must surrender." The reason why the old man said this, it was because he thought of a horrible fact that was unlikely, but not small. At this time, a middle-aged female executive also sneered with a proud face. What's there to be afraid of with these crudely made mechas? As a result, the old man scolded the woman fiercely. Then he explained quickly in a very serious voice. Our mechas are all composed of very precise parts. But this seemingly luxurious and high-tech taste will break at the touch. There is not much defense at all. But you see, this batch of combat mechas, although they don't show any parts on the outside, they even give people a stiff feeling like iron sheets. But you see if they are really stiff when they move? I don't understand how that civilization made iron sheets like human skin. But there is no doubt. Even if the combat effectiveness of these mechas is not high, their defense is definitely not something that our current technology can break. With just one glance, the old man saw the key. Level 6 mechas are enough to explode stars. This is the entry threshold of level 6 mechas. And the threshold of level 5 mechas is naturally superb defense. Although Sujia didn't quite understand the reason. The explanation given by the super intelligence was that all the external fragile parts of the mecha were wrapped with special titanium alloy using special synthesis technology, to the point where it would not break at the slightest touch. In fact, the development of the mechas of the 3 planetary civilizations today is somewhat deformed. It is the technological development of weapons including super weapons. These 3 civilizations have reached the 4th level, the level of thermal weapons that can barely destroy part of the surface. But they don't have much technical ability to load all these super weapons and thermal weapons onto the combat mechas.